This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. After 6 days of T20 international action here at the Vinoj Cricket Ground in Prague, it's time to get into the T10s. And Croatia are here to join Gibraltar and the home side, Czechia, for a 2-day European Cricket International. I'm expecting some Maximos to fly out of the ground this weekend, so settle in. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECI-W Czechia, and it starts right now. Dobro rano, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is a super Saturday of action on ECN with 5 matches here in Prague, 5 matches in London as well, in Hornchurch in the ECI-W. So we have 10 matches of women's cricket here today, and that is a huge milestone for the network. I know we're all really proud of it. We're going to start the day with a T10 match right here, T10 International between the home side Czechia and Gibraltar. Well, a couple of ins, couple of outs for these teams. Should be pretty interesting to see how they go. Different dynamics as well with the T10. The boundaries have been brought in, so I think it will be a bit higher scoring as well. But first, let's go to Charles Croucher. He is the TR and he's got the giant coin. And let's see what happens when the captains give it a toss.
Okay. Thanks, Vinny, and good morning. Welcome to the toss for match 1 with Czechia, and it will be Gibraltar to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call, and it is a tail.
And we'll bat, please.
Gibraltar won the toss, they'll have a bat.
Gibraltar win the toss then and elect to bat. No surprises there. I think they would like to put some big runs on the board. We'll say that during the T20 stuff, the Czechs did find it pretty tough to dislodge the Gibraltarian top order, and if that's the case again, I think it could go kind of big here. We're talking kind of 100 plus, maybe 120, 140 plus, if you don't bowl well, if you bowl a lot of boundary balls. But I will say that Czechia, they're led by Sajanya Talamala. She came into the side yesterday, made an immediate impact. She can get that new ball to move. I think she'll need an early wicket or two, I think, if they are going to make an impact in that Gibraltar top order. For Gibraltar, though, I know they'll be disappointed. They ended up finishing in 2nd place in the T20 internationals, but they did have 2 strong wins over Czechia along the way. And again, another chance for them to show a different side of their game. I think Nikki Caruana, she did make a lot of runs, maybe didn't score as quickly as she liked. I think that this format might give her the confidence to go for her shots a little bit more as well. So Gibraltar, I think, start pretty firm favourites, but I think Czechia will be a bit more competitive in this format of the game compared to the T20 internationals. Let's talk weather, and it is the weekend, and it is going to be a cracking day here. We're expecting a maximum of 27 degrees. You heard me right. I think summer has arrived here in Czechia, and another guy that's arrived is Rico Full. Rico, great to have you over in the commentary bunker, or the commentary bin, whatever you call it. We're going to be settling in for the day over there. Rico, over to you. Gibraltar winning the toss and electing to bat first in match 1.
Good morning, cricket lovers, and it's good to be here, Vinny. Thank you very much for that lovely introduction. And doesn't it look nice? Have a look at that. Beautiful, glorious, sunny day here, the 14th of June. Not a cloud in the sky, and certainly looking forward to the action here. Of course, these 2 teams were involved in the T20s that have just come to an end, and now it's time to, well, get down to the T10 end of things. Have a quick look at the teams there. You will see that Sajanya Talamala will be delighted that she will have Farwa Babar in the side. Now, I know that Babar hasn't played a lot of cricket recently. She's been busy studying, but she's be glad to be out there. And she certainly will give them the extra oomph that they needed in the batting. A very good all-rounder is Babar. So that's the big news, I think, there for Czechia. And they'll be hoping that the players will be in good form as well. Of course, top scorer in those T20s for them was Jana. And Kominakova, they'll be hoping that she will keep her form and keep going well as Erika Konakova. They're the main ones to look for. They're from Gibraltar, and you can see Gibraltar here. Big-time favourites to win. That's quite a big percentage, isn't it? 93% to 7%. But, of course, it's mainly because they've got Amy on the side. Now, she was absolutely fantastic with 250s. Scored that incredible 79 out and also 170 runs in tournament. Thing is, though, they've only got her for this one match. So they want to go big here to Gibraltar. And I think that's probably the reason why they have won the toss, elected to bat first. Yeah, unfortunately, because of work commitments, Amy won't be around for the rest of today and tomorrow. And Nikki Karakanova is going to be pretty key for them as well. So we get ready to go here. And a very, very good morning to our viewers around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. It's great to have you with us, and I think we're going to have a very exciting weekend of cricket. And, of course, don't forget, it's not just a weekend of cricket here and women's action. They're in Haunches as well, where Tina Goff and Nishay Butt will talk you through the action. Rika Full here, and it's great to be reunited with Amanda. Don't spend too much time with Vinny Sanders just in time for the start of the first ball.
Yeah, not by choice. We're just lucky to be able to spend some time together. Talamala is opening, so she's captaining the Czech side this weekend. You see she gets good outswing there. The first ball is a wide and signalled by Shobit Bhatia. Early shout. It's his birthday today, turns 29. So Shobit is a very interesting character, Rico. He's even part of this this group making a documentary on the Czech women's team, which is a work in progress at the moment. It's Amy Valverde Benatar who is going to hit this and hit this pretty well, and that will be the first boundary. Boundaries brought into what we think they'll be for the ECI-W emerging. So it's close to the 40 metres and the 45 here, but that's a cracking shot from Amy. You can see that she's a player in form.
That's a delightful shot. Slightly over pitched there as the captain, Sanjay, just trying to get a line up. But yeah, that's a beautiful shot. Gets a nice stroke, gets all of the weight going into it, and gets it in the gap. 4 runs, cuatro carreras.
Yeah, good start for Gibraltar. Czechia need early wicket. Talamala is just the type that might be able to do that with that movement she gets. I'll tell you a little bit about that. But Rico, firstly, welcome back to Czechia. I know you were here last year for the first time.
It's great to be back. It really is. I was looking forward to it and had a wonderful time here last year. And a lot of places I still didn't get round to seeing, so I'm hoping to be out and about and seeing a bit more of this beautiful city. Of course, known as, well, Czechia is known as the country of castles, isn't it? So maybe visit a few castles and with travels.
I've been to a couple of them around here. That one's high-ish. It's going to be pulled away, and that's going to be 4. Not a good ball from Talamala. Gets the length wrong, and I think in this form of the game, we know if you get it wrong, the batter's going to punish you. Nice shot.
Yeah, it is. It's a loose delivery, full toss. You see there, probably going to be okay on the height. It is coming down, and you can see the batter also going down to play the shot, but gets into a very good position. And that's what it's all about, positioning, and then goes through with the shot. It's one that you practice early on in your careers as batters. Putting away the full toss, and no issues at all there for Amy.
So I don't know if you went last time, but Prague Castle is kind of the most famous castle. It's just a short walk from the centre of town. Yeah. The old town. You go up the hill. It's a really nice walk, but be prepared for some stairs.
Well,
on the way. Did you do that one last year?
I saw it from a distance. I think I was at the other, another full toss, and well, that's a great stop. Vinny, that was absolutely crunched, and the fielder's done remarkably well to stop that because that had 4 written all over it.
That's Raquel Pavlichkova. Very good piece of fielding. Look, they're match fit at the moment. I mean, Raquel, to be honest, she's a very good player. Probably didn't quite play to her potential in the T20, so this is an opportunity for her, I think, in all facets of the game. And as far as the fielding went, that was a brilliant stop.
Yeah, good stop.
Lizzie Ferrari out there opening the batting. No Nikki Caruana in the side, actually. So she's having a bit of a break, maybe a little bit sore after she played every game. So you can understand that. Both these two teams have played 3 days of T20I cricket. 4 matches over 3 days. But yeah, Prague Castle's great.
Yeah.
It took me a while before I got up there, but it's definitely worth a look.
I did. I mean, I ventured as far as the bridge, got over the bridge where, of course, the river is. And I could see the castle, and I just thought, well, that's going to be on my agenda next time. And this one's going to be a long, hard chase, but it can't get there. Andre, Eva. Good effort there from Rachel. Pavlikova just couldn't get there. 4 more runs, but once again, just straying onto the leg side. And it's just easy pickings, and it's time for the Ferrari to get going this morning, Vinny.
Yeah, I think it suits her to be at top of the order. But again, that's probably not the technique, trying to stomp the ball. And you can do yourself a bit of an injury that way. Probably just had to dive at it and try and pull it back.
Now that I'm back, I can see memories of the
Teletubbies
now.
Yeah, we talked about
the
it a fair bit.
Teletubbies again.
Just wait for one of them to pop up. It'd be a good gag, wouldn't it?
We need to get two
Tinky-
circles onto that.
Tinky Winky, we'll just dress someone up in the suit.
Who's the one that's in red? Because you've got to be stood next to him.
Oh,
You
Poe.
would, especially with your red suit on today.
Poe is my favourite. If you could have a favourite.
I'm impressed you know the names already.
Tinky Winky, Dipsy, Lala, and Poe. It was when I was just finishing high school. There was some sort of obsession with them. That's why I know.
They were huge.
I'm
They
too
were
young
huge.
to have really watched it in a serious way. Anyway, Talamala, probably not the over she wanted so far. Hasn't really got it right. And continues. Be the old second day blues, I think, for Sojourner at the moment. That could be a minimo, and it will be. There's a few sore bodies out there as well as the first over goes magical.
Yeah, that was Jana Komnikova who's chasing after this one, but you can see she just can't get those legs going. That's the old tiredness coming out there, and that's going to be 5 wide. So this over's gone magical already.
Scary thing is that was running down the hill as well. It's a classic first game. One of my teammates used to say, "Yeah, I had a visit from the general in a kind of army context, but he's general soreness." I think there's a few suffering from the old general soreness this morning. Better ball this time. Clipped away and it'll only be a single. Yeah, so definitely check out Prague Castle. We'll talk a bit about more with Prague. Of course, you'll get to commentate with Danny and with Phil this week as well. And they'll be able to give you a few extra tips. But I know it's your second time here. I know you even went around basically asking people about cricket in the centre.
That's right.
Last time, didn't you?
Yeah, the centre's where you got that magnificent clock, of course.
It is.
The third oldest in the world, but the oldest working. Right, in the air. It's going to be well struck there. Gets over the field, just a couple of bounties, and he'll go for another boundary. And that's going to be the end of the over. Absolutely magical over.
Yeah.
27 come from it. And that's the perfect start for Gibraltar. Winning the toss, batting first, and piling on the pressure.
Yeah, huge first over. And it's bad signs probably for Czechia as one of their bowlers I would have thought would have been able to hold it a bit tighter than that. Goes the journey. So yeah, we've done with the T20s. We're into the T10s. You can see we've got 2 days of this ECI-W involving these 2 teams and Croatia. So we haven't seen Croatia yet. They weren't part of the T20s this year, but they are part of the T10s. Austria, who were part of the T20s, they've already headed back with the trophy as well. But not 1 but 2 European cricket series. And I know you were off the Portuguese when we did this, but it was so successful in certain places. I think where you've got an elite group of teams and maybe a group of teams that are trying to compete with them and not quite there at the current moment. I think that'll be great here. That's going to be hit away, and it's going to be 4 as well. It's a very fast part of the ground down there. Raquel's been pretty busy so far. Now, this is Erika Kuncova who's bowling. Now, she had a really good T20I series, and Czechia, didn't take a win. They're still without a win, actually, in T20I cricket. Part of a handful of countries. I mean, Bulgaria's one, for example. Estonia were until they had that Bulgaria series. I think Belgium as well. Serbia, I think. But look, when it comes down to it, you look for improvement. You look for people that are competing, and Erika certainly is in that category. But the thing is, even the T20s, they found it hard to get wickets against Gibraltar. This is pulled away. Kendall tests the field, and that'll be 4 more. So Ferrari, I think she looks at home at the top of the order, and I was a little bit surprised they didn't pull the trigger during the T20s to batter there, because I just think that a couple of times they fell behind in chases and she was sitting on the bench. But right now you can see she's an absolute natural with the bat or the ball. She helps herself to 4 more.
Yeah, again, a little bit too short, but that's been put away quite nicely. She's a very good striker of the ball. We know that. And I know in the T20, she was 38 runs and also picked up 6 very valuable wickets as well. Her high score on the network was 30 back in 2023, so she's got a good opportunity to get past that here.
And the thing is, Lizzie, actually in the T20 form, she has a half century, and she scored it here last year. So, when she's shown she can bat
Yeah.
a bunch of time and score quickly. So, yeah, Gibraltar, this is a rollicking start. We'll say Czechia, the bowling's improved a lot. They probably had cut the extras in half in this T20 series compared to when I saw them in May. Nice little sweep. This one should be fielded. Oh, it wasn't, though, and that's going to run away for 4. Czechia not helping themselves at the moment. That's Mansi Palmer around the corner. Just bounced her foot off her foot and ran away for another boundary. So 40 after only 10 balls. Then put this in the avoidable file, though, because that shouldn't have been 4.
Yeah, one thing I'm noticing here, Vinny, of course, compared to last year, I think the outfield looks so much quicker. I mean, that ball, that wasn't thumped. It was just nicely timed, just sort of swept away. But even though it took a bit of the field, it still went to the boundary. That's a better area.
Yeah.
Outside the off stump, that's where you got your field set. That's been the issue so far here with the bowling attack from Czechia. They've just bowled a little bit too short, and they've allowed the batters to play too many shots down the leg side to keep that ball outside the off. So good ball there from Grunjakova.
Yeah, I think one of the issues is they haven't bowled that well, they haven't fielded that well so far in the first. It's early days, though. That's in the air, and we'll get over the top. It'll be 4 more. So Ferrari attacking the power play into 2 overs. It's 45 without loss.
Yeah, good shot. And you're right. This is all very good batting in the first 3 overs. The power play, hit the ball hard, get it over the top of the infield, and, really pile on the pressure. This could be a very big power play. 45 on the board already, as that over goes for 18, so 27 and 18 so far. And this is the schedule for the day.
Yeah, this is what we've got with Czechia having the big day. So they play 4 of their matches as the home side. 4 of the matches today. They play 2 tomorrow. And so, look, it's going to be a test for them for sure. But I think it all starts with the ball, doesn't it? They haven't quite got it right with the ball so far, and probably a few runs have leaked through in the field. So I think these are... They haven't played to their potential yet, Czechia. Having said that, they are kind of a bit outgunned, I suppose, by this Gibraltar side, who actually won the CE Cup T20 last year. This will be Farwa Baba. Waiting for her to come into the side. I guess she hasn't quite qualified for the T20 International. She's on the pathway, but she should later in the year, and hopefully we'll see her at ECI-W, where that's required. But yeah. With her in the side, they're very different. But this one is clipped away nicely. In fact, that's gone miles over the top. Maximo! First time I've said it in a few days. And this, I think, would have been 6 on any ground, Rico. And it also brings up the 50 for Gibraltar. What a shot by Amy Valverde Benatar.
Cracking shot. Power pitches it up. And boom, shaka lagya, kinna sona. It goes all the way. Now, you can see where the boundary would normally be. That still clears that comfortably.
That's 6 anyway. That's a beautiful bit of timing.
Yeah, the loudest cheer of the day so far with that Maximo. What a good shot that was. What's the reply going to be from Babar? Goes too wide, I feel here. Now, Babar, interesting, I was talking to her. You're right, she will qualify. She was saying to me, September, October, she will start to qualify and be able to play in those T20 internationals. But she's been struggling. It's not struggling. Well, it's a bit of struggle as well because she's been studying a lot, so struggling to play cricket.
The struggle is real. All the students out there avoiding studying right now.
Swept away. Got to get something on it, and will.
Better. That's more like it. Getting down and just getting something behind it.
Yeah, she's studying, doing a PhD at the moment in a number of subjects. She's got another year to go, but she's done with her exams, so it's time for her to put the studying behind her and focus on the cricket. I know she's desperate to play.
Nicely hit off a bit of a length. That's well fielded out there. That's Surbi Mehta, who's in the side as well. Yeah, well, good luck to Farwa with their studies. Hey, just speaking of Shobit, we mentioned it's his birthday out there. He's umpiring at this end. He's part of the documentary team making a story about the Czech women's side and basically cricket in Czechia. That's a good shot. Really good shot. That's going to hit the rope. That'll be 6. It will be... well, they've called it 4, but I'm sure this hit the rope, unless I'm crazy. But I might be crazy. So let's have a look on the replay.
Yeah, I think we'll have a look. A couple of things. Look at the height as well. It could be too high, you know. It's quite high outside the off. Let's have a look at that. I think you call that. What do you think, Vinny?
Probably letter of the law it is.
Let's see him now. Let's have a look at the boundary chat. I mean, it's been hit well. Where's this hitting? It's going to be... That's 6 runs, you know. That's on the rope. I wonder if they will changer. I think they might do. I think the birthday boy is going to have to put him up in the air like, there he goes. Put him up like you just don't care.
It's a bit more camera time. Again, already using technology makes sense. I think they used it sneakily a couple of times in the T20s with some boundary stops. Bowler good ball gets respected though. Good comeback from Fawa. Hey, so just speaking about the documentary, there's a couple of working titles. One is It's Not Croquet, and the other, which is my favourite, is Not Quite the Ashes.
Okay.
And it's the plight of Czechia, who are on the bottom of the T20I rankings in the world. And yeah, just the stories of the coaching and the players and all these things. And yeah, they hope to pitch it to a cricket and a non-cricket audience. So I think
it's great.
I like Not Quite the Ashes, though, because it tells you. End of the third over, 61 without loss. It's the end of the power play. Remember, in T10 cricket, then you get to have 5 outfielders. Czechia, I think they'd be smart to get a few back on the boundary. These two are hitting them really well.
Yeah, they've got to make some changes. I want to say very good morning to a lot of people that are in the chat. I see Ronnie Sparrogan is on there. Paul Kempin is there as well. And Scotty there from the ECN Supporters Club in Australia. And nice to have you all with us. And also hello to Steve Masterton, who is saying good evening to us from New Zealand. And thank you for joining us. And it's a lovely sunny day here in Czechia. And you're watching some ECI women's action. That's a better delivery, but it's well struck. But they do push some players back now. This is the time now where I think Czechia need to try and reduce the flow of runs and get themselves back in this contest. Remember, they've had some issues with the bat themselves, and already, I mean, if you go with some of the form that they've shown with the bat, they'll struggle with scores around the 80s. So this is going to be another one that's carved away. Vinny, 4 more runs. Yeah. Nice shot played. What I'm liking here from these two, not are they only complementing each other really well, but the array of shots. They're playing 360 cricket here. Lovely shot this. Cuts this in the gap. 4 runs. Yeah,
playing the right shot to the right ball. So if it's offside, you hit offside. I still think they could have a deep point back. You're allowed to have 5 outfielders. They've got 4. Now they're going to put Mimi Suchkova back at deep cover point. So at least that gives the bowler, Erica, the ability to bowl off stump and just have a bit more protection, because that's not a bad line that she was bowling just there. Oh, just over the top of Kuncheva. Oh, and it gets away for 4. So this is the pressure that's being put on these outfielders. That's Pooja, who's into the side today as well. Again, bit of a teaser, wasn't it, for the bowler? But what's worse, it should have been 1. It's going to be 4 runs. Yeah,
it's not the first time that's happened either. But yeah, just at the last moment, sort of overruns it, then tries to adjust. That's Pooja, but it gets past her. And it's going to be Quattro Mas, and only just out the reach there of Kunchova. That would have been a great catch if she was able to get there, but she's not able to. So the boundaries continue. 70 now on the board, just halfway through this 4th over. Let's a good look at that again. Almost so close, but yet so far. Kunchova comes back in again.
It's the length right this time, but the line's outside leg, and that could run down the hill for 4 more. That is a very fast part of the ground. That's almost like the jet vortex down to the groundsman's shed, the Scott Page bench. It'll be 4 more. And
racing towards a half century here now. I mentioned that she scored 2 of them in the T20s and only got this match, and she's trying to cash in and make it count before she has to disappear because of work duties. But isn't she a good player?
Well,
I mean, the way she picks us up are beautiful.
Here's the thing with Amy. She was very, very close. And if you looked at the numbers, she was the standout player from the T20Is. There's probably a bit of debate around the MVP. That's hit in the air, and she's going to be dropped. And that's Baba, who you would imagine would hold that more often than she wouldn't. She puts that down. So again, with Czechia, sometimes you feel like there's nothing you can do when the game's running against you. But they definitely have made a few unforced errors that have cost them. That one still might.
Not easy, but it's a chance. It's up in the air. This one's going to drop a couple of times before it gets to the field. Good fielding. That's the way to do it. Get your body behind it. Nicely done on that occasion. Is not getting past me, says the fielder. Just will be a single.
End of the over then, and it's 76 without loss after 4. Yeah, but so I will say, and we talked about it during the game yesterday as well, that Sri already was awarded the MVP. And it really, there were two sides to the argument. One was the weight of the runs and wickets that Amy scored, and the other was the impact that that Sriya had on the series, and particularly influencing those two games that Austria won against Gibraltar. So both were, in my opinion, both were equally worthy, but just for different reasons. In the end, the officials went for Sriya because the impact, but on another time it might have been Amy. In the end, the bottom line is Amy's in great form.
Yeah.
Now, Amy is in great form with the bat, with the ball. She led the side well. She's regular captain because she's not captaining this game because she's not here this weekend, except for now. In the air as Palmer comes on, and at least that time, Pooja able to make the stop. But in the end, you know, you just got to perform for your team. And Gibraltar, I mean, they'll be upset. I think they were in winning positions in both of those games against Austria. They couldn't get the win. Maybe if they did, the officials would have had a different thought about the MVP. But in the end, I mean, Amy, if she could stay this weekend, I think she'd be my favourite for MVP just based on current form. Good leave here. Remember, in the T10s, the line is okay for the bowler to hit, even if it's a little bit of the line. That one just misses. So I think they'll be a little bit more generous towards the bowlers with the wide calls. That one still missed, though. Maybe you'd love to bring up 50 with a 6. She tries, up in the air, doesn't quite carry to Kaminkova, and then has to double back, so they'll come back for 2 again. That was a bit of a lucky one. But already you can just feel the change in tempo, and it's a really good case as well with these boundaries being in more at the ECI-W distance. That there's a different mindset for Gibraltar, who are probably happy to just kind of push, preserve their wickets for 10 overs or so, and hit the outwardly bad ball. Now they're going after pretty much everything, so they should.
Palmer floats it up, and that's nicely played away. And once again, just good shot selection. If the ball is short, both the batters have been punishing it. If it's pitched up, they're now, because there's so many gaps on the offside with the field being pushed back, they're taking the singles. Very good partnership.
Straight back, hits the stumps. Good fielding by the stumps. Probably one of the few things, luck-wise, that have gone Czechia's way so far.
2 runs, isn't it? Haven't you introduced that yet?
I had an idea. It's just like in baseball, if it bounces over the fence, you get a double. I feel it's worth something. Hits the stumps untouched, 2 runs. It's ground rule 2.
Yeah.
Lizzie would like that. But sometimes, often it costs you 4. Sometimes it can deflect away from the fielder as well. We've seen that as well. Or bowled. Good bowling there from Palmer. Good comeback.
Yeah, I wonder if we can see the side on. I wonder if there's a slight chance of a stumping here. Wouldn't have been an easy one for Zuzana.
Yeah, I wasn't sure that she ever... Oh, yeah, you're right. If she'd taken it cleanly, it would have had to be very quick. Yeah. That's the Croatian team bus, I'm pretty sure. Unless it's a bunch of tourists that are lost.
Well, they're looking for
a
castle.
This is there. It's going to be dropped. And that's Nandivada, who's into the side as well. He gets there, gets a finger on it. So again, they've created some chances. They just haven't been able to take one so far, Team Czechia.
Yeah, so Lizzie being put down there on 21. And just couldn't get there, Nandivada. And let's have a look at what I mentioned earlier, that there's also cricket happening in Hornchurch. What a great finish on finals day there. Well done to Tina and Nish. But this is what's happening there. It's the women's section. 5 matches. So you got 5 from today here in Czechia, 5 also in Hornchurch. And Hutton taking on Gunnersbury to start off with. Upminster versus Hutton. Who else we got in there? So, yeah, just those 3 doing the honours today.
3 teams, and the rescheduled match 5 from last week that was a washout.
Yeah.
So that's why it goes 6, 7, 8, 9, and 5 over there. So, yeah, pretty tight series as well. Yeah, Tina and Nish will be over there. Tina wasn't able to do the ECI-W last week because of the ECSW because she had a school reunion. True story.
School reunion.
Just coming down below the waist at that pace. This is Pooja, who is bowling over number 6. Amy Valverde Benatar on 47.
Oh, well, that one is going to be too high.
It will be. Will it be fielded? Because this could be 4. It will be 4. So Amy with a 50 in her sign-off to the Czechia Tour. It's going to be a no ball. It'll be 4 runs. 50 off just 18 balls. She has struck the ball very well. Carried into the weekend the way that she batted during the week. And she gets a nice little present too. A free hit to come.
Yeah, well, it was wrapped up for her, wasn't it? And they even put a ribbon and a bow on it. And she put it away. And gets the 4. 5 off that one delivery. Well batted. Ball badanga. Aiming up the half-century puri kalli. She ain't done yet. Oh, that one is a bit of a nutmeg. Gets right through her leg. I think she's just a little bit over keen to get after this one. Early on in the inning, she was putting those away quite nicely. She plays that sweep shot very handsomely, but that one, well, Pooja just gets away with that one. She's a little bit lucky, but look at that for a wagon wheel. Really well executed inning so far from Amy. And here, rocks back now, plays his out the offside. Well, more by good fortune, I think. That one gets stopped. It ends up being thrown at the wrong end, though. It's another. There's these half chances, aren't they, Vinny? That just haven't been taken. Both batters have been dropped. We saw Amy put down on 43. Now she's gone on to go past her 50, and Lizzie was put down on 21. And that was probably a possibility, an opportunity of a run out. To hit well on the up. This one will get past 1, will it? Yeah, gets past 1, gets past 2. A desperate dive there from Erica Konchova, but she can't stop it. It's going to be 4 runs. It's raining boundaries at the moment here.
Really is. It's kind of Hornchurch men's pace at the moment, if I'm honest, between these two teams. And Czechia, it's kind of a mixture of Gibraltar batting well, but Czechia also letting a few get through that probably should stay on the field. Hit pretty well as well. It's in the gap. That'll be 4. So Lizzie getting on the action. And it's over going for 15 plus whatever comes next. Hey, I was just thinking, during the week, there was one of the, like in the Hall of Fame of commentary curses, Phil G got one on Bilal of Austria.
Yeah,
like a proper, I think it was on social media, it was so good. Hadn't even looked like getting out. Now, I'm trying not to make a commentary curse, but I got to say, Amy, she's got the time, still bat, and maybe score a first century. Now, I've said it. And
That's an early call,
I'm sorry. But I just think she's batting so well. She seems invincible out there, even when she handed them a couple of chances, they weren't able to hold on. So it seems to be running her way. At the end of the 6th over, it's 98 without loss.
Yeah, that one going for 16. It just scoring at a very good pace. Only Muncie Palmer went for 6, so surely she's got to come back on and bowl a second. It will make sense. Let's see what they're deciding here. Doesn't look like it's going to be Palmer who's bowling this one, so maybe they're just holding her back. Well, that's the scorecard so far, and it's been a fantastic partnership. Are we going to see a 100-run partnership between Amy and Lizzie? They've been absolutely fantastic. Oh, is somebody going to get the breakthrough? Need a breakthrough from somewhere. The women of Czechia, the home side, don't mind that length.
Oh.
And, that ricochets a little bit of the, not just one, but 2 Tortugas.
That was
Welcome back to the cricket field there for Baba.
Proper knee capper, wasn't it? It was a bit of a Tortuga, but Farmer does well to get under. Look at the last bounce. I don't know if you can see the last bounce. No, well, at least, like I said, she made the stop, but at what cost to her? All right, lift it up in the air. It won't quite carry. It will be stopped. Good bit of fielding down there by Talamarla.
And applause for the 100-run partnership. Very well batted. And, well, the way these two are going, you'd expect them to be looking to get at least another 50 on the board from here, Vin. Oh, this is a chance and gone. That is gone. Well, you were talking about commentators' curses. Well, there's another one. There won't be another 50. Not from these two anyway. The 100-run partnership comes to an end, and it's some really good work there. I think from both. First, the bowler bowls this one shorter, doesn't pitch up, which is what the batter was expecting. But then excellent glove work there from Zuzana Fronova, who takes the bells off, and the first wicket goes down.
Yeah, excellent work. She's improved her keeping a lot, and she's a lot more comfortable up to the stumps now. And Ferrari, well, you can't blame her either. The 100 had come up. She's going for the shots. That's what the game's all about. They've still got plenty of resources. But the 100 partnership will start our ECI-W weekend off. Nice work by Fronova. lightning hands there and a solid take. So the score is 100 for 1 in the 7th over.
Yeah, well deserved there for Muncie Palmer. We talked about her first over. Only went for 6. And when you consider that the other overs was 27, 18, 16, 15 and 16. So her game just for 6 was fantastic. And now she's well rewarded with the wicket as well. Well, they always say beware for the number 13, and Muncie Palmer, number 13 on her back, does pick up the wicket. Lauren Pias is the new batter.
Yeah, happy to see Pias out there. And she's leading the side, leading with the regular captain, Amy. But Amy, because she's only available for the one game, is giving her the captaincy this weekend. Lauren keeps the first one out. Happy to see Czechia picking up a wicket. Yes, it's been tough. Front of us, a bit of a standout as well. You know, she's also stood up with the bat at times. I think she'll enjoy the boundaries being in a little bit when it's her turn to bat.
Oh, that's hit well, and it could go all the way, you know. Oh, now they'll have to decide here. Is that 6 is 4? Manos arriba from the arbitro. So they're saying this goes all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginna Sona. Well, it's a lovely, clean strike. It does go over the fielder. Where's it? Yeah, clears the fielder by at least a couple of yards. Good hit, 6 runs. What a start from Pias.
Yeah, this time crunch along the ground with a go on impact. Everyone's coming, everyone's going. It's almost run out on strikers, and this is a crazy one. Classic didn't watch the ball or didn't watch their partner. That one was looking at one was looking at the other. They were kind of running in parallel. If that had hit the stumps, it would have been out. Amy, maybe a bit lucky to survive there. End of the 7th over. It's 106 for 1.
Yeah, well, Crew was saying that Charlie's not happy with the disappearance of Derek. Well, nobody's happy. In fact, we're starting a thing now, I think, on social media. Say, where's our Derek?
Hashtag save Derek.
Yeah,
hashtag save Derek has been, it's been trending. That's what the kids are telling me.
Yeah, where's our Ducks gone? Hello to Rob Thompson, who's in the chat as well. And Holly, hello to you. And a few other people saying hello. I'll mention them in a second, as this one will be a wide. And just fires this one down the leg side.
Thing is, we're meant to have Dudley the Duck in May. Let me just check my watch. It's the 14th of June.
Yeah.
And by May, I mean March.
Yeah, I want to know what's going on. Hello to Harvey. And Malcolm in there as well. And Lorraine was saying good morning to us. Good morning, Lorraine. Luke Belgium in there as well. Hello, Luke. This one should be fielded. No, they're going to take a single. That's good running.
Sometimes you don't miss somebody until they're gone. And I think we always tried to appreciate Derek. He gave different styles. The Royal Derek, the Diamond Derek. Oh, by the way. Noelle Legea. Let's talk about it. In fact, she's not on the side today either, so maybe she's got a slight injury issue. But poor Noelle Legea, batting number 3 for Gibraltar. First game, had the pads on the whole innings, didn't bat. They're none for 161. Second game, comes out in the middle of the innings, in a bit of a tough situation. Okay, gets run out without facing a ball. That's life, happens. Third game, same as the second game, comes out mid-innings, gets run out without facing a ball. We're not talking about like right at the end, we're talking in the middle, right? Kind of around 10th over. So should get 2 here, but shouldn't be 4. Eventually, they make the stop. Good throwing arm.
Good arm, yeah.
Yeah, excellent arm. Fourth game, dropped. Poor. Never mind hashtag save Derek.
Dear.
Hashtag save Noelle. And I do believe she's staying in the side. So
yeah, come on, Noelle. So let's get that going as well. That's better. Top ball. Good ball. And
Noelle, no balls faced. Isn't that? I've never seen someone get back-to-back Diamond Ducks. Even if they were Diamond Ducks, like end of the innings, you know it happens, especially last over in this format. But how unlucky! I was on the bus watching it because Phil and Danny were, and I couldn't believe my eyes. I thought it was a replay of the game before. I thought, is this live? Am I really watching this? Anyway, that's cricket. Yanira Blagg looks like she's getting ready to bat here as well, so maybe they'll push her up a little bit. She's a very improved player over the last couple of years. I mean, she was very entry level when we first saw her in 2023. And she's even represented the British and Irish Roses in the Medical Shield.
It's nice bowling this from Pooja Chitole as well, just getting the ball in the right areas. That's what it's all about. That's one thing that certainly Czechia have done that a lot better in the last few overs. Ever since Muncie Palmer bowled that over number 5, it's been better. And that over, in the end, goes also for 60. One before from Muncie went for 8. So it's a good comeback, this.
Yeah, for sure. So 112 for 1 after 8. 2 overs to go. You know, I've put some sort of side jinx on Amy where she hasn't really faced
Big time.
Since I said she's got time.
I think she was on 52 when you said
Yeah, now she's basically been watching since then. So sorry, Amy.
And that's when the wicket went as well, by the way.
Yeah,
I'm not saying any more on that.
That's true.
In the air, watch the bounce, watch the speed. Nicely done, and a bit of a miscommunication, but good, fast, quick, responsive running means that the batter will get home safe, Amy.
The thing is, regular opening partner Nikki Caruana and Amy, they run really well together. They have a good understanding. That was a real feature of their opening partnerships in the T20s. Full toss from Baba. That'll get knocked to the deep square leg for 1. I think this one's okay for height. Coming down, looking through road. Yeah, I think you look at the trajectory of that, it would be below. At the crease. Amy on strike. Goes back and forces over cover. Pretty nice shot. Sets a task for the fielder. Won't get there. Cuatro carreras más. Amy Valverde Benatar. By the way, she runs the cinema in Gibraltar. That's what she's got to get back to run the movies.
What's the movie? What's the special feature today?
Yeah, well,
maybe it's going to be her own batting. This is a great shot. She's
on
the back foot.
Yeah.
Gets that over the. That's probably my shot of the day so far. What a shot that is.
So that's going to be an easy put away down the hill as well. So that's 4 more. So she's sprung into action once again. Clickety-click, 66 for Amy Valverde Benatar. But yeah, for sure. She has been box office this week.
Richard Cunningham, by the way, is in the chat. He's given an update on Noelle. She wasn't dropped.
Okay. That's why she's not here.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, that's good to know, Richie, because I don't, yeah.
Hello, Richie.
That makes perfect sense.
And thank you for giving us an update.
You can count on Richie for the real scoop.
Can Richie, where's Derek? Come on.
Oh, no, that's another one that's going to get through the field and goes for 4. Classic tunnel ball special. And, well, that's going to be another 4 runs to Gibraltar. No, nice shot. I was going to say Amy hit 2 cover drives, 1 off the back foot, 1 off the front in 1 over. They were my shots of the week in the T20 eyes. Okay, so it's good that Noelle didn't get dropped. And even if she did, was rotated out, I'm sure she would have come back today. That's why I thought it must be something that she's not here anymore. And, you know, that's the thing. It's actually 5 days of cricket, and then you include the travel days. I understand some people need to pick and choose because they've got work. So, hey, Noelle will have a special place in our heart forever because every cricketer understand that sometimes freakish things can happen.
You know, what's the saying about diamonds? Diamonds are a lady's best friend or something? Not for Noelle.
Diamonds are a girl's best friend.
Not for Noelle.
Well, I mean, at least you got the matching pair. Into the 9th over, 128 for 1. Last over to come.
She'll go back, and I don't know if she's got a partner. We were saying to partner, well, I went to Czechia and I got diamonds. What you got for me?
That should be the rule, though.
What have you got for me?
Yeah, you should get a diamond.
No.
Okay, anyone that's able to get 2 diamonds in a row should get a diamond something.
That's definitely deservable anyway.
Man or woman.
Yeah.
I don't think that should be in the rules.
Hey, you know what?
Here's Raquel, by the way, to bowl the 10th. Hasn't bowled yet.
But it's the last over, and I haven't really touched on what days we have today. I think that's been called a no ball. I think it's
off the pitch.
Off the pitch,
bounces just before the
So
stumps.
I haven't talked about these. Now I'm a little bit concerned. I'm a little bit concerned about what days they are today because I'm going to give you 2 of them. The first one, okay, is we celebrate World Gin Day.
Ooh.
Now, that's another wide.
Still a free
hit. Still free hit. Now, I love my gin. I don't think you have a gin now and again. And a day like today, a gin after a day of cricket would actually be quite nice. So, yeah, I don't mind that. Of course, gin distilled with juniper-flavoured alcohol, which is enjoyed across the globe. But the thing that concerns me, it is also... Now, this is a good one for you, I know. Oh, that's close. That's pretty close to hitting the top of the stumps. It is also World Juggling Day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, now...
So juggle gin bottles.
Yeah, but you don't... probably won't work too well if you have the gin before you do the juggling. That's my concern. So
True.
Do the juggling and then have the gin. So maybe juggle the full gin bottles Then afterwards, when you're done, you can start emptying the boulders. That would be my advice. In the air, probably half a chance this. Oh, it's a great catch. Oh, my word. What a catch this is. Absolutely sensational. Take a bow. That was superb. And that's Erica Kunchova that has held an absolute humdinger. This has been walloped, and she's coming from the boundary. Look at the technique. Look at the catch. That is superb.
And the thing is, that ain't a fluke. You know, Erica took plenty of wonderful catches during the week, but it's a great moment for Amy Valverde Benatar. 71, brilliant innings, and took something pretty special to get rid of her. She goes in the 10th over with her team in really good shape, 130 for 2. And yeah, I know she might have been disappointed to not take that MVP award last night, but what's the best reply? Making a big score, and that's exactly what she did. Well batted, Amy.
Yeah, well batted, and Rachel Pavlichova picks up a wicket thanks to a great catch, and she just only, I'm liking the length she's bowling on. That's, come on.
No.
Oh, get there. Yeah, well done. And now a bit of team fielding as well. Well, I tell you what, that was right at the head of her partner there.
That's Kaminkova, who was trailing a bit too close.
Have a look at this. I mean, it's a good recovery, but look, this one she wasn't expecting it in the last moment. Oh, I'm so glad she got her hands there.
I'll tell you a bit more about Yana. It might be your first time calling Yana, maybe except for ECC last year. It's hit down the ground pretty well from Pius. That'll test the fielders. It will be stopped, I think, in the end. Barbara, she got pretty close to the rope when she taps it, but I think she's all right. See, taps it there, then maybe the hand went onto the rope, but by then the ball was gone. We'll have plenty of time to talk about this during the day, but Yana leads. There's a mums team in the women's competition here, and their playing shirts are awesome. I need to get her to bring them one time.
Can we see it? Yeah. Yes, well bowled. Hey, this is a great over. I mean, there's been wides accepted, but when she gets it right, I mean, look at it. That is a beautiful delivery.
She's a good bowler. I'm a bit surprised she doesn't get the opportunity to get 2. Probably would have bowled one a little bit earlier. Had a bit of an off day yesterday. Raquel should be the first to say that, but today's another day, and she'll be hoping that she can make a big impact. Remember, they've got 4 games, Czechia.
Yeah, I'm liking this from Raquel Pavlikova. Really good. That was a little bit shorter. Gets worked away, but again, should only be just a single. But the main thing about it was the line. She's straight, and she's got a bit of pace about her as well. So this is good. I mean, what they're moving on to now, 135 with the ball to go. And remember, they were at the halfway point on 82. So it's a very good comeback.
Slowed them down a bit, for sure. Erica Kunchova, though, I tell you, she took a lot of good catches during the week. That was a good one.
That was a great
to
catch.
bring the second wicket. Last ball coming up. Might as well keep running. They get 1. Will they get more? They will. It's just a bit of inexperience because you've got to be running almost till you run out here. They will get back for 2. So Gibraltar are going to finish 137 for 2 after 10 overs with Pius and Yanira Blagg finishing things off. Pavlichka with a brilliant over, 1 for 9. I think maybe it was a bit of a strategic error not to bowl her earlier, especially when they were going the distance with a lot of bowlers getting hurt. But still, I think they'll be satisfied enough that they have enough runs on the board. The Gibraltarians. What I will say though, Czechia, different format. I think they're more of a boundary threat in this format compared to the T20. And let's see if they can make a fist of this chase. The point will be something like 100, probably high 90s. So even if they could get that in here, I think they would consider that's a decent performance against a side that's ranked a good kind of 40, 45 places above them in the world.
Yeah, it'll be a good test. But like we say, they've got some additional strength in their batting. Let's see if that comes and works for them straight away. But what worked for their opponent Gibraltar was some of the line that was being bowled early on. In fact, it was a little bit too full. If it wasn't a full toss, it was a half volley. And the 2 openers, they were loving themselves out there. Amy Benatar was hitting the ball beautifully. We saw her get to a 50, and you saw there that she hit shots to all parts of the ground. This one was 6 runs. It was right on the rope. And also Lizzie Ferrari, what a good partner she was in helping them put that 100-run partnership together. This one was just out of the reach of Erica Kunchova. We've seen already, well, if she was able to get her hands to it, she probably would have caught it because she did take a fantastic catch. There were opportunities. That was one that Babar put down. That was when Amy was on 43. And, well, there's the Croatian ladies who are arriving. And, well, it was almost them that were going to be fielding that one because it was a bit of a full toss, which went past the fielder. And what a way to bring up your 50. You get a free hit like that, which gets put away. And a very good knock. And you mentioned it, Vinny. I mean, I know that we won't see her with the bat again after today, but it has to be said that her performances with the bat all the way through the T20s, and again here she proved it again in this T10 format. She's just been exceptional.
Yeah, definitely. And I just kind of got starved for the strike for a little bit when I think I was definitely on century watch. Pius came out, hit a 6, and I think made her feel pretty good about life. That was a great catch by Erika Kuntseva late in the piece.
Sensational.
But I think one of the things, Czechia definitely leaked probably 20 to 30 in the field.
Agree, yeah.
I think there's no two bones about that. And they weren't so bad on the extras. That's certainly something they've been improving every time I see them. I think they had one game in the T20s where that was an unbelievable amount. This time they bowl, they concede 19 in wides and no balls. But as far as the actual balls bowled, there was 14 extra balls bowled in 10 overs. So actually that's a pretty good performance.
That's good.
Probably keeps it below 150 or 160. Amy Valverde Benetton, though, with 71, tops the scoring. 33 balls in her knock. Brought up the 50 off 18, so that was lightning pace. Lizzie Ferrari with 33 off 19, also played really well. I think there's a spot for her top of the order, I think, in this format of the game, for
Definitely.
sure. Highest stroke she can hit over the ropes in her 11, and Yanira Blag, a short appearance from her, 20 extras, 137 for 2 off the 10 overs. And as far as the bowlers went, well, they tried 6 bowlers. Pavlichka bowled a really good 10th, just kind of kept it in check. She took 1 for 9. The other wicket to Mansi Palmer. Czechia, again, only the first bowling and fielding performance of 4 matches today, so they want to kind of keep the bowling performance up. I will say early on they probably bowled a few too many hit-me balls. Certainly got better in the second half of the innings. We'll take a break, back in just a few minutes with the second half. 138 for Czechia to get a win on the board. Or can Gibraltar keep the ascendancy and come up with a win in the opening match? Vinny Sandy, who Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Short break, back soon here in Prague. You're watching the European Cricket International Women's Series here in Prague. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello, welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the second half of the opening game of this ECI-W weekend in Czechia. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. And it's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. The news so far is that Gibraltar have won the toss and they have put 137 on the board. And what that means is if Czechia can reach 96, they at least get a point. Of course, if they reach 138, they will have the win. And Czechia, will say they've been a bit more competitive in the T10 format of the game compared to T20. It's partly on player availability, but also I think the format, the very nature of it, is a bit of an even-up between two teams that a fair bit apart on the world rankings. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, as I said. Rico Full with me, and well, Czechs, they kind of fought back, didn't they, in the second half of that innings? Let's see what they can do with the bat.
Yeah, they fought back really well, especially Mansi Palmer bowled really good. And Rachel Pavlikova there, I think we were both surprised. She only got just that one over. She bowled with a bit of pace. And when she got the ball in the right areas, she certainly did cause problems. Took 1 for 9. So good comeback from Czechia. I see a few people saying that in the chat. Kroom also said, yeah, Czechia came back pretty well. But now let's see how their batting goes. That's been a bit of an issue for them. We certainly saw that in the T20s. They just weren't able to match up their opponents in terms of the runs being scored, their strike rate. So they need a good start here.
Lizzie Ferrari to get us going. Now, it's not so much of a breeze today, but she was using the breeze, which is normally left to right here. It was during the week. She bowls out swingers. So she's basically having to bowl from the other end because all the overs bowled from the one end, obviously, in T10 cricket. But I still think she'll get that movement away. I think you see it there first up. And she does get that movement. And that's going to get past Sally Barton. And that's going to be the dreaded Minimo. This is one of the issues, I suppose, with Sally, that maybe getting down to those low balls, especially if they don't bounce at all like this one. Yeah. She kind of tries to make the foot stop. In the end, it's a double foot fielding fail and results in 5 runs.
Yeah, double foot fail. You can understand it getting past Sally there because that was an awkward bounce. She's expecting the ball to come up. It stays low. But the fielder backing up should have done better. So Ferrari concedes a Minimo. So Czechia, they've got 5 on the board off just the first delivery. That struck well.
Wow, hit very well by Nandivada. So the Czechs are off to a good start here. Dare to dream. I mean, that's 9 in quick time. Again, just a little bit too short from Lizzie here, but hand snapped through that pull shot. Not even sure it was a chance. It might have been, It just went so quickly. Oh, early dog watch, dog corner. There's a dog corner in Hornchurch.
Ah, is it just a puppy?
Been everywhere.
It's a little puppy. All together now.
That looks like a dog that would be on a toilet paper commercial. That was a very good-looking dog.
Nice shot, good hit. So that's another boundary. So after a Minimo, 4 runs.
Yeah, that's going to be around the corner. Should be stopped. I just can't see Gibraltar letting as many leak through them as Czechia did in the field. That's certainly one point of difference. But, Czechia, what I would say, 138 looks like a lot. I'm not saying it's not, but, see if you can get 14 off an over. They should get 14 off this over, and then see if you can do it again and again and again. So you can get that confidence.
It's going to be a wide disengagement. Speaking of run chases, what about the Netherlands? And, of course, our very own Max O'Dowd.
Maximo O'Dowd.
Wow, what a knock. I say this, all you good cricketers out there, come and play in the European Cricket Network because then you will be set. Your form will be brilliant. Just ask Max O'Dowd about that. Of course, played in the Western Shield. He's one of our icon players. And now look at him. What a knock that was. Yeah. What a run. What a game. What a game.
It's huge. Video cricket's just gone absolutely crazy. Was it 370 something? Chased down. Put George Munsey. I think he scored 191 for
That's right.
For Scotland.
And end up on the losing side.
Good game. How does he feel when his head hits the pillow that night? I don't know.
Hello, Chris Smith, who's saying hi to all of us. As this one gets played. Well, it will get past. And now this could go all the way. It probably will. It's going to be 4. This outfield, it looks like he's had a fresh cut. And with the boundary ropes around about that 45-metre mark, you can see the ball racing to the boundary. It looked like a single, if it got past the bowler. But once it got past the bowler, you can see the fielder doing the backing up. It was Amy herself couldn't stop it. 4 more.
All right. Minkovert's got raw power. This one gets away momentarily from Rosie Riley. But in the end, Czechia, they get what they need out of the first over. 16 without loss after 1.
Yeah, good start. 16 come from it. And that's what you've got to do. Just got to believe here. That's the main thing. Got to believe and be positive. I think that's the difference here, really. I think one big difference for me when you get the T20, T10 format. In the T10, you can just say to your batters and your team, go out there and give it everything. Because the chances of us being bowled out, probably pretty slim, but we rather go out there, give it a go. And if we go down and we go down trying, you don't mind that. 47 matches then since a golden ball.
Yeah. Last one was... I've got to think.
It was ours, wasn't it?
You got
yeah, myself and Phil.
Yeah, you and Phil in Romania. In Romania, I was trying to place it. I remember seeing it. So much cricket lately. Oh, that could be out.
It's their bat first, maybe. There was a noise. I don't know if it was first or after, but there was definitely bat.
Also, it might have been swinging past off stump. It's pretty close.
Yeah, it was.
I think if there was a touch on the bat, obviously that'd be one thing. But also, it might have swung past off. I think it's probably a very good decision. And move over to Benetart. She's going to bowl outies as well. It's just high-ish. Remember, they're a bit harsher on these in T10 cricket. Lizzie Ferrari, she won't be very plussed about it. She got out to a ball. Might just be okay, She got out to one that was about chest high in the T20s, but of course there's no reviews.
The thing about Amy is that she does bowl with a bit of pace, but you're right, she just gets away with that one. It's just below the weight.
She's a swinger. You watch it. She'll bowl out swingers here. It doesn't really go too much. Hit hard, but hit Gibraltar. One thing is they obviously will be hoping to defend the power play a bit better than Czechia were able to. Remember, 61, I think, in the first 3.
Yeah. So
then they'll know they can protect the boundaries a bit more.
I think they know if you get 2 good overs in, and this could be one of them, that you could steal the contest, because that will get to a point where the opposition will probably need 18 to 20 and over. And once you get there, you're in the safe zone. So this is all about getting your top bowlers in now. Keep it nice and tight. Don't let Czechia go big in the power play. And then after that, you've got the game sort of more or less in the bag. Good. There's from Benatar. After a good batting performance now, doing the job with the ball. And just look at the swing on this.
Yeah.
This swings quite viciously away.
True. I mean, you can see, the ball before was on the stumps. Jana handled it pretty well. Hit it back and the bowler reasonably hard. Sally Barton has to hustle across to stop that racing to the boundary as well. Does make the stop. I think if Amy, she just keeps it stump to stump, she's going to be hard to deal with.
Well, that's a good stop. This is the one which just doesn't bounce. It stays low, but this time Sally Barton does get a pass to it. Remind me, Sally Barton, how old is she?
Yeah, she doesn't mind us talking about it, I hope. But it's also common knowledge. She's 67. She's the oldest international cricketer ever, and also she keeps breaking her own record. End of the second over at 17 without loss after 2. And so after the 16-run first over, there was only one single off that second over.
And that's exactly what I'm saying that Jib will want to do. Get a good over, a couple of good overs like that, and you basically take that rate right up. So looks to be some. They're making some retirement here, I think, Vinny, already. Something is going on here. It looks like I'm seeing Fawad Babar going in. Now this is I've got to say, this is very early. I don't know what I like that. What do you think?
I kind of.
And she's on. Who are they retiring out here?
It's Jana Kaminkova. So obviously she's 4 off 7. They just feel okay. To be honest, I think it's less about Jana doing anything wrong, but more about not wanting the game to drift. And Fawad Babar is the player that they think can win them the game. But then you probably should open with it.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. If that is what you're thinking, then just open with it.
Yeah.
So that's a rough shout.
I can also see why you'd open with Kaminkova. As Yanira Blagg comes in, a big swing and a miss. First up. Yeah, so 2 overs have gone, 20% of the innings. The first over went fine, second over. Okay, she's just come off 4 dot balls, but again, dealing with a pretty tough bowler. But you're going to get tough bowling. That's the thing against Gibraltar. I mean, Yanira, she just continues to improve and improve and improve with her pace up every time I see her. It's not just the pace, it's her accuracy as well. This get fielded as well. So runner dot balls. So in a sense, I applaud the ambition of it because it's trying something.
Yeah.
But as you said, why wouldn't you then
Why
just
don't open it?
if I was your best player, she should probably be opening.
Well, we'll be watching it there. That wasn't us. What's that?
That's the academy. Around the corner, right? That's in the air. That will get over the top and run away for 4. So Blag gets a little bit short, and it gets knocked away. Nevada, nice shot. Maybe we can go back and we can see that's the cricket academy here. Chris Pearce and his wife Renata run it. And actually, Shoban, who was on commentary with me last week, he's actually one of the coaches there as well. But
It's wonderful to see.
It's always great. They normally get on the camera if we get breaks.
And I did a double take. I thought everything's just changed. I knew there was one batter retired out. I thought there was another one retired out for a moment.
No, they do a great job. And they have a long day because I keep forgetting, today's Saturday. So their day will be, okay, we've got 12s and 14s and 16s and 18s. They'll be here all day.
Isn't that great to see?
To go over and say hello.
Future of cricket, everybody.
Yep.
Future of cricket.
Blag gets this slightly wrong, but gets away with it. I think it was heading down the leg side.
She does. Spoils are wide here, I feel. And this is Srisha Nandivado's on strike. She's played this shot well. She's got runs from it, got boundaries from it, but this time she just tucks herself up a little bit, doesn't quite get out of the way. And Blag gets away with that one. Yanira Blag, another very good player. Got a bit of pace about her as well. Just a little bit short at the moment with her length. Let's see if she can get it a little bit further up. She can, and she does. And just look at the pace of that. You've got to feel a little bit for the keeper. Well, Sally Barton, we were just talking about her being the oldest cricketer.
And to be fair to Sally,
that's a good. This is quick.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this, and it's rising. She does well to get there.
Sally, she's very an interesting person, even outside of cricket. You know, she's had a great story, and she lived in Congo for a while, and it's amazing. She's big into her football as well. But she's the one person who's not complaining about, oh, I'm so sore after forward. She's kept every single ball, and she just said, I don't really know what they're complaining about.
Just keeps on going. All right, Power.
You can't.
First ball swing and a miss.
When you've got a 67-year-old behind the stumps that's not complaining, as a 20-something, you can't really say anything about being sore, can you? But I will say, I think also Gibraltar, they don't have any other options. I was asking, is there anyone that could give Sally a break, or is anyone coming through? But it's just, I mean, a lot of their players that might be able to do it, they bowl. So you can't really, it's not so easy to cover. That's a good shot, really good shot. You see why Bubba's been put out there. That's a classical cover drive. It races away for 4.
Yeah, and that's also the end of the over. They needed that boundary pretty badly, didn't they? So it's going to be 10 that comes off the over. Takes the score now to 27. But you'll see, folks, the big difference between the two power plays. 27 on the board here with the loss of that one wicket that retired out. And, Gibraltar at the same point were on 61. So you'll see two very different sort of skyscrapers here when you see them on your screen. But Czechia, I think one thing they'll be wary of as well. All right, they may not get to the 138, but the 96, they've got to get to that 96 to get a point.
Yeah, and that'd be a good target. I still think that they would hope they could pull off a miraculous chase here. I mean, the rate required, 15. Yes, it's tough, but you got a player there that can do it. If Barbara gets going, obviously we've seen Nandivada be able to crack a couple of boundaries as well. And you have gotten through a tough early period, I think, of 3 very pacey bowlers. Now, you've got a slight change of pace with Helen Mumford coming on to bowl over number 4. That first one will go for a wide. So, Czechia, when you've got a tough total to chase, you break it up into small bits. And now you're looking at, okay, we need 15 off this over, let's say 16. Let's try and get to 44 by the end of the 4th. By the way, plenty of little airports around here. It's one of the windiest parts of the city, and that's why they have airports here. That's why you see planes around all the time. They originally, and now the main airport is in another region, but this is why historically there's a lot of aviation.
Vinny, you're talking about planes, so we've got to obviously mention the disaster which happened in India.
Oh, of course.
And I think it's fair to say that on behalf of me and everyone on the European Cricket Network, our heart goes out to everybody that's been affected there. And may all those people that have lost their lives, their souls rest in peace. And our thoughts go out to the families of all those victims. And it's difficult times. And we just want everybody to know that, of course, our prayers and thoughts are with everybody affected. Horrible natural disaster. That one gets played away, and that is going to be 4 runs. Good hit, full toss, and it's been dispatched by Baba.
Yeah, and yeah, it's a good shot by Baba. First things first. Again, that was coming down probably around knee high, but timed it up nicely. So Mumford, again, she's bowling from the opposite end that she's bowled most of the week. So it's been an adjustment for her, I think, as well. But yeah, I echo your sentiments there. It's a shocking disaster. You know, it's a very rare event these days as well. So our thoughts go out to everyone that was affected. And yeah, there's not really too much you can say at a time like this. But I'm sure all of our community shares those thoughts. Mumford gets this one wrong and be a no ball.
Yeah, I think
probably one that Baba could have gone after if she'd guessed it was going to bounce again.
I was thinking the same. I think
she could have cracked it through cover.
It's definitely worth having a swing at.
But she can have a swing at this one because this will be a free hit coming up. Oh, now she charges. It will be 4. But I mean, again, she charges a bit. She hits it from chest high, but it's probably coming down. How much? I'm not so sure. I have to have a look.
It felt high. It did feel high.
It
and
did,
let's
didn't
see where this is here. I think you could probably call in that video. I don't think. I know she charges, but I don't think. Me personally, I don't think that's going to come down.
Yeah, I would agree. I still think it's probably waist height. It's a tough one.
Yeah, it has been called.
Yeah, I think it is. And if you're not sure, I think you go towards no ball. I think even if she's standing at a crease, maybe she has to hit her in the hip or higher. So I think they look at that. And with the technology, it feels to me it was the right call.
I think it's a fair call, yeah.
All right. Another free hit then for Baba. Huge swing and a miss. And that's probably a case of the free hit made her play a worse shot than if it was just a normal ball.
Yeah.
But a rare miss from Fawa.
She comes charging down here, and I think she knows she probably would have been better off just staying in the crease. But well done to Helen. She gets a dot ball in. She gets out of it. 2 more balls to go in this over. 12 from it so far.
Pretty good shot, but fielder out there should do the work, and does. Nicely done by the captain, Lauren Pius. Interesting she's captain, she's put herself miles away from everyone. Maybe it gives her a bit more space to think. Last ball of the over coming up. So, yeah, doing okay here, Czechia. I said they should want to be around 44 at the end of this over. Could they get a boundary here and do that? No, will be hit, just chipped over the top. Again, you've got to be looking for a 2 here, but don't think you're going to get it. It's Ariana Giannini that does the fielding. So at the end of 4 overs, Czechia are 41 for 1.
Yeah, ticking away quite nicely. 41 now on the board. Fairly productive over. That one, it goes for 14, so just below where they need to be. But if they can stay at around that, it still gives them a chance at the end to have a big surge in the last, say, 2 overs. To get the, well, it might be 32, 34 required, but if they can stay at it, that's the key thing. You still do feel that it could be a big over coming up here for the batters, but at the same time, with some of the bowlers to come back, you feel that it could be some quiet ones as well. So I think you've got to just basically go for everything here. Don't be shy of it. You've got 2 batters that are having a good swing. That's a good delivery.
That's the length. I think Yanira at times has been a bit too short in this series, T20s and even occasionally in a first over. But this is the length. I think it gives the ball a chance to do something as well.
Yeah.
And I think any line from tram line to stumps is great if she's able to bowl that length.
Yeah, she's got the pace that will trouble the batters, but she's just got to get it in the right area, about location. She goes shorter here.
There you go.
That allows the batter. Yeah, that allows the batter to step back and just crunch it, and that's what she's got to learn here. I mean, when she's pitching the ball up, the batters, they're getting beaten. No, all ends up. But as soon as it's short, it's time to look at it. It sits up, and it's been well hit. And, well, that's the birthday boy, Shobit, getting out of the way, making sure Shobit doesn't get hit.
Doesn't have to duck too often, luckily, Shobit. But anyway, happy birthday to him.
Happy birthday, Shobit. Oh, maybe he's going to have a few gin and tonics tonight.
Yesterday we were having a few laughs. He did his first T20I yesterday. He's saying... I heard someone say, but is it a problem for you seeing over the stumps? But Shobit's great. No, Shobit's great. Actually, he speaks Czech pretty well as well. He's lived here a long time. Hello to Shobit's mum and dad. I'm sure they'll be wishing they could have spent the day with him as well. But they've been here before. But no, Shobit, we love him. He feels like one of the crew, and And it's a big moment for him yesterday playing his first T20 night. Barber on 13 is in the air and out. And once again, Yanira pitches it up, forces the false shot from Fawa Barber, and that's a big moment in this chase. Yanira Blag with the big wicket, and it's 46 for 2.
Yeah, and it's the unlucky 13 that Fawa Barber will fall for. Doesn't really play the right shot to this ball. You have a look at this here. She doesn't get the middle of the bat. She just ends up chipping it up, and it's a fairly comfortable catch taken. So they get the big wicket of the dangerous Fawa Barber. But she'll come back strong, I'm pretty sure. Remember, as I said earlier, hasn't played a lot of cricket recently. Been busy studying for her exams with the PhD she's doing. But that's just one of many knocks that she's going to have, and I'm pretty sure that she will come good for a team. But that's a good wicket for Gibraltar to take, because that will certainly slow, you would imagine, Czechia down a little bit here now. 46 for 2, and a nice straightforward catch taken there by Rosie Riley. Gets her name in the book.
Yeah, Rosie took that one very nicely low down. Kuncheva gets the bat. Again, it's an opportunity for her to kind of settle. I just think it's a bit less pressure in this format for the bats, in a way. You know, they get to play their shots. If they get out, it's not the end of the world. I think there were some times where Czechia were quite concerned about losing their wicket, and rightly so, I suppose, when they potentially weren't batting up 20 overs. Their first game against Gibraltar actually was probably their best team batting performance I've seen, because they had that intent, but were able to still bat out 20 overs, and we're just kind of patting them back. Kuncheva gives this the kitchen sink, but won't be able to cash in. That'll be the end of the 5th over, and Czechia are 46 for 2, so kind of falling off the race with the game, but certainly if they could keep this kind of rate, maybe improve it a bit, they could potentially take a point out of this game. Last day in Hornchurch today of the ECI-W, which I think it gets underway in around about 15 minutes time, and then we're into tomorrow, of course, here, last day of the ECIs. Then we have 2 European Cricket Series this week. I'll be in Finland with Andrew Ryan, actually. And then I know you'll be in Bulgaria and Belgium and Krefeld, so you'll be doing all those 3 weeks, right? And Shoban, who was with me, and actually you get to meet him on Monday, he's going to do the end of Bulgaria with you, and then he's going to do the T20. So I think you'll really enjoy working with him. Yeah,
looking forward to it. And I liked hearing both of your tones the other day. I think you complimented each other very well. So, yeah, looking forward to calling a few games in Shoban. And, of course, with Danny Hudicek and Phil G. Of course, I was with Phil in Romania. We had an absolute brilliant time after the weather did get good. So, yeah, looking forward to spending my time with all 3 up in the air, and one bounce, and it just races past the fielder when it hits the deck. It's going to be 4 more runs. That's what they need here. And I'm liking this from Chirisha and Nandi Vara. She's not afraid to give it a clobber, and if the ball is short and anywhere near her pad, she's onto it like a flash.
Yeah, I think you'll enjoy just thinking about for Shoban. He honestly, he sounds a lot like Harsha Bogle.
Does he?
Yeah, a lot.
Okay.
And I think I thought that, but I thought, well, I'm just imagining it. But he said no, he was one of his inspirations, and how he then got recommended for commentary in India was through somebody that was quite tight with Harsha Bogle, and so he's got a real animated voice. I think you'll enjoy working with him. Good, really nice guy too. All right, this is going to be in the gap, and that's going to be 4 more. Great effort down there from Amy Valverde Benatar, but couldn't quite pull it back, and the result will be 4 more. And Nandavada brings up the 50 as well for Czechia.
Yeah, she's a nice, good, solid shot. You can see her strength. If it's short, she's onto it. She loves to pull and hook. Gets another one away. And, well, Mumford has just got to get the ball a bit fuller. Otherwise, you can find herself going down the leg side again. Well, this is going to be too wide outside the off. I think it's a better idea, a little bit shorter, but she's trying to go wide so she doesn't allow Nandivada to play that shot, the pull or the hook. But on this occasion, she's too far wide. Let's see if she can bring it in just slightly.
Mumford bowling out the 6th. Gets that one to swing a little bit.
Yeah,
Nandivada just happy to play it out. Hey, I was just thinking, I keep forgetting you've been off for, like, how long is it now? A week?
Just over a week, yeah.
Yeah, because Romania ran into, so a week and a half, basically. Yeah, so I keep forgetting. We haven't had a chance to talk about a few things. As that is hit, and it's hit pretty high. Won't carry. It's well fielded down there. Lauren Shepherd into the side today. And make sure it's only a single. But in chat, Kroom made his debut this week.
Kroom made his debut, did he?
Did you know this?
No.
So Kroom played for Havering 11 in
Hornchurch.
In Hornchurch because they were a late call up, and it was kind of a make-up team. Pretty well bowled, straightens down the line. Mumford will probably know that's where she needs to bowl it, and probably will hope for a few more in that area next time around. This time she goes none for 25, and after 6 overs it's 57 for 2. Not only that, took a wicket in his first over, took a catch, took a wicket in another over, but there's something that he posted, I noticed on his social media, was when there was this caught and bowled, it kind of went up and kind of went pretty much where the umpire was standing. So he had to turn around, go up, try and find it, and he wiped himself out. You know, and there was, I think Diana must have got a photo of it that he posted. But Kroom, I mean, it was a classic ECN story. Everyone was really behind him. He had some catches dropped off his bowling that went for 6, and everyone was, come on. But he got both sides of the ECN coin. I think at one stage he was listed as their best player in all our match reports. Then in the next game, I think he went for almost a hypersonic over. I think he went for a 38.
Oh, dear.
So, a bit of a mixed bag, but that's ECN cricket, Kroom. We're all really proud of you.
Yeah, that's T10. It's the way it goes. But well done, Kroom. You kept that quiet, buddy, but yeah, it's good.
Once I got word of it, it was must-watch TV. I was making sure even I was here. I was watching both. Hey, hello to Ederico as well. Good to see you. Hello to Alex. Yeah, thanks for watching from Gibraltar. Is that where you're watching from, Alex? Great to see you. And looks like Prabha Raghunath is going to bowl over number 7. So 4 overs to go. That run rate's just crept out of sight, I think, for the win. There's a thick edge here from Erica. Holds up, and that's Megan Mumford. So you just saw Helen Mumford bowling. That's Megan. That's her daughter. So we have mother-daughter combo. I think I might have covered 4 or 5 mother-daughter combos now.
Prabha Raghunath with the ball. Makes a good start. This is exactly what we said that Gibraltar's plan would have been. Get the good bowlers in, take that rate up to this 20 mark with 4 overs to go. And basically, unless anything really crazy happens, they've got this match in the bag. But can they restrict their opposition to below that 96 mark? And that's what, of course, Czechia will be looking to get to. But a couple of dot balls in here is not helping their cause. Nice bit of flight here from Raghunath. I like it. I like the way she hides the ball. Look at that. You're not seeing what I'm doing with it, she says.
I like the use of the feet here as well. And also good attacking fielding. Rosie Riley. Well, last year, I mean, Aaron Vukusic was playing for Croatia and was very much a kind of a cut above, I suppose, the standard of the tournament. But Rosie ran her out with a run out from the outfield. And that kind of set off a chain of events that ultimately would secure Gibraltar the CE Cup in 2024. That one drops a bit on Andavado, who's able to kind of sweep the low full toss for a single. But yeah, Croatia coming up. I do hear, though, that we don't have Erin in the side. Definitely not for the first game. So I don't know if she's planning to travel this weekend. I know she was listed in the side, or listed in the squad. But yeah, I think Croatia, Czechia coming up next game. I think it's going to be a pretty good one. I think
it's going to be interesting to see Croatia again. Of course, I had the pleasure of seeing them play in the T20s and the ECIs there in Malta. And they played very well. Of course, had a 3-2 win against Malta in a very exciting series. And some good performances from them as well. Helen Lecco was absolutely superb. She was well supported there by Lydia. And of course, we've already had some goodies from them, haven't we?
Yeah.
Got to mention those.
Big thank you.
Yeah, the Terranino we've got. And it's basically, I'm looking at the bottle here now in front of me, is red wine liqueur. So I think I'll save that one for a bit later. Thank you very much. That's Vedran, who's sent that through for us. And no doubt we'll have a chat a bit later.
Raghunath over the wickets, kept it pretty tight. Gives it both barrels here. Does Nandavada, runs away, and that'll be 4. So a little bit of a pressure relieving boundary there. Czechia in the hunt for the point still. After 7 overs, 65 for 2.
Yeah, they needed this boundary, didn't they? And she just gets it over the infield. It sort of loops over. But once it gets past you, the outfield is quick. It's certainly a lot quicker than I remember it last year, I have to say. And with the weather being the way it is, it's going to be nice and fast, I think, for the remainder of our tour here. Quick look then at the team set. So, yeah, let's have a look at Croatia.
I mean, you saw Croatia recently, but I know Helen Leko is such a reliable player. But Lydia listed to open. Lydia is captain, Lydia Kavaric, for this series. Valentina Romani in there. And to be honest, I've seen most of those players before. So, I mean, they've got some recent experience, which I think will help. You mentioned they won 3-2. Turka Kolchinova listed to come in for Czechia. She sat this one out. She's been out all week with a hand injury. So that is coming up and should start in around about 35 minutes' time. So news from the toss, Croatia winning and electing to bat. I don't think the Czechs will worry about that too much. I think they are going to have to bowl and field better. I think that if they, or just to do it from the beginning, this time they kind of seem to get their act together about halfway through. This is Lauren Pius coming on, but nice bit of footwork there to get across and get it past the fielder in the circle. This is turning into really good innings from Nandavada. Moves to 35.
Yeah, Srisha Nandavada, really good shot. She plays this shot so well. She's got such a good eye on that. She assesses the bounce, gets herself into a good position and plays it away beautifully. Gets a nice swivel on that. A little bit of the as that one goes all the way down for Cuatro Carreras. That's nicely played. What's for then? Come on, you know the language pretty well. What's for? Huh?
Steje.
Steje.
No, you see, again, you're saying it wrong. Even I'm saying it wrong. It's impossible. Steje. Help me out here.
How can you tell me it wrong and say I'm saying it wrong? What about six? That must be
chest. Chest,
okay.
you
Chest
can say.
is
Chest,
okay.
you can say.
Okay.
Steje. But there's a certain sound that we don't make and we can't hear. So, but they can hear when we're doing it wrong. So I got to tell you some of this from the other day. So we're in a stand-up comedy show, which is actually great fun. There's a great thriving scene here. This time, at the end of the bat for America, they go on contact. Well, slow to go at the other end, but they do get away with it. So they'll get another one. You can see what they need for a point here. So 25 or 15. Oh,
this is proper hustle. And you just get the feeling that a better throw either end, it would have been out. A direct hit, definitely out. But you can see just maybe a little bit slow getting behind the stumps there, Sally. And as a result of that, the batter does get home. So Nandavada continues 36 or 24.
So it's just the thing with Czech. I mean, it's a beautiful language, but it's just so different to English, and it's notoriously hard to learn, even people that live here a long time. Dan Casey was in the chat yesterday. He's lived here 18 years. He said it's only started to make progress in the last 2, and he's been trying to learn all along, right?
That, yeah.
So it's different, you know. It is learnable, but it just takes a long time. It's very hard to just pick it up. You know how sometimes you just pick it up?
Yeah.
It's very hard to just pick it up naturally because it sounds like aliens talking when they're talking. That's hit very well. That's in the gap as well. You know, that'll be 4. So Nandavada to 40. And a very good shot. Czechia stay in the hunt for a point. Remember, they need to get to 96.
Down,
a little
boy.
bit of
Down,
the old
boy.
fetch has
Down,
come
boy.
out here.
Oh, that's not a bog roll. Leave it alone. I love it. Beautiful. Going to go there later and give him a nice little pat. Hey, what a shot this is. And what a performance. A higher score on the European Cricket Network so far in this format. The last was 33. She's gone past that. 33 against Spain last year. And now she's moved to 40.
Yeah, congratulations. Short should whack this and does. That could go all the way, and it does. Maximo!
Arriba.
Oh, you love this as well. And it's the first 6 that the Czechs have hit this week. And Nandavada on a heater, end of the 8th over as well. 83 for 2.
Arriba, Shaba, Kinna Sona, Shaka Maria. That is absolutely glorious. What a lovely hit that is. And, well, Srisha Nandavada is having a field day out there. Moves to 46.
So I've got to tell you this quickly. I'll try and get through it. But
Okay.
He's a Scottish guy, and he says, he's hosting, and he says he's lived here for a while now. And the Czech government actually offers free Czech classes. But the thing is, you have to attend all the classes. You have to go every day for 4 weeks. You have to pass the exam at the end. And if you do that, it's free. But if you miss a class, or you drop out, or you don't pass the exam, you've got to pay basically 400 euros.
Ooh, that's a stinger.
And it said it moves pretty quickly. He said 30 people started the class, 3 finished it. And what that meant is that 27 people would rather have paid 400 euros than learn the language.
Learn the language. Holy.
And then he told another man, an American guy in week 2, just flipped the table and walked out. And the teacher said, anyway, if you turn to chapter, apparently happens all the time. But anyway,
wonderful.
hey, if you can do it, I've got big respect. Shobit, who's on the camera here, I mean, he actually speaks it better than most. But you can ask Danny about it. You can ask Phil about it. I was talking to Phil about it yesterday.
Yeah.
He says at this stage now he can like pick up bits and pieces, but it's very different to, for example, in languages more related to English, like Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, even French, and German. You can just pick it up a bit easier. Anyway, Amy's back and she's going to get tapped away by Kuncheva. That would have been out. It almost creates an overthrow.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's a 5er.
Oh, my word.
That's a dream result because it also gives Nandavada the strike back. So, yeah, a 5. It was missed on the backup and it was missed on the secondary backup and it ends up running away to the boundary.
Oh, well, would you believe it? So, I mean, this would have been out. There's no doubt about it. If this hits, it gets past 1, gets past 2. A little bit of lazy fielding there, has to be said.
And Lauren Shepherd's even given her the look down at her hand and was almost amazed there was no ball in there. She tried to kind of just pick it up with the palm facing towards the ground. I say Nandavada gets the strike back. They need 8 off 11 for the point now, Czechia. They should do it. Nandavada searching for her first ever half century. He hits this hard. That'll set a bit of a task, but that's well fielded down there. That's Giannini that does the work. Also, she's pretty interesting left-arm bowler. I'm sure we'll see a bit of her with the ball this weekend. Obviously, someone's going to have to cover Amy's overs as well when she's not in the team anymore.
Well, you did say that Nikki's not playing this match. I wonder if that was technically done.
Potentially,
So,
yeah. Gives her a break as well.
Yeah, she'll come in. She gets a bit of a break. Good Yorker delivery. This is probably, if we see this ball again, this is probably what we didn't see too much from Czechia, and they'll be looking to do more of it. It's full, it's straight. Look at the swing on that. It's actually very well played.
Yeah.
It's a good delivery.
Played it with a straight bat. Sometimes you've got to take your medicine. 7 off 9, though, Czechia for the point. Remember they, in their home series against Greece a couple of years ago in the ECI, it might have been last year, they didn't take a single point out of 20. That I know they were disappointed with that. So it would be something to also, we don't know how Croatia are going to go against Gibraltar, but you would say that Croatia and Czechia seem like a bit more of a closer game. So it also, say that Gibraltar do win their matches, taking a point off Gibraltar probably puts you in the better shape for the runners-up medals. Let's see, 7 off 8 required. Yeah, again, pretty well bowled. This time they will get a single. The field's been pushed back. It's a very different feel, the T10 versus T20. I mean, I've done a fair bit of T20 lately. I did the Medina Cup, of course, as well, and then the last 6 days. But you can just feel this vibrancy about this game. There's things happening. There's runs. There's wickets. There's fielding stops. There's boundaries. Had the 4 overthrows earlier in the over. And Nevada on 47. That'll be the end of the over, but she does survive it. So we'll have a kind of last over BP thriller. The bonus point buzz. That's apparently what they call it in the chat these days. It's 90 for 2 after 9.
Yeah, and you can see there the numbering bracket's 96. That is what Czechia are after here now with the target of 138 now beyond them. But they would love to take a point out. And I think it would be a good point. I mean, with you mentioning what you did last time when they didn't pick up a point, etc., when the opposition has scored a healthy 137, 90 for 2. So also it's not like they've been really struggling. They batted really well. They played some nice shots. I mean, we were a little bit surprised with the technical retired out earlier. We think they could have probably managed the batting order better maybe. But if they can get a point out of this, they'll be happy with that for sure.
Hindsight's 20/20, but I mean, they still batted out at a reasonably good pace. All right, so 6 required for Czechia. Make that 5.
That's a good single to take with the first ball because it gets the danger. Srisha Nandavada on strike. She's on 47 as well. You can see she's put a big effort in. She's been there right from the beginning. She's huffing and puffing. But can she get one more big shot in here?
They deserve to take something out of the game. Ferrari's not going to make it easy. Again, just if you're hitting the ball here, you're probably getting a run. The field's well back. They need 5 off 5. This is where Kuntseva has to find a way to at least get one and not necessarily hit the ball straight back to the bowler. That's the only place they're not getting one is if they hit it straight back down the pitch. So this isn't one, I don't think, to block. It's just going to create pressure. You've got to try and do something with it and angle it away to the offside or the leg side.
Lizzie looks pretty composed as she goes back to her mark, and she comes again.
Might be a wide, just misses down the leg side. Remember, anything down the leg side is a wide. So 3 required. A point feels like a win for a Czechia team that's been outclassed, I think, over the last 3 days of cricket. So this would give them some hope that they can compete. That makes good contact again down the ground. So that makes it 2. And also, looking at Nandavada, she needs 2 for her half century.
She's batted so well, and she deserves it as well. Highest score on the network so far. Can she also seal it with not just a point for her country, but a half century and a personal best for her? That really means something for her. She's batted so well. Good knock. It looks like they want to make maybe some field changes here to put a little bit of pressure to stop her getting the 2. 8 4s and 1 6 in that 48. An exceptional innings.
All right, 2 to do it. Oh, that's very close. She's going to be out. So BP Thriller here. I don't think Erica's realised, but I'm pretty sure that Nandavada knows that she's going to have to go. So she's out for 48. Just trying to get a little bit too creative there, perhaps.
Yeah.
And she's a Judge LBW. Certainly seemed like it. They're swinging straight down the line from Ferrari.
Yeah, I don't think it gets any plumber than this because the ball comes back in, making impact about middle and going to knock out middle. That as plumb as you can get, and you can see that the umpire just had no other alternative. But what a great knock it's been. It's a fantastic knock of 48. As I said, 8 4s and 1 6 in that. Excellent knock. And thing is, though, should be really disappointed if they don't get the couple of runs they need of the last 2 balls.
Definitely. But, yeah, she batted really well. But we got a bit of a thriller on our hands here. They need 2 runs to achieve a point.
Got to be looking to run here.
Not a bad batter to come out either front of her. She could easily open the innings. But she's got no time. They've brought the field in. But I think you've got to run on contact. You've got to force the play.
I think even if it goes past, you just run.
2 to do it. And she will get 1. And I think, again, this is one of those ones it's full, but it's maybe not quite full enough to be a full toss. No ball. Ooh, it's close, though, isn't it?
It is on the way down. I think that's what's going to save it. They're going to have a good look. A shake of the head from the umpire. So, all right, we're going to have the umpire, they're still looking. Looks like they've decided it's okay. So, well, we're going to have a thriller here.
Got a last ball thriller. They need any score for a point. Any score. And surely they'd know that.
And the non-striker just got to be running here. Got to run.
You got to run. Away. Even if you miss it, you got to run.
Got to run.
No hesitation. Just go. Any run for a point for Czechia. And they do hit it. They will get their point. Ferrari will get hit for 1. She'll get hit for 2. And Kuntseva. A nice moment for Erica
keep
there.
Running, keep running.
Jeez. They could get 6.
It could be 6.
They'll get 6. Of course they will. Why not? So they'll finish with 101. So they get 6 runs off the last. 2 sets of 4 overthrows. Lizzie will not be happy despite coming out on the winning side.
Somebody tell her she just got a 6 there. She'll be jumping around with joy.
Erica just hit a 6.
Yeah,
that
she
is
just
true.
hit a 6. That's right, folks. You heard us right. It went all along the deck, but it's 6. They're round 2.
Oh, boy.
4 overthrows.
ECN T10's back, baby. But look, let's take nothing away from Gibraltar. I mean, they are the better side in the contest. They will end up winning 137 to 101. But certainly a respectable effort from Czechia that brings them their first point of the series. And look, Gibraltar, I think they set it up with the bat, didn't they? They had some moments where it was going well with the ball, some maybe not so much. But I think they are hot favourites for this weekend. You see that even without Amy Valverde Benatar, who obviously will be a big loss for them. At the Czechia side, well, that'll put them in good spirits because remember, they've got a big day. They're going to play 4 times, including next against Croatia. Now, that's match 2, and it's coming up in around about 20 minutes' time. with the Croatia side winning the toss, electing to bat there. One change with Turko Kolchunova coming in for the first time this week. And again, she got that broken finger, but she thinks it's good enough to play. She got clearance from the doctor. So that's coming up in about 20 minutes' time. We'll have the first ball. Roll the videotape. And Czechia got off to a decent start, didn't they? 16 off the first over.
Yeah, they certainly did. Help with this one, of course. That was 5 wides, the first runs that went on the board. And then we saw some lovely batting from Srisha Nandivada, and that was just one and a couple of examples of how she put away those short deliveries. And meanwhile, the juniors were at it at the other ground, and nice to see the juniors enjoying the sunshine and enjoying a weekend of cricket as well. And well, when Baba was there, we knew that she could be dangerous. Unfortunately, though, even though she did get a couple of boundaries away, she was caught. This was it here, just caught up, maybe a bit surprised by the bounce of that delivery. She was a little bit late playing it, and a very good catch there taken by Rosie Riley. But it was all about Nandivada, who just kept them in it. In the end, I mean, she's going to be, I know often you're going to be talking about, of course, a great knock from Amy Valadera Bellatar, that 71 or 33, which probably gets the player of the match performance. But I think you've got to give a shout out to Nandivada, because if it weren't for her 48, then Czechia would not have taken anything away from this contest.
And I think even though Barber didn't make as many runs as they would have hoped, and the fact they recognised that the game was drifting and they needed to make a change, even with Jana being one of their better hitters. But I think also, if you bolt certain spots to Jana, you can keep her quiet. And I think that was going to happen with the premier bowlers on in the power play. So, I think you've got to applaud the proactive strategic move there. This is how it finished. I mean, the old 1 + 1 + 4 = 6. The non-standard Maximo to take Czechia past the 100. And again, always good to see improvement. You certainly see maybe a bit less pressure with the bat this time, with the side being bolstered by some of those ins as well. Trisha Nandivada with 48, her highest score at ECN. And that came off 30 balls. Probably deserved a 50, but in the end, she did get her team to a position where they could achieve a point in the end. Baba with 13 after Kaminkova was strategically retired early on. But Kuncheva, I think, with 19 off 16, did a very good job. She's a great player. And Zuzka Vranova with the single was a very important single as well. Came out at a pressure time, second last ball. Ferrari with a wicket, Yanira Blag with a wicket. But for me, Amy Valverde Benatar, best of the bowlers, with none for 8 off her 2 overs. Just a shame we won't get to see her, because she's got to go back to Gibraltar for work reasons. But yeah, Pius and Raghunath Mumford, I mean, they'll probably feel that they could bowl a little bit better in themselves as well, and probably cover that load of Amy leaving. So that's the tail of the tape in match number 1. 36 runs between the two teams. Gibraltar get to have a break. They deserve one. But Czechia won't get a break. They are back-to-back, taking on the Croatian side, who will play their first game of the tour very shortly. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. We'll see you after the break for more ECI-W Czechia. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Out and having a lot of fun here on a Super Saturday of action. Remember, 10 women's T10 matches across 2 venues on ECN today. Now it's time to say hello to a new team here in Czechia because the Croatians have arrived. So match 2 sees Czechia taking on Croatia. The Sheriff Charles Croucher has the coin. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ready for the toss for match 2 with Czechia and Croatia to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it is a head.
We're going to bet first.
Croatia won the toss. They'll have a bat.
Croatia win then and have elected to have a bat. It's a good confident move, and we have seen them pretty recently on the network. We saw them in Malta not too long ago. And look, I think with no Erin Vukacic in the team, and there was questions about whether we'd see her, she isn't here to appear for Croatia today, and so it just means that I think there's not too much between these two teams. In fact, if you look at the numbers, Croatia haven't actually been able to get over Czechia in T10, the T10 format. It was a little bit different during the T20s in the CE Cup here last year. But yeah, Czechia, I think they're looking a little bit tired for sure, but there's an injection of some new players there today. I think they're already kind of up and they're into their day. Well, plenty of action around here. We've got sirens, we've got helicopters, we're going to have some Maximos hopefully flying as well as we fly over to the commentary box where Rico Full is there. News from the toss, Croatia batting first in their first match of the tour against the Czechs. Over to you as we get ready for the start of the game.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu. Yes, there is plenty of action, not just here, but around everywhere. Action in Hornchurch as well. Things getting started there pretty soon. In England, of course. And talking of England, well, they'll also be trooping the colour day there. 14,000 officers and men on parade, together with 200 horses and over 500 musicians playing at once. Yep, trooping the colour day there in England as well. It's also, well, I can see that Vinny was wearing red, and quite appropriate on World Blood Donor Day, an event that raises awareness to the importance that donating blood means to the health industry. Let's have a look at these two teams. Of course, we've had a look there before, so one change there for Czechia. Teresa comes into the side. Remember, she didn't play the T20s because of a slight injury to her hand, but she's been given the all clear, so looking forward to seeing her in action. Then, for the first time, we're seeing Croatia that are playing in this T10 International Series, and welcome to them. And, well, they start with the win predictor giving them 88% a chance of winning this match, 88 to just the 12. So, again, that's a big percentage, but I think that's based on their current form, really. Remember, these two teams did meet back in 2024, and it was Czechia that won 4-0 on that occasion. But Croatia have improved since then, and only recently, back in May, we saw them beat Malta 3-2 in a very exciting ECI-W there. And some of the key players to watch out for them, Helen Leko, she was in great form there, 97 runs. She was the top scorer and made some steady contributions all the way through. And also with the bat, I think Saka Kalkunova, and she was also very, very good. And Lydia Kravovic is going to be key as well for them. She's got 74 runs in that series against Malta. And they've got some good bowlers there as well. Lydia is one of them. And also Pavla Sanug is certainly going to be one to watch. Well, more flying aircraft flying around as we get ready to start. There's Babar. Different shirt now for Babar. I'm sure she was number 7 in the last match. Number 35. Let's see if this is brings her a little bit more luck. And she's going to start off with the ball. Here's the first. It's a loopy delivery. That's played well down the ground, and it's well smothered in the field. That's one thing that Czechia will be looking to improve on. I think myself and Vinny were both in agreement that they did give away too many unnecessary runs, a few fielding errors. But the captain leading by example. Tala Maria topping that one. It's played, no run as it goes straight to the fielder. This is steady start. This is Pavla Sanjug. And oh, that one's gone right through. A good delivery. Nice teasing little delivery. I think if you have a look at what Farah Babar's bowling, if you're not going to use your feet to her, if you're going to be stuck in your crease, then you're going to struggle to get her away. And the chances are, if you do get a bat on the ball, you're going to present a catching opportunity. The field's well set. You've got a good offside field with 5 fielders inside the circle. And it goes to one of them, taking on the arm, and that's good running for me. I think if you hit the ball into the deck like this, so it's going to be bouncing around, going to the fielder, you've got to be looking to take the single. So that's well run. As Pavla gets off the mark, hands a strike back over now to Lydia, the captain. And nice looking shot played. Once again, they'll just take a single. So that field, the 5 on the offside working. On the leg side, they've got 45 on the boundary. That's one part of the area that is of this ground very fast, so you can understand that boundary being protected. And then you've also got a mid-wicket that's back and mid-on, mid-off inside the circle. And that's gone straight through. It's a swing and a miss. It's going to be the end of Pavla. It goes across the line to a straight delivery. A little bit fuller this time from Babar. And well, change of number and maybe change of form and player as Babar breaks through. And Croatia lose their first wicket. Yeah, she plays the wrong shot, and no, she does. But once again, it's what I was talking about. No footwork. And if you want to try and bat inside your crease to that sort of length, you're going to find yourself in trouble. So Pavla's going to go for 1 or 4 deliveries. And she'll be disappointed with the way that she goes. So a wicket coming right at the end of that first over from Babar. Gets the breakthrough, nicely done. There's a look at that field I was talking about earlier. We can go back to that a little bit later, but let's take a look at this. Of course, all getting excited for more women's cricket. And of course, the grand finale, which will be the European Cricket Championships. The 1st to the 20th of December, Emerging Division, Challenger and Premier Division. That, of course, all to come. So growing bigger all the time. That struck well and well picked up and well thrown. Good bit of cricket all around, actually. It's kind of a risky single to take because it's been cleanly hit. And because it's hit cleanly, it goes to the fielder pretty rapidly, who makes no mistakes, gets the throw in. But fortunately, it just misses the stumps. But a good bit of cricket all round from everybody, batters and the bowlers. New batter here is now Helen Lecco. Helen, just speaking to her a bit earlier, was a slight back complaint, which she just picked up a bit of a twinge, I think, when she was warming up, but not affecting her, hopefully, too much. Pinchova with the ball. And this time, just sneaks that one in. Helena just looking at the umpire there. Let's have a look. I think this is right on the line here. Very good call. Feels that it's wide. Does the batter. But no issues there at all. So this is probably a big key partnership really for Croatia. It's nicely worked away, but to the fielder, but it's very good backing up from Lydia. Good early call, and she's there. And I think that's one thing. That's one thing I've certainly noticed in improvement for Croatia. I was talking a lot about this when I saw them in Malta, their improvement, particularly the running between the wickets. And also, when you see them in the field, the way they set the field, very tight field. They don't give anything away. Certainly improved vastly since they did lose. It's in the air, but oh dear, that's a classic blooper moment on the European Cricket Network, really. The fielder, now whether she stayed on her feet, she would have been in a catching position, because she does come in, then starts to slip. I don't know how much of this we get on the camera. Maybe just there. Starts to come in, and just there you see, starts to slip and fall over. Oh, that's a pity. Now, that was Pooja. She told. Just goes down. I think if she stays on her feet, I think she probably ran in too much and then tries to recover. Down she goes. And the ball then goes to the boundary. Now another chance maybe. No, just doesn't carry. It's almost like tip and run at the moment here from Croatia, and every run being applauded by the teammates. It's the end of the second over, and 10 for 1. Not a bad one there from Erica. Welcome back to everybody that's tuning in around the world. Hello to Wayne, and who's saying hi, and Chris Smith is in there as well. KG joining in the chat. Of course, we're bringing you, it's another kind of Women's Day on the European Cricket Network, with 5 matches from Czechia and also 5 there from Hornchurch. That's firmly hit and well fielded. Once again, it's the captain doing all the hard work, and a direct hit as well. So Janya Talamarla, good stop, good throw, good arm, hits the target. Good job. The batter had got in there. That's Lydia, who's, we know she's a powerful striker of the ball, hits the ball very cleanly. Looking to get a good partnership there going here with Helen Leko. Blocks that one out. Who is the top scorer for Croatia in Malta? Just a few weeks ago, actually, there in May. Baba. That's nicely played. 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. Lovely shot. And once again, screams of delight from the Croatians. Plays that so well, and just watch this go. And smooth and swift, like the Microlino, all the way to the boundary. Beep, beep. Nice shot from Helen. And just getting into the groove. This is the sort of the way she was batting. What I like about her is that if it's a good ball, she will respect it. She'll block it out if she has to, and will still look to take the single. But if she gets any room, she plays it nicely. Once again, strikes this, but unfortunately to the fielder, which is well stopped. So good improvements from Czechia as well in the field. Srisha Nandivada, what a star she was for Czechia in that last game, ensuring that they did get a point after a magnificent knock of 48. It's going to be too wide. Tries to push this one through. I think they're trying to maybe get the Yorker length delivery in here. The length was okay, but it's the direction this time. You can see the length would have been perfect, but it just goes too wide. Also gets a little bit of movement away, which doesn't help her on that occasion. Same again. This one might even be a no ball, actually. I think it's called a wide by the umpire, but very close here. Just, I think that one. Yeah, I think. Well, umpire's gone with the wide. I think that was probably more off the pitch than on. But wide being called. Umpires for this match. That's Abdul out there with Shopit. It's nicely bowled. Well played as well. Going to have to get skates on to get home, and we'll do. Another single gets taken. Yeah, some of the days already mentioned, so it's World Blood Donor Day. Also, this is a good one. I think certainly Czechia after today will be maybe doing a little bit of this. It is World Bath Day, International Bath Day. Perfect opportunity after a long day to have a hot soak in the bath. And well, Czechia, they've got a long day, 4 matches here today. It's the easiest way to relax and enjoy a little bit of your own company and your own time. I must admit, I was guilty of having a soak yesterday. By the time I eventually got checked in and got into my room, the bathtub was crying out at me. So, yeah, I was in there and See, so one of the things when you live in Spain, I mean, most people now in a hot country, you never have a bath. In fact, I think over the years, those people that did have baths, well, can I ask the question here? Umpire shakes his head. It's worth having a little look here. I've just thought, because the batter Lydia here didn't want to run into the wicketkeeper, she slows down a little, and just see, yeah, that bat is down. It's being slid. So I think that's going to be okay, but only just. She does slow down, and just about there. That's the shot for you. Just slides the bat in. So all of you youngsters that are watching, I know we've got some juniors in the other field playing. I wonder if that one is also. I know this is called the Scott Page field. I don't know if the other pitch is the same, but we've got some juniors there. Well, if you are young and you're watching, this is the way to do it. You've got to slide your bat in, and that's exactly what Lydia does to get home. Rico Full here. Vinny Sandu joins me back in the commentary bunker.
Yeah.
I must admit, I'm getting used to the bunker.
Yeah, I knew you had a funny look on your face. Well, firstly, when you went to the wrong tent to try and set up this morning, because you got here just before me.
I did set up.
Yeah, are you fully set up, were you?
I was set up. All I was waiting for
and they were like,
was
hey,
the monitor.
Rico.
I had my music blaring and everything. Nobody told me, Vinny. Nobody said, what are you doing over there?
That would have been a great prank to just leave you there.
Nobody told me. I couldn't believe it.
But yeah. I told you. It's pretty comfortable in here, isn't it? It's kind of first class.
I must admit.
That's well bowled. That's Erica Kuncheva, by the way. He's bowling out the fourth.
Yeah, I must admit, when I set up there, I thought, okay, the glare of the sun, I thought may be an issue. But I was quite happy. The music on. Everybody's walking past me.
We're roasting outside now.
And
Look at
then,
us. We're fine.
And then, of course, as you mentioned, they're doing a documentary on the Czechia women here. And one of the camera guys said, were you all right to set up here? And I thought, maybe not. And at the same time, Bowler came over and said, Rico, you're over there. And then, even then, from there, I went to the tent next door because I think we're normally in a tent. And I thought, but there's no tables here, Bowler. He said, no, not that one, that. I said, what, in here? Yep, we're in here. Look, it's the size of a good old-fashioned shed, is the way to put it. But I think quite rightly, I think bunker is the right name for it. Yeah. I don't mind it, but
it does protect
I'm always looking
elements.
outside. You're looking out the window, I'm looking out the door.
Yeah, there's window side, door side. And actually, it works out perfectly that you're on door side.
True,
you like to wander around.
Yeah.
But yeah, a bit lucky not to get pinged for a no ball there, I think. Kutseva, that looked high to me. Yeah, early in the overs. Let go. Good deflector of the ball. Get this one away. You know, I know you saw the Croatian team recently, and we're also really excited that they're part of the ECI-W for the first time this year. Yeah. But I always go back to the first ever ECI-W, which was in Croatia, and it featured Zagreb Jinx of Croatia versus Lavender Lionesses of Serbia. And it was a great series. Honestly, it was such a great series. Best of three. It coincided with Spain men touring Croatia in, I think it was August last year. But there was a golden ball that was absolutely insane. And Helen Leko was batting really, really well. But, you know, it was pressurised, and then she got run out in the last over. And Corey, who only commentated this one game, you know, it's very hard to get Corey in the summer, but he was coaching Spain. He said he would come and help when he could. What he meant was once. Yeah. So he did one game and it happened to be a golden ball. But Corey's commentary in that last over of the golden ball game, and there's just two words that stick with me. It's like, Leko, gone! It was a crazy one. But, you know, Helen is actually both these two are pretty experienced now. But you know, I really got a soft spot for them. And obviously in Croatia, we've got a lot of friends there in Croatia. Yeah. That's always great to go. I'm not sure if we're able to make it this year. I think Phil and Danny are going with the timing of the series. That's in the air. Will be stopped. And yeah, pretty good bit of fielding, actually. Throw fires in. But actually, Croatian and Czechia and Czech, the languages, they actually share quite a lot of roots, and they share a lot of similarities. So you'll find that the Czech speakers and Croatian speakers can actually understand each other pretty well. That's the end of the fourth over right now. It's 27 for 1. I know a lot of Czech people, they love to go on holiday to Croatia as well. They get in the car.
Yeah.
They drive.
Well, that's the thing. It's so easy to... That's what they call Czechia here, the heart of Europe. You know that? It is the heart of Europe because it's right dead bang in the centre. You can get to a lot of places from here as well. Of course, Croatia being one of them.
But you know one of the things the Croatians don't like about the Czech holiday makers?
Tell me.
They're known for bringing their own beer. They bring their own... You know the Czechs and beer? They got a funny relationship, i.e. they're in love with it.
Yeah.
Anyway, start of it, a new over. That was a weird kind of nutmeg as Palmer comes on. Probably was an unusual stumping chance. There's Turco, who's into the side. Now, the reason that Fawa had to change out of the 7 jersey is because that's Turco's number. Turco always wears number 7.
Okay.
I think Fawa just took her hands on whatever the first shirt she saw, but I think Fawa normally wears 13, but then Palmer's stolen that one.
Yeah.
So, bit of number roulette happening. That's good bit of fielding from Mimi. And, that's an amazing bit of fielding.
Excellent work. This is, again, though, is good cricket all round, Vinny, because the batters go straight away. Lydia, her backing up is brilliant. Look, she's going, they're running. Here's the throw.
Crazy.
And,
that's
you know
out.
what?
Is there an appeal there? Because if there's an appeal, that's out. There had to be an appeal.
I mean, there's... hang on a minute. They're looking at it now, Vinny. This is going to be given out. I've got a feel for the batter because she can't get past the bowler. She wants to get the bat
I had
down,
a
but
feeling
bowlers-
straight away this was close, but I think she's gone.
Yeah, just look at
If
this.
there's an appeal...
Now, what do you make of that? Do you think that's obstruction?
It's incidental contact. I mean, they're both the batter shouldn't have run that way anyway. She should have run. She should have gone the other way.
She does stay in a straight line, and the bowler runs right across her. This is a close one. I mean,
But
technically, I think it's out. It's whether you think the batter's being obstructed here.
I think it's out. I think it's incidental contact. The batter chooses their line. She shouldn't have run that side. It's just unlucky, but it's out.
Yeah, let's have a look. So this is what we're talking about. Look at the batter. So it's Lydia who hits it. She starts running, and she goes... I suppose, yeah, you're right, Vinny. If she kept on going straight, she wouldn't be running into where the bowler is. But this is...
Life is about choices, and she's just made an unlucky one. Look, she probably thinks she's running away, but the bowler's got the eyes on the ball. So I think it's unlucky, but I think it's out. I don't think you can make a case that it's not out unless there's no appeal. So maybe that's what they're saying right now.
What is interesting here is that Janya is there. I wonder if she, the captain, is saying, you know what, I don't want to honour it. If she is, this is hugely sporting. If it is,
I think
it's hugely sporting.
Wait for the signal.
Let's see what they do here. But that's fantastic. Applause all around because I think we all know it. Technically, it's out, but the captain has turned around and said, no, I'm withdrawing the appeal. That is fantastic sportsmanship.
That's good for cricket.
Fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the umpires would have had no choice but to give it out. But I actually like the way that was handled. Also, I don't think it's bad sportsmanship if they had appealed for it, if that makes sense. I don't think that's bad sportsmanship, but it's tremendously good sportsmanship, I think, to withdraw the appeal, given the circumstances. Well, that's pretty close as well, you know. Well, if there's no bat in this... I reckon this is out. Are they checking for height? Is he having a conference on height?
No, surely not.
I reckon this is just plum.
Let's have a look.
I reckon
Let's see it again.
I just got a feel this has been a weird over. I reckon she's going to get given out here. Look at this.
Let's see.
Yeah, and it's been given out. It looks out to me. She's a long way back. I don't think it's going over. I think that it's a good decision, but I think he was conferring to see did you think there was inside edge there and how's the height look. Normally you might do that with a look, maybe not a chat. Social distancing is dead. Unfortunately, Kavaric, she was close to being run out, but now she has lost her partner, Helen Lecco. But, I mean, to me, you can see she's right back in the crease. I don't think that ball's going over.
No.
And it's definitely not missing leg or off. So Lecco will go for 9, and what's been a pretty strange over, 29 for 2. In the end, though, we'll say, I think they get the decision right. That's the most important thing.
I think correct. Both things there. First of all, the run out. I think they were going to give that out when they watched the review, but great work, and I think great sportsmanship there from Sanjana. And then that one, I think, no doubt about it, this one gets played away. It could be another close one.
You know what's so interesting as well is, Helen, you go, okay, hit her quite a bit above the pad, but she's only short, and she also wears keeping pads when she's batting, right? So, so even though it hits probably a ball or two above the pad, I think it's out. I don't see that whole ball going over the top of the bails. Anyway, wicket for Palmer. And, just going back to the run out. Oh, that's going to be 4. You hate to see the foot fielding. And the ball will get on you quickly. That's Mito. He's normally such a good fielder, but you've got to get down and at least attempt it with your hands. That's what she's saying. She said, I thought I was going to get to this pretty easily. But really, She's flying too close to the sun anyway and ends up just booting it across the line.
Yeah, that's disappointing. It's the first real error in the field. Right, she's not going to get anywhere near this one. That's been crunched. It's a lovely shot. And Lydia, the captain, keeps on going. She knows that she's got to get a big score on the board here if they're going to set a challenging chase for the Czechia women, the home side. But that's a good shot. Crunched it in the gap. Cuatro carreras.
Yeah, Scotty saying what a wonderful display of sportsmanship that is. And yeah, I couldn't agree more. 38 for 2 after 5. Because the moment will come and go, and the game will come and go. But the kind of the feelings will stay.
Yeah.
You know, I really do like that. Challenger Division and Premier Division. Hey, let me give you the skinny on the ECS, Rico.
Tell me.
Challenger first, then Premier. This is the order that they finished last year. So Bohemians won it, and they're the top 6 in order how they finished. Then 7 to 11 Challenger. So you've got the same 11 teams as last year, but now broken up into 2 divisions. Again, we're not so sure next year how it will be, so it's not as simple to probably say it'll be promotion relegation. But I know that would be the idea. Well, that looks like a no ball to me this time. It's put down, but the most important thing was that the boundary was stopped. So we'll have a free hit here in the 6th over.
I like the fact that she goes for this because a lot of batters would have just left it. She knows it's going to be a free hit, and only unfortunate that she doesn't put it away to the boundary. They'll all play each other once, won't they?
They'll play, it's almost like an ECL group.
Yeah.
Because they play each other, well, the first one is
Top
5
4?
teams. Yeah, 5 teams, so they play 10 matches and then finals. So 2 days, then finals. Then because there's 6 teams in the Premier Division, it's 3 days of cricket and then day 4's finals. So simple, just like we're at Kartama. But like I said, it's probably not as simple to say it'll be promotion and relegation, but that probably would be the idea if it was the same again next year. But who knows? Next year we might have an extra team in one of the divisions, or things might change, the duration might change. I'd actually like to see us have maybe a week for each here, seeing the weather's good, and seeing a based here, it's easy for me to get to work, but we'll see. That's hit pretty well, and that'll be 4 as well, I think. Even though it's up the hill, it will reach. And Lydia, well, she survived as scared, didn't she? She was only there by the good grace of the opposition. But this is a solid shot down the ground for a boundary.
Yeah, good solid stroke. And once again, getting it over the infield. I mean, they can push back now here, Czechia. That's one thing they've got to probably think about. Maybe you push one of your straight fielders back, either long on or long off. And I think that's the conversation that Sojanya Talamala is having with Baba. But at the moment, they're still both inside the circle. So I'm surprised with that. Gets played away, another boundary. So Lydia going very well here, the captain. And this is Pujo, who's the bowler. The umpire's just having a discussion about something here. I'm not sure what it is at the moment. 2 umpires in discussion with the 3rd umpire, who's Wahid. I'm not really sure what the discussion is at the moment.
I'm not sure that's about. I mean, it's clear no ball. It was called. It was miles too high. So I don't know whether they're now second guessing wanting a replay, but sometimes you can trust your eyes. I mean, she almost jumped playing that.
Yeah.
That earlier one. But yeah, not so sure. Maybe it's a technical issue at this stage. But yeah, going back to that run out, it's a funny one. I mean, I still, because I always come back to this, is there something the batter could have done to avoid that situation? And the short answer is yes. It could have spotted that the bowler was going that way and then changed direction. This one again.
This is it here, isn't it?
But it's almost like, when you're walking on the sidewalk or the footpath and you try and move one way and the person coming towards you does. In the end, would she have made it if the bowler wasn't there?
I think yes.
You think yes?
Yeah.
Not by much.
I think in fairness to Lydia, she avoids a full-on collision by slowing down.
That's true.
But you are right. If she went straight and ran where she probably is meant to run, that wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
But I like the outcome.
I like the outcome, but I also would say that if they had appealed for it, I don't think you could say there's bad blood there. That's why, when the umpires intervene and basically ask and explain the situation, in a way it puts the captain in an awkward position. Because if they say no, even if they've got justified reasons to say no, she did have the justification to say no there.
Yeah.
Then suddenly the captain's looking like they're a bad sport, which I don't think would have been the case. But I do like how it's worked out. I think it's good for the game. It's good for the series too.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a really awkward
But
one.
while they're trying to sort this out, I'm going to go to this. And so 2022, a final blitz by Johnny Bairstow powered England to a famous test win against New Zealand at Trent Bridge. Needing 299 to win in 3 sessions, they came out swinging just before lunch. But it looked unlikely. There was 74 for 3 by the first drinks break. Then Bairstow and with company of Ben Stokes got there. Bairstow smashed 14 fours and 7 sixes to a 77 ball 100, which is the second fastest by an England player. He then went to 136 of 92 balls, and by the time he was out, it was more or less done and dusted. But here's a question for you. So that was the second fastest century by an England player, 2022. Do you know what is the fastest by an England player?
Oh, would it be some sort of Bazball era? Would it be like a Harry Brook or something like that?
Yeah, well, 1902.
Oh, okay. I'm guessing it wasn't Harry Brook. What, fastest in like minutes? They didn't even track
no,
balls
as
back then.
in balls. Fastest in balls.
Really? 1902? Okay,
1902.
You got me.
So the second, so this is England player. The second, as we've said, was Johnny Bairstow. He scored a 77 ball 100, which was the second fastest. 136 to 92 balls. And by the time he was out, England were just 27 away from victory, and Ben Stokes and Ben Folkes saw them home. It was the highest successful chase at Trent Bridge, and England's first series win under their new captain Stokes. But yeah, that
when Ben
was
Folkes is in the team, it always reminds me, the computer games when they couldn't use the real names.
Yeah.
And they had like Alan Boulder and all that. I always think like Ben Stokes, Ben Folkes sounds like his computer game version, but he's actually a very good keeper in his own right. Hey, let's speak Test cricket. Looks like the Aussies are going to lose after the second day of the lost track, the second day of the World Test Championship final. South Africa, really. I think, it must have been getting easy to bat as the game goes on. The Australian tail wagged, but the South Africans handling it. I find it hard to believe. Even South Africa surely can't choke from this kind of position.
Who knows? So, yeah, that's one from the chat as well. So, the second fastest by an England player was in 2002. And, of course, we mentioned it with Johnny Bairstow. He did it in 77 balls. So, question is, who scored the fastest 100 for England in terms of number of balls? I'm going to give you a little time to ponder over that. And for those of you that joining in, we've already mentioned today is World Blood Donor Day. So if you can, then do go and give blood. It's very important for the health industry. It's also International Juggling Day. Now, look, I know you like to do a bit of juggling, so I'm going to put a challenge to you.
I'm not an expert. I can juggle 3 things if they are round.
I'm going to challenge to you in one of your intros of the day.
Right.
I want to see you doing a bit of juggling.
Right. Next
how
game,
about
then.
that? I want everybody in the chat
give
the thumbs up or anything to do with juggling to see Vinny will do a bit of juggling on the camera when he's doing the next coin toss.
I'll try and juggle all the way through. I won't just do it as a gimmick.
Okay.
So well, it is a gimmick, but I will juggle all the way through all of my speech in all of my pre-match report.
While you're talking?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. This I want to see. This could be
there might be a delay to the game.
This could be the first time ever. This could be the first time ever that we're going to see a commentator talking through and juggling at the same. So you're going to see a world's first. So make sure you don't miss it. What else can I tell you?
It might be a short report.
and look, if you do it, being that it is World Gin Day, Gin and Tonic Day, I'll buy you a gin and tonic later if you do it.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Now, I think there was an issue. I think I worked out what the technical issue is that the wrong batter was on strike at the start of this over. And so they've just had to go and correct that. Of course, once someone faces, I think you just got to stick with it.
Yeah.
Right? But anyway, now that's been sorted. I think we are good to continue.
It's not a good delivery down the leg side. So, 45 for 2.
I mean, could there be a huge collapse in this final? I've heard that the South Africa have lost a wicket already.
Okay. Pressure.
But still, they only need another, They need 65. And there's 7 wickets in hand.
Stranger things have happened, Vinny. Stranger things have happened. What's the conditions like there today? Chipped up in the air. We'll get in between the two, and it will be the captain again. who makes the stop. So again,
Thing
they're
is,
very reluctant to put the fielder on the back.
I said this earlier, I don't want to harp on it, but I'd love to see a 5-year cycle, not a 3-year cycle. So you could say, right, okay, the champions of the first half of the 20s are X team, and then the second half of the 20s, another team. And then they can play more opponents. This one's missing the leg stump. And yeah, that would be my preference, I think. Every 3 is okay, but it's... But then you start saying, all right, what happens if the teams of 23 and 26 played each other? You know, like it's too close together. Even you could do it once every decade if you really wanted to be serious about it, and then have a 3-test series at the end to work out. You know, that I think might be better, maybe 5 even, but do it over a decade. So the champion of the 2020s, and then in 100 years we'll be like. You know, like everyone knows who are the best team in the 70s and 80s, the West Indies. Everyone knows, or definitely the 80s, right? And I'd say the 70s as well. Definitely second half of it.
Loops up in the air. We'll just take another single as Phil G is in the chat.
Hello, Phil.
Hello, Phil. And Helix is there. Helix said, by the way, I think he said W.G. Grace. That's not the correct answer.
Ankus Shah has said Gilbert Jessup. Jessup?
You know what? He is correct. So congratulations. That is the correct answer. I'll give it to you here. So where are we here? There we go. It is the correct answer. He did it in 76 balls, and that was in 1902 at the Oval against Australia.
That's a ridiculous pace.
That's going some.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so well done, Ankush, well done. And well done to everybody, just for fun, for having a go. And
it's going to keep going. It's going to go for 4. And Lydia, well, she survived that scare earlier. But she's a good natural hitter of the ball, isn't she?
Yeah, she
I was just looking up what number Gilbert Jessup was batting, because I thought, I bet it's not opening back in those days. He's batting number 7. So he came in at 48 for 5, and he just went for it. And in that game, England actually won by only 1 wicket, making it one of the most iconic Ashes tests in history. How about that?
It was
9 down.
Yeah, Pooja Shitol just finishes her over. That's the way it's pronounced, by the way. A lot of people asking in the chat. And 16 coming off the over, 54 for 2. So it's on course for around about, I would say, about 90 to 100 score. They'd love to get past 100 here, but they need a big over to keep them going.
Well done to Ankus, though.
Yeah, well done.
I'm assuming you weren't around to see that innings, Ankus.
Now, be honest, did you look it up or did you know?
We'll never know.
So,
I got to admit,
we've already seen how honest you can be on the cricket field and how fair and sporting you can be from Czechia. I wonder if Ankush, come on, tell us the truth. Did you have to go and search it? Or
I knew Ankush was right because I'd already looked it up, but I wasn't going to claim it. What's the difference? Gilbert Jessup. Could you get more of an English name? Anyway, Kvarch on 27.
Oh, gone. And, well, it looked like it was going down the leg side, and somehow Lydia has managed to, I think, pad this onto her own stump. So it's going to be a wicket for Muncie Palmer, who's having a good day with the ball.
I love Palmer's celebration. She's kind of like, oh, well, easy come, easy go. And obviously, Kvarch was the benefactor of a bit of luck earlier where she might have been run out. And then this one comes off almost both legs and then onto the stumps. That wasn't a great ball, to be honest. Palmer saying, maybe I do deserve a wicket. But Lydia, she set her innings up nicely. But let's see if they can carry it forward from here. There's a bit of a turning point in this innings, potentially. It's Kvarch out for 27, and it's 55 for 3.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting now how the innings goes from here because they've lost some of their big hitters. And well done to Muncie. Muncie, sharam na kar. Wicket the lally, chak dite phatte. Well done. Yeah, a wicket is a wicket. And sometimes it's as we like to say, the bowlers union, it's not always the best balls that get you wicket. Sometimes it's the Gandhi balls, and that was the Gandhi one, but it turned out to be a wicket for Muncie. So well done to Muncie Palmer. Wide ball this time.
Pavlich, the new batter.
And a bit reluctant to get going straight away, but she will eventually get home.
I mean, they shouldn't run out of wickets here. So Croatia can afford to run. You know, they can take risks. If there's a run out or two, I mean, that's the price of doing business, I think. You need to hustle here. They're expected to get 87. I think that would be a pretty interesting score.
And watch the bounce, and well watched. And she's been really good back there. It's Sojanya Talamala has made a lot of good stops.
I just wonder that she might have been able to take a classic catch here. I mean, she also might have worn it in the face, so probably fair enough. But she just made a decision to back off at the last moment. So at the end, she's happy it doesn't get past her.
I think that would be the testing one, whether it would have bounced the second time before gets to the batter, but it gets played out for a single. So this is now where Czechia are trying to put the squeeze on, and with Lydia gone, trying to stop some of those boundaries. Hey, it's good to see that here in Czechia. We also see the bus go by. I know that was a feature in Hornchurch. I
love that. I still love it in Hornchurch.
It's up in the air, and it's the same fielder again, the captain.
That time, I think she regretted not going for one before, because she really made an effort to run in quickly and get the early step. But anyway, no harm, no foul. I think Czechia, I think they were behind in the game. They still are, but we're in the Goldilocks zone. And I just think they've had more batting in the week, and I just think anything under 100, I've got them favourites. I mean, they made 100 plus against Gibraltar. Turk has come into the side as well. I know there's no Kaminkova this time, but still, I just think anything under 100, I think Czechia are ahead. This is what's happening right now, actually. I was just checking in match 6 what the score is, and Gunnersbury have put 108 on the board, Hutton 16 for 1 in response. We've got Tina and Nish over there. Yeah, the Tish combination have been a swish over there in Hornchurch. But they'll have a well-deserved break after this. It's great to have Nish back, because of course he's not that available for us these days that he's working in the UK, but because that's in England.
It was nice to see him there. Charlie was there as well, of course. But hey, what was even better, see after this delivery, because this is the young lady we were talking about. Nice to see her in action.
This is Turka Kolchunova. And she's kind of modified her style a little bit. She kind of rolls the ball out of almost like a leg spinner, but not a big wrist leg spinner. But she gets a lot of drop like that.
Hey, does that hit the pad?
That's out.
That is out. There it is. It's the politest of inquiries from Turka. Just turns around to the umpire and says, excuse me, sir. How's that?
If this is hit the leg, it's out.
It's plumb. It's plumb. I'm telling you.
Let's just check it.
It's right on the pad. Watch this. It drops right on the pad. Here we go. That's gone. That is dropping. Here we go. Let's see where it hits. Yep, that's out.
Yeah, and so there's no bat.
So Ines is going to have to go here for 10.
So this will show you where it hits. That's coming down. It's going to hit the stumps. It hits below the waist. So there's absolutely no reason that's not out. And I think it's a very good decision. Ines, she'll be annoyed because she ends up hitting across one that she doesn't quite judge. And that's the thing with these balls. We're back to live, by the way, is Turka, who next one will be called wide. But Turka missed the whole of the T20s with a finger injury. But Tina was actually telling me about, because of the women generally have slightly smaller hands. I know the ball's slightly smaller as well, but even so, it's quite a natural way for women to bowl is to have, instead of coming out with their straight seam up, it's a certain type of bowling that it kind of comes out the side of the hand, but not with any pronounced spin or anything like that. But you can see she's getting a lot of drop here. Just needs to keep it on the straight. But hey, for Turka, it's a nice start to her series. Bit of an unusual one, but I think a very correct decision.
Yeah, it's a correct decision.
Also credit the umpire, because sometimes when there's almost no appeal, that was just a polite how's that.
Yeah.
Some umpires won't give things out that are out. But you have to consider each appeal on its merits, and I think that was very well umpired.
It was, and well done also to Turka, because she could, if she didn't ask, she wouldn't have got that, because nobody else appealed. She just thought, well, hang on a minute, she didn't get pad onto that. It's pretty full, it's pretty straight. How's that? Yeah, it's out. And I'm pleased for her as well. Like you said, she didn't get to play in the T20s because of that injury. That's well bowled.
Oh, that's not a wide. Showbit, it's your birthday.
Showbit.
Remember, anything that's on the line isn't a wide, and that's in. It's in. It's half in, half on.
No gin and tonics for you on your birthday.
It's Showbit's birthday. We'll let him get away with that. Maybe he just hasn't revised his interpretations. But you can see, especially with these batters, they have to make the pace. And if Turkey gets it right, that's not an easy thing to do. Also, it's the unpredictable bounce. On this pitch, by the way, it's not a concrete pitch. It'll give you a bit of up and down. And so it's been a pretty good over. And that's the end of it. So only 4 in the over, and the LBW was in there as well. We're at 50-50 now. In fact, with that ball, Czechia have just taken the lead after 8 overs, 64 for 4.
Yeah, well bowled there from Turka Kurkunova. She's
Sorry.
she's been waiting on the sidelines and comes gets. Why are you laughing? What's happened?
Wayne with the comment saying that she learned that ball from Kroom. That's true.
Well
oh, very
said there,
good.
Wayne. Well said.
But it's good. She's made a conscious effort. She said, I'm going to try. I can still bowl both styles. She can bowl off a bit of a longer run and a bit more medium pace. But she said, this seems to be working for me. It's a slightly different delivery, but you can see that drop is quite difficult to deal with. Here's Raquel getting a bowl.
Yeah, she's only going to get the 1 over again here, which I think she bowled very well in that last game. She picked up 1 for 9. And there were a couple of wides, so yeah, okay, in fairness, she does get a couple that go astray. But when she gets it right, she's dangerous.
Scotty calling Showbit a party pooper on his birthday. But Ankus, he said he did actually know it. It wasn't that he looked it up.
That's good.
That's bold. That's a very good piece of bowling. And Raquel gets it bang on target. And Croatia just finding it hard going here, trying to close out this innings. Pavlichkova coming good with a wicket at 65 for 5.
Yeah, well bowled and thoroughly deserved. I mean, I know she only bowled the 1 over in the last match, but she was certainly the pick of my bowlers. And this is what she does. She's got zip. That ball comes through. She gets it in the right area, and when she's putting the ball in that area and bowling at that length, she will take a hatful of wickets. I'm telling you that now. Great delivery, well deserved. Another one bites the dust, and this is always going to be the worry, I think, for Croatia. And I think Czechia are probably the same, and these two teams will have these battles. I think when the top 3 go, Vinny, then it's going to be very difficult for the others to come out and go at a steady pace.
Confidence is 9/10 of the law in cricket, isn't it? And, when you are getting most of the balls where you want them, and I just feel you feel like you're in charge of the game, and that's kind of what it feels like now with Czechia. And remember, Czechia's record against Croatia, I actually don't think Croatia have ever beaten them in a T10, believe it or not. They've beaten them in T20 cricket.
That's well struck. Nice one from Seema. She'll get off the mark.
Good fielding. So Ankush said that he knew that Gilbert Jessop won because they were talking about it in that 5th test back in 2022. So he heard it at the time. That's a great memory, though. Ankush, he didn't want a job in commentary. Then maybe we can discuss. All right.
Yeah, well done.
Here's one. I know you're going to have fun with this, but this is Seema Kuchuksuku. I'm so good at this one.
What is this? What did you say?
Kuchuksuchu. Or Seema. Coming out to that. Not facing at the moment. Kuchuksuku. Kuchuksuchu. That's where I'm going with. I asked it last time. We practiced it, but I bottled it.
Seema's fine.
I think the C is chu. Kuchuksuchu. Don't write angry letters,
it's
please.
Like,
I thought
you know what you sound like there? You sound like me before I moved to Spain when I had the CD on learning the Spanish. And it said it, and you had to say it 3 times. Said it. That's just you at the moment.
No, but the thing is, I finally got the Czech names more or less down, and then I get hit with Seema coming in from Croatia.
Is that what it said?
Kuchuksuchu. Kuchuksuchu. It needs some. I just need to warm up, and now I feel like I'm more or less there. But Seema, yeah, we've seen it before, and happy to see her get this opportunity. Look, 8 balls to go. Can they scrape to an 80? I mean, it's a competitive total. I think one thing about Croatia, they're pretty good with their accurate bowling. There's a regulation.
The table's arriving.
What?
Finally.
Is that
my
coming
table
our way?
is coming.
What was that?
It's my table. I ordered it online. It's on the way now. I need another table just here. That'll do just fine.
Since you were here last year, the golf club is even more developed now. So you can go there. You can have a cold drink at the end of the day's play if you want. I know they had the Prague Golf Championships here when I was here at the start of May doing the Czechia versus Cyprus series. Right. Back to the action.
Pavlichkova with the ball. And it's a shorter one. Bat on ball, no runs this time. Does the fielding herself. Good backing up there.
These are the ones towards the end of the innings where you're better off trying to hit them a little bit sideways, even if you risk missing it, because you know it's going to be a dot if you just hit it straight back down the pitch. Pavlichkova, once again, being pretty good. Only 5 off this over. Last ball to come.
Hit well, straight to the field, and you can hear everyone saying, go, 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 got to run, got to run. Now watch it. Oh, that's good take from Pavlikova, because I think this one was another one that, if it weren't stopped, would have gone to the boundary.
Yeah, it'll be the end of the over, so 70 for 5 after 9. And last over to come.
Let's see if they can get to the Grady 80s. I've got a few of the Grady 80s. And you know what? I'm tingling. Can you imagine my first day here? Me and you, we talked about it the other day.
Yep.
The last golden ball we did was what?
The last couple that we did?
Yeah. It's been a long time.
I think it was ECI-W last year, Scotland versus Italy.
Yeah.
I think we talked about this, didn't we?
Been a long time.
I know a lot of things on golden balls, but I don't normally note the commentators. Normally I just remember. But there's so many of them.
There's so many now. That's the thing. That's well bowled. Got to run here. Good running. Good running. And they will make it. They'll get a bye here.
Can't be bowled out, so you might as well go in front of her. Be disappointed, actually, that she doesn't make the stop. She just got up a little bit too quickly. And, yeah, might as well. If you get run out, so be it. Just try and scramble as many runs as you can.
So Janya, captain, having a bowl. She's been great in the field. She's saved a lot of runs, you know. She's one of the reasons, I think, why they're not in the 90s already. Swing and miss.
See, now you might as well. See, as soon as the ball was thrown there, they should have run.
Yeah.
I mean, Pavlich should have run there and probably would have got away with it. Maybe wouldn't have, but you never know.
Yeah, I mean, look, half the run, she's run one already, isn't she?
Because front of her wasn't prepared to throw with the glove on. Then she takes it off after she'd already thrown it. So, I mean, that's a little lesson you could learn about last over running. Kamikaze running, you might call it.
Dora's going to try and get Pat onto ball here. And she won't do. It's full, it's straight, it's a wicket. No celebration at all really there from Talamala. They're trying to encourage her to get involved in the celebration. She's just cool as a cucumber. Says, I don't want to know. I've got the wicket. That's all that matters. It's a swing and a miss. Dora gets done. And, yeah.
Through for the quick single anyway. I applaud that.
Well, you never know. Could be called a no ball. You never know.
Well, one of the funny things about Sojanya Talamala is that when she takes a wicket, normally she doesn't celebrate too much because she says, I want the opposition to know I expect to take wickets. It's not a big surprise for me, and she has to be encouraged by a little bit. She will give a hug eventually and maybe a high five, but she takes a bit of cajoling.
Talk about being non-responsive. That's nicely played away. That's a lovely shot. Will it go all the way under the wave? No, great bit of fielding.
Good running
too. They will come back for 2. That's good cricket. I'm liking this. It was a great shot. Huge cheers for Lada. Well, we had a Ferrari playing earlier. Now we got a Lada. But that's good fielding.
Good cricket all around. Good running. Yeah, Lada's women hits her firstborn. Just look at it take off. Plenty going on.
I'm already excited to see the contest between the Ferrari and the Lada. That'll be coming up later.
That's true. Talamala, again, surprised she only gets the 1 over here. She's very accurate. Probably most accurate, most experienced of the bowlers.
Look at the backing up.
That'll be run out, though. But I love it. You know, if it's out, but I mean, look, she got 2 for a team, almost got another 1.
There's almost got a smile there.
And if this misses, I'm telling you, you're getting more than 1.
2 right.
Now, we already saw a 5. We saw a 6 this morning on overthrows. It's an awkward distance to throw because Talamala knows she shouldn't miss from here. But actually, to her credit, she summed up the situation and she hit the stumps.
Barbara does well as well. She gets to the stumps. So that was good. It was good cricket all around.
Love that, though. Love to see new faces in the team and contributing straight away.
Helen is really struggling with the bat. She's trying to do some stretching.
Back
to the
ball,
action.
I think.
Here we go again. Straight 2. And she misses this time. But at least Barbara is there to make the stop. Oh, well, they'll get a single. They'll take the score to 74, will it be?
Funny
Yeah,
thing
74.
is, I think that's the end of the 10 overs, right?
Yeah.
But the funny thing is, new batter came out, hesitated at the non-striker's end about here, saying, oh, and actually, better run. That's Valentina Romani. He's come out and had 1 stump from a similar distance, wasn't able to hit. So 74, yeah, I've got Czechia ahead, but I also know Croatia, and they're bowling. They're very accurate. They don't generally give you a lot of wides. I don't want to jinx them. I know it's their first game of the series, and they haven't played in a little while in this environment. But I think it's a score that Czechia should chase, but I wouldn't be surprised if Croatia defended it if they can put the ball in the right spot. But, you know, Czechia, they've got Barber in there now. Yeah. They've got Srisha Nandivada, who's coming off big runs with confidence, and I just think they've got too many batters to fail. But famous last words, I suppose, in ECN cricket. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights here. And it was a bang, crash, wallop start, wasn't it, as Barber knocked over the timber.
Yeah, it was exciting stuff. Entertaining from the very first ball to the very last, you have to say. Two teams that I think are going to be very similar on paper and out there in the middle. So I think Vinny's absolutely right. I think this is going to be... Czechia are going to be favourites at the moment, I feel. But if Croatia can pick up those couple of early wickets... Now, this was the big talking point. And this is what I love about women's cricket, you know. It's... not only do they play with passion and desire, but they're caring and they're loving and they like to give a big hug. And when moments like this happen, they're kind and they make the right call. And then, you know what? It's all about good karma. So they were nice, they were sporting, and then they get a wicket at the same end.
But the thing is, you feel like the innings played out the way the cricket gods intended it a little bit. I mean, Lydia got the chance to play her innings. In the end, she got out anyway. And obviously, Raquel's just
what is happening there?
Practicing her dancing. I think this was in the delay, wasn't it?
Oh, that's a little bit of Cinderella action.
Maybe I'll ask her for a dance. If maybe she could teach me a few things. Anyway, this was the cricket gods being a bit unkind to Lydia then as she was bowled off her own leg.
Yeah.
Then we had another weird LBW. Turka, I thought, bowled a pretty good over when she came in, but I think you couldn't really make an argument against that being out.
Yeah.
But still, I applaud the scramble towards the end of the Croatians, despite losing wickets. I mean, they do man out their 10 and get as many as they can. If it's enough, I suppose time will tell. Apparently, that's Hugo Banks, the owner of the field, who was coming in his automobile, his car machine.
Yeah,
it reminds me of Mr. Banks off Mary Poppins. But yeah, that's the Banks field over there.
Hugo, is that his name?
Yeah,
Hugo
Banks. It's Hugo Banks. And Danny told me that's who it was. Yeah, last over madness. You wouldn't expect anything else as Croatia managed to get to that score of 74, single off the very last ball. Nice to see something like Sveban coming out and hitting 2. Could have easily been a 4, except for a good piece of fielding. So yeah, more contributors, that's what you like to see. And a pretty competitive match here, I think, in the second match of the day.
Yeah, it's going to be very competitive. Let's take a quick look at that scorecard. Lydia, the captain, leading away with a fine 27. All right, you'd say she had a little bit of good fortune, but then she had a little bit of mild fortune as well when she eventually kicked one onto her own stumps. Ines Medanovic, 10 for her as well. And then at the end, they really did have to scurry around to try and get whatever runs they could get on the ball. They finished with 74. Which was a good performance there in the end. I'm getting some sweeties given to me here. That doesn't normally happen while I'm still talking. Thank you. Oh, it's a worm. I've got a worm for a sweet. Thank you very much. Anyway, let's have a quick look at the bowling figures here. 2 wickets for Munty Palmer. She has been good in the day. 2 for 17. 1 for 14 there for Baba right at the beginning of the innings. But once again, Rachel Popkova only gets the 1 over. She took 1 for 9 in the 1 over she got in the last match. 1 for 6 this time. I think she really, with the pace that she's generating, she needs to bowl more. And don't forget, if she bowls more, she will get a line better. And that's the issues that she's had so far. It's just too many wides. But the more you bowl, the better your line will get. So this is going to be a very interesting match, folks. I've got a feeling about this one. Croatia, 74 for 7. I think they would have liked another 15 more on the board. That's my feeling there. Would have liked to be touching on about the 90s there. But as I said before, they do bowl well. They do field well. They're going to put a tight squeeze on. I think they're going to challenge Czechia here. They're going to put the field tight and say, right, if you want the runs, you're going to have to hit over the top of us. And if they can pick up a few early wickets, then I think it's going to be a really close game. If they don't, then I think Czechia should go all the way and win this. Maybe this one could be decided in the power play. The first 3 overs are going to be pretty key. Rico Full here. Great to be back here in Czechia, the centre of Europe. And, well, it's known for a lot of places, a lot of things, Czechia. Some people say that Prague is the golden city, and the reason for that is because of the rooftops that give this gold tinge late on in the day. I can certainly see that already from some of the buildings around me. But of course, it also is a castle haven. Over 200 castles here in Czechia. It's good to be here. Good to be watching the women do battle out there. The current contest, Croatia up against the home side, Czechia. Czechia needing 75 to win. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo when we return in around 10 minutes' time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the action here in Czechia. Day one of the internationals and of course happy weekend to everybody and glad that you can join us, and it's a women's weekend on the European Cricket Network. And certainly Women's Day here today. We have 5 matches between the home side, Czechia, Croatia, and then of course Gibraltar coming to you. Czechia got 4 matches today. The others will play just the 3. And then of course we've got the 5 matches there in Hornchurch as well. And currently, I know that Nish and Tina are talking through the match between Gunnersbury and Hutton. Hutton looks like they're going to go down there by a fair number of runs. 109, they're 53 with just a few balls remaining. Ready to start this one. So here's the first delivery. It's going to be Lydia to start and up in the air. Oh, just doesn't carry. Could have been a royal duck. I know there was a bit of talk on the chat about save the Derrick. Where's the Derricks? Yeah, we want the Derricks. So come on, HQ, if you're listening, we want to know what's happening with our Derricks. We were promised them in May. And we're having Derrick withdrawal symptoms. Okay, hits Meta now on strike. Gets played. They will take the single, a little bit slow backing up. I think a better throw here. Maybe the field, if the field was just a little bit tighter, that would have been interesting. Helen, you can see there, Helen always feels really close. They normally, that tends to be the pattern with Croatia in the field. They always have 2 close. I wonder, Alex, if we can just have a little zoom out and have a look at the field here and let the viewers see just how tight Croatia do deploy the field. So you can see there, very tight, very different to what we've seen already. They're in close, so they really challenge the batters to go over the top of them if they want the runs. And that's where it works, you see. By them being close, they starve the batters of taking those easy singles, which a lot of other teams are quite happy to allow teams to get singles. Croatia don't. They're basically saying, you know, if you want these runs, then you're going to have to play some shots to get them. So Lydia just getting that ball pitched up there. And this is, of course, Nandivara, who batted beautifully in that the loss to Gibraltar, scored 40-odd runs. Plays his away. He's going to have to run pretty hard to get there. It wasn't picked up cleanly. And the throw comes in, and I think even this, if it hits the stumps, would have been close. As well, let's have a look here. Yeah, that would have been out. It would have been out. So, lucky is Shirisha Nandivara. She survives. Tossed up again. And wide ball as this one goes down the leg side. You can see what Lydia's trying to do there. Just gets that ball, gives it a bit of flight, wants the batter to go across the line, trying to get the ball in between the bat and the pad. So go back to a march. She won't be deterred with the odd one that goes wide. She's got a plan and she's sticking to it. This one a little bit flatter, gets played out, and that's a good bit of fielding. Gets down and gets dirty. Nicely done. And yeah, that's good. Look at the way he smothers it. Says, no, not getting past me. Not on my watch. Good bit of fielding. And, well, encouraged by the captain there as well. Lydia says, that's the way. That's the standards. Rico Full here. And Mr. Maximo Vinisandu joining me back in the bunker.
Yeah, settle in. Oh, still a ball to go in this first over. And still a ball to go in this first over. But I just think, yeah, Croatia, a bit of a gamble here with the field. It's infield. They've only got 1 outfield, and it's a deep point. I'm pretty surprised they don't have a deep square leg. There's a deep-ish square leg. So maybe, okay, maybe she's out of the circle, but I wouldn't say she's right on the boundary. But they are playing this squeeze. The old squeeze method.
Oh, well, Charlie plays a shot at this. It's very fortunate that it doesn't go right through or into the stumps, but that's the end of the first over. But there's that fielding it. But Vinny, I've seen them do it so many times, and it works for them.
It can do, but there are risks if the ball gets hit hard. That, especially on this boundary, it's so fast, you probably can't chase it down before it reaches the rope. That's the difference. Here is very, very quick. We haven't had rain for about a week. Hopefully we don't have any rain. 49 matches since the Golden Ball. This will actually make it 50. In fact, no, the one that would make it 50 would actually be in England right now. So next time we see it, it'll be 51.
Yeah.
Because, as you know, we're in tandem. But yeah, roughly 50 matches. And we actually mentioned earlier, and I confirmed it, that we haven't had a Golden Ball together commentating this year. It was ECI-W 24.
Mm-hmm.
So the second over gets going, and it's Pavla Senjog who's going to bowl it. But of course, we don't get to commentate together too often outside the customer events now, just because their schedule's so insane. Sometimes we have, like here, we've got a little bit of a crossover, and they sometimes got multiple events going. Geez, this is a good start, though. You know, they weren't afraid to pull the trigger earlier And on a retired out, Kaminkova, who's actually out of the side, having a rest this game now. She's one of the more attacking batters, but she's not in the side. But I think you might let this drift to the end of the second over, but then I think we might see it again.
Oh, that's hit well. That's 4 runs. Nobody is stopping that. Well, that is what Srisha Nandivara can do. When she hits it, it stays hit. But she is very much one-sided, it's worth saying. I mean, if it's short, she's onto it and it's gone. And that's why they've got to get this ball pitched up. And Pavla Sanjog knows exactly where she's got to put it.
One person you wouldn't retire out is Nandivara because she was outstanding before. But unlucky not to end up with a 50, an ECN 50. But that's the risk, I think. I love those infielders, the infielders. But I also think you need to have outfielders covering them because they don't have as much range. Now, having said that, a few swings and misses here amongst the hits.
Yeah, she'd be disappointed that she's missed this. That's right in her area. That's where she likes the ball. So she's got away with that one as the bowler, Pavla. It's played away, but this time they have got a sweeper out on the leg side, right back there at square leg. It's captain herself, Lydia.
Because, yeah, I feel, okay, it's a lot easier when you're out of the 3 overs, but have those tight fielders pretty much the whole time, but then have outfielders that then if it gets past them, it's less likely it goes for a boundary. But I love the idea of making that single almost an impossibility. I think that one's good.
Yeah, it's good delivery.
This is, I mean, Shobit, I think he said to me actually in the break, he said, you know, that wide, I hadn't reset my mind from the T20s. And that one hit some of the line. It's not completely outside. He calls it correctly. So you might argue that 2 wrongs might have made a right. But no, I think that's good that he's made that little adjustment. A pretty good over, though, by Pavla. Only goes for 6. And it's game on, 11 without loss after 2.
Yeah, this is a good over. 6 will come off it. And remember, there was one boundary in that as well. And other than that, just the wide and a single.
I think that Surabhi Mehta, I know it's tough in the context of what you're trying to do again with the player group. She's only faced 5 balls. She's won. Kaminkova is someone that's a bit more experienced and has had a lot of cricket, whereas Mehta hasn't. So maybe give her one more over here, see if she can get going. But otherwise, I think you're gonna have to try and make a bit of a tough call and maybe make a tactical switch. And it's less about the batters out there doing anything wrong. It's more about who you do have to bat instead. This is Modric, who's going to bowl over number 3.
Yeah, goes Morana. And she starts with a good length. It's going to be sliced away. They're going to take the single. It gets rolled back in, and they will make it. Yeah, it's one that we talk about a lot, isn't it? It's almost like before you enter into a series that the team sort of has to talk about the batting styles and say, right, everybody's got X amount of strike rate you've got to try and achieve after so many balls. If you're not achieving it, then the chances are you are going to be taken out of the attack. LBW appeal here. I mean, it's one of those that if you're the bowling side of Croatia, you don't want this wicket. You don't want this. I mean, it's a close call,
but off the bat.
Yeah, it's rising as well. I can
but
understand.
This is her chance to warrant another over, basically.
Yeah.
We'll see how she goes.
You can't be leaving them. You can't be leaving those. Yeah, I think here that I can see another batter.
I think they might even do it.
Out.
I might do it right now.
Yeah, and it's once again it's Baba. I just don't understand why they're not opening with Baba. It doesn't make sense really.
I think they're going to make the switch now. They're going to make
that switch. Yeah, they are.
And so yeah, it's nothing against the batter either. I mean, but I think in the end it's a team game, and she'll know that she'll know if Fawa can do it number 3 that she hasn't been able to really score the way she would have liked to. So again, she gets experience out there. She gets 7 balls. Has to deal with the opening bowlers as well.
Yeah.
But I think it's a good tactical move. Again, given the situation that Barbara will get an opportunity, and even doing it halfway through the over, don't let it drift.
Yeah.
And they batted quite well. They got their point in the earlier game, partly because they were proactive with their decision making.
Okay, now this is the big call. So once again, Barbara coming out at number 3 after a batter's been retired out. Let's see how she goes. No, she can't hang around here. That rate at the moment, just under the 9 and over required. And Well, she gets a nice gift to start off with down leg side. The fielder goes down, gets dirty, makes a stop, keeps it to just one.
Yeah, well, bowler went leg side, fielder went leg side, on the leg side. Takes it on the side of the leg, but good enough.
This is where you got to full and straight, just keep it off the legs here to Nandivada. Very powerful on the leg side. And yeah, that's powerfully hit on the offside as well. That's 4 runs. That's a tremendous stroke. I like the way she gets the whole body going into the ball, so steps into it, crunches it well. And, well, there's nobody on the boundary, if it gets past the infield, it's going all the way. Good shot.
Cracking shot. It's got a very high high bat grip, I was going to say. And that allows to get a lot of bat speed through. And that was absolutely cracked. And have a look very, very quickly. The Czechs have gone up in the percentages, 59% at the moment.
Oh, that one is going to be a no ball. And in the end, the Croatian fielders did well to stop that going to the boundary.
Tina popped in the chat. I think they must be on a break there.
Hello,
in the
Tina.
ECI-W in Hornchurch. She says, yay, women's cricket takeover on ECN today.
Yeah.
Definitely. And, 10 women's T10 matches. I love it. Our viewers love it too. I mean, it's not that an unusual thing for us to see on ECN because we've covered so much women's cricket over the last 2 years, and even 2023 is when we had our first T10 internationals and first women's T10s on the network. So it's not unusual for us, but we love quantity, don't we? And this is
there's a big mix up here.
Well, they've gotten away with it. Because the only good thing there is Barbara never stopped. She said, well, listen, I'm running, and the rest is your problem. And if she had hesitated, probably it would have been run out at the keeper's end. Have a look at her here. It's definitely a run here. It's her call.
Yeah.
So that's not the greatest running from Nandivada because she needs to understand that's not her call. And she should have just run. But in the end, she got the memo just in time. She was watching the ball, never listening, never looking at Farwa.
Yeah.
But it's the end of the third over. No harm, no foul. 20 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, and when you have a look like for like, people, you'll see why I was saying that I've got a tingle about this match. It was 21 for 1, and they are 20 for 1. So this is going to be close. Helen now coming on to bowl, and this is going to be a bit of a test for her and her back. Remember, she was saying she had a bit of a niggle, but she starts on the money. One thing about Helen Echo is when she's on form, her radar is superb. She gives it flight. She's there all the time.
So the thing with Helen, she said, I can't really run in. And I said, well, you don't really anyway. That's well bowled as well. It's going to get the tram line.
Very good call from the umpire as well.
Yep.
So this is, we said he had one little blip, but he's on the money here.
Yep.
This is good delivery, moves away, catches the line. No wide, good ball. Another dot. And this is a bit straight up, bit fuller, gets a bit of bat onto this, but no run again. Liking this from Helen. She knows what she's got to do. Keep that ball outside the off. She has, and they have pushed back the fielder straight down the ground now as well. So Linonka is back there to save the boundary. So she's saying, I'll pitch it up. All you can do is hit it straight. That's right up there. Gets bat onto it. It'll only be just a single. They'll be happy with that so far. So 4 balls bowled, just the 1 run from it. And you feel now here that Fawar Baba will feel the need to attack. She really will.
Well, it's not out of sight rate required. That's good location from Leko. That's what he said. She is radar, isn't she?
Yeah, you can see that on that time. Baba just trying to drag that one onto the leg side. She really should be looking to try and hit it and push it out in the off. But they have got a sweep around the offside as well. Like this field. It's a flighty delivery that's been thumped. And great bit of fielding. Outstanding. And now, for those of you thinking that why would you have these close fielders, this is why. Saves the run. And also by being there, I mean, that one could have gone in the gap between the mid-wicket and long on. So it ends up being the dot. Brilliant bit of fielding. Superb over there from Helen Leko. Just the 1 run from it. 21 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, Czechia. Very much in the balance at the moment, but Croatia, they're going to need work out of their whole bowling unit here if they're going to defend this score.
Yeah, you saw the 2 batters there, Babar and Nandivada, just having a little chat, and you can imagine what they're saying and saying, all right, we can't afford another over like that. You're just needing 9 and over from here on in. So you're looking really, basically, I think, you're looking for at least a minimum of 1 boundary and over, and then running hard, running all those singles. And just chips up, no run. There's Dora now bowling, and Dora, very similar to Helen, would just be looking and getting that ball up there, wicket to wicket bowling. Good start from her. Pressure starting to build then on these Czechia batters. Floated again, but this time a little bit too wide, but you don't mind that. I often say you don't mind missing the wide line by a fraction on the offside. As long as you're keeping the ball on that side, you don't mind it. Dora Pavlic. She comes again, and that one is again going to be just the wrong side of the line. Just dropping her arm slightly there, and in being a little bit shorter than the first ball she bowled. You see there, the whole body tends to drop. So if you can just keep her upper body straight as well while she's delivering, she'll get the ball in a much better area. Trying to keep her body upright. That's a bit better. And it gets played away. Fielder does well. I like it the way also, if you look at the Croatian fielders, when they get to the ball, they can kind of, the best way to describe it is to kind of collapse on the ball. It's almost like hands to it first, and then the body comes down. So if it does miss the hands, there's something behind it. So just a single. Babar again, she knows she's got to get going. That's hit hard and straight. And it's going to be 4 runs. That's a good hit. A little bit too short, but Babar, knowing she needed that boundary, crunches this. And she hits this firmly down the ground. And once that gets past the bowler, nobody's stopping that because that's hit too straight. So 4 more runs. 4 carreras. So that will certainly help them. Still 3 balls to come in the over. 7 off it is the over they wanted. This time just gets a bottom off the bat. They'll take a single. Just a single taken there, so 2 more to come. Now, this is going to be interesting. So, Lanivada, 17 balls for 15. I think she'll feel herself that she probably needs to crunch a boundary to herself. And she won't have to do anything with that one. That one comes out in the hand all wrong. It goes down the leg side. So, extras here. Got to keep an eye on the extras here, Croatia. They'd hate to lose this match because they've given away too many extras. So, Dora, once again, you're looking to try and get that ball outside the off. That's better. Good delivery. It's well played also. Straight again. This time they do straighten up the mid-on, mid-off, and they'll take a single.
50-50 game right now. Pavlic's trying to get out of the over. Just think if they get Baba, it could be a big one, but she hasn't really hurt Croatia yet.
It's crunched hard. Watch the bounce on this.
Good fielding.
Yeah. It's one that you got to wear to stop, really, and that's exactly what the fielder does. So Ilonka, once again, Somatara makes a stop. It's the end of the over. They get 11 from it, so that'll bring that rate back down to under 9. It's exactly what they needed, but what they don't need is another tight over. I wonder if Helen will bowl this one or whether she'll save herself a bit later. It looks like Helen is going to bowl it. Only the 1 run came off her first over. This is our 2025 calendar, and are we getting through things very quickly? And well, remember, on Monday the 23rd of June, we start in Finland. I know you'll be there, and the Rhino will be there as well. I
will, yeah. And it's great to have Rhino up there, of course. There's partners from Finland, so I was almost there when we were in Croatia. It's well bowled by Leko. You know, in physics, they have potential energy into like heat energy or kinetic energy. I feel like Fawa is all potential energy. Like, will it be converted? That's all. Well, ball like that probably will. That'll be away for 4. You can see she's less comfortable when it's outside off because she's a natural kind of bottom hand player, likes to drag leg side, can hit through point and stuff as well, but it's a natural tendency to hit this kind of area. At that time, she does. Nice shot.
Yeah, it's all about using the feet to it as well, and that's one thing that I was saying earlier, that, you know, understandably, some of the batters that are relatively new and still learning the trade are reluctant to use her feet, but she uses the feet there well. That's a reply going to be from Helen this time. It's down the leg side. I mean, what you could do here, I mean, if that's the shot that Babar's going to play, you could bring the sweeper on the offside in and push another one back so you could have square leg, mid-wicket and long on. So that is an option. That's, though, is played out on the offside, so they do need somebody out there. But having said that, it doesn't go to the fielder. It's going to be another boundary. So Babar starting to open up, using it beautifully. This is a lovely shot. Just look at this, the old 1-2 and over the top of the infield. Lovely shot, lovely pickup.
That's what I mean. She can go this way, but sometimes she's trying to hit leg side. When I like her when she hits over cover. I mean, that's a beautiful shot. Still a bit of bottom hand in it. And that's where the elevation comes from. It wasn't a really bad ball or anything.
This one has to be dug out. Just be a single, but you don't mind that. As I said, if you're getting that one boundary, get the one boundary and over. There'll be a few extras you'll pick up along the way as well, and then you run those singles hard, then you'll get there. What Croatia need is a wicket, and they need to break this partnership pretty quick because, well, we know that Nandivada can also be pretty brutal when it comes down to it. Gets a full toss, and I think this one, not only will it go to the boundary, it's been called by the umpires as well on the field of play. So that's going to be 5, the boundary and the no ball. So after a very good first over from Helen Lecco, which only went for 1, this is turning out to be a little bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, true. And a free hit to boot. Nandivada, who's in form. So actually, they were 50-50 about 2 balls ago, and it's gone just out of nowhere up to 83%. Free hit.
And hit well. Fielder's got to get down and does brilliantly well. I think that's Lydia. A lot of times people say, and I'm not, I've got to say, I'm not a big fan of it myself when the captain is on the boundary because I feel that you're out the picture somewhat when it comes to making some tactical decisions. But you can see why she's there.
Great stop.
Oh, crunched. And, that's going to be 6 runs. It's going to go all the way. Bolle. Shaba. I mean, you could argue it's a chance. It was absolutely mullered. And I don't know about you, Vinny, but I'm pretty glad that the fielder doesn't get anything onto that because I think that would have caused a bit of an injury.
It's a finger tipper. If I actually saw that, might have taken a little bit of the pinky. But anyway, Maximo puts Czechia in control. 54 for 1 after 6. Hey, if they could go magical this over, then they could even get all 4 points here. But yeah, Lecco just, you can draw a straight line between when she didn't hit her spots and her economy rate ballooning. But that's the way it goes. They bring back Pavli here. I think that makes sense given the situation. Yeah, but as far as Lydia fielding on the boundary, I mean, you've got more out than in this form of the game. You actually have 5 outfielders, 4 infielders normally through this phase. So, yeah, again, the decision to insert Babar was a sound one, I think, even though it was mid-over, halfway through the third. Now Nandivada getting a groove on as well. He's over 7.
This will get past the infield. They decide not to run here. I think the single is on there. I think this time it was Nandivada who says, no, I don't fancy it. And in the end, Babar, who was looking for it.
She committed to a no before the ball reached, and then that just caused confusion. And then Babar saying, oh, let's not, okay, we'll give up the run. We don't want to give away a stupid run out. See, Shobit's got it, but this isn't a wide for me either. I know the umpire's got a slightly different perspective, but this to me goes straight over the line.
Yeah, not a wide. It catches to the line.
They're pretty thick blue lines here as well. So again, just something that maybe they'll have a word to the umpires about, but they've done a pretty good job. It hasn't been an easy day so far.
Hits it on the full, and that's going to be just the one. I feel they think about the second, but you can see that I think at the moment Sharisha Nandivada is quite happy to allow Fawa Babar to get into a rhythm. I said in the last match when she was out for 13 that I know she'll get bigger and better as this series goes, and she's certainly showing that here. And, well, your eyes light up on this one.
That's the one.
Yeah.
That's the one she looks leg side when I'd like to see her play it with a straighter bat. She's good enough to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not one. Maybe it's the natural angle in before it swings away that forces the false shot. But that's an unnecessarily risky shot from Farmer, given the situation.
I like the way that Pavla's bowling from quite wide of the crease. This time the ball, that's going to be a no ball that hits the edge of the pitch and diverts away. So, well, there's still a chance of a run out, I suppose.
Good running in the end. I mean, you got to be. I know she's not super quick between the wickets, but then she needs to be backing up. See, when the ball reaches, she's still standing in her crease.
Yeah.
So she should have made this easy. Then she goes and she stops and she sees the fumble, then she goes. So that's just a real basic thing that that she can do.
Trisha. That a wide, actually, which is interesting. I'm pretty sure that.
Was it? Maybe they felt it was completely on the surface.
Yeah.
But fair enough. 17 to win then. 21 balls remaining.
Better areas to
The thing with Pavla is because, yeah, she gets that natural outswing. So by going wide of the crease, she kind of lures you into thinking you can clip it off your pads. But then it nips away. So you've got to be careful. Yeah, hold your shape is what I would say.
Yeah, so it looks like Croatia will at least, if they don't win this match, which seems unlikely, they will at least take a point away from it, which is quite important. And that's the line, I think, when she comes wide and she gets that net ball to naturally then drift and swing away. And a good delivery. Just look at this. That's good bowling. Good areas. See if she can finish off this over. It's been a good one so far. Just the 4 runs have come from it. And 3 of those in wides. This time short. And then it's in the air. Watch the bounce. Oh, that's a spicy Tortuga. And it's been dealt with pretty well there in the end. How about this? Well, this is a bit of a wake-up call, isn't it? Well, it's a little bit of the old...
I know it's World Juggling Day, and it's not easy to juggle one ball. But that's kind of what Valentina Romani's done there. And then it steps on it for no reason. End of the 7th over, 59 for 1. I will say that Croatia, they've at least earned their point. Maybe they can put in an amazing 3 overs and still steal the game. This is what's coming up in the 3rd match of the day. No Amy Valverde Benatar in the lineup because she's had to go back for work reasons. Hannah Trinidad comes in. The Croatia, they look unchanged from the side that is playing right here, right now. So, yeah, pretty interesting matchup. I think Gibraltar pretty happy to win the toss and bat, see if they can put a big score on the board. Pius listed to open, so everyone's just kind of gone up a slot, it looks like, in the Gibraltar batting lineup. All right, here's Lydia. Last chance saloon, really, for Croatia.
To the fielder, and once again a little bit of hesitation between the batters. You can see that Baba is pretty keen to get going early, but I think this time it's a good call from Nandivada saying, no, you've got to stay there. It's straight to the fielder.
These two have got some communication issues, but I think they get that one more or less right. I think if you hit it straight to that deep mid-wicket, straight to that short mid-wicket with a clean pickup, there's not one there. They don't want this partnership to be broken and get the heebie-jeebies in the chase.
Simple leave this time around there for Nandivada. Doesn't have to go chasing those, not at this stage in the match. Just needing now, you can see there 15 for a win. Lydia, can she get a good tie over it? They need a wicket here. That's what they need. They need a wicket. That'll give them some belief. Not with that one now. She goes, tries to correct. Goes too much down the leg side.
You know, the lunch is here, so early food chat. I don't know what it is. We haven't had it yet. But apparently, you know, couple of days this week, I think after I'm gone, we'll get pies from the Down Under. Of course, it's one of the kind of...
They're famous pies.
Famous pies?
I know Danny loves these pies. Danny can't stop talking about these pies. Right, in the air. Can she catch a pie? No. Well, this one is too hot to handle. It's like a hot potato rather than a pie, and it goes down. It's good effort from the fielder.
Good effort, but she'll be disappointed here, Pavlic, because this also allows Farwa to come back on strike. But it feels like a big moment in the game. It didn't quite have the technique right. Always difficult to catch on the run if your fingers are pointing up and you're chasing the ball. You just wonder if that might cost them. In fact, it will. It'll be 4. And this is the one I said earlier. She's trying to hit across this kind of ball. When Farwa hits it with a straight bat, she can still crack it just as hard. And this one was too spicy for the fielder. So that drop and then the misfield, I think, signals the death knell in the game for Croatia here.
Yeah, crunches. Somotara right on the shin as it goes to the boundary. So yeah, it's not going to be quite as close as we thought unless something spectacular happens. Need the wicket. Can they get the wicket of Barber here? Lydia, the captain. It's in the air again, but this will go all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. And they're almost home now. What a lovely shot. And the footwork again, epic. 1, 2, 3, y no hay 3, hay 6. 6 carreras. Boom. Shaka Lagia.
Yeah, Maximo time. Farmers ready for an early lunch, I think. What I was going to say, though, before this game comes to a finish, is that now they have kangaroo pie as well as part of their menu.
I actually saw that on the list when Bowler sent me something through yesterday. Said, can you select your lunches for a couple of days? And that was on there, and let's just say I didn't pick it. Well, wicked. It might have come too late, but at least there's something to smile about here for Lydia, the captain of Croatia. Gets straight through. Baba comes dancing down again, but picks the wrong ball. This one was a little bit fuller, and Fawa Baba won't be around to hit the winning runs, but she's basically more or less led her team to another victory. And they have a good record over Croatia as that one goes right through her. Jagadepatte. And at least something to smile about there for Lydia. And gets the big wicket of Baba.
The strategic injection of Baba pays dividends. She'll go for 32 off just 15 balls. 4 fours and 2 Maximos in there. Geez, you might have a run penalty here because that's a long time before you're ready. Now Talamara is sprinting out there. I think it's going to be 5 runs. She's sprinting to try and get there. I think maybe it's all right because the umpire's still fixing up the stumps. But
she's saying, I'm ready, I'm ready. Yeah, I'm ready. Look, I'm here. She's huffing and puffing.
That would have made it a bit awkward.
She's
anyway,
out of breath.
I think she just made it. 3 to win then. Do you reckon she's the captain? And do you reckon maybe they already got their lunch boxes out and they lose the wicket they weren't expecting, looking around and saw no one with pads?
I think
and then she just had to grab.
I think that's exactly what happened there.
End of the over. Must have only just made it. 73 for 2 after 8. So just 2 runs required in 2 overs for Czechia to pick up their first win of the week. And that's certainly something that they deserve after all the sweat and the effort they've put in over the T20 series. I love the way this field is mowed as well. Do you see it from that camera angle?
Yeah.
Looks at the old concentric circles.
We've actually seen some great work done by groundsmen to some of the venues we've been to. Estonia looked absolutely brilliant. And it was the up and down stripes there, where these ones are more the circular ones. But yeah,
I like the circles.
Looks great.
This is Kuchuk Suchu, who's going to bowl over number 9. That ties the scores. And Talamara will get the chance to bring up the win for her side. Any score wins it.
And that probably will be it. That's a no ball because that bounces twice before it gets to the batter's line or the batter's crease. So that's going to be the end of the match. Unfortunately, it will be a no ball that finishes it. So it will be victory to Czechia. And they continue their very impressive form over Croatia. Remember, having beaten them 4-0 back in 2024. They've got the first victory for them as well in this one. Croatia will pick up a point, and I'm pretty sure, and in fact, I'm certain that they will get strong and they will get better as well. But on this occasion, it is to Czechia, the home side, they get the better of their friendly visitors.
Yeah, definitely. And they'll play each other 3 times in the series. I'll be curious to see how this little mini-series goes between these two. At the moment, Czech 1-0 up. And I suppose Croatia will have the right of reply. But first, Croatia are going to have to take on Gibraltar, who are waiting. They've got to be hot favourites, Gibraltar, even without their regular captain, Amy Valverde Benatar, who's had to leave the tournament a little bit early. But they're led by Pias, who will open the batting. And Croatia will be chasing the ball. Then they'll be chasing the total in match 3, which starts in around about 25 minutes time. Of course, you can always head over to Hornchurch as well and check out what's happening over there. I know that I think match 7 is about to get underway with Hutton batting first against Upminster. Anyway, let's check out the highlights. And yeah, they needed to make a change, I think. I think with Barbara, I think it makes sense. Definitely against Gibraltar to have her open and not sacrifice those balls early. You can see she's a different caliber of player. I particularly liked it when she trusted herself to hit through the line, go over cover. She even drilled one through mid-off for 4 as well. That was a little bit of a fingertip. But this one was a no-looker, wasn't it, for Romani? Now you don't see it, now you do, is how Dave B described that in the chat. This is what I'm talking about. Hitting hard down the ground, not an easy one for Smotara. It went off the shins and out of the field of play. Baba would go late in the piece. Lydia Kamaric with a good bit of bowling to remove the key playmaker, but that was the end of the game. As soon as that ball bounces twice, the game's over. It breaks the tie. And in the end, Czechia, they will do it with 12 balls to spare. Their first win of the ECN Tour of Czechia. 32 for Baba, came out at a good time. Again, proactive. I like that the captain, or the coach I should say, Venki, wasn't afraid to make that switch even though it was mid-over. 24 for Nandavada, having a pretty good day with the bat as well. Had a bit more of a supporting role that time. Talamala, the captain, came out for the last moments of the chase. Croatia, I mean, a little bit disappointed. I think that they give away 17 extras in just 8 overs, something they've worked hard on. But you can also understand it's their first game and they're playing a Czech team that is very much in the swing of things at this stage of proceedings. Bowling-wise, the wicket went to Lydia Kavarinc. The other one was retired out. And well, I think shout out to Pavla Senjuk, though. I thought she bowled really well, went less than a run a ball in her 2 overs. But Croatia, they will get another opportunity. We'll be back in around about 20 minutes. And make sure you tune in early because it might be a bit of a juggling start to match 3 as well. As we'll juggle 2 locations here on a Super Saturday. 10 T10s of action. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll have a bite to eat and see you on the other side of this break. Live from Czechia, you're watching the ECI-W. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for match 3 of the day. And it is World Juggling Day today. Yum, 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 yum. Well, I'm going to say it's time for the coin toss. Before I drop any, it's Croatia versus Gibraltar. Let's go.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome to the toss for match 3, Gibraltar and Croatia to call.
Head.
Heads is the call, and it's a tail.
We'll bat, please.
Gibraltar won the toss, they'll bat.
So it's Gibraltar that win the toss and they have elected to bat first. So no Amy Valverde Benetart for them, of course. She's unavailable, so a chance for a few others, I suppose, to make their mark. Croatia, well, obviously they would know they're a little bit out of their depth here, but again, they've got some players that are improving all the time. Over to Rico 4 before I drop any. Happy World Juggling Day, everybody!
Well, how about that, everybody? Come on, put your hands together and let's give him some marks out of 10, shall we? Vinny will be back in probably a few moments' time, so why don't we all get on the chat and just compliment him for his excellent juggling skills on today, World Juggling Day. Juggling requires discipline, dedication, and lots of practice. This entertaining act can be done with several items ranging from balls, bowling pins, bottles, and, well, even knives. A good job we didn't suggest that to Vinny. And the possibilities are endless. And but, like I said, I was a little bit worried about it because it does coincide with World Gin Day as well. Well, fortunately, Vinny did his juggling without having any gin. But I owe him a gin now for later, that's for sure, because I did say if he does it, I will get him a gin. So, well, Vinny Sandy, the gins are on me tonight. Well, just the one. We do have work the next day. Right, let's turn our attention to this match. Match number 3 in this European Cricket International Series. And, of course, the women in action. You saw the percentages there. Welcome back to everybody. And Rob Thompson saying bed for me. Well, Rob, hopefully you got to bed after you saw that juggling from Vinny. Well, maybe you won't be counting sheep. You'll be counting Vinny juggling those balls. And hello to Dave. Who else is in the chat there? And I know some people are going backwards and forwards to Hornchurch as well. And right, AC Gama is saying nice commentary. He likes some Punjabi stuff as well. Sasri Kal, कितना ठीक ठाक है. चलो ਅਸੀਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ भी बोल लेंदे आ. जो ਤੁਸੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ना ਉਹ ਹੀ ਬੋਲੂਗੇ. Don't worry. And shukriya that you are joining us here. Hello, Julian Dawson. And all ready for the action to start here. So Gibraltar, as you saw, they're winning the toss, and they are going to have a bat first. I like that move. Be positive. Croatia are looking to bounce back. Remember, both these two teams, as we see, that is going to be a wide down the leg side. Both these two teams have played a fair bit of this format. There has been said Gibraltar, the last time they played T10 was, I think, back in 2023 at the Gibraltar's Europe Sports Complex. They took on the likes of Netherlands, Italy, Sweden in that competition. He didn't get a win there, understandably, against very strong opponents, and they did play in that third place playoff and lost to Sweden. Sweden secured a win by 59 runs, 118 to 59. But as we all know, Gibraltar since then have come on leaps and bounds, as have Croatia. So it's going to be an interesting little battle between these two. It is the captain, Lydia, who starts. That's hit pretty well and will go all the way to the boundary. That's 4 runs. Hits it hard on the up, does Elizabeth Ferrari. And the first boundary of the innings, it's not a bad delivery, actually, but you can see Elizabeth. I wonder, can we see this side on? Just see how deep she gets into a crease to play this. Pretty close to a pegs, I would imagine. Let's have a look. Drops back. Yeah, that's a great shot of that. Thanks very much, Alex. Good shot, though. And that's good awareness off her crease. Really good shot there from Lizzie. This one's fuller. And, yeah, well weighted on, well struck. There's always a single there. And the batters will come through for a single. So Lizzie is out there with Brava. Raghunatha is the other opener. So Lydia Karovic, captain, wants to come back with a victory here, I'm sure. But it's all about containing. They will know their own depths in the batting department. So again, I think they'll be looking to try and keep it under the 100. I think a score in the 80s to 90s ideally. Of course, less would be better. That's what they're looking to achieve here. Paul Kempin saying, well done, Vinny. Yeah, it was good, Paul. Not going to lie, but I do know, I mean, I've known for a few years that Vinny is very good at juggling. I'm seeing him juggle all sorts of things, including bananas. Oh, dear. Well, talking about bananas, maybe the Grizzlies slipped on a banana here because it got away from the fielder. And that's Valentina Romani. And she gets down, but, well, the hands were not in the right place, and nor was the long barrier. That's not the way to do it. So a gift of 4 runs to Raghunath. Lydia, captain, won't be too happy about that. You see the golfers walking around. Teletubby Hill in the background there. That's good delivery. Nicely played, but once again, single. What I'm noticing here from Croatia now, I don't know whether they're giving their opposition maybe a little bit more freedom, but they're not as close in as they were in the last match. You saw that with that single being taken. They were really pretty close and putting the squeeze on Czechia. There's the field there. They've still got the fielders in pretty close. You've still got the 2 short in. Helen is one of those, and then you've got a short mid-wicket. But the point is back, and they've already got a sweeper out on the offside and on the leg side. And this one is a miscue. Oh, well, this is classic ECN comedy moment, and it will go all the way to the boundary as well. Oh, well, when this ball goes up, everybody's probably shouting, watch for the spin. And this is, you gotta cue the music here. I think a bit of the old Benny Hill will go well with this as it spins away. I mean, that's one. Have a look at this. So the fielder comes in and watch the spin. There it goes. And tries to go after it, but by the time she's made the adjustment, it goes all the way to the boundary. You got a feel for Somantara there. There's nothing she could do about it. It's another boundary. 16 will come off the first over. And Gibraltar, that's exactly what they like to do. They like to start quickly. And, well, okay. Vinny, tell me what all this is about.
Well, you can read it out, and then I'll...
European Cricket Hindi. Okay.
And the next bit?
European Cricket Network Hindi.
No, I mean...
I don't know what that is.
No, well, I'm going to say, that's been launched in the last week or so. It's... that's going to be a minimo one way or another. I actually think this is a no ball for height, and it bounces past the stumps. But let's have a look at it on the replay. Where does it pass? It's going to be a no-y plus the 4 byes. So unhit runs for Gibraltar. Yeah, the Hindi channel, there you go. And it's on Telegram. If you sign up, then you get all the kind of stats, match previews. I think even it's the robot doing these previews now as well. And the robot's so clever, he can turn them into Hindi. Okay. So we've got a big Hindi-speaking audience. That's the way to go straight to the source. European Cricket Network Hindi on Telegram. Okay. James Baisley speaks perfect Hindi. That's why they picked him. I can give him a call right now.
Channel I can talk it but not read it.
You'd be chatting like old mates. Let's get James on the phone. You know what?
Give him a ring now. Go on.
Do you reckon we... it reminds me of an episode of The Simpsons where they said, oh, we've got a first caller now, which is surprising because this is not a phone-in show. And this one just misses pretty close for Pavla. Yeah, but you and James will be chatting like old mates. How much he loved going for about 16 and over in Western Shield. He's 2 meters bowling slow balls every ball.
Yeah, it didn't quite happen for him, really. We were waiting for it. It's not happening here, but for Croatia at the start again, it's just a number of extras to just giving away here. That's going to hurt them. We saw the no ball that went for 4 buys as well. We saw the number of wides in there. We've seen the misfields, and not a good start from Croatia.
Bit of an update as well with Nikki Caruana, who's not the side.
Yeah.
I think was on the tram line, but a pretty nice shot. Should be handled, so just a single. But Nikki has slight, what seems to be some sort of a top of the leg injury or groin strain, and so just precaution, she's sitting out at the moment. She's not quite sure if it's just fatigue or if maybe it's something more, so just being careful and sitting out at the moment. I guess she'll keep monitoring that as the weekend goes on. So yeah, we thought maybe it was strategic with Amy able to play the first game, gives Nikki a rest, but as you can see, she hasn't come back in this game. And yeah, hopefully she's able to play again soon. We might actually try and get her in the commentary at some point as well, because she does speak very well.
Hindi?
I'm not sure about a Hindi. That's a nice shot. That's over the top, and that's going to run away for 4. Nice shot by Raghunath. Well, she's the one that's been given the opportunity at the top. Even though I know they listed Lauren Pius, the skipper, to do the job, but you can see why they like her here. This is a nice push, and I suppose in the power play, less protection on the boundary. You can get a boundary for this.
Yeah, I think that one, again, she plays that a bit cagily. She's sort of like, I want to play this shot, but I don't know. She plays it half-heartedly, but because she times it well, it gets over the field. But it should give her confidence to say, don't be afraid. Play the shot to the full, and now she's going to offer a catching opportunity, and it kind of goes to hands, but doesn't get taken. Oh, that is a chance and disappointment. That's Dora Pavlic, who gets the opportunity, and it just sits there for a moment, then rolls out the palms, rolls down the arms, and down it goes. Big opportunity. And Raghunath gets dropped on 9. And now that one's just down the leg side. So opportunities.
It's actually probably a no ball.
Probably a no ball
technical,
as well.
if you look at where it reaches.
Yeah, no ball always takes precedent, of course, in the game of cricket. And didn't see the signal from the umpire, I must admit. It's sliced away. Fielder goes down early, and make sure this ball's not going to get past her. So Croatia just need to tidy up here, and this is where I think the captain and the wicketkeeper here have to play a big part in this. Ines and Lydia really got to try and G up the fielders, get the lines right in the field. It's chipped up, and oh, it's another one that goes to hand but goes down, and this time is Samotara not able to hold on to it. So 2 chances, and this time it was Ferrari. So both batters have given chances, and both have been put down.
Yeah, I think it might have actually been Raghunath who hit that last ball, but it was a similar kind of shot to the one that did go over the top. This would have been an amazing catch if Ilonka had held on to this. She actually timed the jump well. She just think the hands weren't quite together, were they? There was just a bit of a gap in between the 2 hands, the ball was able to burst through. But it's the end of the second over, and it's 33 without loss. We'll check in top of the table. They'll love at least looking at that table, but I will say they did take a point out of their loss this morning, and they have played an extra game. But Gibraltar, I think they're hot favourites. I'd be amazed if they didn't end up on top, but they're going to have to work for it. Is Helen Lecco bowling the 3rd over.
Yeah, she had a very good first over in the last match, which only went for 1, but the second over didn't quite go to plan. It went magical, so she's looking to get back on our radar and keep that ball full and outside the off-stump. Bowling here to Raghunath, who's been fortunate, been dropped on 9 and 10. It's played nicely. Good early call there also from Ferrari. He says, come on, that's an easy single. Let's take it.
I think Prabha, she's just kind of getting a bit of an initiation of batting in this format of the game. She pushes there, not really looking to score, but Lizzie's backing up well. She gets through, and yeah, definitely a run there. Takes the pressure off. I think this could be a no ball as well, you know. Lizzie did get one of these. She got out to one that was about this high or higher. But I think for me, even though it's coming down a bit, I think it's coming down quick enough. I think that'll be a no ball. Yep. And here comes the call.
Yeah, there it is. So it's a number of extras now, going to 12 already, and we haven't completed the power play. That's a lot. There's the call from the umpire.
Like the reverse to signal that he never made. But anyway, gives you an idea that it is no ball. An attempted umpire clothesline as well. Gives Helen the warning. She nods. Ferrari, she'll be hoping to to go fast here. Free hit. And she does hit it, but actually spins around the field and then spins under another fielder. In the end, it's a pretty entertaining single.
Yeah, this is what I like to refer to a bit of, oh, it's not done yet. Hold your horses. Well, no, it is. Dirty dancing fielding. I don't know if you have a chance to see it all. A lot of things happen there.
I would like to know how that ball cut past the second fielder.
Oh, that is dirty dancing fielding.
Makes my eyes water. Well, that's Helena Bosnich is in that cover point region. Now, played off the back foot. Nicely done. And I like, the outfielders are going to have to work for these stops. I mean, if it was bigger boundaries, sometimes you can be 10 metres back and the ball's slowed down a bit before it gets to you. So you need to have courage in this form of the game. But that was well handled.
Hey, now you're back. I have to say, well done with your juggling. Speaking in juggling, I've got to say, just to juggle on its own, it's a bit of a task for me. Well, and that's just with 2 balls, never mind about 3. But to talk at the same time?
I think that the talking required about 0.1% of my brain power during that intro, because I think I'm at the point now I can talk without actually thinking at all, which is dangerous. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. Thank you. Yeah. And actually we played this yesterday, and then Tina played it on their channel as well, the Hornchurch channel. End of the third over, by the way. Gibraltar are 38 without loss. Tina's sleep commentary. I played 27 seconds of that yesterday. Tina commentating in her sleep. So yeah, I suppose it's possible. But you said juggling with 2 balls. I have to step in here.
You're going to say that's not
juggling,
right?
My brother at school, my brother had quite diverse interests. He was into martial arts. He was also into circus skills. So I can juggle balls, but he can juggle knives, things that are on fire, clubs. Clubs are cool. There's a really nice kind of way that they do that. I'm not sure if you do it anymore, but certainly something he did at school, like all the cool kids did. But yeah, that was clarified about what is juggling, what's not. That would have been plum LBW if it was missed. It wasn't missed. A bit of an awkward stop. Chance for 2 here. Lizzie does get through pretty quickly between the wickets. She'll get a couple of runs. Yeah, but you can juggle 2 balls, so that is possible. But only if you're using one hand. There must be more objects than hands being used if you are to claim it's juggling.
Okay.
So even when we say it's a juggle or the catch, technically we're lying. All right, that's up in the air. It's going to fall just out of grasp of the bowler. That's maybe what we call that the croom zone.
Yeah, so technically when we say he juggles that, it doesn't really juggle it.
It's not juggle, yeah. We're talking about the amount of touches. But I think it's actually a different use of the word juggle when I think about it. To juggle something, we really should be saying he's fumbling, probably. That's nice fielding that time from Bosnich, sliding in and making the stop. But yeah, Croatia, they need to break through here, don't they? We'll say if they can get in to this Gibraltar batting lineup. There's no Amy Valverde Benatar. There's no Nikki Caruana in the side either. There's still certainly some good options in there, though.
Yeah, welcome to Heaton Palmer, who is a silver spanner member now. Good bit of fielding. Oh, well, that would have been sensational. This is just top draw. Have a look at this. It's been hit well stopped.
Yeah.
And Helen then, she's did something similar to this in Malta. And on this occasion, though, she just wasn't able to get to the grizzly quick enough.
Instinct took over. She forgot her injury there. She wasn't really thinking about that too much. But, yeah, Pavlich doing a pretty good job with the ball. Almost created a run out there. Nice shot. Hit straight at the fielder. But just shows you if you go straight away again, Prabha kind of has to be dragged kicking and screaming. But, yeah, just run. You see? That's what Lizzie's saying. Look, hey, hit, run. That's the game. It's 10 over game. If you get run out, shrug it off. And Prabha is going at better than a runner ball here. A lot of it, I think, is thanks to Ferrari running well with it.
It's going to be another good stop. Getting down and getting dirty and making those stops. And, well, enjoying themselves out there, Croatia. They've got the shades on. They're smiling. And why not? I mean, if you're playing cricket in a beautiful country, and you can see that. Not a cloud in the sky. Good over from Dora the Explorer. And just the 7 comes off that. It's 45 without loss. 4 overs now completed.
Yeah, 45. Brimful of Asher and a 45. Cool song. Also, with Heaton Palmer becoming a silver spanner, I want to. I was just going to ask, maybe are you related to Mansi Palmer, who's playing for Czechia in this series? Let us know. Helix says that he wants to see me juggling chainsaws.
Helix.
Hard pass.
Helix.
Hard pass on that.
Hello, Kenneth, who joins
You know,
and says,
what
"Good
did
day
you
to all."
say? Read the quote about juggling. It requires dedication, discipline, and practice. Is that what you said? Because I reckon I was 0 for 3 out of those.
It says discipline, dedication, and lots of practice. Yes.
Discipline? Questionable.
Nice shot.
Dedication? For sure. I remember it took a bit of practice. Now I can do it, I can do it. I don't have to practice it. The thing with juggling, I do the most basic. To say that's juggling, it's the most basic form. I can do 2 in 1 hand. I can do 3 in 2 hands. And I can juggle. Sometimes I can do 4, but it's like 2 times 1. And there's 2 types of juggling with balls as well. And don't go there, but I'm just going to keep going. This is good running again, as they'll hustle through for an extra. It'll be a wide, just on the pitch. So what I do, I can't remember, there's words for it, but I cross. So when I throw, the balls are going across, like almost like an X, like this. But there's another type of juggling that's more like, it's like a circle.
Okay.
And so once you start getting kind of 4, 5 balls, those kind of things, it's pretty hard to cross it, although it can be done. That's hit across the line, but hit very well from Lizzie Ferrari, who's going to bring up the 50 and the 50 opening partnership for Gibraltar here in the 5th over.
Yeah, it's a good shot. And Gibraltar just seem to have the knack to get off to a good start, don't they? The openers have always performed well for them. And that's exactly what they're doing here. So a really good start. Ferrari gets that one away nicely. Remember, in the first match, it was a 100-run partnership between the 2 openers. And this time, it's 53. It's still going strong, but the number of extras here from Ivini are a concern already for Croatia. They're giving far too many away, and they'll be under time pressure as well.
Yeah. So I've just looked up the names. So the Cascade is the most common, the first people learn, because I'm a very basic juggler. I do it because it's a bit of fun. I like playing with tennis balls and those kind of things, and cricket balls, and these kind of things. They're always around. But you need to have an odd number of balls, and balls cross from one hand to the other.
Yeah.
So if you notice what I was doing there, I throw it with my left, and just before I catch it with my right, I'm throwing the ball out of my right, and then catching it, and then just before.
Yeah.
So you start. So it's all about just getting started with that one, and then it's not too bad as long as your throws are good. Throws are good, then your hand's already in the right place. So you start with from right-handed. So I have 2 in my right hand, and I will throw just that one ball, one of the 2, and keep the other one in my hand. But there's also, it's called the shower, which it looks like the yeah, I remember this now because I heard this. It looks like the ball's going in a circle, and it can be done with any number of balls.
All right.
So it feels more one-handed and rhythmic. So you're basically, you're always throwing from. Oh, geez, that would have been out as well, I think.
That would have been.
Searching for the extra run. Check it out in the replay. Lizzie, she's fast. Oh, I didn't get the bat down there. It would have been dead. So yeah, if you're doing the shower thing, if you're doing the circle thing, you're always just almost putting the ball from your left to the right, but you're throwing it.
Yeah,
And so they're all going in the air, which is crazy. And then there's the fountain, which is, I think, what I described, which is with even number of balls. So I can do it with 4 balls in 2 hands, and basically it's like 2 in 1. So,
But the same hand?
The same hand, yeah. 4 balls, and I don't cross them over.
I've got to say, you looked so comfortable when you were doing that. I reckon you need to try and do one blindfolded as well. I reckon you can do it. I reckon you can do it.
Will not work.
I reckon you could. You're going to try off here now. I reckon.
What do you think the record for the amount of balls juggled?
Oh, okay. I've seen
where
people
it's done
juggle.
at least once.
I'm going to go a crazy number like.
Think about it. It's
45,
realistic.
50.
No. I mean, like, not like how many balls you're juggling. Like, I juggled 3 balls, not the amount of times. That's going to be down the ground, and that is going to be 4 runs. Nice shot. A bit too short from Modric. She'll go for 17 in the over, and after 5, it's 62 without loss.
Well, I suppose it all depends. First of all, you've got to be able to hold all of these balls, so you're going to have to be smaller balls. So maybe sort of like ping pong balls or something. And I reckon with ping pong balls, something, because if you can get the height to them, because that's the other thing, is how high you go. I'm going to go for 20.
20 balls at once, but remember, they're all coming down. You got to be quick enough. So it's...
What is it then? You're looking into this.
The record for it to be just to catch all the balls once is 11. And the record to catch to go at least twice is 10. But it gets...
You can beat that. I reckon you can beat that.
No, I bet you I can't. I'd love to see... Let's have a look. I'm going to try and find a video.
I'd love to see you try. Anyway, just to remind the folks that the number of ways that you can get in contact with us. I still want to know what this butterfly is, by the way. Have you ever been on butterfly?
It's X for, but it's not.
So what's
run.
that one there? What's
Well,
that?
that's X, formerly known as Twitter.
Okay.
And then there's a few reasons that people might not really be huge fan of that.
Can we not have an index,
these days?
like a key index?
But the youngsters,
people
they know.
like me don't know what all of that
They
is.
know what these are. Look.
What?
This is the guy doing 11 balls, right? So you watch that and you. That's pretty good.
That's quite amazing, isn't it? It really
I'll
is.
put that in the chat. That could be out.
Oh, now then.
I reckon it.
That's the foot get back in
I reckon
time.
this is out. I didn't see it getting back.
Let's see this nice.
I might be
slow side
crazy.
on.
I'm 100 meters away, but let's have a look on the replay. Oh, it just gets back. What do I know?
I just thought she just got.
I mean,
the
it's
foot
still
down
very
in time.
close.
It's just down there.
Oh, I withdraw. See, that's the wicket keeper in me. You can't breed it out of me. I was like,
you
close
guys
enough.
think everything is out.
Close
you
enough.
Keepers. It was close, but not out. They decide. Lofted, full toss, hit hard. Fielder's not going to have any play on that at all. It's going to keep on going. It goes all the way to the European Cricket Network banners there. Just before you get to Teletubby Hill. It's a little gift. Hit hard, hit sweetly, and off she goes for 4 runs. Not the best of deliveries there from Dora. The first over was pretty tidy, but she lets herself down with that full toss down the leg side. So that was 11 balls, was it?
It might have been 14. I don't know. The official world record's 11. But I think at home he probably just videos it until he does some ridiculous things. This guy's name's Alex Barron, and so he holds the record for the 11 and the 10. 10 he actually did multiple times, catching each ball twice, whereas the 11 record was catching the ball just once. But yeah, I mean, it's a cool little trick. I mean, kids love it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, especially like, you know, I used to work a fair bit in a kindergarten. I was doing a music program there once a week when I was younger, and they always think it's hilarious. And then you go, oh, and you know, they have like fake fruit, you know, for their little toy areas and all that. And so you get those, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna, and then you juggle like an apple and a lemon, and because what I can do is I can go. This is, I suppose, my best trick, if you want to call it a trick. That's belted. That's going to be 4 right in the gap. And that one's going to probably end up on the Cricket Academy field. I know they've been pretty busy down there. That's gone miles. Oh, there you go. Can we have our ball back?
Let's see the arm. Come on. Give us a good arm.
All right.
Good
the
arm.
pressure. Pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Pretty good. I told you, they've got lots of good youngsters here. They go around the schools here. They do it. They get people in. They get the love of cricket, and you see it a fair bit in the Czech women's side. You know, you've got quite a few players there that have come through the academy, and you know, it's not an unusual thing for them to be playing cricket. They've been doing it for a number of years now.
Are both fields called Scott Page, or just
no,
this particular
this
one?
is the Scott Page field, and that's the Banks field. Hugo Banks is the
that's
owner.
Hugo Banks.
Who
Banks
apparently
field.
we saw driving in on his car
in
machine
the
earlier.
Jeep, yeah.
Cool. With a table on top. Maybe settling in for the
I
day.
thought that table was coming in here.
And I've got to
Maybe
say
playing.
this, and I don't want to disclose anything that's confidential,
What's that?
but the Banks family is very, very generous. The rent that they charge for this field is microscopic compared to what they probably could charge, but they're big supporters of the Czech cricket. That's great. Oh, in
Chipped
the air.
up. Oh.
And yeah, it just gets away from Pavlich. That'll be the end of her 2 over spell. Not a bad effort, I thought. Finishes with none for 19, and after 6 overs, it's 74 without loss. Yeah, so my trick, if you want to call it a trick, is I will juggle 3 balls, but then I'll be able to hold one in my, say, left hand and pretend I'm eating it while I'm juggling the other 2 in my right hand. So that's like my only variation because I can do 2 things. I can juggle 3 balls in 2 hands, or I can juggle 2 balls in 1 hand. And I can switch from one to the other. Yeah, I think sometimes when you look at that juggling video, you get an appreciation of how complex it must be. But nowadays, you can video everything. So this guy, Alex Barron, he must just keep videoing. That's a trick you might only be able to do 1 in 100 times. Shoes off!
Shoes off!
Shoes off!
Shoe ejection.
Well...
it's a good, actually, this is a really good start. I think that's Pavla, isn't it? Really good start because that ball spins away, she gets down to it, loses the shoe in the process.
It's all part of the process.
And that's when you're glad that you didn't wear the pair of socks with the hole in them.
Yeah, that's true. Well, there's an ad for an underwear company in Australia, and the famous slogan is one day you're going to get caught with your pants down. Now, we use pants. I think I've said this to you before, and you gasped, right? Because we use pants as synonymous with trousers. We don't mean underwear. So the famous one, and this is a bit of a gender reversals ad, I'm going to say it was in the 90s, but it had a female security guard at the airport. And you know how you got to go through the security, and they had a female security guard with the wand, and a very attractive, hunky kind of man goes through. Oh, that one's hit pretty well. It could go all the way, not too far away. Couple of cooks. And they're able to do it. Oh, it could have a run out here. Leko's going to grab it, and she's going to fumble it. Now almost throws it away, does throw it away. But Helen, she'll know that she really should have had a run out there.
A massive opportunity here to break this partnership and just couldn't hold on to it. And then, well, you could see smiles on the faces from the batter, Prabhak, and she knew she was probably gone, but she makes it. Anyway, after this, we go back to...
Yeah, so
this
hunky guy comes in, sets the metal detector off, and she's, uh-oh. Lizzie really wants it. She wants to strike back. But probably not playing ball, saying, I don't get to open that often, so I'll let you go back to your end. Gives her a little bit of a... It's a double shoot. She shoot her away twice. It's a double shoe. Lizzie has to shoot the non-strikers in the end. Get back to that in a second. Oh, Helen, brilliant fielding. Excellent fielding there to save a run. For someone who's injured, she certainly is a bit of a excitement machine.
Because she throws the ball onto the stumps, and the barrels don't come off wet. The batter is in, but...
Got to throw it harder. Yeah. But she hit down towards the bottom. Oh, is that out? Yeah, caught behind. Little Nick. I heard it. And Helen Neko heard it as well. So did the umpire. So Ranganath is going to go. Pretty good catch behind the stumps as well by Ines Majdancic. And, well, something for Croatia to celebrate. Gibraltar, 79 for 1.
Well, Ranganath probably wishes now she had run. She was lucky earlier, but it's a little, there you go, a little snick on it. Well caught behind the stumps there from Ines. And then have a look at the old celebration here. Helena, she's doing some funky stuff with her hands here. Watch this. Oh, yeah.
It's like missed her own hands in the applause. I haven't seen that before. Pretty good effort by Prabha, though. I mean, I liked some of the shots over cover in particular, but she will be the first to fall here in match 3. Nicely taken. Kind of went for the stumping as well, but then I think realised, hey, hold on, I think there's a catch there. Sometimes if you go for the stumping, you put doubt in the umpire's mind. It's like, well, why'd you go for stumping if you thought it was caught? But that definitely was an edge, and Ines did very well. Lauren Pius, the captain, comes out at number 3. Okay, I'm going to try and find this. It's from the 90s, I think. But, yeah, so the guy sets it off, and she's like, belts, please, socks, and then she's like, shirt. And then he's like, and she's like, pants, please. And she's like, pants, please. Yeah. And then, and then he's down to his Bonds underwear. I don't mind saying it. And then I think she had her friend comes up and says, yeah, she's got a little button that sets it off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And nicely, this is Seaman who comes on to have a bowl, and she makes a good stop off her first delivery. Chipped up in the air. Oh, once again, just fingertips on it. And we'll have a throw. Luckily, it's been backed up. Oh, dear. Croatia. Have a look at this. Agonisingly, it just hung up there. Does get fingertips to it, but not able to hold on to the cat seamer.
Down leg side this time, so that'll go for a wide. Gets a bit more of a... oh, it wasn't actually... yeah, I think this is a Bonds ad. I'll show you the ad, and I'll call it in here. And you can get... It's only 45 seconds. I'll put the link in the chat as well. From 1994. Pius. Well, there's a bit of hesitation here. Lizzie was in jeopardy there, but eventually she gets going, gets to the striker's end. But yeah, it's a bit of a classic. I think brand name is it was considered quite a risque thing at the time, you know. Empowering though for females. Guys looking pretty confident. Yeah. That's a good one. The guy just walks off.
Very good. Very
good.
good.
Audition for that ad. Now that you've heard us talk about it, you watch it. We'll put the link in the chat. Anyway, there's a full toss. It's hit well from Ferrari, knocking on the door of a half century. That one was cracked behind square. Cuatro carreras.
Wrong areas. It's a full toss on the legs. It's just an easy put away. And haven't really got enough fielders on that part of the boundary to try and stop those. But you can't set a field to those sort of deliveries. And I think the bowler seamer will know it. Just got to go back outside the off. But Ferrari moves into the 40s now. 42 of 28. Expected score around that 112 mark. And I was saying before, Croatia would be looking to try and keep it under the 100. Optimistic appeal, but always going down the leg side.
Didn't really occur to me, but it's true that Gibraltar haven't played in T10 International since our very first in 2023, if you remember that. I think I left you in Malta and I went and I covered those.
That's right.
And you went on Golden Ball fever over there. And that's a really good shot from Ferrari. That'll get her up to 46. You just can't miss your spot to her. She's very, very good, especially when she gets something short of a length. So smashes that one to finish the over, and Gibraltar 91 for one. Yeah, but that first one, and it was a bit of a learning curve for them, no doubt. But I think you speak to their coach, you speak to the players as well. They learnt so much. They were playing against Italy, Sweden, and the Netherlands.
You're right, yeah.
It was a four-way tournament, I think. And funnily enough, that's the only time we've seen the Swedish team T10. We'll see them in the ECI-W end of the year. But, yeah, Gibraltar there, I think that's where a lot of them really got the fire and saw, hold on, this is, this is on the up and up. We've got the facilities. We've got some really good coaching and some good cricket brains in Gibraltar to take our cricket next level. And they definitely have done that. They won the CE Cup last year. Lydia Kavaric comes back to bowl and a little bit of a back cut. And Helen, she's throwing herself around like a rag doll for someone that apparently had a slight injury earlier on. It was 91 for 1 after 8. Makes it 91 for 2, or 92 for 1, I should say.
Yeah, good bit of fielding. The back cut and the back, kind of a falling backwards throw from Helen. Lydia coming back on. I think it's a good move for her to bowl here now. To just try and slow things down a little bit. And that's high up in the air. Will it go to hand? No, it will get away from the fielder. It's going to be another boundary, and that is going to be a 50 to Ferrari. Really well batted. And she raises her bat to receive the applause of her teammates and all the spectators around this beautiful ground in Czechia. What a good knot that is from Elizabeth Ferrari.
You can see why she'd love playing this form of the game. It suits her so much. She can express herself. Obviously, when she's bowling, she's a real weapon as well. Congratulations to Lizzie. Her first T10 50 celebrates by trying to put a hole through her captain. And Paya somehow matrixes herself out the way, but the result will be 4 more. And Gibraltar bring up the 100 now in the 9th over. As we say on ECN, it all happens in the 9th.
Yeah, look at that. It's a very impressive wagon wheel as well. And you can put another boundary onto that as well, long on. Beautiful timer off the ball.
That's not the greatest delivery this time from Lydia. It's just lost the occasional one today.
I think what I'm seeing in the field here, Vinny, from Croatia, as we both know, they like to be very attackive. They attack a lot, but when they need to defend, when they need to go to the defensive mode, when you've got a batter like Lizzie playing well, they just don't get the lines covered well. Oh, that was spicy. And this one also will go all the way to the boundary.
Oh, it does.
I mean, that is one that's sort of a keeper's nightmare, isn't it? It just takes off.
There's certain balls, and we saw it in the men's the other day as well, when they bounce around the crease where bowlers land, because it's not a completely flat surface. It's almost like there's footmarks. And the balls can go over the keeper from there. Even in the men's, we saw that. Yorkers go over the keeper.
Wow.
Like trampoline Tortugas almost. And that was one of those. It was very tough to handle for Majdancic behind the stumps. But Lydia needs to try and pull it back here. It's getting a little bit out of control. That's beautifully whipped away. An awkward bit of fielding, but does well out there. That's Kuchuksuchu. They want to take one in the arm, and they won't get away with it. Pius is going to be run out. They don't even have to go upstairs. So credit to Seema, who had an awkward bit of fielding to contend with firstly, and then just had to get it moving back towards the middle of the pitch. So Ferrari can understand her at this stage. She wants the two. It's worth going for, and I think situationally, but the captain will be collateral damage. Kind of used everything she had to hurl that towards the bowler's end. So it'll be one and done, that ball. Pius run out for two. It's 107 for two.
Yeah, what a good bit of fielding that is in the deep. Of course, Seema taking the position off where Lydia, the captain, is bowling would normally be. Makes a good stop, and that's a good example of getting your body behind it. You see this again, gets the body behind it, the ball bounces, comes off her chest, she then gets the throw in a good strong arm and allows Lydia to do the rest. Good bit of play. Could be your HTL Software Player of the Day, you never know.
Yeah, I love that she knew she had to put almost everything into that throw. He almost threw it off the wrong foot, but that's a cracking shot. That's why Ferrari wanted to strike back. She'll help herself to 4 through extra cover. So not just content to stay in the 50s. She wants more. She wants a big finish for the Jibs.
Yeah, the timing actually from Lizzie's been superb. She's never really hit a ball in anger. She's just timed, well, we were talking about pants, timed the pants of it. That's what she's done. Beautiful shot, lovely stroke. And, well, the Nelson on the ball with the ball to go in the ninth. And, well, it does all happen in the ninth. And, unfortunately for Lydia, the captain of Croatia, it's gone magical. 20 off the over so far.
Yeah, might settle for the one here, given that it is the end of the over. So Lizzie's just got that cricket IQ. You know, she's played a lot of men's cricket as well in Gibraltar. She plays in the top men's league there. So, you know, she's got a certain toughness and a certain, what's the word, ruggedness in her play, but also the intelligence, I think, with some of these situations that are coming up.
Yeah.
So she retains the strike, moves to 60, and Gibraltar are 112 for 2 after 9.
How many more can they get here? I mean, if they can get to that 120 plus score, I was saying before that Croatia would ideally have not wanted to allow this to go over the 100. They would have wanted to be chasing something less than 100. So they're going to have to go leaps and bounds in the chase here.
All right. Time for the curtain call. Lizzie hits this hard again. She'll want 2 here. This time maybe won't get away with it. But we get to see Yanira Blagg, who has certainly rocketed up the order. When I first saw Yanira, she'd only really just taken up cricket, and she was still, honestly, still learning to bowl. She did pick up a wicket, caught behind, which is a big deal there. It's not so much of a big deal now that she's been practicing. She's been building strength, building experience. Like I said, they've got indoor nets, outdoor nets there. They've got a whole stadium.
Yeah.
They've got even the gym there. And they've got such great facilities that European countries on the continent where they would love to have, but Gibraltar lucky enough to have them, and they're nearby because. Down the ground this time, catching opportunity, put down. Modric down there. Could have been a duck for Blagg, but instead she'll get off the mark.
Saves the boundary. I mean, I know the catch doesn't get taken there by Morana Modric, but what she does do is stops that ball going over the rope. So it's going to be a single, which means that Ferrari gets back on strike.
He's a bit more breezy out there in the middle. And that's another thing here. We know it's one of the windiest area in the whole city. So we won't feel it here again. Something we don't have to deal with. But you watch. I can only tell from the flags and everything going around, it can get very, very difficult for the bowlers. It's a good ball though, but an equally good shot. And Lydia will take it on the bounce. Again, happy to make sure it doesn't get past to the boundary. So, look, Croatia, where are the runs going to come from? I suppose you look to the top. You look to Kravaric, who I think is probably going to have to have a big one. You know, Helen, obviously, she's quite industrious as well. And so Blagg is going to go leg side this time. Finds the gap, but closed down pretty quickly. I think these two, again, they live and they breathe cricket. And they'll know, for example, you know, this is the last ball. We're just going to keep running. You know, some earlier on, you know, less experienced batters at the end, they might kind of hesitate. But here, they'll know it's time to hit the go button. 118 for Gibraltar with the last ball coming up from Pavla Senjug, or not, because that'll be a wide. So 119, we're looking at a 120s chase.
Yeah, has to bowl that one again. Nice, a bit of timing there also from Blagg. But yeah, you're right, she's a fantastic story. Yanira Blagg, I remember you talking about her the last time, how she's come on leaps and bounds, and just, you know, if you just watch her there now, well composed. That also will have to be bowled again, just the wrong side of the line. But, you know, she's standing really still and she's watching the ball. She's not committing early. And certainly has become a very accomplished player for Gibraltar. And looking to see if she can finish with a nice shot here. That's going to be another wide.
So just strange, because I think the wind's normally left to right here. I'm just looking at the flags. The flags in the background are probably normally a good indication. So maybe it is a bit right to left. You can see just going with the breeze. So even if you hit a one here, it's like you hit a 4 for last ball.
Yeah, frustration there for the bowler, because she's saying, well, I'm doing everything right. Oh, and this time she could have had a wicket. But she finishes with a dot ball, because once again, there's that movement away. That looked like it was destined to hit the off stump. But moves away. She finishes with a dot. It's the end of the innings in Gibraltar. A very healthy 121 for 2, with Ferrari top scoring 62 not out.
Yeah, and Ferrari now has a T10 international 50 to go with a T20 international 50. I think she batted really well. I think it's so natural that she's at the top of the order. Yeah, I just think even in the T20 series, I would have liked to have seen her maybe given the opening job once or twice, because although Nikki Caruana did a fine job of handling the bowling and playing a support role, Lizzie might have been able to kind of force the issue a bit more in in the game against Austria where they fell behind, for example. But hey, what's done is done, and Gibraltar, they're looking good for 2 and 2. Croatia will be chasing 122 for victories. If we go back and we have a look at the highlights, and they decided to send Prabha Raghunath up to the top of the order. She impressed as well. I think her 21 included 3 boundaries, but it was the Ferrari show, wasn't it? As that one was the classic spin away and win away for the batter, the old Tortuga. But a couple of catches did go down there, Rico, that might just have stemmed the flow of runs a little bit.
Yeah, you're 100% right there. Raghunath was dropped on a couple of occasions on 9 and also on 10. And then there were some harder chances later on in the innings as well. Ferrari certainly was just in top form. And as I said earlier, what I liked about her innings, well, this was the shoe ejection. But yeah, going back to Ferrari, she just timed the ball so well. Well, we know that the Ferrari is a perfectly timed machine. And, well, the Ferrari that we saw out there in the middle was definitely that as well. Playing strokes to all parts of the ground. And this, well, that was a little bit of celebration when Helen did pick up the wicket of Prabha in the end. But the runs just kept on coming. Some big hits, but the opportunities did present themselves, but they weren't taken. And there was a 50. A delight for Lizzie Ferrari. Brings a 50 up on the board. But one thing that Croatia will be very concerned about is 33 extras, 32 of them wides. Only the one no ball, which is, I thought there was more than one actually, but only the one no ball. The others were obviously given as wides. But yeah, that's going to be a concern for them. And even if they could have halved the number of extras, it would have been probably what you would say a more kind of a realistic kind of chase. But to get over the 120 mark, they're going to really have to go some. But they do have the batting that can do it. So Elizabeth Ferrari, 62 not out. That's all the way through the innings. What a good knock. That was supported well by Prabha Raghunath there, 21 of 18. Pyatt, well, she did the right thing, sacrificing herself to try and, well, she does and did get Ferrari back on strike. And then, yeah, I liked a couple of nicely timed shots there from Yanira Blag towards the end of the innings, which helped them to get to that 121. On the bowling front, there was some good, I mean, once again, Helen Lecco, good spell from her. She's the only wicket taker, 1 for 10 of her 2 overs. But some of the others a bit expensive. Lydia was a little bit expensive, 37 Chirino. That's the captain. She's normally a lot tidier than that. And maybe somebody like Moira Modric also. It was the number of extras that were coming off the overs, and that's the one thing that you have to understand when there's 4 or 5 wides in an over. That's 4 or 5 extra deliveries, and if a couple of those go to the boundary, that's where it hurts you. But talking about hurt, yeah, you see there at the bottom there, 33 extras. So that could be the difference between winning and losing this match for Croatia. So there's the mid-match summary on the board for you. Remember, myself and Vinny Sandu will be right back in about 10 minutes time to go through the run chase from Croatia, needing 122 for victory. Join us back in just under 10 minutes time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back to the magnificent cricket facility here in Czechia. What a wonderful ground that is. That's the Scott Page field, and we're ready for the umpires to walk out into the middle. Umpire Wahid and Abdul are well, we can't call them the men in black, can we, when they're wearing the blue? So we call them the grizzly men, wearing the grizzly shirts and the grizzly blue, are ready to start off the reply from Croatia. And they need to go big here. They're needing to get to that 122 for victory. It's going to be a big ask. And they're going to have to be around the 80s, I think, just to also pick up a point here. And I always like to mention some days. On this day back in 1929, birth of the Australian fast bowler Alan Davidson, the closest rival to Wasim Akram as the greatest left-arm seamer in history. Unlike Akram, he was a lusty lower order hitter as well. Just see the bonus point equation there. So restrict to 84 or less. Now that is definitely doable if Gibraltar put their best performance in the field together here. And Croatia, they're going to need a good start, and I think the top three are pretty key for them. Yeah, so Davison was also, as I said, a lusty lower order hitter. His finest hour was in the tied test of 1960, which he went into with a broken finger and came out with a significant record. First man to score 100 runs and take 10 wickets in a test. And he was very much a captain's dream. That's played away well, and that's a good start. 4 runs right off the middle off the bat. Well, that is nice and sweet out the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai from the captain, Lydia. And what a good hit that is. It's a thumping shot through the covers. And nobody's stopping that. That was, it's still moving. It's still going. What a hit. Smashed away. The perfect start. And nice. Oh, I think that's a tough call. Really. I think Lizzie Ferrari probably does just need this. There is movement away, but I think that ball, for me, goes inside the line before it starts to move away. You can see the wind Vinny was talking about there in the background. Certainly can't feel it here in the bunker, but the wind is picking up out there. And saw some of the slower bowlers struggling with that. That struck pretty well as well, but well stopped. The batters will take a single. So Lydia Coverage makes a good start. Hands over now to Helen. How important Helen is to the side. Once again, very tidy bowling figures from a 1 for 10. Can she do something with the bat? That's one you just got to leave alone. It sort of gets kicked to the nearest fielder. Well, I've seen wicketkeepers take the ball and pass it on using the gloves. And this time it's just kicked to Lauren Shepherd. There you go, that's yours, says Sally Parton. Lauren picks up and gets it back to the bowler. And it's going to be another wire this time. It gets past Sally, who's once again trying to kick this. It's a difficult one. I think she's standing. You can see she's inching forward now, trying to move forward so she can take it in the gloves. But again, just watch this. Just doesn't quite reach her, and she's not able to get the gloves to it. Reacts with the foot again, but this time she's not able to pass it to Shepherd. Down leg side, and that is whacked. It's going to be 4 runs. Tremendous strike. Another boundary. And Lydia Coverage gets another one away. Just look at this. Gets into good position. Good technique. And the bat comes from high to low. Crunches it out of the middle. When she hits it, it stays hit. That's another good shot. They need a good start, don't they? And 13 off the first 3 deliveries. And that is a good start so far. And comes the next. And it's up in the air. We'll get over the infield. Going, and it trickles over the boundary rope to the delight of the Croatian supporters to the left of me here. They're celebrating another boundary. Lydia looking to go wild in the power play. Oh, she's having to reach for this, but I like the way she doesn't stop the shot. She keeps going, 100% committed to getting it. And then, even though she's reaching for it, gets enough bat on it to send it over the infield. So just making a few adjustments in the field here. So already Gibraltar having to make some changes. And it's nice and full. Steps into this. Played away. Could be a run out here. And, well, certainly a direct hit. Certainly would have been. This is a risky one. No need for this. Let's have a look at this again. So running into trouble. If that hits, she's gone. And I think also if the Ferrari has a breakdown here. Ferrari is down. Needs a service. If she could have stayed on her feet, and it could have even impacted on the run out. Helen, oh, that's a good delivery. And Helen, I don't know how much she knew about this, but she gets enough bat on this to send it towards the boundary. The third does well. A bit of foot fielding, but successful foot fielding. Stops the ball going past the boundary. It will be the end of the first over, and it's a good start. It's going to be 19 off the first. And, well, if they keep going like this, they'll win the match quite comprehensively. 51 matches now since a golden ball. There's that over from Ferrari. Doesn't quite go to the plan. And I wonder if they might just think about just slowing it down and taking the pace off. Certainly Lydia looks like she likes the pace on the ball. And Helen Lecco, it looks like she's looking to get herself set and bat through the innings and provide the support for her captain. Over number 2, and it's going to start as a wide, and more work to be done by the sprightly youngster behind the stumps, Sally Barton. Yeah, gets there, moves across, and that's what it's about. It's all about the movement. Doesn't take it cleanly in the gloves, but gets across to stop it. Otherwise, that's really going to trouble the fielders. Nobody at fine leg. And gone. Perfect Yorker. And that's the perfect delivery. And Yanina Blag gets through the defences of Helen Lecco. She managed to block one in the over from Ferrari like this one, but this was just that little bit fuller. There's no answer to this. It's just quality bowling. It really is. This is a top seed. Have a look at this delivery. Ginni Sony ball tigi. Jaga de putte. Shaba shaba. The stumps have gone for a walk, as that is right on the money. And that, you know, in all fairness, that would have got a lot of batters out. There's no doubt about it. It's just a super delivery. And it's one that if you're unfortunate enough to get that seed, you just got to say, it's part of the game. It happens. Great delivery from Yanira. It really is a top. Look at the reactions here. Yeah, shaba, shaba. And absolute beauty. And smiles on the face of Lag. She's a talent, isn't she? There's no doubt about that. And I'm not just blagging about it. She's good. That's the next delivery. Get someone outside the off. And one thing she does do is, without trying, and this is the key thing, she's not trying to bowl fast. Sometimes that's can be the issue with bowlers. They're trying to bowl fast, and then they lose the shape, they lose the line. She's just getting the ball. She's got rhythm. That's the word. She's got rhythm from her run-up to the release. It's all about rhythm. Once again, nice rhythm, good action, gets the ball through, and with that, she gets a bit of pace as well. That one a little bit over-pitched, but there was nothing that Pavla can do to that. But it's in the right areas, hoping that maybe she'll get a wide. Pavla. That's well bowled again, and you can see that little bit of extra pace that Blag manages to get. It's enough to beat the batter quite comfortably. That ball's gone past before that bat's really come down from Pavla. So after an expensive first over, The second one is exactly what Gibraltar needed. That's played away handsomely, though. That will go all the way to the boundary. I suppose that's the drawback, really, to the pace on. That's why I was thinking whether Gibraltar would opt for a pace-off bowler, because if there's that much pace on it, if you do manage to find the bat, and that's a delightful shot, actually, just like the way that she just opens the face of the bat, guides that ball into that backward point area, and gets 4 very valuable and badly needed runs. Still a ball to go in this over from Yanira Blag. And she won't like being hit for a boundary, that's for sure. Let's see what she comes back with. And it's a good Yorker delivery. Well, a non-striker ball watching a little bit there was Lydia. Probably not keen to take the single, maybe wanted to be on strike, but you've got to take every run that's available to you. And, well, we've seen a little bit of this, the foot field lay-on. We saw Barton doing it a few times behind the stumps, but now you've got fielder out on the field of play doing the same. 25 then on the board. They have lost that wicket, and it's a big wicket of Helen Lecco, but still got Lydia there, and she is hitting the ball very sweetly at the moment. Nice shot there off the field. So fielder back on the 45 behind square on the boundary. As we can remind you of the standings. So Czechia women are at the top there, having played the 2. They've got a win and 1 point for a loss to their name, but this is an opportunity for Gibraltar to go right back on top. This is Prabha Ragahunta, who batted very well in that great supporting role for Lizzie. I like the way that she's just got to be gone here. And this is going to be interesting. Does she get back? I don't think she gets back. Let's have a look at this. Sally Barton feels she's got the dismissal. I think this is out. Let's have a look. Got a long way to go back, but does she get the bat down? Let's have a look. Oh, well, somebody better have a good... Can we zoom in, maybe? Let's see, zoom in. When did the bowls go? About next frame. Let's see. It's a close one. This is a close one. I think they probably will say umpire's call on this, because the next frame here, it's about, is the bat down, is it not? And I think you can't guess. You've got to be certain. I feel this might be, it's down to the umpire. I think they're going to say umpire's call, over to you. Let's see what the umpire feels. Umpire says, not out. Close one. Close one. And I think in the end, if it's not conclusive, you can't give it. So, Magahunta, look at the way she's just hiding that ball, saying, not going to let you see it. I'm hiding it behind me back. You're not going to see it until it comes out of my hand. And just checks the field here to Lydia. Probably wants some extra. Interesting enough, they're putting a sweeper out on the offside rather than go for the additional one on the leg side where Lydia does like to go. Now let's see if this works. Prabha flights it up. Lydia hits it well and going to get it in the gap between the two fielders there at mid-on and mid-off. It's going to be 4 more runs. Lydia, the captain, playing a decisive role here with the bat to try and chase this target down. 122 required. And now some more discussions in trying to get the field right here to Lydia. It's a difficult one in the power play because we know she can hit powerfully out on the offside. She has hit a boundary there. She does hit towards the mid-wicket area, and she just demonstrated there she can also go towards the long off part of the ground as well, long off and long on. So what next? Flighted, hit hard, same areas again, and same result again. It's going to be 4 more. This time there is a little bit on it from the fielder. I think that's Hannah Trinidad. That is in the side here. Let's have a look at this again. I think Hannah gets down. It's a bit of diversion away. In fact, it's not Hannah. That's Yanira Blag, who has to deal with the awkward Tortuga bounce. Gets fingertips to it, but can't stop the boundary. It's a very interesting field. It's almost like they've got a line of 4 from square leg to that mid-off. And taking it on. Wants to get the single. We'll get the single. 35 with still 1 to go in this, the third over. The power play, by the way, for Gibraltar was worth 38. So at the moment, they're right where they need to be. Pavla. There goes Aerial, and this one is going to clear the infielder. And oh, that's so unfortunate. Unfortunate from the fielder who's coming across to do the fielding. Does get a hand onto this, so you can see what she's trying to do, trying to sort of hand tennis this ball back into play, but not able to get enough oomph on it. It's going to be a boundary right when they need it. So they actually win with that ball going to the boundary, and with Lauren Pias not being able to stop it, they win the power play. They may have lost a wicket, but they are 1 run ahead of where their opponents were, 39 for 1 at the end of the third over. And certainly, Croatia, they're not shying away from this run chase. Just have a look at this as Vidhi Sandhu joins me back in our commentary position here.
Yeah, nice to be back. And yeah, brilliant power play, even though they lose Lecco. But they've got 2 out there that can score boundaries. As we roll into another Yanira Blag over. Did she bowl well in the first one? Did go for 1 boundary, but picked up that wicket of Lecco. It's kind of blasted through her. So, yeah, when you've got a challenging total, which I would say 122, it is a challenging total, break it down to smaller pieces. Right now, they're ahead of where they need to be. They'd want to be 48 to kind of still be on track after this over. Let's see. Lydia faces up. Swing and a miss. Good areas once again from Blag. The only thing with her, it probably has been a little bit too short sometimes. That's something I think that she just has to iron out of her system, Yanira. Yeah. But obviously her bowling is improving all the time, and she's a real spearhead now, really, in the attack.
Yeah, when she gets that Yorker in, Vinny, very few batters are going to keep it out, and that's what she's got to use a bit more, I think. And once again, just when it's a little bit short, because she's got some good pace. If batters get and make good contact, as you see there, there's always a risk of that ball going all the way to the boundary. But once she pitches it up, then she's beating batters for pace. Because also I've noticed on this pitch that when the ball just slightly slows, like on a lot of artificial surfaces, it just slows up a little when the ball hits the deck. So if you can get the Yorker in, you're gonna beat the batter with pace.
Yeah, well bowled again. Pavla just keeps it out. Yeah, a bit of a Sophie's choice here about whether you just play out Yanira, because she's only got 2 more balls to go. I probably would not be going crazy attacking her, but you still got to take scoring opportunities if they present themselves. That rate required, it's just crept up towards 13 and over now. Oh, that's going to go wrong. And well, it's a pretty good stop by Sally. Again, it's got her own method. I call it the stomp method of keeping. You won't find it in the regular coaching manual, but in the end, she saves a boundary.
Yeah, she does very well, actually. That was I mean, there's some full tosses which you think they're not particularly dangerous. Then there's these, and this one was right at the head of the batter. So Pavla, she avoids being hit.
Would have been handy if she'd got a swing on it, but yeah. I think she had to.
I think it was right at the head. That's the thing.
Now overcorrection. Nice little spin. Watch it. Oh, it does pretty well there, actually. That was an awkward one. It's Megan Mumford down there. Does very well to stop what I thought could easily be a boundary, because it's an unpredictable first bounce in that part of the ground. Well done.
Yeah, it does well, because it's got to deal with the spin as well, and then also which way is the ball going to bounce. I see off balance, but makes a stop. Stops that ball going to the boundary.
Oh, Boulder. Really good ball from Blag. Well, she comes up with the kill shot, doesn't she? And it might have just killed this contest as well. It's maybe a bit early to say, but Lydia plays down the wrong line, crashes into middle and off. Good reward for Yanira Blag. And at the end of the 4th over, it's 42 for 2.
Well, the same way that she did with Helen Lecco. It's just full and straight. Not quite a Yorker, but the thing about this one, it actually looks like it moves away. I mean, this is an incredible delivery. Alex, I wonder if we can see it one more time. Maybe slow down from behind the bowler. It actually looks like it pitches and moves away. And if it does that, that is an insane delivery. It really is. It's Quite exceptional. Let's just see this one more time.
I mean, it's good ball. It wasn't a terrible shot. To be honest, she comes through. I think if anything, it just maybe came back off the seam, but she just played down the wrong line. She played it, it wasn't a bad shot, put it that way. It wasn't something too expansive, but in the end, Blag just able to fool Kavaric and cashes in on the error. So 42 for 2 after 4. You could see that with that over, actually the 2 Blag overs resulting in a couple of downturns in the run rate. But let's see if someone else is able to pull it out. We'll say that Gibraltar, not all their bowlers are as challenging as someone like a Yanira Blag, and so maybe there's an opportunity for Croatia to get some runs somewhere else. It's Raghunath who's going to get the 5th over. The new batter, who isn't facing at the moment, is Ines Majdancic, the keeper. Good bit of flight there, but probably slightly over pitch. Oh, the foot fielding's back. That's Hannah Trinidad. She's come in to the lineup. Tell you what, we're going to have to start, in field hockey, the goalkeepers wear the big padded boots. We're going to have to start that. We've already seen a pretty good kick back to the bowler.
That was quite insane. Not the way to do it, though, kids.
Hands, people.
Yeah,
Hands. But then you look at all the amount of broken hands and broken fingers we've had. Maybe they're onto something. This time, it's up. It's in the air. And that's going to be dropped. Oh, that's Lizzie Ferrari. I know she's kind of contending with the sun a little bit over there, but she'll be disappointed. Never really get set for this. And it's a let-off for Pavla Senjog.
Yeah, well, it's up in the air and a chance to take the catch. It doesn't get taken.
Pardon me. It was Innes, of course, because it was the single of the ball before. It was Innes that gets dropped first ball. Praga's got a kind of fake hide because she hides it, but then she shows it. She's like, oh, you want it? Here it is. See? So it's not a full hide of the ball. Geez, that'll be out of her hits. Oh, another potential collision. I know we saw one of these earlier. I think everything's all right there. It could have been. I think could have been a nasty one.
I think the catch is on the back of the head. Here, watch. Ooh,
but they're tough. I'm going to go out there and I'm just going to say it. You ready? The women are tougher than the men.
I'm with you. They just get on with it. Just get up and get on with it.
There's one. There was some face fielding yesterday. You wouldn't have even known it. Maybe a couple of days ago when Phil and Danny were on. I love it. Pound for pound anyway. All right, up in the air. Won't quite carry. Again, well judged by Megan Mumford to take that on the hop. I think that Gibraltar sensed an opportunity maybe to take all 4 points here as well. If they could just break through. I mean, Senjog is kind of the last of the resistance, I think. And this, she's shown she can hit the ball.
Yeah, I like the fact that they are at least going for the shots. I mean, some of those shots, they're not quite on, but they're still throwing the bat at them. They're going aerial, but they're being a bit fortunate at the moment. Talking about aerial, well, that's going aerial, and that's going to go all the way, I think, to the boundary. There's going to be a big cheer for this one as it goes over the rope. And now, and also probably umpires, I think they're okay with the height on
I
this.
I reckon it's no ball.
I mean, they haven't called it as yet, but yeah, that's a no-y, isn't it?
Yeah, surely. It's chest high. Yes, it's dropping, but I don't think it's dropping quick enough. It's look at there, it's shoulder height. I know it's coming down, but I don't think it's coming down below the waist.
The batter's already on the line in the crease, so that has to be a no.
I think you gotta. That's a bad call if they let that one go.
Yeah, this got to be a no ball here. The batter is standing right the way back.
That's hip high.
Yeah.
Especially, rough call for Croatia. But to be fair, Gibraltar, they got the wrong end of one of those earlier in the week with Lizzie Ferrari getting caught, and let's just say it's pretty animated in the walk-off, illustrating how high she thought it was. But anyway, it's the end of the 5th over, and it's 50 for 2. England coming to a conclusion today, and what a successful first series in England. A great see 10 teams there, a few teams that you wouldn't normally see in the format. But unpredictable finals day, unpredictable final series. Actually, Hornchurch went out in 4th place in the end, lost their semi-final. But look, they did make it to final day. They had to chase 150 in the quarters on Thursday afternoon just to get there. But anyway, we'll get to see another one on the bottom of that graphic tomorrow when Czechia will be the only location. I think it will be think it's Stockholm after that. Stockholm, Sweden. Anyway, Helen Mumford gets the ball. Solid strike first up. Pick up and throw from Pius, but not in time. They get through for a single.
Taking the pace off now. Helen, she will, of course, give it some flight. It's a good time to use Helen now as well. The required rate for victory approaching the 15 mark. But I think Gibraltar will be keeping one eye on that, keeping that score about 84. Keep it 84.
Look at this ball. This is a seed. This is a genuine outswinger from Mumford who angles this at leg stump. And actually, it's only the bounce of the ball, I think, that takes it over. Have a look at this one. Really goes.
What a beaut. What a beaut.
Hell, I'd like to copy and paste that a few times. Just getting that good outswing again. Good fielding, though. Raghunath does the work on the edge of the circle. So these are things as well. Gibraltar probably get the opportunity to train a bit more. Gibraltar also being such a small place. It's only about 7.5 square kilometres or something like that, 5 by 1.5. You can get to training easier. That's out. That's a pretty easy decision. As Mumford, well, she's been bending them like Beckham, hasn't she? And this time she gets the reward as Innes steps across, tries to hit to leg. But unless that one was going under, that one was going to crash into middle stump, and it's 52 for 3.
Well, Innes doesn't seem to be too happy about this, but to be fair, there's no way that can't be given out. She's like making all sorts of gestures, saying, "What do you mean? What do you mean I'm out?" Unfortunately, Innes, that was right on the base of middle peg. And it's a good bit of bowling, though, from Hannah Mumford. I think she's very clever as well. She does get those away swingers going outside the off, and then every so often she puts this one in full and straight, and if you miss, you're in trouble.
Yeah, nice work. And honestly, LBWs don't come a lot easier than that. That swung from middle stump to middle stump. That little bit of movement. But she's using the movement well. The location's there in addition to the movement. Dora Pavlich comes out at number 5. This one doesn't really go, but Dora kind of gets all cramped up. Yeah, Croatia are a fun team to watch, though. I'm so happy that they're able to be involved. I think I said to the Austrians last night, obviously the rule is if you win the trophy, take it and get out of the country. That was already planned that way, obviously. And to be honest, Austria only had, I think, 12 players in the squad for the week. So I think they were pretty spent by the end of it. I want to see, that's the one that has the same movement. It'll be a no ball. I think she's just in the way of the umpire. But again, watch this one go. It really, really swings. But we've got a free hit coming up.
Yeah, I think that one, she tried to get a bit closer to the umpire, but just the point of release is wrong. So
I like, Dave's calling her Mum Mumford. It's true. And Mumford and Daughter. You know Mumford and Sons, the band? Oh, wow, was that a slip out?
That's another no ball. So I think she's not going back to a normal marker Mumford here.
I reckon that's genuinely slipped out of the end of her fingers. But it's all right. She'll get it back. I think that's a bit different to the one before. That one, honestly, I think it just slips out of the fingertips. And it's a pretty easy call. That it's a no ball. So we might not would have mattered because the one before was a no ball anyway. So still on a free hit. Let's see if Mumford can get it back. That's more like it again. Good outswing there. So, yeah, no harm, no foul. In the end, it's just 4 off the over. And Croatia, after 6, are 54 for 3.
Yeah, in the end, though there were those extras, a couple of no balls in there, still a very tidy over. Just the 4 runs come from it. Good wicket as well, an important wicket. Good bit of bowling. It was a great delivery. So, all smiles at the moment on Gibraltar as they're looking to get another victory here. Remember earlier in the day, they were victorious against Czechia, 137 to 101. Czechia came back with a win against Croatia in match number 2 by 8 wickets. And looked like Gibraltar here looking to get, well, at least 3 points, but they'd love to get the 4. To do that, they've really got to tighten the screw here and get some tight overs in. That's going to be the plan here. They would love to walk away with 4 points. They do play of course, straight after this match as well, Gibraltar, they play Czechia again, so it'll be the repeat of the first match of the day.
Hey, this is nice to see Giannani getting a bowl, by the way. Ariana actually gets the first one in a pretty good spot, but centering with a very nice shot over cover, who's going to get 4 runs. So it's a bit of a battle now for Croatia, a bit like Czechia earlier. I think to see if they can secure a point here. I think the rate has kind of crept out of control. But yeah, Ariana, again, she's an emerging player. I think she could definitely pick up a few wickets this weekend. Again, they're searching for someone to take ownership of Amy's overs, of course, with her not being able to play the rest of the matches. But she's left armour, and she almost has a wicket here, but just creeps over the top of Lizzie at mid-wicket.
It's a good clean strike, though, once again, though, there. Just meets the ball nicely out the middle. Now can Dora get off the mark? She's had 4 balls without scoring, so, I mean, yeah, she does want to provide a bit of support. It seems to be maybe a little issue here with one of the fielders who's down at the moment, and like the umpire just saying, "Come on, stay back, give her a bit of support."
Was it earlier on? I was just out of the box, but was it Mumford that kicked the ball back to the bowler, and it bounced off?
There was one, but she's bowled since then.
Yeah, true. But then delayed onset.
I must admit that I did notice, Vinny, and you heard me say, the last 2 or 3 deliveries she bowled, she wasn't at a normal run-up. She was literally just standing by the umpire and just bowling. So I think she may have picked something up there. So looks like Sammy just administering a little bit of the freeze spray.
It's the old quad strain. That looks like it. Anyway, like I say, it's been a bit of a war of attrition for the Gibraltar side and the Czech side this week. Playing 5 consecutive days. It's their own little version of a test match. We're on day 4. And some could see some test matches still go 4 days. That one does go a little bit wrong. It'll be a no ball. So Sally does well to get over there quickly. I think Giannani, she's got good mechanics. She's left-handed, which already gives her an unnatural advantage. But I just think it's a confidence thing. She just needs more balls in training, because I like what I see from her, but maybe it's just the confidence thing. So it's still not necessarily automatic, that release. You can see it's no ball, bounces before the stumps off the pitch. But yeah, there's a lot to like about it. That's the kind of ball I'm talking about. You know, it's testing. She's got that natural angle across. She looks like, you know, if the wind was friendly to her, she could bring it back from outside the off stump towards the stumps. Also, I'd love to see her work on the one where she kind of rolls her fingers on it, a bit like a left arm orthodox, just because sometimes that can be an easy one to control as well.
Yeah, I think what it is, well, that one gets played at. It could have probably been a wide end. Well, it's a good throw. Direct hit on the stumps, but looks like the batters have made it in. If you look at her arm, I think it's the wrist part of the arm. Everything seems to be pretty well balanced.
I think the bat gets in before it jumps up.
It does.
So even though it hits the stumps, it's all right.
Yeah, so she's pretty well balanced, but if you look at the last moment of her arm, if she could just keep the wrist straighter, that's where, if you just look there, the top part of the arm seems to go away from the way the body is. So it's just got to get a stronger arm, they say. Just that last bit here. Just watch there how the hand just sort of goes away and the ball sort of slips out of the hand rather than gets pushed out of the hand. But as you say,
yeah, that's what I mean.
It's more
time, kind of like you're just more confident in the release. This one actually, it's a tight one. Thought maybe that grabbed some of the line. What's your call? Bounces around the crease. So that's another one that I think probably technically, I think it's getting a bit of the line.
Technically,
I don't think it's the whole ball outside. Hard one for the umpire.
Can see why that one's been called though.
Yeah.
Can see why that's been called and.
Oi, out the way. Yeah, very good straight field position there. Pius, the captain, has all the troops where she wants them. And we're just giving the umpire something to think about. Now we got Wahid and we've got Abdul out there, and Shobit, the birthday boy, is having this one off. He's in the third umpire's chair. And after 7 overs, Croatia are 63 for 3.
Yeah, not the worst of overs in the end there, even though she had some issues. It goes just for the 9, which is way under what's required at the moment by Croatia. So 63 on the board, 3 overs to go, then wanting to at least get to that 85. But who knows, if something crazy happens in an over, they could be back in this match. And if it's going to happen, it's going to happen sooner than later. And they're going to go back to Helen Mumford to bowl her second over. Let's see how she goes here. It's going to start down the leg side with a wide. Well, Helen will know that, as I've said already, it is today International Bath Day. So after a long day like this, when she goes back, hopefully she can have a nice soak in the bath. It's a perfect opportunity after a long day like this, and a nice way to relax and a great way to enjoy your own company. You like a bath? Are you a bath person?
You know, I've got to admit, I do like to relax in a bath. And at the Sunset Beach, we've always got one, which is kind of my ritual after maybe calling a few games in the elements. I've even got there.
Yeah.
Now I'm sounding all new agey, but I thought I'd just try them once, but from the supermarket across the road, they have these bath salts.
Ah. Do you get the bombs? Do you ever try the ones with the balls?
I get the bombs as well.
Yeah.
They're a once a week thing, the bombs. I don't want to go through them too quickly, but they sound like they're going off in there. That's pretty well struck. Won't be an easy stop, but Pius is ready for it.
But have you noticed that a few of the hotels that I've been to lately, even though they have baths, they never leave you with the drain plug. Because they don't want you to have baths. So they start
see, I'm clever. See, I've got options. I've worked out how to move the plug from the sink across. That's an obvious one.
That's one you
probably
can do.
just buy
if they're
a plug.
the same.
I've got other strategies I'll use sometimes. If I really have to, I could use a bunch of toilet paper and jam it in there. That's like an emergency.
I thought you were going to say, socks do the job just as well.
Socks?
You could grab some socks in there, yeah. And then when you're in the bath, you just got to keep your foot in it. This could go all the way. It will. It's going to be another boundary and 5 as well. It's a minimal.
I mean, that's the thing. She sets high standards for herself, Megan. I think she's annoyed because she knows she should have probably gone at this and tried to bend down rather than offer the foot. It's the old step over. And then you see, it's ball wins the race.
What's come off there?
It's the extra sun guard.
Ah,
you see?
It's a double ejection there.
Hot day, yeah.
Yeah, she weren't
I
happy.
don't mind a bit of emotion. I think she might have just left it off the field. I didn't even bother to go get it.
Yeah, it's still. I can see it's still that she's not happy. She's not happy. It's probably, in fairness, though, I have to say, it's probably one that Sally should have stopped. Well, they're both still there.
Still there.
She's saying, I don't want them anymore.
I love her passion. Honestly, I do. Megan, I was so happy. She took a couple of wickets on her debut last week. But, there's another ad. We were talking about famous old ads, right?
Yeah.
This is Mumford and Mum, by the way. You know that when Megan took her first wickets, the first person there was Mum to give her a big hug. Mm. But now she's off Mum's bowling, so I don't know if it would be forthcoming straight away. No. But there was one ad. Phil was there messaging me a few privately. Oh, it dropped. Yeah. There's a big edge there. Probably would have been a wide, actually. Barton, she does get across, gets 2 hands to it, but puts it down. And that's very unlucky for Helen Mumford. Should have had a wicket there.
Yeah, oh dear. You can see she's disappointed. Mumford, she's not right, for me. Look where she's bowling from now. There's no, she just one step from bowling, so she's still, straight back at her. Could be a run out. I couldn't pick it up.
Oh, didn't she just get hit on the exact spot where she was hurt? Who says 2 overs is not long enough to bowl? Look at this. Oh, targeted the same leg and everything. Ouch.
Ouch. Definitely ouch.
I'll come back to what I was saying in a second, but Mumford's going to have to hobble in again. 2 balls to go in her spell. That'll be a wide, so it'll have to be bowled again. So, one of the ads for Yellow Pages, the phone book?
Yes. Yeah.
It was, will seem out of context, but there was a lady that was yelling at Jan, who was running away. She was like, "Not happy, Jan." But that was a classic not happy Jan moment for Megan earlier in the over. Anyway, her team's still in a good position. That's it pretty well. I think that'll go for 4. Good power from Senjuk. Had a let off earlier in the over. Was dropped behind the wicket. But Croatia battling towards that 85 to at least achieve a point in this game.
Yeah, it's good. This is good to see Croatia. They're fine. I mean, having lost their key batters early, We're seeing a bit of a fight here, and I'm liking this from Pavla Senjuk. She really has stepped up here. 29 or 24. Ball to go in this one from Mumford. Oh, that's going to be a boundary as well. Why take a wide and one when you can hit a boundary? She hits another one away. And Mumford, she certainly seems to be struggling here. That's going to be the end of her spell. It's an expensive one in the end, especially that over. It will go for 19, I believe, in the end, is it?
I think you try and sub her
19.
off if you can. She's clearly been injured during the game. You got 2 overs to go. Problem is they've got Caruana on the bench. Oh, the Rico copter's arrived. I thought this is how you were going to arrive last night. Let's have a look.
Let's have a look.
That's coming very close to us.
Oh,
That's a very good view.
there you go.
The chopper.
VIPs arriving, maybe. Yes.
Speaking of VIP arrivals, you didn't really get one last night, did you? When you got to
no.
our friends at Hotel Duo,
I
who,
didn't.
by the way, were magnificent. But there was only one issue, because originally you weren't meant to do this tour. I don't think you got a room booked.
There was no. Let's just put it
No
this way.
room at the inn.
Put it this way. I had a proper Friday the 13th. I really did.
Yeah,
I
tell
mean,
me about it.
I had, first of all, it was a very early start. That part went okay. First flight was fine. But second flight was
So where did you flew in from Alicante?
from Alicante.
And so wasn't direct, I guess.
Not direct. Alicante to Dusseldorf, which
Okay.
was, again, no problems. That was okay. Nice, easy flight. Wasn't busy. But then the connecting flight was delayed by about 45 minutes. But
Okay.
it was the sort of delayed where you're sat on the plane. and not
Second one
moving.
delayed is all right because it means you're not going to miss.
Yeah,
another one.
that's true. And it wasn't the best of flights. And then, of course, as you said, when I got to the hotel, then, they didn't have any booking down for me at all. So
Yep.
I thought, great. And, of course, I was there, stood there, actually, for about an hour
Look at
20. You
this
guys
could
had
be a
all
run
come
out
back.
of. Oh no! Oh, that's so
hesitated.
unlucky. Well, Giannani actually turned out. She hesitated because she was about to throw it straight into Ariana. So there's basically an unwitting goalkeeper. So I'll get it, and then she's like, "Whoa!" And then she's like, "Oh yeah, all right. Let me give you a better look." Probably would have got there anyway. And the backing up with the kick. Oh, folks, stop kicking the ball. It's not good for you. In the air, and that could be 4 as well. What a shot that is. Senjuk with 37 now. And that will be the runs that get the Croatians their point. So well done. They've achieved the point in
That's
this
right
one.
up there as one of the shots of the day. Look at the footwork here. Lovely technique. Beautiful, glorious stroke.
All the coaches that have been spending so much time trying to upskill the batting unit, they'll love seeing a shot like that from Pavla. That was a brilliant bit.
How many of these girls are going to go back with bruises all around their shins?
Oh, yeah. Well, the foot fielders, for sure. All right, that'll be a full toss. That should be handled. It's good fielder. Pias down the ground. So what happened? So you got in. There was no room for you.
No room
So
in
would you
the
sleep
inn.
in the corridor or in the lobby?
There were
Out
all
the
sorts
street?
of things being suggested. In the end, the guy at the hotel went well out of his way to at least get me a room for tonight. So when I had to check out this morning, leave my bag in the locker room, and then when I go back, we'll see what the situation is. So you might have somebody sleeping on your couch.
I also love that. Race? No race. And
They
throw
could
it.
go
There's
again.
more runs.
They could go again.
Wow, what cricket. This is the home of 3 to the keeper, And they will get 3, but Sally had a real Sophie's choice. Do you throw, do you run? In the end, she kind of did neither. She's like, all right, I think I can beat you back. And then she had second thoughts, and she's like, and then she missed from about a metre away. Look, Sally's 67. I bet she's never had a ball like that in her life. But it's all part of the fun of the ECN T10 format. They get 3.
Oh, well.
And then it took everyone a while to work out, hold on.
When they say
Sally might have had to do her own backing up.
But the first time, it's like it didn't come out. She went to throw it and nothing happened.
No, she decided I wanted to run it and steal a few more steps because she thought she could run it in. So she kind of pulled the pin on the throw. 92 for 3 anyway after 9 overs. Entertainment. You got to love it.
You got to love it indeed.
I was going to say, yeah, so my favourite bit is, so your booking wasn't in the system, which, look, can happen on occasion. Just like in Estonia when they told me I wasn't there anymore. I said, well, I believe I am here. That's why I'm standing in front of you. But Russ was coming, and just the guy said, well, Mr. Roos
Yeah, Roos.
Mr. Roos is coming. And yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Okay, so you should be sorted though.
I should be sorted.
It's a nice
We'll
hotel.
have to
Hotel
wait.
Duo. It's so many
It's
rooms.
so
It's
busy.
So
I can't
busy.
believe it. It's so busy.
It's cost effective. It's like 10 minutes from the city on the metro. So, yeah, there's literally busloads and busloads and busloads of tourists going through there every day. Here's Lizzie. This has been her game.
A shot.
Right now, though, it's going to be 4 runs. What a shot. Straight over Lauren Shepherd. And, well, now I suppose we might be on 50 watch because Sendjuk moves to 43.
This is exceptional hitting. It really is. She is clubbing it to all parts of the ground. It's a joy to watch. And it's respectable. They're going to maybe get past
Gotta go
100
full up.
here.
Almost. This is pretty well hit as well. Good pickup. Means it's only a single. That's Yanira Blagg down there. And, of course, I said this straight away when I saw Yanira and I saw her take her first wicket back in 2023. I said, I'm a bragger. I'll brag about being a Blagg supporter. There's a few braggers out there now. This one doesn't really swing for Lizzie. That's one that I probably would have taken on to try and get back on strike. Sendjuk, because I suppose all we can watch for now is if she's able to make the 50. But she's backing up. She's there. And I think once it gets away from Sally, he might be able to create another chaos moment.
Yeah, highest score on the network in terms of T10 before it was 30. That was earlier this year, actually, in Malta. I saw her do that. And, well, it's her highest score full stop. And let's see if she can get herself back on strike. Well, I mean, I wonder if to these wide balls, whether you just take a gamble and say, you know what, if it's down the leg side,
but
you
also
just go.
if it gets taken cleanly, you don't get run out either. Still 4 balls to go. 2 and a 4 get her there, 4 and a 2. But she's got to get back on strike. I mean, a 6 will get her there.
6 will get her
Who's
there.
to say
No.
she can't whack a 6? It's been a good effort from Croatia. They should make the 100 here. It's nice to see some competitive matches. That's one. Go.
Yeah, that's where you got to go. And she's going to get there.
Yeah. And I think that's a wide as well. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah, it is a wide. It doesn't even burn a ball. Watch this. It's tough for Lizzie. Some are going, some aren't. Again, it's tough because we've got super slow-mo. If you're not sure as an umpire, you call it wide. That's the directive. But anyway, Maximo through the 50 for Pavla. Well, you've got to run hard. Got to go for 2 here. Surely. Yeah, go, because you're not going to the... Oh, so not going to the danger end. You'll get the 2. So now she's on 46. This is where I think Pavlich was collateral damage there, even if it was run out. Let's see if she can get a 50. That'd be a huge moment. Again, against a very class bowler in Lizzie Ferrari.
Well, high score on the network and iron up at 50.
Okay. Miss. I mean, it's for all the neutrals out there, I'm sure that I always like to see a player go close to doing something that she hasn't done before. I mean, Ferrari's already got a 50 in this game. She's not helping her out, though. She wants to stay in an exclusive club here in match 3.
Yeah, went for 19 in the first over, but that wasn't part of Ferrari's game plan.
If this is to the outfield, you're going 2 no matter what. Well, let's see if they can work it out. She just want to hit a 4. Oh, there we go. Got to run hard here. Even if it's running. Oh, it's got to be 50 for Sendjuk on the missed field. A 33-ball half century. A big moment for Pavla. She's been working so hard on her batting, and now she has an ECN 50. Brings it up with a 4. So Croatia, although they won't get up in the game, they certainly have a lot to celebrate.
Oh, what a moment. She's never done it before. I've never done this before. She said, my 50, but I absolutely brilliant. And, well, that's a moment that she'll treasure. The European Cricket Network, we make players' dreams come true. And Pavla gets a 50.
And she'll finish with a miss. But, yeah, it was the celebration of someone that had never brought up a 50 before. In the end, it was pretty good effort. And she'll finish on 50 not out. Croatia 107 for 3. They go down by 14 runs, but they do secure their point. Gibraltar, I still think they've got another gear they can go to. But, hey, they're sitting pretty at the top of the table with 2 wins out of 2 games. Still with a game to play coming up against the Czechs in match 4.
Yeah, Vinny, you know what I'm going to say here. The winning margin, 14 runs, extras. The number of extras, 33 extras given away by Croatia. And I said at the time, if they could have been just half the number of extras, who knows? Well, we know now they would have won the game. That's the way it goes. So, But look, what a marvellous moment that is. Yeah, let's just focus. Just focus on this because it's going to be such a lovely reception. There you go. Handshakes all around and some hugs as well. Brilliantly done. Look at that. Fantastic. Well done to Pavla Sendjuk. 50 of 34 deliveries. The second batter to score a 50 in this match. Remember, Elizabeth Ferrari scoring 62 of 37. And once again, fine bowling figures there from Yanara Blag. 2 for 9. Let's take a quick look at the next match coming up. Czechia taking on Gibraltar. Doesn't look like any changes there for Gibraltar, but Czechia, a couple of new players coming in.
Yeah, well, Sharka's back in. She had that hand injury yesterday that forced her out. So we've got both Kolchunova sisters in there. Shreya Bosali comes in for the first time. But Sharka, I think she'll also add a bit of bowling. Only issue was she got hit right in the hand. She said she couldn't really grip anything. So let's see how she goes. She's such an enthusiastic cricketer, though. She's listed in the number 3 position. Interesting. But I feel that just looking at the side, I don't see any Baba in there for Czechia. So that's a bit of a story as well, isn't it? So we'll come back to that. I have been told there's a 5-minute delay just because that game went the distance. So that'll be 5 minutes later than originally stated. But let's go back and have a look. And it was a real puncher's try, as you say, for Croatia. He showed a lot. And, of course, Sendjuk with 50. She'll be thrilled with that milestone. But Yanira Blag, early, she kind of shut the gate, didn't she, with a couple of key wickets in this response.
Yeah, and you know what, Vinny? She will just get better and better. You know, believe you me, I think the more she bowls, the more that she'll start to get the feeling. I think as a bowler, when you get bowling well and you bowl a number of overs, you start to get into a rhythm, you get into a feeling, and when you let that first ball go and you feel good, then you know that the rest are going to follow suit, and she'll get there. I mean, look at that. That's just sensational quality bowling. And picks up 2 wickets, just conceding 9 runs. And on a match like that, when the difference is 14 runs, it makes a difference. That, by the way, was absolutely plumb. Mumford's going to be an interesting one because I think she was struggling with that injury. We did see some of the magic spray administered to her. And then, well, straight after that, she didn't get smashed on the leg again. When you're having a rough day, well, things sometimes don't tend to get any better. And, yeah, that last over first, she really did have to bowl through the pain. Be interesting to see how she does a little bit later on. Remember, there's back-to-back matches for them as well, so they're going to be pretty tired in this one. And I think, yeah, with the Fawa Baba, maybe Czechia.
That's my favourite
moment at the moment.
And then I love that she actually went back to take the stumps, even though no one was going after the ball, because she threw it in such an unexpected spot. Little bit of Tortuga helped Pavla bring up the 50 in the last over. And I love that she had to be prompted about how to celebrate. So that's a nice little moment as well. So look, been played in great spirit. Croatia, they go down by 14 runs. But certainly, I think they always win a lot of hearts. And Gibraltar, the machine just keeps on machining, doesn't it? They go to 2-0, still with another game coming up. And yeah, if that is right, and that's what I'm saying, my guess is maybe Barbara, with her studies, is able to play the first game today, maybe not matches 4 and 5. So that certainly makes the task a lot tougher for Czechia. 50 not out for Pavla Sendjuk in this, though, of 34 balls. Nice breakout innings for her. Had a bit of luck along the way, but you always need that little bit of luck on your side. Just drop behind, for example. 9 fours in her 50. Kvaric, the other key batter there, with 24 off 13, including 5 boundaries. So Lydia hit the ball very well as well. 2 for 9, Yanira Blag, pick of the bowlers for me. Went for only 4.5 and over. The other wicket went to Helen Mumford, who kind of had her ups and downs in that spell. But in the end, she gets the business done. And also great to see Ariana Giannini with her left armers. I think she'll get better the more she plays. At Gibraltar, they hold on to win by 14 runs. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll be back, just repeating, a 5-minute delay to the next game. So we're back in 15 minutes with that one. And it will be the Czechs batting first after winning the toss against Gibraltar. And we'll see you then live from Czechia. You're watching ECN, and this is the ECI-W Czechia. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back as we roll into match number 4, okay, part of T10 Madness today. 10 T10, it sounds like a fake number, but it is a very real number of matches. 10 T10 cricket matches today on the network in 2 locations. So match 4 here, we'll see a rematch between Czechia and Gibraltar. The Sheriff has the coin, he's with 2 captains. Let's see who wins this coin toss.
Thanks, Vinny, and welcome to the toss for match 4. Czechia with Gibraltar to call. Heads is the call, and it's a tail. Czechia have won the toss, they'll have a bat.
Czechia win it then and have elected to bat, and I like that. It's a good confident move. I think obviously the injection of some different players that aren't eligible at this stage for T20 cricket, but they're on the way to doing so. The fact they can play in this ECI-W is a great way to get them in to the system. And so Janya, of course, we'll see her with the ball. I'd like to see her go back to opening the bowling in the second half of the game. I just think this breeze suits her at the moment if she can get it right. But I will say earlier it was Gibraltar that won the game in match 1, 137 to 101. But Czechia, you know, if they can throw Barber up the top, I think you've got to do that, see if they can build a score, and maybe they could even defend it if they can get it right with the ball. So not as much between these 2 teams now that we've changed the format. Let's go to Rico Full as we get ready for the start of match 4 with the Czechs winning the toss and electing to bat this time.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu as we get set for match number 4. Czechia taking on Gibraltar in this match. And Gibraltar, they've had a good day so far. Remember, we saw them win against Czechia, 137 to 101. And then also against Croatia, 121 to 107. So they're looking to keep the good work up. This time it's going to be the other way around. Remember, they did bat first against Czechia first time round, put 137 on the board. This time it's going to be Czechia that are going to bat first. Gibraltar will be once again wanting to restrict them. I think if they can do a score in the 70s to 80s, that might give them a chance to perhaps pick up all the points, if assuming they are going to go and win. But I think the key thing is just to keep up the winning streak at the moment. They do look to be the stronger team with some good all-rounded players. A quick look once again at the team there. So Czechia without Babar, she's going to be missing the next 2 matches again. It's all to do with the studying. So it's Saka who comes into the side, and then also Bosale in the side there. Unchanged, though, Gibraltar going into this one. And, well, sometimes you can have a bad day, and on this day in 1984, it was the beginning and the end of England opener Andrew Lloyd's Test career. Lloyd has given his Test debut on his home ground of Edgbaston in the Test against the West Indies. It was the first Test, but within half an hour, he was on his way to hospital after losing a Malcolm Marshall bouncer that cluttered sickeningly into the temple of his guard of his helmet. Lloyd didn't play any more first-class cricket that summer and never played for England again. Poor old Andy Lloyd on this day back in 1984. A lovely-looking ground, lovely-looking shot, and nice to see that all of you can join us. Of course, it is very much International Women's Day on the European Cricket Network, because not only do we have 5 international matches here, but we also have the club cricket happening in England as well, where, as we speak, Gunnersbury are taking on Upminster. Gunnersbury struggling with the bat, 67 for 7, with a couple of overs to go there in their innings. Upminster looking to stay sitting pretty at the top of the standings. And, of course, we know that Tina Goff and Nishay Bhatt are talking you through the action there. What a wonderful job that they've done there at Hornchurch, and what a great event that's been. And we've been lucky with the weather there as well, and so far we've been pretty lucky with the weather here, and let's hope that continues. So we are ready to go. Rico Full here, and joining me back once again in the bunker is Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, it's nice to see Shaka out there as well. And she actually did a fair bit of commentary with me yesterday.
Okay.
She spent a bit of time here because she had a bit of an injured hand. She says, yeah, it's okay. She said she's starting to be able to feel again. And she's got a bit of blue tape on the hand. I think she's got permission. I think no one's objected, so she might even get a bowl. But not yet, because they are batting first. Czechia, let's see if they can get a good score on the board. No Barber in the lineup, but I will say that Srisha Nandivada has had a breakout day. It's go time. And they're opening with Helen Mumford here. So again, a bit of a change in strategy. Again, Gibraltar maybe just kind of managing their bowlers slightly differently. We did see Helen Mumford getting good outswing earlier on. Also, she's listed as the captain for this game. So yeah, that's a nice honour for her. Saw her at the toss. Remember, she looked like she was struggling a little bit with her leg earlier on. Then copped a ball, we think, as well. That's Mumford Jr. That's Megan Mumford. Good to see she's got the headgear back on. That was retrieved. Gibraltar, they're hoping to go 3-0 here and more or less put this series to bed. I think it's not just about whoever the winners are this weekend, but also about trying to play the best cricket you can.
Yeah, this is Josephine, who is also at the top of the order.
Yeah, she's a very busy player as well. Likes to run hard. Again, she's come through the academy as well. Her nickname's Mimi. It just kind of suits her as well. But she also comes from a pretty good cricket playing family. I think that's a good call for no wide. I think it's going over the blue line. Mimi didn't really move her feet too much that time.
It was kind of a half-hearted sort
She was
of
on
push
fire in the field as well yesterday. Suchkova. That could be trouble though. Well, it's right in front of the stumps and it's gone. And I think she knows it too. And Mumford, well, she gave herself the ball, didn't she? She wants to swing it. She does. This one looked like it was heading down the leg side. You can totally understand the shot, but it just swung back in time to pitch in line and catches Suchkova plumb in front. So that's the first wicket down, and it's the new skipper that does it. It's 1 for 1.
Yeah, it was. Or if you miss this, you know you're going to be in trouble. I mean, it's one of those. I mean, pitching. Where does it pitch? Is it outside the leg? Is it on the leg? I get the feeling it's just about right.
I think it's pitching in line. It actually looked closer to pitching outside leg on the replay. But it's disappointment, especially when she got that opportunity. She'll probably get another opportunity before the game's up or before the weekend's up.
Yeah, disappointment. But I think the umpire's right. I think the ball just pitches on the stump. I don't think it's pitching outside leg. And I think that's out. Yeah, it's going on to hit. This one again is.
Yeah, I think that's fine. It's a good call. This is straight over the line. Now, Talamala's not exactly daddy long legs. But I think that ball's
over
good.
The line, yeah.
So, yeah, maybe they need to make a slight adjustment where they stand, but then, of course, then you risk standing in front of your stumps, getting LBW. It's been a great over by Helen Mumford. She should keep the captain's armband all the time. She's going to bowl like this.
Leading by example. She just takes a couple of steps and she's into action. Here she goes.
That one will be a wide. Hey, how come in cricket we don't have the captain's armband?
Yeah.
They have it in football. I know that England do some things with, the captain's cap can be a bit different, or they make more embroidery on their cap or something. But I feel like I like that. Captain's armband. We could be the first to do it.
It's up in the air. Can he loop it over the infield? Probably settle, I think, just for the one we've seen already, that Nandivada is not the quickest. Now, she's going to have to put in a good knock in here. I mean, remember what we've seen in the last two matches that Czechia played. They've started with different openers, and Nandivada's been out there, and then normally Babar's come in sort of in the second over with a retired out. So these two have to go deep and big. And, well, talking of Czechia, we're going to see Czechia, of course, in the Euros.
ECI-W check. Look at Sweden. Yeah. Sweden beat Jersey in the recent qualifiers, right? So you got Croatia and Czechia, both in that emerging division. And at Gibraltar, we'd love to see them one way or another get involved. I know it's a bit complicated, but one thing I'm really pleased about is that we can have them here playing the format they're made for it. I'd love to see another international series. I know we had a 4-way series down in Gibraltar, but even a 3, 4, or 5 country series in Gibraltar at some point. I reckon that'd be great as well. And there'll be plenty of countries that would want to go. So that's coming up, though, end of the year, ECCW from the Khartoum Oval in Malaga. And it's fun because that's the way we finish the season. Anyway, this is Yanira Blagg coming on hit and run. Again, it'll go to the outfield without running. I think this is one thing that some of the players coming in maybe haven't done as well as some of the players that have been here. Just pushing, taking risky runs because you have to.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you put more pressure on yourself. Even a weight call there. So weight, you run 4 meters and then you go through with it if it's a fumble.
Here comes Yanira again. She's been so good, and that was a little bit high. We'll have to check on this, but they are taking on the run, and yeah, that's better. That's what you're talking about there, Vinny, isn't it? It just be brave, hit it, and take on the fielder.
But there's yes and no, but there's also weight. I guess it's the third and maybe the hardest one to master. And that one I think is going to be fine, even with the captain Talamala not too high over the ground herself.
I was going to say she's not the tallest. That's that delivery that causes the damage.
That's more like it. Yeah, you have to hustle, but that's what you need to do in this format. Nicely done by Mandavada. I suppose they don't want to lose her to a run out because she has been in good boundary hitting form. But yeah, hit the ball hard at a fielder. Weight is always a call, and straight away, and then weight has to be followed by a yes or a no. That's something. Sometimes I see confusion because you've already said no and you haven't moved an inch. But yeah, this little running thing. It's pretty well bowled by Blagg. She'll go over and do her own work. So Czechia finding it really hard to get going, and they don't have as many levers to pull, do they, here in match 4?
Yeah, there's a big difference this time. But Nandivada, 48 of 30 in the first match she played, and she did back that up with a fine knock of 24 of 27. So she's in good form. So she's gonna have to lead this innings. And
oh, that's not a wide. No way.
Well, you don't like this one, do you? You don't like this one?
I just think because it's not. Look, straight over the line. So that's annoying because the bowler now is meant to get the line because the line doesn't move. And so that's meant to be the bit they get back. So if they don't get it back, then it gets even tougher for them.
I find that really frustrating, and I think as a bowler you'd be pulling your hair out because you're thinking, well, that's what I'm aiming for. You know, that's my win. If I get it on that line, that's my win. And if you're calling them wides, and then, well, I suppose what it does do, it makes the bowler go straighter. And when Blagg goes straight, she often knocks him over. And that's going to be the end of Sojanya Talamara, the captain. She's not going to be the first, and she won't be the last to be done by this sort of delivery from Yanira Blagg. When she gets it right, when she gets it on the money, with that extra little bit of pace she has, and when she's homing into that middle stump, she's going to knock the timber over. Jagadipatte. Another one bites the dust. It's the second one down as the captain has to depart.
Yeah, and disappointment for Talamala, but it's cracking delivery from Yanira. She's a weapon with the ball, isn't she? Again, it comes from practice. It comes from practice, and commitment and desire.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Richie is in the chat. He's worked a lot with her, knows her well. But she just has that killer streak about her. She just wants to be the best she can. And the best she can be, I can't even imagine what that would be. She's still so young. And she missed the first day because of exams as well. I know Barbara's missing these 2 games because of study commitments.
It's played out, but to the fielder, no run this time.
Excellent fielding down there, getting everything behind it. Yeah, so Yanira, she only appeared on day 2. Certainly has made a big impact, as I thought she would. End of the second over. And Czechia, 6 for 2.
Yeah, it's good bowling, really. Started off with Helen Mumford, who you said is captaining the team in this one. Lauren Piers is in the side, but I do know that they did want to share the armband around, as you said. Yeah, I don't know why they don't have one. Maybe it's because in cricket they feel that everybody on the field is equal.
Yeah, well, that's not true, is it? How come one guy gets gloves or one person gets gloves and everyone else doesn't? Have a look at the table. You can check it out there with Gibraltar. 2 points clear, and that's after the first round of matches. Of course, it's triple round robin, so it just follows the same order. Here's Mumford coming back again. Swings, but not quite enough. Down the leg side for a wide.
Yeah, it gives this one just a little bit more flight. So goes back to a mark. So wanted to get her 2 overs done and out the way pretty quickly here, Helen. bowling to Nandivada, who probably is looking for this sort of delivery, but she's puts it up in the air and nobody can get to it. Sally Barton's probably the closest to it, but not able to get there. But that's where Nandivada's been strong, anything that's been down legs up. But again, I suppose she will be feeling it. It's the third match that they're playing, and then they, of course, do play one more after this one as well. It's going to be a long, hard day in the office for Team Czechia.
Just clicking on one of the new robot match reports. Wayne actually put the link in. Well, that's hit up in the air and will be caught somehow. Well, Pius, I don't know what that stuck to, but it stuck. So Nandivada's going to have to go. Big moment in the game. It's 7 for 3.
Oh, well, hold on to this. I don't know if it stays in the palm of the hands or whether it rolls into the arms and then she just holds it and cradles it like a baby into her chest. But she holds on to it. It's up in the air, and let's have a look. It's definitely not in the hands. I think this is going in the arms, rolls onto her body, and then she holds it with the right hand as she falls down, claims the catch. No doubt about it. The ball doesn't touch the ground, and it's going to be disappointment on this occasion for Shreya. And she's going to go for 2 off 5, so that's the end of Nandivada.
Yeah, it's a weird catch. I mean, goes straight through the hands, but there's a surprise in the thighs, and I think it's the Grizzly, and she just grabs it on the way down. And, well, Pius, I'm not going to say she was sacked as skipper. I think they're just rotating their position, but she comes up with a brilliant catch one way or another, and that's the cricket gods looking after you a little bit, because that could have easily just popped out of hand straight to ground. Mumford with a couple of wickets as Sally Barton is going to kick this away. Might create a run out at the bowler's end. It won't. And front of it, well, she would have been spitting chips if she was out first ball, because she's a potential difference maker for Czechia. Eventually got the go sign, but if that hit, it would have been curtains.
Yeah, it direct hit, and even that little flick on there from Mumford. But it's a wide as well, so they'll get 2 for it. But you just got to be a little bit careful here now. They've lost 3 wickets. And you don't really want to lose any more, especially unnecessarily. So, once again, Gibraltar are really turning the screws here on the opposition. Let's see if Raquel Pavlikova can get something going on here. Czechia, they're on the back foot. It's hit hard and just over the infield. It won't go to the boundary, and they are going to come back for 2. Yeah, that's good running. And they make up their mind.
Oh, jeez, she's filthy. I love Suska, but she always like saying, please don't hit me, please don't hit me. Gets hit. And you know, she's been keeping, she's probably all banged up. Ow. Bang. Actually, you're better off turning towards the ball and taking it in the pads. She took it in the back of the legs. Poor Suska.
The reactions said it all.
What was I thinking? That's another not happy Jan moment. I'll have to show you the not happy Jan, and it'll make a lot more sense.
Mumford, 2 for 8. Couple of balls to go. And, well, I think they thought that the magic spray was going to be needed, but just waved it off, says, I'm all right. I'm hard. As we've said all before, the women much tougher than the men.
Yeah, Kaminkova sits this one out as well, so I'm starting to think must be something physical with her. We saw her hobbling around a little bit earlier. And Jana, she actually captained the side in the T20, so it was a big moment for her. But yeah, sorry to say it. There are a few players sitting out that I think would like to be out there, but the body's not playing along. I mean, Caruana for Gibraltar is one of them. Yeah, Kaminkova. We've seen both Kolchanovas out for Czechia for different reasons. So they're both back in for this game. Last ball for Mumford.
And it will just be a dot as that one gets defensively played out by Franova. And what a spell that is from the captain. Well, being the captain means you have more responsibilities and you have to lead by example. And Helen Mumford has done just that. 2 for 9 off her 2 overs. And Czechia, after 3 overs, power play done, 12 for 3.
3-3-6, so not quite the start they would have hoped for. But still time to turn things around. I think it's not going to get a lot easier. Raghunath looks like she's going to get the ball. So interesting, we haven't seen Ferrari with the ball just yet. I wonder if she's just planning to have a rest unless really required in this game. That might be a strategic thing. Again, she's played every single game and had key roles in every single game.
Just making some changes to the field. You can see they're just moving the square leg behind square. Sweep has been put out onto the offside, and then 2 straight down the ground. So the 4 players will see outside the 30-yard circle at the moment. So behind square, a sweeper, and long off and long on down the ground. Taking her time to get it right, and hides the ball as we've seen. Prabha, and here she goes. Going to start with, well, it looked like it was going to be a wide, but the batter then decides, you know what, I can have a bit of this. Plays it away. Well, spoils the wide, really, I think. Unless you're putting the ball away to the boundary, you leave these alone. There it is again. And looks like she was going to leave it in the last moment. Plays the shot. Does take the single, rotates the strike. Zuzana plays that one away. They are taking on the run. Very good running from the non-striker.
There you go. And Raquel's got a bit of a crazy streak as well, in the best possible way. She's very competitive. And you see here, her call, she runs. And that's a very good example of how to back up.
Yeah.
Back up, prop, stop, look. Then from that position, you can decide whether you're gonna go through with the run, whether you're just gonna stay there and wait and see, or whether you're heading back.
Yeah.
And that, I think we saw some issues we talked about with Mimi earlier in the week. She was just running, and then she kind of backed herself into a corner, fronted herself into a corner that she got run out over committing. But that was a very good piece of running from Raquel.
Way down the leg side. I think the umpires had a quick look at each other to see if the height on it looked like it was dipping. We'll see it again here. Where is this?
Yeah, it's just in time. I love it. You had plenty of time to put your bat back in the crease before you even played the ball. The wide call, though.
And that will be another one as well. So Raghunath just needs to get this out to the offside, and you can see that Raquel Pavlichkova is basically deciding in her mind, if it's down the leg side, that she's not going to try and hit it. She's going to try and just take the wides and only play out those that she's going to be made to play out. In the meantime, Raghunath is going to try and change her angle, come around the wicket here. Raghunath tosses it up. This one, oh, well, that's a nice little bit of movement at the last moment. You can see this, but I thought it was going to hit her. She was like a statue, and at the last moment, she just breathes in. Watch this.
The world's laziest hula hooping.
Look at that.
That tiny little bit of the old swerve. The nerve to swerve. Hey, just a little bit. Raghunath needs to straighten up.
Yeah, better. That's better. You're going to be coming round the wicket. You just got to get that extra little bit of swivel in your action to get that ball to go right across. So that's better. And Pavlikova misses out on that one. And that's probably too wide and will be called. But again, liking the way that the batters are looking to take these singles. This time the backing up being done by Pranova. And it's good to see, actually. It's good technique. You can see she's looking at the bowler. She's not going before the ball is released. See here, keep an eye on the bowler. Start to run, then stops. And when it's not on, she goes back.
Yeah, definitely. Just think the wind's playing up a little bit with Prabha's bowling here. The slower you bowl, the more the wind might come into it. It just seems that she's not confident what's going to happen when the ball leaves her hand. It's left to the elements.
Extra flight. It's been hit well to the fielder, who does very well. Hands first, body behind it, keeps it to a single.
Great fielding by Rosie. Again, last year she came up with an amazing run out. That's the Rosie patch over there. Kind of like the rose patch. You get the idea.
Yeah.
But direct hit from side on to run out Aaron Vukovic.
It's worked away nicely. So won't quite get it in the gap between square and mid-wicket, but it's a single.
Can I just say, I think these boundaries are probably closer to 40, and there's a range 40 to 45. Just like in the men's, there will be a range 50 to 55, potentially, where possible in some things like the Western Shield, and it depends. But I actually think the field this has been a great kind of balance between bat and ball in the matches today. So I've had to look at the run rate through the first 3 games. It's 10.6, so 106 par, 106 average. And that I always like it when it's around about there. I mean, the women's, if it's over 100, is great.
Yeah.
But even with the men's, when the pars between 100 and 120, I think you get it just feels a good balance.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, Hornchurch, I think with that Group B was like 157 or something like that. Crazy numbers. And then that's just, it's not necessarily just the dynamics things. It's like sometimes the batting standard is higher than the bowling standard, and there's a few other things. The pitch has something to do with it as well. So this pitch has a little bit of variation, natural variation in it. I think it's a very good pitch. Lizzie Ferrari isn't going to have a break for too long. She's going to come on now in over number 5. So things aren't going to get any easier for these 2 Czech batters.
Gets this one through. Good areas to start. So it starts on that off stump, through that off stump corridor. And, good action, and just look at that little bit of a way swing. You can see as soon as that ball is released out the hand, you can actually see that ball spinning through, so you know it's going to move away once it pitches. So on the money straight away is Lizzie. And this one though, just a little bit too much. You can see the wrist coming into play there, but just tries to do a little bit too much with it. And, Susanna Franova is the batter. And, trying to work it away on the offside. You can see that she's trying to get it in that gap between probably point and backward point. There's a bit of a gap there. Either side of that, on the other side of that area point, they do have a sweeper out on the offside. I like this field actually. I'll talk to you about it in a moment, maybe after this delivery. So that gets played away, but this is one of those sweepers talked about, and that's well fielded. This ball is bobbling away, and it's all about sometimes getting your body in the way, and that's what Ariana does. Gianni, look at this. She has to take that because the ball bounces awkwardly off. It's another one of those Tortuga bounces, but if you get a body behind it, you stop it. She wasn't just relying on a foot or a hand. So that's well fielded, slightly slower. And a bit of an appeal there, but probably going a missing leg stump. So yeah, the field I was talking about there. So you've got to take it on the second. Good running indeed. That's 2 from nowhere. I think the umpire will signal leg buys. Yeah, so that field, you've got the sweeper out on the offside. You've got the 2 fielders straight. And let's have a look again.
Get her again. That's no way. Ball magnet. She's saying why? Why?
She's hit on the lower part of the leg and now the upper part of the leg. Well, I suppose, if anything, Franova, I think she's been hit on the leg more times than she's hit the ball with the bat at the moment. She's looking to put that right. Yeah, behind square is the other fielder. So square leg, mid-wicket, long on. Long off, and the sweeper. They probably could have run their event. Oh, now's probably not the time to go. And you can hear some of the bench shouting, looking all the time, because as soon as that goes through there, both the batters had already taken the eye off the ball, and then by the time they realised it was too late to take the opportunity.
They've actually been pretty good between the wicket, these 2. It's just a misjudgment.
Well, she froze herself. Well, I
hope she's all right here. Has she done something?
Here. Could have hurt herself here. She swung at this, and I don't know what she's done here, whether she's twisted herself quite awkwardly or she's pulled a muscle. It could be shoulder.
It was a big swing.
Yeah, I'm seeing there that Sally Barton is suggesting it's a shoulder. She must have said something to Sally. So let's hope it's nothing too serious, but she's swung hard at this as Franova. See, she's really swung at it. And
I think that's a shoulder pop
shoulder.
Out. Oh, you hate to see it. You know, she's been so great this week, Zuska as well. And I just think she's given that everything. It's that right shoulder. Again, we can't really tell except from the reaction that, that there's something popped out, or she looks to be in a lot of pain. So thoughts with Zuska. Look, while we give her a moment, and I got a feeling that there's no way that she'll be able to continue batting. She'll retire hurt. But we'll head to the European Cricket Series for the first time in Czechia. We have 2 divisions, not just one. So the Challenger Division, which will have 5 teams, that's a 3-day series. Then we'll have the Premier Division, a 4-day series. I know you'll be doing that one with Phil G and Danny, and even a special appearance from Shoban, who you'll be working with in Bulgaria for a couple of days crossover. And look, I think, let me talk you through the Challenger Division.
Tell me about Challenger, because Spartans ring a bell.
Spartans
and
Vinarati are clubs that have been around a long time.
Yeah.
And it'll irk them that clubs like the Tigers, United are in Premier. But that's just on how they finished last year. So they'll feel that's where they belong. And they might have a case. But they're going to have to compete in this Challenger Division, which is going to be pretty tough. And then you've got Moravian and Ostrava, who are from, let's say, out of town. And you've got Praha Dominators, who are, again, an offshoot of the Tigers that are going to compete. And so same 11 clubs as last year. Hard to pick. Honestly, hard to pick. I just think, I know we're going to have a lot of close contests.
Now, remind me, was it the final where Prague lost their unbeaten record?
I don't think it was the final where they lost. I think they may have lost it earlier. I'll go check it.
Yeah.
But they do hold the record for the longest streak. 24 matches.
24, that's right.
Without a loss.
Yeah.
And so 24 consecutive wins, I should say. But let me just dig in a little bit deeper, and I'll tell you. Because I think they did lose it during the tournament.
Yeah.
And it was over a 2-year streak.
It's quite an incredible
in ECS
record,
cricket.
wasn't it? Incredible record, but it did go down. Right, so back to the action here. And this gets played out. Looks like it's Turka that's gone out there now. And that's Kulkunova. And, of course, that was with the retired hurt of Zuzana. Let's hope it's nothing too serious, but certainly the way she went down, it certainly did look like a shoulder injury. And she did walk off, which always a good sign, but you can see she was clearly in a lot of discomfort.
All right, I'll give you, just cast my mind back to last year. That's right. They did lose it in the middle of the tournament to Brno in match 30.
Brno.
So they started that tournament last year with 19 consecutive wins. I think the record was 22 or 23 at that stage. They won their first 5 matches, so they were 24 in a row. They lost to Brno, but then they won their next 5 matches. They ran into Bohemians in the final, who knocked them off.
Yeah.
So, Prague CC. Teams that have been to the ECL, of course. We've only ever seen Prague CC and Brno qualify. Brno have qualified twice, and Prague CC have qualified twice. Prague CC had a famous win against Wimbledon of England, which was an amazing game. That was the Lala game when he credits me with telling him how to bat, which I don't remember exactly, but he's given me the thumbs up. He just started he hit like 20 off the last over. Yeah, that was a big upset. Czechia beating England in the ECL. It's right up there. I mean, Bulgaria beating Netherlands is there. We saw Cyprus beating England this year with Northerns going down to Al Fatah. And I had the poor Northern skipper in with me on commentary that day.
I still remember
he held
that.
it together pretty well.
I still remember that.
Here's Giannani getting a bowl, which again I mentioned earlier. I like the potential she's got. Again, she just needs to bowl, and I still think also with her, I wonder if she thought about bowling rolling the fingers on some. Because most lefties, they end up being left-arm spinners anyway. It's quite a repeatable thing to do. This one is going to drop down, actually hits Turka in the leg. Well, this is almost how Turka got an LBW earlier. Do you remember that?
Oh, that's well, she seems to be in some discomfort here now.
The first bat she's had this week, because remember, she's been out with injury.
Yeah.
Let's just see where she gets hit here.
I mean, she's
below the waist, has to be.
I think it's in the stomach or somewhere. Have a look at this and
kind of in the thigh, on the Czech badge maybe, close to. But I don't think there's any question it's a legal ball because it drops there. I don't. Hits her on the trousers. Anyway, she's a tough cookie, Turka. She'll be all right.
Good fielding, really good cricket.
Good running as well. See, Raquel at the non-striker's end sees it's hit back, and then you have to head back. If it's hit in the field and you're not sure, you can just stay there. And if you think it's a run, you run.
Yeah,
it's 3 options.
It's about awareness, isn't it? Watching the game, and that's what she's doing pretty well. gets just out of the reach in it.
There's a run there.
Yeah, that's where it goes wrong because she's watched the ball and not the partner. So she does everything right to start off with here, but then she starts watching the ball and starts running backwards and doesn't realise that her partner's actually saying, hey, come on, it's my call. Where are you going?
Yeah,
You're going the wrong way.
You got to trust your striker.
Shot. And it's going to be 4 runs. Beautifully played. Lovely sweep shot. And it's a nice shot, this, because she gets into position really early. It is a fuller delivery. But, yeah, Turka watch the way it gets into position early and really gets slow. Plays a delightful sweep shot all the way to the boundary. 4 runs.
Loves that shot. And, you know, she got a T20 International 50, does Teresa Kolchanova. That was very well judged. It's got slightly unusual grip in that her hands are quite far apart on her bat. If you have a look at it, that she's got almost in hockey, that's a pushing grip. So it's got a bit of extra control with that bottom hand. Probably loses a bit of power by doing that. But as you can see, she hits the ball well. She's a confidence player as well. I think she enjoys this format. We saw her take a wicket earlier. I think she would have been upset to miss the T20s through injury, so I think she's really happy to be back. That's the end of the 6th over, and Czechia are 32 for 3.
Yeah, let's see, I mean, where can they get to here? Still got the 4 overs to go. Even if they 62 expected score here, maybe they can try and push on it, trying to go around about the 8s and over to try and get past that 60. But certainly you feel that against this very powerful Gibraltar side, that if you don't get past that 80 mark, you're going to be struggling. And in fact, at the moment, it is very much the way Gibraltar would have wanted. I did say that if they can keep the score around the 70, they probably feel they've got a chance to try and go out there and get 4 points. And that one's gone completely wrong. That probably is going to be a no ball because of the number of bounces before it reaches the batter. It gets played away. They will also take one off the bat. How about this for a little bit of a shake-up afterwards? So have a look at the bowler here. Watch this. It's a real proper shake, rattle, and roll.
Shake it out.
There we go. Well,
that's it.
I'll tell you what.
Shake it out. It just got stuck in the fingers. Shepherd getting a bowl. Happy to see her getting a bowl, but also good shot. Smart to hit that.
Yeah.
It's a free hit for Raquel Pavlichkova.
Hits it well and hard, and that is not going to be stopped. Out of the middle. Lovely jubbly. And a delightful hit. And finally, you're starting to see that the Czechia, not just the Czechia team, but their supporters, plenty of support around here on this weekend. They're liking that one. She gets a good round of applause. No way that Ferrari's going to stop that.
But Lauren, who's bowling, she's just got really good energy. Around the group, you know, she's very bubbly. She just kind of keeps everyone going. On tours like this, you need people like her. And let's see if she can have her moment here. It's a lovely opportunity for her to grab a wicket.
Yeah, that's gone up in the air, but it's not going to get to hand. They're going to just scramble through for another single. Yeah, after being a little bit too short, the first. Oh, they're going to run again here. Overthrows. There's some buzzers, and they will get 2 here. So that's disappointing.
I love, with this Czech team, like these two would have played so much cricket together now. So they actually are starting to develop this understanding, and they would have played, from quite a young age together as well. And I know at the academy, certain things are drilled in, running and awareness here. See how they look at each other and there's that trust. Okay, yeah, let's go. And they pinch another run that they never should have.
Flight it up. And, well, Matt, this could be in trouble if it goes. Ooh,
good running. No, they ran straight away, and so it had to be a perfect piece of fielding. Probably had to be a direct hit. So again, when you eliminate the hesitation, it's amazing how many runs are out there.
Yeah, get rid of that fear factor, and that's what they're doing here at the moment. Bat on ball and running hard.
They still got batting to come if they lose a wicket. I mean, I just think, these two have mounted a fair recovery.
And this time it's well directed. It's better delivery that from Lauren. Gets it outside the off, and it's the right shot to be played there also by Teresa, but this time she just misses out on it. Just the one fielder out on that offside boundary. That's what they're targeting here at the moment. And let's see how the over finishes here. Still a couple of balls to come. That's not the best one in it. It's going to probably go all the way, and it's going to be a minimal. Yeah, sometimes we've seen this, and Sally Barton, I think she's a little bit slow perhaps here to assess the situation. She starts running and again goes with a foot, whereas I think the more orthodox way would have been probably to take those steps across and get the dive in there. But once that gets past you, you haven't got a fine leg out there. The short third is never going to catch up with that in time. So that's a minimum. Badly needed 5 runs. They go on the board. So Czechia still trying to get themselves to a score which they feel, if they bowl and feel really well, they can maybe try and defend. Shepherd still got 2 balls to go in the over. It's gone for 14. And that's going to be another wide. So 14 becomes 15. So Lauren Shepherd, she's got a couple of good deliveries in there as well, but you can see that she's just struggling to get the arm around correctly. Every so often, the arm's not coming straight round. It's quite far away from the body, which is why the ball's not going in the desired areas. Let's see how she goes here. Again, same thing. This one's going to be a no ball as it misses the pitch completely. I like to see her come back around the wicket. I think the action that she has will be far suited to coming around the wickets at the moment. Left arm over, maybe just come around and try and do the same thing again and bowl a bit more wicket to wicket. It's going to be a no ball now because I feel that's probably bounced twice.
Yeah,
before it gets to the ballast crease.
Yeah, hit her right in front. She'll be kicking herself. She missed that. First bounce is not in line. Probably second it as well. But I've got to say, I'm not a huge fan of the double bouncer being a no ball. Never used to be. Something that changed recently. So I don't think there's anything about that ball that's particularly unfair. The batter has a chance to hit it. And you can see, again, she hasn't been the only one that struggled with this wind and the conditions, Shepherd. So let's just see if she can get out of this over. I know it's gone a little bit awry. It happens from time to time. Good to see, Lizzie's coming in, having a word. Maybe a different grip she might want to try. But still, I'm so happy to see the ball in her hand. That's really what this series is all about. Czechia bring up the 50 here in the 7th over. Free hit on the way.
Yeah, hits it well as well, and to the fielder. So bowling to a field at least, that's a much better delivery, and that was good. Yeah, I'm glad that you saw a couple of players, including Ferrari, just come over and just say, don't worry about it, calm down. The same way we do there in Gibraltar in the nets. Just think about you're in the nets. That's all you got to do.
It's the best training you'll do, though, in a way, is just being in the match and feeling that match pressure. But that one gets away. I was just thinking, we've got Teresa here, but she gets called Turka. That's very standard. It sometimes feels like there's only about 6 names in the whole of this country for 6 women's and 6 men's. I know. So there's Yana is a classic. There's so many. You've got a Yana out there. Well, not in the 11 today. That's a good shot. That's a little bit short, and Raquel is going to pull this away, and that's 4 on any ground. In fact, it's not even on our ground anymore. That'll be the end of the over. And Czechia, 56 for 3. Yeah, so, and most of them have kind of little short names, so nicknames. So Petra is another one. Teresa is Turka. You'll hear Turka. Okay. There's so many Martinas. There's Lucia, or they'll be called Luchka. Katerina. You'll have Katka. You'll hear these names again and again and again. The men's ones are actually quite interesting as well. So you have Jan, which is like John. Yeah. But they get called Honza. So every second person you meet is a Honza.
So what? A Jan is Honza?
Jan is Honza. So I knew this guy for ages. Actually, it's the guy who's getting married next week. Honza. And then once we had to buy the plane tickets, I'm like, who's Jan? And of course his name's Jan. And it's quite interesting.
But it's interesting because normally if it's a shortened name or something, it's shorter, right? So William, Bill, right, for example. But how do you go from Jan?
But they throw the cut. It means I don't know. I always think it's cut for cute. Makes it a bit more cute. It makes it a bit more of a cute version of the name.
I don't know if you're a man. If you want it to be more cute.
But like in Spanish, you can be like perro, perrito. Ito, ita. So 56 for 3 after 7 here. Looks like it's going to be Megan Mumford getting a bowl. She did take a couple of wickets in the T20s. Starts with a good one. I suppose Megan's still at this stage of her development as well. There's inconsistency, which is just a natural part of the process. But let's see if she can get it right. It's tricky conditions, I will say, from this end.
I have to say, I do like what Gibraltar are doing here. They're not just thinking about just going out there and being clinical and getting another win here. They're taking into consideration they've got other players that have made the journey that are here as part of the team. Oh, could be a run out here, but they just couldn't deal with it. And now, well, there still might be a run out because they want two. They want to get greedy. Are they going to get away with this? I don't think they are, you know. I don't think they are. I think there's going to be probably a run out here. They were lucky to survive the first. Well, if you get lucky once, don't go again. And, oh, does she get anything down there?
Yeah, gets the bat in first. She's okay there.
Yeah, the bat is touching. She does get home, so they will. Well, they're a bit lucky.
Right.
They do get two.
One brings two. I mean, Turco thought she was a dead duck there when she took off. But again, you never know if you never go. You got 7 wickets in hand. You got less than 3 overs. So I'm happy to see them taking that on.
Oh, that's a no ball, that's for sure. It's been called straight away. It gets a good bit of bat onto it. Unfortunately, you won't get a boundary. But I've liked this partnership for these two. You know, they really have hustled. They came together with the team in all sorts of trouble. They were 3 wickets down inside the power play, but they've run and battled hard. It's not been easy, and there's been good bowling to deal with, but they're still there. And let's see if they can get them a few more valuable runs here towards the end. That's going to be another wide, so free hit stays in place.
That's a harsh. I mean, is that hitting or is it just missing the line? Again, if the umpires aren't sure, they'll probably call it a wide, but I just feel this is pretty close. See, that's getting half the line for me.
Catching a bit of the line.
Just maybe a bit of a chat they'll have overnight. And this one definitely is outside to be called, and free hit coming up. Hey, you know, I talked about Honza and Jan. The other one, which I didn't know until literally last week, there's a little brewery down the road from me called 3J's Beer, and one of them is like Janis, Jan, and Kuba. And it's Kuba, and he said, "Yeah, I'm Kuba. I'm one of the 3J's." And I'm like, "No, you're not. That's not how letters work." But Kuba is short for Jakub. Like Jacob.
Yeah,
Jakub.
okay,
So
yeah,
Kuba.
yeah.
And I know all these Kuba. And now I'm thinking,
What's happened here now?
Well, actually, I wonder if that might be to do with
Is that the shoulder, maybe? Yeah,
the shoulder
maybe.
situation. Oh, well. I'm just going to ask you a question. Whenever you see an ambulance at the European Cricket Series, who's the first player you think of?
Nabi.
Nabi getting forced into the back of an ambulance during the ECS final last year. I honestly hope that she's all right. That's actually really well hit. It'll be a no ball. And so, yeah, another free hit coming up. And now it's going to be backed up, so it'll just be the single.
Yeah, I'll go back to what I was saying before. I was saying about Gibraltar. Look, I think you had Czechia on the ropes, and they could have really kept it top. But they're thinking, look, we've got a squad here. And, you know, they're giving Megan a go here now. We know earlier they gave Lauren Shepherd a go. I like that. You know, you can be...
you're here.
Yeah, you're here, play everybody. You know, play everybody.
Yeah.
Give everybody a chance, and if you're going to do it in a match where you've sort of got in control. I mean, after this over, they might get back to the regulars, as that one's been put away beautifully as well. So Teresa Kulkanova gets another one away. It's down the leg side. It gets played away. And that ambulance is still trying to find its way here, by the way. But good hit, clean hit, and wonder what do you think the height on this is?
Maybe
it's on the way
given
down.
the situation, I feel like you probably let that one go. I think it's probably you can see how quickly it's coming down, and she handled it pretty well there, Turka.
Yeah, nice shot, good put away.
Just thinking though, I wonder who's going to do the keeping for Czechia, because that's their keeper that's gone down as well, Suska. I certainly hope she's all right. She's a really, really fun part of this team.
That's nicely played. Now long chase here. Builder comes from a long way, gets down, gets dirty. Nicely done. Really well done, and gets a good shot throwing as well. And if that hit the stumps, that would have been out. Really good fielding there on the boundary.
You're near a blag. I'm not the only bragger out there. Actually, this is a fast field, so you can actually throw it low. You can actually bounce it in, and it's not going to lose a lot of pace. That's what she does there, rather than big kind of loopy throw. So, yeah, good battle here at the moment. But a good partnership as well. Remember, they came together after that nasty injury to Zuzka Franova. But Zuzka was struggling a little bit. She was 4 off 8, so it's kind of worked for them game-wise. I don't think it's worked for them team-wise.
Yeah, another extra here. Extra's now in the 30s here, and that's a bit of concern. We did say that the extras could be pretty key, but 30 runs in extras, 30 of the 70, I think that's 72 now, yeah, 30 of the 72. And that's going to be a no ball now. So really struggling, getting a little bit frustrated here, Megan Mumford. And this is where I think you got to have the calmness of a senior player. Just coming over and having a chat. She's been left to her own devices at the moment. And you've got to do the same thing that they did in the last over there to Shepherd. Just somebody needs to come over and just have a chat with her because she's just getting more and more frustrated. That one is a big scream of yes. Umpires having a look at each other here as well. I think they might be having a look once again at the height of this one. Let's have a look. And I think that's okay. Yeah, I think you got to go with okay there. Yeah, just byes given. So we've just got one more to get through here.
Of course, Phil G's in the chat saying about his wife Renata or Renka or Rencha or Renatka or Reni. They like messing around with the names a little bit here.
It's nicely hit. Fielder coming across. And they will go for two. It's a good arm, but they will make it. The running between these two. Look, they've done exactly what you were talking about, Vinny. They've taken the odd chance. They've taken the odd gamble. But it's been a very good and fruitful partnership. 76 for 3.
Yeah. And look, chance of 100 even, potentially, with if they can keep going this kind of a rate. So it also depends on what Gibraltar decide. Depending on how the first over goes, they may or may not feel they want to bowl players like Shepherd again or Megan Mumford. But hey, you can see a little bit of an uptick. But I think Gibraltar doing the right thing, and it's not just about this game, but it's also their long-term development. Like I said, it's one thing to get people training and everything, but you've got to get them out there in match situations.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know what the time situation is here, because like I say, there's been a lot of extras. The last 2 overs have taken a long time to get through.
True, but we've also had the clock would have been stopped during the Druska incident, where hopefully she's all right. But I'm glad the ambulance is here just to check her out, and we'll give you an update as soon as we know. Anyway, Lizzie is back to bowl the 9th.
And yeah, this is just what I suspected after those 2 overs. Go back to your more accomplished and senior bowlers. They do go straight back here to
Lizzie. With Turka, because her hands are apart, she finds it a bit difficult to go offside. She that was pretty funny. Watch this. Oh, it'll actually get away from the keeper. But I think Shepherd's ready to hold up the play. Oh, hopefully it's Shepherd's all right. And well, we got chaos here. Sally's hit. We got the 18-year-old, the 67-year-old having a collision.
I think
what's going on here?
I think Shepherd's put a knee on the ball here. So there's the first one. Just gets it past the wicketkeeper, Sally. And just there, I think she trampled the ball. I mean, she stopped the ball getting past her, but she's...
But what you missed at the start of the ball is Shoba went to stop Lizzie and then changed his mind. And Lizzie just kept running in and said, I'm just going to bowl it. But I hope she's all right. This might have been one of those ones. Let me just try and work out. Is it that she comes down on the ball? It's what it looked like.
It looked like that. It looked like she came down on the ball. And, because she's falling over and falling forwards, I think a lot of the weight's gone onto it. So I think that's going to take a bit of time. You're going to need to get the magic spray out there. It gives the batters the chance to take on some refreshments and us to talk a little bit more here. Just there, I think she comes down heavy.
Do you think
on the ball?
She lands, her whole weight goes on that left ankle. Call the reinforcements. It's day 4. Anybody? Oh,
I think maybe the words got out that it's nice and cold in that ambulance.
Well, if the ambulance is here,
take it in turns to get into the back of the ambulance.
I mean, I don't know how much they'd have to talk about being from different countries, but hopefully it's not too serious. But you never know, do you?
Nah.
Is it? There's so many things it could be. It's quite a long way from us. It's on the far side of the field, so it could be a knee, it could be an ankle. I thought for a second her weight comes down on the ball, and that can kind of hurt a bone. If you're putting your whole weight down on it.
Look, if it's that part, because
it's like getting hit.
Shin bone.
It's like getting hit with a hammer in the shin.
Oh yeah.
When your whole body weight's coming down on something that hard as the grizzly ball. But yeah, it looks a bit more serious than I think we initially thought. It looked like maybe It could be a bit of a bruise or something.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. Anyway, what I can tell you, and we often give shout-outs on the show to people's birthday it is. I want to say happy birthday to Steffi Graf, the German tennis player born on this day on 1969. So happy birthday to Steffi. And hey, how about this? Slow torture, Vinny, 1979. Slow torture in a ridiculous World Cup mismatch, they say, at Old Trafford as England bowled Canada out for 45 in 40.3 overs.
That was the record for ages as well for lowest score, but how slow.
Only Franklin Dennis, 21, made to double figures, while Chris Old helped himself to figures of about 10 overs, took 4 wickets, only conceded 8 runs, 5 maidens in there, and of course England breezed to victory by 8 wickets with a small matter of 46.1 overs to spare.
Well, you know, the medic got called for Zhuska, but he's on double pay now. He's going to go out there. So this is good. We don't often have the medic here in Prague. So let's say this is Honza. We don't know his name. This is Honza. He's going out there. He's got the gloves. I wouldn't say he's in a rush, but he is heading out there.
What's going to get out?
He's definitely got the Ghostbusters.
He's got something going on there. Anyway,
he's not too worried about the 2 minutes left on the clock. He's saying, no, stop the clock. I would say you don't realise till you hear how big an open space this ground is.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 full grounds. Maybe we can show the other game.
Yeah, that's an idea.
The academy
why don't we talk a bit about that?
We have 2. By the way, how cool is Turka batting in the sunglasses?
Look at those. They're proper mirror shades. I mean, we've seen a lot. Let's have a close-up of those proper mirror shades, everybody. I mean, now that's proper. That's Miami Vice all over again, isn't it? Look at this.
So
proper
there's
mirror
this
shades.
ground, there's the second ground. And you know they're planning to build a 3rd ground, and it probably won't be full size, but it will be for women's and for juniors games. So it probably won't be quite big enough for senior men. But isn't that great? So, yeah, okay. Well, we'll try and bring you some cricket. Hopefully there's enough players left to continue this game.
Here we go.
All right. So this looks... I'm going to take a guess and say this is under 16s. I don't actually know, but it's about that time of day. All right. And you see, it's good setup here. The boundary out. I've got a bad news about why there's no boundary rope on this second field.
Okay.
Good lead. Good keeping. Like that. Don't know if we can stretch the camera around to see the bowler. Maybe that's our limit. But the boundary rope got left out at the second field. It got stolen.
Never.
How do you steal
What?
it? Do you reckon they're selling it off for pieces?
What would you be doing with the...
All right, here we go. I know
boundary
you'll have
rope?
to excuse the poll. This is like 2020 levels of production. Okay, here we go. So welcome to... That's the Banks field. And we've got a shoelace. So we've got a stoppage in the game that we're showing while we've got a stoppage. All right.
So the Banks field, that of course...
This is the Banks field. I don't mind if you zoom in on the batter again. That's okay, because I know the poll's a bit distracting. Let's go. And we got a bit of discussion. Who says cricket's a slow game? All right. She looks a bit close there, actually, at square leg. There's one short. Watch the ball. Here it comes. We had something the other day that was pretty strange in the T20I. When Austria, they weren't ready in the field. I want to know, actually... Oh, ouch. Now we'll have another injury. Hey, Honza, get over to field 2.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. What is going on here?
Yeah, that was a good extra bit of bounce. I couldn't see who bowled it, but that's... Oh, Honza. How would you handle this? All right, I'll wait for this next ball. Facing up, field 2. The Banks field. Yeah, that one will go harmlessly through. Good backing
Good
up,
backing
see, though?
up.
As I'm
That's
saying, so
very good
they're
backing
drilled really well.
They're
Okay, how would you handle
early.
it? Put your umpire hat on. Okay?
Yep.
Someone runs in and bowls, but they bowl really quickly. The umpire doesn't stop them, though, and by the time umpire realizes the fielders are still moving to their positions, i.e. not facing. There's at least 3 or 4 fielders that aren't facing, and they're walking to their position, walking backwards away from the pitch.
Uh-huh.
Nice shot, by the way. That'll be an easy one. Good backing up. Looking for 2, like secondary backup.
Yeah, that's good, isn't
Excellent.
it? That's
Good fundamentals.
Okay, yeah.
How do you handle this then? The ball gets bowled, though. The ball gets bowled.
Yeah.
And the batter and the bowler are both ready.
Yeah.
They're both ready. And the batter hits it back and gets caught and bowled.
All right.
So what's your call? the umpires never called the play dead, but they did notice that the players were moving away from or towards their positions.
I think for me it's quite simple. I think if it went against the batters, you call the dead ball.
Yeah, call a dead ball.
If it went to the boundary, yeah, it's fine. It's 4 runs, 6 runs.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Because
and I think that's
you shouldn't penalise.
Yeah, but here's what happened the other day, and it was kind of strange. And I agree with that. I agree with calling it dead. But they actually called it an extra 5 runs as well for the fielders moving illegally because they were moving not.
The thing is, though,
Nice shot here, by the way. Look at this. Pick up. Is there a wicket here? Oh, we got a replay. Imagine if we overruled a call on level 2, on ground 2. We're getting overtime for this, by the way.
Well, I tell you what, those kids, they don't know it, but they're being broadcasted worldwide at the moment. So they'll watch.
Keeper could come up a step for me. I don't think he's coming through. All right, but this is where a lot of the Czech team that you see. Yeah, that's a good shot.
A good hit.
Yeah, drop. That was your moment. That was your moment.
That was your claim to fame.
Oh, boy.
On the European Cricket Network. This could have been it. You know, everybody waits for their moment. This could have been the moment of this guy here. Comes in, gets ready, and down it goes. And look at the way he just says, oh, my, I had it. But puts it down.
Pity the pole wasn't in the way either, so that was clearly a drop. This is live from our field as well. Misfield there. Do you like that a lot of them have their own shirts? They get given their own shirts with their name on them and everything. They're part of the academy. The academy, actually, they're top juniors now. Well, the academy has a team in the 3rd division of Czech cricket.
Really?
Yeah, so you get a lot of the youngsters coming through there. They go to schools. And they're all coached really, really well. When Chris has his level 3, Renata his wife is heavily involved as well. They got, I think, 6 to 8 coaches involved now. So it's a big program. And the thing is, that, kids love it. And because of that as well, you get people like Yana Kaminkova, mums of the kids that actually are playing.
Yeah.
So there's an actual mums team. All right, here we go. Well, that one gets away a little bit. Nice keeping, though. It does seem, the ambulance has come around. That's the craziest thing ever. We haven't had anything like this happen, but I just can't believe that an ambulance was called at the exact time that there's another serious injury, and now it looks like they're going to split a trip to hospital based on what I'm seeing at the moment. Certainly hope it's not so bad. All right, here we go. Yeah, go on, hit and run. All right, chance here. Oh, that was it. And even the umpire was animated there, saying, you didn't have to throw it that hard. Let's have a look on the replay. This is fun. I love the action as well. The old half a frog in a blender. Maybe not pureed the whole way. Made it hard for the keeper. Look at this. Had all the time in the world.
Oh,
and look there.
Look at the reactions.
Umpire / coach. They are coaches as well.
Yeah.
Saying,
we're just bringing you some bonus edition at the moment on the European Cricket Network. Well, we've been having Women's Day, really. But now a little bit of a juniors watch. Unfortunately, an injury on the ground. We don't know how serious it is at the moment.
A lot of these kids, they got to play on the ground as well during the break in May. We were in May because we were here in May, and that was a Friday, Saturday, Sunday series, and so I had about an hour and a half gap. So I said, go on, get on the main field, get in front of the main camera, create some highlights. All right, I got a good feeling about this ball. Leave it here. Here we go. Ready? Oh, he's got the old one hand off the bat. All right, chance, keeper's end. Oh, couldn't decide. Yeah. But I like, he's got an interesting technique.
He looks very confident.
But you know how when you're trying to play with soft hands, and so you try not to fend it away. So his natural thing is that his bottom hand comes off, but just kind of dulls the impact a little bit. It's nice shooting down there. All right. Yeah, well done to 2 circles, by the way, choosing to do this rather than not doing it. Oh, boy, that's a destroy. That's a destroying of the stumps.
Oh,
wow.
Ginla Sona. How about, look at this, and look, just no reactions. Look. What a ball that is. Have a look at this.
Talamala style. Well, new stumps, please. Have a look at this.
Wow.
Bush. Oh, that's poetry.
Are you beauty? What a delivery. Look at the stumps. They're shattered.
Blew 'em
Two
up.
stumps have come out of
Oh,
its places. What a ball.
we need more. Oh, has he called it no ball? No, just give it out.
My square leg.
Jeez. He must know he's on the camera. Oh, that was good.
That was a fantastic delivery.
Well,
Sign her up. Sign her
I
up.
can't believe they've got another ball in so quickly.
Here it is again. Look at
yeah.
this.
Bang.
Wow.
How about that? Yeah. Good umpiring.
I
as well.
love it, that robotic square.
I always
leg
think
umpire as
umpires,
well.
they get graded. Free hit coming up. So they always get graded on correct decisions on total decisions. So 100% I'm giving out all the bolts. That
Yeah.
just keeps your average high.
Hey, question. While we're watching this, I'll put a question out to everybody in the chat. So my question is, who was the first man to score 100 and take 10 wickets in a test? So 100 runs and take 10 wickets in a test.
I've got a guess.
All right.
I won't, in case I'm right, I won't give it away. But I
Right.
might not be right.
So to everyone, just for fun, so the first man to score 100 runs in a test and take 10 wickets. And leave that out there. I might have touched on it already today. So
I'm really worried about this injury. You know,
it's taking some time here, and there's concerns. And well, the Czechia girls.
Rachel was Raquel was dancing before. Now she's dancing with Turka.
Paramedics refuse to move her. She's too close to the boundary. We can't place restart the game. So we're
Okay.
gonna suspend it.
We're just getting an update here. We'll bring it back as soon as possible.
Until the ambulance comes.
Yeah, we're just getting some updates through while we've been bringing you some action from the juniors field, which is at right next to this ground. And I think the paramedics are on the ground at the moment. So I think the issue might be about, of course, understandably not wanting to move the fielder at this moment in time. So we'll keep you updated on that, of course, at the moment, as you're looking at Teletubby Hill there. Of course, not ideal. So thank you for your patience, wherever you are tuning in from around the world. And, of course, there is also action, of course, happening in Hornchurch. So remember that Tina and Nishay are there talking you through the action there. And currently, a match about to start there is Hutton Women taking on Gunnersbury. That's about to start pretty soon.
Okay, here's the updates, and so it looks like it's a knee injury, and the paramedic who is here with the original ambulance has said that he doesn't think she should be moved until there's another ambulance called, and so because she's on the field, we can't play at the moment. So what we will do, we'll probably have a 10 or 15-minute break until we know what's happening. This probably will get treated like almost like a rain delay because there's no play possible at the moment. Again, I think they'll do their best to not reduce overs, but it's possible that might be the end of the first innings. We might be looking at an 8-over second innings or something like that. So what we will do is we'll take you through some of the highlights of this first innings so far. Again, we really, really hope that the injury isn't as serious as it looks at the moment. But Czechia, they're 78 for 3. But they seem to be making a good fist of it. Let's have a look at the highlights then. And it was the new skipper, Helen Mumford, that came on and had immediate success with Mimi getting caught right in front. Well, she was jumping for joy. Yeah, Jibs were kind of double the fun as well, weren't they, when Yanira came on and made a mess of the stumps as well. This was the old funny catch where Pius caught it. I think a leg assisted there, but good enough. And for the Czechs, I mean, they had to have their own issues. I mean, in front of it, remember, she got hit by the ball twice. It was Friday the 13th yesterday, and then she ended up to having some sort of shoulder injury. She's still in the first ambulance, which can't go yet till the second one comes. It's crazy ECN drama. But Turka came out at a good time, I think, and along with Raquel Pavlichkova, they put on a good partnership here. Remember, at one stage, the Czechs were 7 for 3. They now find themselves 78 for 3. And I just got a funny feeling that might be the end of the first innings, and we may be looking at reduced second. Again, it's unprecedented. Honza made an appearance. Dr. Honza to you. And then we went to the B-roll, and this was some good footage as well. The drop catch there, you thought maybe she'd be batting all day, but then there would be a twist. And it would be 3 stumps destroyed. The Academy doing great things. Great umpiring as well. That's the situation right now. Again, things we've never seen before. Just keep on coming on ECN. And Czechia 78 for 3 at the moment. What we'll do, we'll take a break. We'll come back when we've got any updates. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Rico Paul. Thanks for your patience. Don't forget Hornchurch on at the moment as well. But we'll come back with some news, hopefully good news, when we return to Czechia for more ECI-W. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and OneXBet.
Hello, welcome back. Good to update you. We do have some information. Now, the ambulance still is there, but it's on the other side of the rope. We've now got the situation where the field is clear for play, and it was quite a nasty one. Lauren Shepherd going down in what looks like quite a nasty knee injury. That follows off the back of Zuzka Franova, who was injured with a suspected dislocated shoulder in that first innings as well. Now, the innings was terminated in the end after 8.2 overs due to that unexpected delay. It's really no different to if it was raining. Obviously, it's not raining, but due to time constraints, we have had to shorten the game. So the Czechia team finished on 78 after 8.2 overs. It's now an 8 overs a side game. Their total's been increased by 1 using the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method. So they basically, you can take it that they scored 79 off 8 overs, and Gibraltar need 80 for victory. Of course, shortened game means it'll be a 3-1 split with the points no matter what happens. And Rico is with me, Rico Full. We don't always understand how DLS works, but it generally makes sense. I think that made sense to me as well. They probably deserved a handful of extra runs, but also that's counteracted by the fact that Gibraltar will get to face 2 balls less in the innings because it was 8.2 in the first innings. So just a very small adjustment with the total from 78 to 79 makes the 80 target.
Yeah, of course, at the moment, we're also thinking and hoping that everything goes well there for Lauren Shepherd. Of course, we'll keep you updated. But, it looks like it was a bit of a nasty injury as we go back to the action. That's a good start, though. A good first delivery right on the money from Erika Kunkova.
So, if you missed it, the main issue was that because of the nature of the injury, their medical personnel said that we don't think this player should be moved until another ambulance arrives. So that's why we just couldn't play while the ambulance is on the field. Well, that's hit pretty hard by Ferrari, who's in good form, coming off with 50 last time out, bangs that away, a fraction short from Kuncheva, and that's the first runs of this chase.
Yeah, it's a very good hit. Now, these two, when they were opening up earlier, we saw them get past the 50-run partnership, and Prava Raghunta played her part very well. She played and made a very healthy 21 of 18 deliveries. It was a very good partnership. Czechia know that it's a partnership they've got to break. They've got to get the wicket of Ferrari. Let's put Ferrari in there, park Ferrari in the garage early, and you give yourself a chance here. It's outside the off, and it's going to be a dot ball as Ferrari tries to cut this one away.
Now,
so,
I know those pigtails. I think that's Mimi keeping, because remember that Franova was designated keeper, as she's been doing pretty much the whole week.
By Mimi, you mean Josephine, is it?
Yeah, Josephine.
Another one of those
Suchkova.
nicknames. Nice to see some kids there in the background. I'm not sure what they were doing while they were watching a little bit of the cricket and having some fun. There they are. And, it is the weekend, and it's always great to see lots of activity around here. I don't know what they've got over there. It's really a little toy aircraft or something that's been thrown around. Now, that's good, but not good from Mimi, as that's going to get past and go all the way to the boundary. That's going to be 4 byes. And that's an issue, isn't it? I mean, the wicketkeeper, we've talked about this so many times in the past, haven't we, Vinny? It's a specialist role. And she's trying to do her best.
It was a tough one. It bounced around the crease, so you never know what's going to do.
Just look at her foot here.
Yeah. Oh, gee, that's the last thing we need. Another injury. Yeah, just need to take a bigger step with the right foot. But, hey, it's a great opportunity for her to do something that she doesn't normally do.
Yeah.
She's a great fielder. I mean, yesterday she was in incredible form in the field in awkward positions. So I know she comes from a very proud cricketing family as well. That's her brother, Alfie Souček, is around the Czech setup. I think it's a matter of time till we see him playing more international cricket. And her dad, Ben, is a bit of a veteran of the sport here. So hello to all the Souček family. And well, let's see if Mimi can pull off a couple of moments of brilliance here at the end of the first over. This 8-run chase, it is 9 without loss. 53 matches since the golden ball. They've gone past the 50, and so have we. I suppose we've gone past it in Hornchurch, and of course not too long before that finishes. The other thing with Hornchurch today, there was only meant to be 4 matches, but it's actually 5 because they were able to reschedule last week's game. So we are quite innovative with what we have to do to get the cricket on as much as possible. And that's another success story. Sharka is on. First one hangs up in the air for a while. And that'll be 4. So it wasn't a good ball. First up from Sharka. Now, she had her own injury yesterday. She had a kind of an inflamed palm. Check this one. Is it coming down quick enough? I'm going to say touch and go.
Yeah, it is touch and go.
I think they let a couple of those go in the first innings as well. So if they're being consistent, probably they think that's dipping just enough. Yeah, I will say that the ambulance is a bit of a target as well.
Reverse scoop.
Do you think the ambulance has broken down?
And, well, I don't know, but there's activity there. But let's see this delivery first. Shorter one, and that's put away. Don't need to run for those, Vinny. It's a really good shot. It's a little bit too short. Gets a swivel on this. 4 runs.
Slight overcorrection there from Sharka. And unfortunately for her, it is smashed away. And Lizzie Ferrari, not the kind of person that you want to get it wrong to, the kind of form she's in. Makes good position there. Just holds her weight just around the off stump and hits it from outside the hip. Bit of action in the background, looks like, as well. That might be some of the academy kids having a bit of fun.
Yeah, here's the weekend.
Teletubby Hill.
Yeah, ambulance is moving.
All right. Well, again, we just hope that Tuska Frunova and Lauren Shepherd don't have injuries that are too serious.
Are they both in there?
No, they got separate ambulances. So that was the delay. Oh, this is tight. Well, it would have been out if it was direct, but Ferrari gets home, pulls in just in time.
Well, that's the benefit of having a name up Ferrari. You go quick and fast. You had to be quick and fast, but still, as you see there, if it was a direct hit, it would have been out, and she knows it. Look at her reaction when she gets to the other end. Prabhat Raghunath seeing if she can open her account here, facing her first delivery. And she gets bat on ball. The Ferrari, well, leaves the starting block pretty early. And does Lizzie does have to go back. She thinks it's definitely on. I don't think it is a run there. I mean, Lizzie, yeah, she definitely would have got there, but she has to account for the fact that the batter has to get off the bat foot and get going. Would have been a bit suicidal, that one for me. And that one's going to be just the wrong side of the line, but only just. Unlike Sharga trying to get that one in the right area. Kundakova just missing that wide line by just a fraction. But it's good areas to be, especially when a lot of the batters that we see today do like to play on the pull shot on the leg side. Sharga again, this is that shorter one. That's been hit well. If it gets past the infielder, it could be a tricky one, but it won't. Good job done there by the captain. So Janya Talamala gets onto it pretty quickly. She knows that if it gets past her, it would have been a long, hard chase for Kunkuganova, who's behind her there. So makes a good stop, just a single here. 11 off the over with this one to go from Sharka. It's just to the left of her, to the fielder. Nicely done once again by the captain. No run on this occasion. It's the end of the over. And 11 will come from it, just out of the reach, you can see there. So 20 off the first 2 overs. Remember, it's an 8-over contest now, and the target is 80. That's required. So literally, you're needing to go at 10 and over from here to do it. So 20 on the board. And remember, the other thing is, of course, the bowlers. You have to use the number of bowlers that you use here as well. So 5 bowlers still have to be used. So 3 of them will be able to bowl 2. The others just the 1. And this is where I think what you're looking to do is use 5 different bowlers straight away first up. Yeah. And then after that, you say, right, who bowl well and bring them back.
Who do I want to come back?
Yeah.
2 over power plays done, so they can have more outfielders now as Kutchva comes back to bowl her second. Ferrari drops her bat. She will go batless to the strikers end. This game's had everything. Is it game 13 already? No, it's only game 4.
It's only 4.
Look at this. Lizzie drops the bat.
And what happens? Yeah. Well, let's have a look. She just drops it and thinks, well, I ain't got time to pick it up. I just got to get running. And luckily enough, she didn't need to be sliding about it, but she has to go down the other end and pick it up. Well, that's it's like the exhaust falling off the Ferrari. Just when you come out the driveway. Anyway, Oh, it's a good delivery. That's well bowled. Pushes this one a little bit fuller. Does Gunichova. That's well bowled. Look at the movement away there. Delightful ball. Really good. I think that it's the teasing delivery. Do a come forward, do a stay back. And in the end, the batter plays at it. The ball moves away and misses it. This time shorter, and that's going to be a good solid strike. And it's going to be a difficult one for the fielder. It's a good effort there on the boundary. And tries to, that Shaka there, can see that from the bandage that's on her hand. It does go down, does try and make the stop, but you can see there, at the last minute, the Tortuga there. I mean, that ball just pops up from nowhere. This is definitely a Tortuga field, isn't it? You got to feel for Shaka, does everything right.
Yeah.
And then the old Tortuga bounce takes the ball over her and over the boundary rope.
That's the way it goes sometimes.
Oh, that's gone. It's an absolute beaut. And I don't know what she's holding her head. She doesn't know it's hit the stumps. She doesn't know it's hit the stumps, Erika Kunkunova, but she does get the breakthrough. It's a good delivery. She's turning around and thinking, do I appeal for OBW here or not? Everybody else around is celebrating, and when she turns around and looks at the timber, she notices the bails are gone. It's an absolute beaut. It comes in, moves away, catches the pad, and hits the stumps on the way through. And, yeah, just look at her reactions here. She look at her reactions. She's thinking, oh, it was so close. And then the umpire says, turn around and have a look. Oh, she says, it's gone. I've got a wicket. Delight, joy. Well done. You
love the celebrations as well. Ferrari, well, she's had a good day, but she's going to have to go and leave a fair bit of work for her teammates on this occasion. She's out for 18, 25 for 1 here in the third.
Yeah, it's a big wicket, isn't it? It's a bit, here it is again. It's just got that. It's the one that she drifts through. Sometimes you don't have to push the ball through. And that's when we say, let the ball do the work. New batter comes in. It's a very similar delivery and defensively played by Laura.
Play. I mean, she took that catch earlier on. I know you were impressed by that, but she's taken a bunch of good catches. She's a real competitor. Lauren Pius comes out. Not a bad option at all in the number 3 position. Last ball of her spell coming up.
It's well weighted on. It's going to be a long, hard chase. Should be stopped. A little bit of a back heel. And they will come back
Nancy
to take
Palmer
2.
Doing the work down there. So at the end of the third over, and the score is 27 for 1. So it's pretty simple. They need to go 10 and over. Right now they're almost that. They're going to get 9 and over through the first 3.
It's good over that, though. It's really good. Loving the movement there from Kankova. And once again, it's just showing that you don't have to try and push the ball through. Let the natural flight do the work there. And I think because she wasn't pushing the ball through, she was getting a good movement there. So captain going to come on to bowl the next over. So Janya Talamarla. And this is the way it looks at the moment. So remember, it's a good start. They've got runs on the board early on, but they need to maintain.
Any reason they got this many on the board? So 2 big overs, and then that's a partial 9th over. You start the action again. This is Talamala who's going to bowl. Yeah, so they gambled a bit, saying to Erika, okay, you bowl out. We're going to use you as one of our bowl outs. I suppose you do have 3 bowlers that can bowl out as well. It's not these situations where sometimes in 6 over games, just 1. But let's see how the skipper goes. So Janya.
It's not a bad delivery. It's pretty full. That means that when you bowl full, and what the batters can do and the shots they can play, you can set a field for that. And that looks like what they've done here. They've got the 3 on the leg side, square leg, mid-wicket, and a very wide long on, a straight long off, and a sweeper out in the offside. So what you call a standard field. Just keep that ball nice and full. That's what Talamala will be looking to do. And that's about right. There you go again. So this again, bowling to your field, I suppose at the moment, you're not minding the singles. It's the boundaries that you want to try and stop. And you want to try, I think here, to try and push that rate up to around about that 13, 14 over mark. And if you get a few good overs in, you can certainly do that. That's what Talamala is trying to do here for Czechia. Very much in this at the moment. A couple of good overs. And Czechia will feel they have a good chance. That's a little bit shorter. That's nicely played, actually. Really good shot. It's going to really test the fielder. Well, it's not able to catch up with it. What a lovely shot this is. This is just elegance. We talk a lot about hitting the ball hard, Vinny, but this is just timing. Beautifully timed shot.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one thing I like about these boundaries as well, is this shot's worth 4. It's a really good cricket shot. outfield just gets quicker and quicker as the day goes on. Basali never was able to make a play on it.
Yeah, that's the one boundary that you're looking for. Now you just got to get the 10. So wanting to get at least another 3 runs here. That's a good comeback, though, from the captain.
It's been a funny old game, but Czechia have certainly put themselves in a position where if they bowl and field well, they could win this one. It would be a huge upset. And it's been a strange game for many reasons, but it could be a memorable one for the Czechs if they can put it together from here.
And that done, just flighted up there, but that's, again, good timing. It's another good example of how you don't, on an outfield like this, you don't have to try and batter the ball. And I think what the women are showing here is that there's as much value in timing the ball for 4 runs than it is to try and swing hard and get 6. It's beautifully played. 2 really nice shots there, which help the Gibraltar women win that over. The captain will go for 11 of it with 2 boundaries in the over. 38 for 1 after 4.
Halfway through already. So, I mean, they want to be 40 at this stage. It's not far off. And I will say, I think with the right batters there, I think they should be able to manage this chase, Gibraltar. He said just a fraction below that line. But I think it's a good thing for them that they're put into this situation where they're put under a bit of pressure. I think for a lot of the week, a lot of time they've been batting first, and they've kind of battered teams out of games. That's a really nice shot down the ground. Excellent footwork, and that'll be 4 runs. So, you see, the Czechs not necessarily getting it right often enough so far. But that's Prabha Raghunath, who turns that into a full toss and slams it straight over the umpire's hat. The birthday boy, Shobit. And that'll be a boundary.
Yeah, good shot from Raghunath. Rather than swinging across the line, hit straight through the ball. And showing you the full blade of the bat as she does so. Good shot, 4 runs. And that puts them in front already in this over by getting that boundary. Borsale, first time that we're seeing her. And, she's going to have to deal with a boundary off her first delivery. She's out.
Oh,
She's hit wicket. Hit wicket. She's gone back onto her stumps. They haven't realised
No
yet the
one's
batter's here.
noticed.
Nobody has noticed.
Someone will.
Yeah, there's
there's,
out.
There's the appeal. I've seen an appeal, but she definitely went too far back.
Yeah, this is out. So
The appeal.
Raghunath.
I saw Sharka appeal. She noticed, and she's just gone too far back. Here we go. Watch it on the replay.
Yeah, it goes all the way
in the
back.
crease, and she will be gone. The thing is, there is an appeal, and there's the decision. So, yeah, she stepped on her wicket playing the shot, and it's a strange one. Surely she would have realised because she made pretty big contact.
I think she did. When you watch that again from side on, Vinny, she does realise her head and body language goes down. Then she's thinking, maybe nobody's noticed.
No one noticed.
I'll just run anyway. But after hitting a lovely shot down the ground, Prabha Raghunath goes for 8. And now Czechia, look at, here it is again. This is from both angles.
It's actually the left foot that goes back here, and it goes almost behind the stumps. So it's just a slight lack of awareness. She definitely knows that she looks guilty, and then you're right. Then she took safe. Umpire was watching where the ball went. You can't really blame him for that either. It's not something you expect. But, yeah, wicket for Basali out of nothing. Means no runs off that ball either. 42 for 2.
Well, this game.
This game's getting so weird.
It's been a weird
it's another
game.
weird one.
And a bit of a wide ball being called here. Let's see this one again for Borsale. It's wide. It's being called by the birthday man himself, Shobhit. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's. I think there's a good call there. Don't think any part of that ball catches any off the line. Borsale again flights it up. This time down the leg side. It's going to be in another wide. Extras, so key, aren't they? The extras. The wide ball signalled again. And folks, I'll tell you what. Maybe after this over, I'll give you the answer to who was the first man to score 100 runs in a test and take 10 wickets in the test as well.
Well, can I have a guess?
Go on then, have a guess.
We were talking about the pies earlier, and there's kangaroo pies. All right, this is up. It's in the air. Blag. One hopper out to Srebimeta.
What an arm.
But do they also have beefy pies?
You'll be wrong if you go down
Oh,
that
really?
route. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Withdraw my. So it's not Ian Botham.
It's not Ian Botham.
All right. My original thought was it was Richard Hadley.
That's a good shout as well, but it's not.
No? All
A
right.
few people have come coming with that
I'll
one.
just keep throwing random all-rounders at you.
So, yeah, after this over,
Oh. All right, you've stumped me.
wickets, needing wickets. The thing is, they're getting wickets, but then they're giving the runs in the extras. There's now 3 wides in this over, starting with the boundary, remember. And that's better. That's where you want to be. Good delivery. And I'm liking the fact that Josephine is there to knock the bells over. If the batter does go out the crease, look, she's ready. And, that's a good delivery. It's short and put away. There's no fielder out there. That's the second boundary in the over. And that's really going to hurt you. Czechia, whenever you think they're going to get their tails in front, and Gibraltar come back. It's a good shot to play, actually. It's very similar to the one that Pravat stepped on her own stumps on. But this time, she doesn't go backwards.
We've got a glider here. Look. Or is it
Wow.
just a plane? Jeez.
I can hear a motor. I think it's just a plane.
I just had my headphones on, so I thought it was silent.
There it is.
It's
All sorts of flying objects around
50s
here.
up.
And same area again, but this time they do move square a little bit finer and dust the fielding. And that will take us to the end of the over. So 5 overs completed, 51 on the board, and 2 wickets down.
All right, hit me. I can't wait any longer.
All right. Well, you should see it coming up on your screens. And, well, Ellen Davidson is the man.
So to score 100 runs, so not a century.
Yeah, 100
So
runs.
just to score 100 runs, you're sacked.
No, I did say
That would never
100
stand
runs
up.
in a test.
Oh, well,
Ellen Davidson,
true, you did say that.
He is
so maybe
the-
I'm sacked.
They say he was the, of course, Australian fast bowler born on this day in 1929. They said he was the closest rival to Wasim Akram when it came to great left armers. His finest hour was in the tied test of 1960, in which he went on to, he broke a finger, but then came out with a significant record. He was the first man to score 100 runs in a test, and he took 10 wickets. He was, they say, a captain's dream. Good throw, but they will get in, and it's a spicy one for the bowler as well.
So he didn't score a century in that game. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he scored. I think he scored 80 and 40 in the 2 innings, but he scored over 100 runs and took 10 wickets. He's the first man to do so.
I'm even more lost after I'm doing more research. Okay. Because then I've got... All right, because I know occasionally, we do our best with the research, but there's a lot of different news around there. Let me just have a look.
What are you looking at now? I can see he's typing away here, Vinny. I can see steam.
Yeah.
That's gonna
Well, it's a good game on here.
Oh.
Jeez, that's almost a wide that's turned into a bold.
Palmer's bowled really well today, hasn't she? Muncie Palmer. She's probably been the pick of the bowlers for Czechia. And probably the pick of the bowlers in the day, actually. She's always taking wickets. So it's good for her to come on here now.
I can see... Am I going crazy here? Or I'm about to blow your mind with a scorecard. Oh, okay. But I'm not prepared to call it just yet. Let me have a look.
What? Change of the field here. Just wants to... Yeah, you can see the bowler just saying to the captain...
You got lucky, I think.
How'd I get lucky now?
You got lucky because...
The
AI's given me fake news because it's given me a scorecard of George Giffen scoring 161 in a game, and it told me he got 11 wickets in the same game in 1894. Right? But on actually examining the scorecard, this is why AI, it's come a long way, but some of it's not perfect. He took 4 wickets in the first innings. That'll get through as well. And he took 4 wickets in the second. So,
But is that a test match?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But it was going to 8 wickets.
So where's the 11? AI, come on.
This is what I'm talking about.
Come on, you can't trust AI.
This is crazy. So unless he had a brother, he doesn't. Oh, that's the go-to shot. It's going to get past. So Blagg is going to cash in. Good game, this one at the moment. They're pretty much bang on the rate, up to 58. So the AI response gave me, yeah, he took, he's had 202 runs and bowling. 11 wickets, 4 for 75 and 4 for 164 and 3 for question mark. It's just made up 3 wickets.
Well, there you go.
So, Rico, you're not sacked. You were crafty with your wording because I assumed you meant a century.
Yeah.
But no, Alan Davidson. Yeah, very good. Left arm up.
Yeah, very good.
All right. Last ball, the 6th. We're going to get a golden ball. That's all we need now.
Firmly hit. Well stopped. Clean into the hands. Nice clean pickup.
End of the over, 59 for 2. So remember, 60 would be the rate. There are 59, 2 overs to go. I suppose the other question is, who do you bowl here? Who do you bowl again? Only Kuncheva's bowled out. Mansi only went for 8 off her over, so it should be a solid bet to come back and bowl the last. But you got to decide who's going to bowl this over. Basale did take a wicket, but only because the batter stepped on her stumps. Probably Talamala for me. I think this is the time. Or you've got another option. They're going to go for Rachel Pavlichkova.
Yeah.
Not a bad option at all to go to.
She's been, I think, underutilised today. You know, if I had my captain's cap onto that, I would have actually opened the innings with the ball, because I would have thought if she bowls as well as she has done, the one over, every over she's bowled, she's taken a wicket. I think 1 for 9 and 1 for 6 or something like that. She's been good. All right, sometimes there's some extras, but when she gets it right, she's dangerous. Asking the question, but I think there might have been a bit of bat on this, but she starts well. It starts with a good straight delivery. Yeah, there's big bat onto it, so that's why it's not out. Yeah, I've liked Rachel, and I think this is a good call. So
I reckon I might be able to blow your mind again.
now what? You're not giving this up, are you?
Hey, it helps the question.
Oh,
Mimi. Well, this good throw here. Oh, would have been out. Little back flick. So yeah, we got a finish on here, folks. Mimi, I thought she'd pick up and throw at the bowler's end, but yeah, decides against it.
You can hear you typing. That's been hit really well. Oh, what a shot. What a shot this is. Well, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. And Lauren Pius has absolutely thumped this. What a shot. Sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. That's a biggie. That's 6 runs.
Yeah, brilliant shot. Just the game breaker they needed. Gibraltar 14 off 9. It wasn't a terrible ball either from Raquel. But it was a beautiful pickup. Pius, she started with her first runs of the day, a bit like that. Picked it up and put it over long on.
How important was that bye, though, wasn't it? They got the bye, they crossed over.
True.
She gets on strike here, Pius. Good contact here as well, but there is a fielder. It's good backing up as well. Good fielding. Liking that from Czechia. One fielder doing the fielding, the other one backing up just in case. Just a single, so you can still win this over here, you know.
We do lots of games. There's some games that just weird stuff happens. The idea we had 2 ambulances called in this game. Will we also get the hit wicket? Will we also get a golden ball?
Well, this one is going to go to the boundary as well. There's nobody on the offside. In fact, most teams have kept that part of the ground pretty well unprotected. It's not too many have gone into the point area, but a good strike this time. It's Irina Blag bringing up her second boundary. A bit of width on offer, and with the extra bit of pace, if you make good contact, the ball's going to fly away, and it does. And that one goes 1 bounce for 4. So 9 runs in 7 deliveries. This needs to be a good delivery here. They're looking for maybe a dot ball.
Big ball this. Oh, let's bowl it again. They'll get 2 for free. That's not where Raquel wanted. Hey, it must be something that's happening everywhere, because about 5 minutes ago, there was a 7 for a 2 plus the ball hitting their helmet in Hornchurch.
So was it?
Yeah, this is all happening.
It's this time of the day. What's the time?
Well. Yeah. 5 o'clock follies. Still a ball to go on this 7th over.
Run a ball now, 7 of 7. And that's been hit pretty well. Push on this. It's cleanly taken. Good bit of fielding. Safe hands. Nicely done. And the over will be called. So 6 required of the final over. Can Czechia produce a good one here? And I think it has to be probably Palmer to bowl it.
I think you also need to bring a couple of people in to make the single difficult. So probably in-out feel, I'd call it. You don't want to leak a boundary because that really hurts you a lot as well. Who knows? 5 off this over. We've seen stranger things happen.
Palmer to bowl it. Look at Team Gibraltar. They're all standing close to the boundary, ready to celebrate. It's a tense moment, all watching. And it looks like it's going to be the captain actually to bowl it.
Talamala's coming back. Okay, I don't mind this. Again, she does move the ball. Create a couple of dots. Yeah, Gibraltar want to keep their undefeated day alive. This is the last over of their day as well. Here we go. 8th and final.
I'm going to start with a wide, so takes it to less than the run of ball. So here, as long as you score of every ball, you're going to win the match here. Talamala opting to go with herself rather than Palmer.
All right. Could do it with a Maximo if you want to do it in style. Pius has shown she's got that. 5 to win off 6.
Short delivery just gets worked away. They have put a fielder out there now because it's a lot of runs, a lot of boundaries being scored on that part of the ground, that behind square. So not trying to, they don't have to do anything big here, just run a ball to the knee. But it's all about the mindset. You know what it's like? Sometimes you want to be the hero and go for the big shot. So. And up in the air. Can anybody get there? I don't think they can. It's a great effort. Sliding forward, putting your body on the line. And they're running hard. And one goes up in the air. The scoring system's gone a bit crazy here at the moment.
Oh, really?
I don't think that's the game, is it? I don't think something's happened here. Something's not right. I think there's still probably 3 required. I think I'm just going to have to check this. Not sure what's going on here. This one is come off the pads. They'll take a single. Yeah, I just get the feeling that the scores have just gone.
Yeah, so on the screen it seems stuck, but I think that will now make it 1 to win. Scores are tied. Scores are tied. There you go. So 3 chances to win the game.
So scores are tied. And Gibraltar ready to celebrate what will be a big day for them, winning all their matches. And that will be it. The wide will seal it. So the option for Sanjaya Talamara to bowl the last one doesn't quite work. It's going to be a wide. And that's the game. It's done and dusted. And it will be Gibraltar who get the victory. Czechia pushed them all the way. And in the end, it's a victory with 3 balls to go. And well done to Team Gibraltar. And a good, healthy innings there from Lauren Piers as well. Just when Czechia were able to get through the wickets of Lizzie. Then, of course, Pravar going back and hitting her own wicket. And then Lauren Piers came out and hit some lovely shots. And also, so did Raquel Pavlikova. She also hit 2 beautiful 4s. So a good little knock there. Beg your pardon, I mean, Yanara Blagg, 2 4s. When she scores 12 of 10. But Lauren Piers probably ends up being the hero here. 20 out of 15 with 3 4s and that one big monster 6 getting Gibraltar the win.
Yeah, so I mean, very competitive game as well. I mean, every single game has been entertaining its own way today. Again, the main thing, you know, even beyond the result is that we really hope that Zuzka Franova and Lauren Shepherd are okay and the injuries aren't too serious. And we'll give you an update as soon as we have something that is known about that situation. So Czechia, they make 2 changes to the team for the last game of the day. They've listed Karen de Kunhat to keep, so she's going to come in and fulfill that role. Nice to see Karen out there. And obviously front of us out, Subi Mehta is out, and Yana Kaminkova comes back into the lineup, gives them a bit more hitting. I just got a funny feeling that could be the game of the day coming up in match number 5. And we will go back to 10 overs, but I can tell you that we have delayed the start by 20 minutes. So it'll actually start 3:35 GMT, which is 5:35 in Central Europe. And that's 9:05 in India, with Czechia winning the toss and electing to bat. Let's roll the highlights. And yeah, 8 overs turned out to be a pretty entertaining game. They were slightly behind Gibraltar, but I suppose with their batting resources and their batting talent that they've got, they end up getting across the line reasonably comfortably. But then you start looking at these little things like the ball sneaking under the keeper to the boundary and just a few little things. Although I will say that their ground fielding was much improved, the Czechs, compared to a little bit earlier in the day. That was a bit of a weird one. Lizzie dropped her bat and then had to go batless. I suppose you're a bit lighter. But anyway, at Gibraltar, they go 3-0 in the day, and they're in prime position to wrap up this series tomorrow.
Yeah, that was a great delivery. What a moment that is. Doesn't know she's got the wicket until she turns round. The umpire says, turn around and have a look. You've hit the stumps. And Erica Gonakova then celebrates. And it's a big wicket to get because it was Lizzie Ferrari who was the first to go. And then pretty soon after that, after some lovely time shots here, I mean, they were delightful shots actually by Lauren. We're just guiding the ball to the boundary. Now, this was the shot before. It's a lovely hit down the ground by Prabha. And then the very next ball, well, everybody's looking at the ball, but nobody looks at this. She actually steps onto a stump. She knows she does it. And then she says, I don't think anybody saw. I think I'll get away with it.
Have you ever seen the video where someone does that, knocks the bail off, no one noticed, and then non-striker put the bail back on? It was a bit too much damage to pull one of those off, though. Especially as Mimi just goes there and looks at it and kind of just shrugs her shoulders. Sharka definitely appealed from the other side of the field. She saw what happened. Bitty old nerves jangling for the Jibs towards the end. This was an amazing catch, and if there was anyone that might have taken it, it was Erica, who came sliding in risky business style. But in the end, they do get home with 3 balls to spare. And what was it? Kind of bizarre at times, but highly entertaining game, aside from the injuries, which unfortunately caused the delay in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, that's the main thing. And you're absolutely right, Vinny. Let's just hope that the two injured parties are going to be okay. And we'll keep you updated on that. But it's going to be Gibraltar, despite those concerns. They know that they've had a good day when it comes to the cricket, winning all 3 of their matches. This is scorecard here. So once again, Lizzie gives them a good start with that 18, and it was a good strike rate from her as well. But Lauren Pius put a nice little partnerships there together, first with Prabha and then with Yanira Blagg. And Yanira Blagg showing that she's more than just a good, decent fast bowler. She hits the ball pretty well as well, and I'm pretty sure that we're going to see more from them tomorrow. That's them done with today, but we do have one more match still to come from Czechia, and it will be the Czechia women taking on the women from Croatia. It should be a good match, shouldn't it? It's the rematch of match number 2 that we had early in the day. And remember that one, Croatia just didn't get enough runs on the board, 74, and Czechia knocked them off quite comfortably in the end.
But I honestly, I'd like to see what the supercomputer thinks. I think that's maybe slight advantage to Czechia, but maybe not much. I think it's a pretty line ball. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. We'll take a break. We're back in around about 10 minutes to take you in to match 5 between the Czechs and the Croats. And I hope you're enjoying your day. Stay tuned. Last game to come here on opening day of this ECI-W Czechia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the last game of the day after a chaotic afternoon of action. It'll be Czechia versus Croatia. Czechia winning the toss, electing to bat here in match number 5. We do go back to the 10-over format. E8, we'll put that on the bench for now. But yeah, Czechia, I don't think it's a bad thing they bat first. Actually did that pretty well in the earlier game. They got to a fairly competitive total. They were 78 off 8.2 overs when play had to be stopped due to a medical situation. But now Croatia, again, we saw them earlier in the day. They played in matches 2 and 3. Don't have a win, but certainly been pretty competitive, and they've had some shining lights in there as well. Got to mention that Pavla Senjog was brilliant with her first ever ECN 50, but Kavaric, the captain, is pretty of a key at the top. I think it's a real kind of big 3 situation, even though Helen's probably not called big very often, but she is one of those big 3 that have to fire for Croatia on the chase, no matter what they're chasing. Karen Dekunahart comes in for the injured Susanna Frunhover. I do have an injury update on Frunhover, by the way. Kaminkova comes back into the side as well. But apparently, Rico joins me back once again. Juska went to hospital, but apparently her shoulder popped out and it popped back in, and they said, yep, you seem fine, or I don't know how quickly she'll be playing again, but it was one of those situations where, yeah, it would have been really painful, but then actually it kind of, it popped back in at the same time. So yeah, maybe there's some minor damage there, but apparently she has to come back and pick up her car, so that's apparently what she's going to do next, and we might even see her here during the game. Hopefully we do.
If we see her, we'll have a chat with her, and hopefully she's okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that she'll probably be told that she should rest it just for a little while, but we'll soon find out when we do see it. So getting ready for this one. As you see, you heard there from Finn that Czechia, they are going to have a bat first here. Let's see how many they can get. Croatia will once again start with a nice close tight field. You can see that on your screens there. They do like to have 2 fielders in pretty close either side. So you almost like got a triangle of fielders there on the offside with a sweeper on the boundary, and then you've got a straight line of 3 on the leg side with once again 1 sweeper on the boundary. So let's see how that works for them. Then of course, depending on what the batters do here, they have got options, especially outside of the power play, to push them back if need be. But one thing that Croatia do well, if they don't need to push the players back, they won't. And I do like that thinking from them. So we are ready to go. The umpires are ready. He's going to see umpire Abdul out there with Shobit. Shobit is at square. And of course, as we've already mentioned several times today, it is his birthday today. And the umpires are doing a brilliant job here. And I hope he enjoys these celebrations.
And so we get underway. We'll get underway with no run, actually. I suppose it's nice to see some of the reinforcements coming for Czechia, but also, one thing I still would like to see them be busy with the running. It's something that's sometimes been better than others. Is there Teletubbies Hill in the background? This is Kavaric opening up. That's a good strike, though. We don't need to run when you hit the ball that well. And scream to the boundary off the bat of Nandavada. What a day she's having with the stick.
Yeah, only that last match which he didn't really get going. But other than that, in the other 2 matches, she's always scored runs. She was very close to bringing up her first 50 on the network when she did get to 48, and she hits the ball hard. But you are right, if there is a flaw to a game, it's the running in between the wickets. But many would argue if you can crunch the ball to the boundary like that and you do it often enough, maybe you don't have to run so hard.
Lydia, normally steady as she goes with her bowling. And Nevada, that'll be a real confidence booster for her. It's a nice little work around to the leg side. Hey, it's random question time as well, so feel free to throw them in. Looks like we're going down to the wire in ECI-W as well. It might come down to the rescheduled match 5 to find out who wins. I'm so glad that we were able to reschedule it, and yeah, good news there. Yeah, so Shobit, this is kind of food chat, but it's also kind of culture chat. That he's having a few drinks tonight at a small jazz club from around 8 o'clock onwards, which hopefully this game will be finished by. Considering we're running a little bit late, but yeah, it sounds like a plan. So I guess we'll see who's up to that, but I definitely think I might stop by.
Yeah. Well, don't forget we've got our own little bottles here to sort out
course.
later. Of course, the Tarino, it's called. This is a red wine liqueur. Thank you very much to the Team Croatia who brought these down for us, and I think that something that will go in my well, depending if I get a room when I go back, it'll either go in my little
You're
fridge,
homeless still.
my little fridge, and
You don't worry about going to the jazz club. You just need to find somewhere to sleep. Because Rico's booking was written in invisible ink.
Alex has just said he's got a. Well, Alex, put my name down for the moment because I might need it. And
It's one thing with Lydia, and maybe it's just she's comfortable with it, so she goes with it. But she takes off from the back line when she could actually look where she bowls from. She actually has another meter. What is it? A meter and 20. And I just think if she's bowling a shorter distance, maybe that would help her even more with accuracy. But if she's comfortable that way and it's working, it's probably not worth changing it. But it's certainly something I would be saying to her and say, look, have a go at just bowling from the front line. See how at the moment you kind of set yourself to bowl from that line. Just pretend that line's not there. But like I said, as long as it's coming out right, it'll give her a bit of extra pace. But it's not really about pace for her. It's about accuracy in the first place.
Yeah, you're right. She could. I mean, she's starting to run up a little skip off the mat, but she could start. Yeah, you're right. She could start from the edge of the mat. You can see
The
here.
thing is, also gives the batter longer to see it. You know what I mean?
Oh, that one.
Liked what she saw there, did Mansi Palmer, but I think they want to check this one.
Yeah, I think this one could be too high. Let's have a look at it coming through here. It does look high, yeah.
It's an awkward one, but I think when it reaches, I think it is high.
Yeah.
We lose it there for a sec. But I think in doubt, you call no ball, so it has been called. And free hit coming up. It's got a feeling this is going to be a Game 5 thriller that's going to make us late for the Jazz Club. I feel golden ball tingle early.
And that's going to be down the leg side. So free ball will stay intact there. Lydia, she has this sometimes. She just loses her line and a little pattern for a moment, and then she comes back onto it. So she knows that she wants a big finish here, and she's a good leader as well, Lydia. She would have spoken to all the players and say, come on, let's big effort in this match. Let's try and get a win on the board. Czechia themselves will be looking for a win as well. So two teams are going to be working hard to try and get a win. And about, remember, in the earlier match, it was Czechia that got the better of Croatia. Croatia on that occasion, match number 2, did bat first, only got 74 on the board. So this is an opportunity for Croatia now to get their own back, a little bit of revenge, and get their first victory on the standings. And the first over comes to an end, and it gives you a chance to look at our tour of Czechia. We've still got a fair bit to do here, Vinny.
I think tomorrow is the middle day of the tour. Yeah, I suppose, because we start on Sunday, we finish on a Sunday. So, yeah, tomorrow we're halfway. That's with a heavy heart. I'll have to say goodbye to the network for a few days. It's about as close to a holiday as I'll get as well, because you'll like this too. These are the things I'm doing that I wouldn't normally do. I'm putting an out-of-office email up.
You're doing what? Putting out?
You know, out of office. You know, people send you things. I'll be like,
yeah.
But I'll be back on Sunday, which says a lot about until I will be back next Sunday. I'll be available. I'll be traveling to Finland that day. So I'll actually be back on this Saturday, but I've got to travel to Finland. So I think you've more than got it under control here. Well, that's going to be hit away.
Oh.
And, pretty good bit of fielding. Lydia's a machine out there.
She takes that on the chest.
On the boundary.
She takes it on the chest.
I told you, the women are tougher. Let's have a look.
It's, no, I don't think any issue with that, but just look at the fielding here. See, right on the chest. We'll maybe have a chance to look at that a bit later, but...
There we go.
Bang. Yeah. Just like a brick wall, not getting past.
Smothers it. That's round the corner. And that should be fielded. It is. That's the good method as well. Get down and pick it up with the hands. Yeah, so
you're going to Finland.
So I'm going to be off. But this week, and I'm not going to take my computer to Venice. It's a risk, but I've got all, to be honest, I'm not a genius. I know, don't be fooled by my appearances, but I've delegated all the tasks out. I don't think it'll be fine.
All right, then
Just wait for everything.
leave your smartwatch behind as well, Vinny. There you go.
I'm not saying I'm going totally dark, but I'm leaving my laptop here in Prague, and I'm going to go to Venice because it's my friend's wedding, and I promised him I'm his best man.
Yeah.
His name's Honza, obviously. Anyway, that's down the ground, and nice bit of fielding there. They won't even get a run.
Yeah, hit it too well, and it does go more or less straight to the fielder, who makes no mistakes. Just having the umpire just saying, be careful of that line. I wonder if have they called a no ball here? Or was just given a friendly warning. Let's have a look there. Pretty close to it. I like that. That's good umpiring. I really do like that. Well done. Just making the bowler aware. And some umpires will just wait and then call it. But look, you could be out. That is out. It's a great throw, direct hit. And I did say that with Nandi Vidada, the one issue that she does have sometimes is with her running. And it's the running that's going to get her out here. She's slow out of the blocks, but magnificent fielding. Look at this. Pick up, throw, on the money, adios. And Lada Siven does some brilliant work to remove the dangerous Nandivada.
Oh, fielding can win matches. Super Svadi. Great stuff from Lada Siven, who's made a big impact in a short time in this team. But yeah, Nandivada, this is kind of one, it's probably worth taking on. Had to be a perfect piece of fielding, but it was. It was a pick up, throw, hit, and yeah, as we say often in T10 cricket, that's the price of doing business. So 16 for 1 after 11 balls. And what a fantastic bit of infield work that is. Terka Kotsunova comes out in the number 3 position.
Yeah, joining Munty Palmer out there. So Teresa. And that's well struck. There's a fielder out there who, once again, well picked up. Good clean hands from Croatia. That's actually one thing that really did surprise me about their play in Malta. You have to remember that the last time I saw them was in Croatia, where they were coming together. They were very new, very rusty, learning a lot. A lot of those players never played hardball before when I saw them training in Croatia. And the improvement in their game in that short period of time from when I saw them then to Malta was outstanding, especially the fielding. I love the way they literally throw themselves around to make the stops. And that's why, I really do admire their spirit that they play with.
Yeah, definitely. Here's Helen Lecco getting a bowl. And first one, I think, just takes a tiny bit of the pad, I think, maybe. Let's see what the umpire says. He says, no, it took nothing. So that'll be 2 wides, and that ball will be re-bowled.
Yeah, very close to catch it. I thought it was pretty close to going over the leg stick, actually,
Yeah,
if I'm honest.
I think still went around, but not bad. Oh, a little chop on here. They will get past the keeper. They will get a tight one. Another potential collision. So what have we had today? We've had, obviously, the 2 ambulance game. We've had the hit wicket. We've had the earlier run out that with Peel was withdrawn, which I think was good sportsmanship. We've had some action on the second field. There's shoelace blowout here. I always think the keeper's the last person that should be trying to shoelace. Do you know how hard it is to in inner gloves? Anyway, Lecco getting a little bit of outbend here, right to left. There it is.
We had a shoe blowout as well.
Shoes off.
Shoe blowout.
That was a good one. What else have we? This is all on a day's work, isn't it?
We saw some excellent action from the juniors cricket.
Juniors
including a
were
fantastic.
awesome.
We saw drop catch.
Great
and
umpiring on the bowled.
Yeah, great umpiring. Yeah, we've seen it all. And all on a beautiful day, just out of the reach of Helen. There's only a single. They're not going to mind about the singles, but even when they get there, still throwing the ball in, plenty of people backing up. I
like what Turka does here. She's looking for it, but in the end, she hears the call and says, right, okay, it's your call, I'm going.
In the air, and oh no.
Dear.
I think that's fingers and head. And it's going to go to the boundary as well. Can you believe it? Well, we're talking about the things we've seen here today. Add this one to the list. This is hands, heads, and probably shoulder, feet,
I
and
actually
boundary.
think this is a classic heads, shoulders, knees, and toes all in one ball. Oh, I think at least it was kind of back on the head a bit. But there's definitely 4 for many reasons. That's one of them. That's one of the more obvious ones, but I think it went into the rope in the first place, if I'm honest. But yeah. I'm just happy that Pavla's all right there. And that's ECN cricket. Pavla, best day of her life in cricket, and then almost where's the grizzly? So 50 in a headshot.
That's better. There's Helen Lecco. She's probably thinking, probably was a chance there to remove Teresa, but Teresa gets lucky.
Yeah.
And it dropped on
Well,
one.
Turkic, she can hit offside, but that's one thing I would be working with her would be her grip, because it makes it very hard. She can hit offside, but often it's kind of slices and she doesn't get the power. You know, it'd actually be better, because she must have small hands, to have a shorter handle. You see how there's space between her?
Yeah.
If there's shorter handle, she wouldn't have the chance to do that. So that's not a bad shot down the field. And they will take a single. It's pretty quick between the wickets as well. That'll be the end of the third over. It's 27 for 1. But in hockey, hockey's a good example. It's in field hockey. You're taught to have your hands apart for control. So when you're dribbling, you always have one hand. One hand always lives at the top of the stick. The other hand is kind of halfway down or on the join where the grip finishes. So for control and for pushing, you can get a bit of power like that. But when you're hitting, you're taught to have your hands together because it gives you more power. And it comes to the physics. There's that one point of, I don't know what you call it, the kind of one point of pivot in the stick. Whereas when you have two, you have 2 points of pivot. That's probably not the correct terms. But that's why on the offside, she's not necessarily able to get the kind of power she wants.
Do you think it's her grip as well, that she's not able to play so much on the offside because of the way she's got the grip?
That's what I'm saying. Because she's got a hockey-style grip with her hands apart. And normally you can't have your hands apart on the bat because the grip's not that big. But that's also not true, because some people do have kind of high grip. Like Adam Gilchrist was one that had it right at the top of the bat. Some other people have a lower grip. So it's just a little thing. In the end, you know, these changes, not something you bring in straight away, but it's something she would probably be thinking of. Because I know it frustrates her. She's not that strong through the offside, so she ends up going for the leg probably when she shouldn't. But that's a good example. I mean, she's got a great eye.
Yeah.
She's a ball of enthusiasm out there and energy. But that's something, and she's still young. She only just turns 18, I think, in a couple of weeks. So happy birthday in advance. I think that came up the other day when we had Sharka on.
In the air, and is right in between the wicketkeeper and the bowler. So a little bit of luck there. They're going for Mansi Palmer. But now they're going to keep an eye, I think, here, Mansi Palmer. They're not shy to retire batters out. We've seen that already from Czechia. Mansi, she's going at less than run a ball at the moment. 8 balls faced, just 7 on the board. So I think she will know that if she doesn't really get going now in this period of the match, that she might find herself being replaced. That one's come out of the hand all wrong, and it's going to be a big wide down leg side.
Yeah, Turka wanted some cheapies. Went after it anyway. I mean, that's the kind of ball. I know she knows it's wide, but she thinks, okay, this is my boundary zone, so I'm going to have a go at it, hit it down that hill. Pavlich early in her first over. Goes for it leg side, falls in a pocket of space.
That sounded like a bit of a double hit to me, you know. It certainly had like a double sound.
Let's have a look. This is probably more possible double hit. Yeah, maybe. Good spot, Rico.
I heard the double sound.
Should get double runs.
Oh.
That's going to be a no ball. It's a pretty clear call.
Right.
Well, I don't think this is called on the field, but I'm pretty sure when you get hit above the waist, it will be a no ball. We'll wait for it.
Yeah, I mean...
Dush. Anybody?
It's got to be a no.
Well, just check out the bruise. You don't even need to go to the third umpire there. You go to the medical opinion. So free hit coming up. Umpires do a good job. To be fair, we were on the other side of that. So the umpire might not have seen exactly where that hit her. Free hit doesn't go too far. And Kolchinova misses out. Good comeback, though, from Dora.
I like what they've done here at the moment. 4 different bowlers are being used. It's good little technique, good strategy here from Lydia, and she'll probably hold back a bit before she or one of the others come back on. She might even try the 5th bowler straight away. Why not? Because they haven't really got away and got out the blocks quickly here at Czechia. So it's certainly an opportunity to use 5 bowlers and then say, right, this is what I want to do now, going for the second half of the innings.
I like that practice shot. Shows she's thinking about it. I know it's something she's working on. It's not necessarily that natural for most people, actually. But this is more a bread and butter. I put the fielder back now. But I remember I practiced that a lot it's to do with how your bat's coming down and having the confidence you can get that power through the offside. And a lot of it's footwork as well. Yeah, great shadow batting. Send it to the Shadow Batting World Cup. Also, it's your foot position and your weight distribution. So if you're playing off the back foot, get your back foot back and across, and you can still play with that straight bat.
Did you have, I mean, I know, oh, well, it's this slightly slow delivery and plays the wrong shot here. But I do feel that Menzies Palmer was probably already under the threat of being retired out. Goes for the shot here. It's got nothing to lose. I think I'd rather see this than a player coming up, but just doesn't get the bounce she wants here. But I think this is because his pace off it and plays all around it, straight onto the stumps. Well bowled, a wicket there then to Dora, who gets the breakthrough. So Palmer will have to come back, and 7 of 10. I think she knew that she had to go for it, otherwise she was going to come back. But I was going to say to you, was there always something, maybe it was a shot that you were playing that would get you out a lot, or a shot you were missing out on, which you'd practice, but when you were out there in the middle, you just never did it.
Yeah.
Because your instincts wouldn't let you.
100%. But that's the thing. You need to practice things that you're actually not good at, parts of your game, or that you're less good at. It's easy to practice things that make you look good. Because then training, you look like an absolute star as well. Because you're like, look at me. But then there's a whole... Yeah. So, look, there are various drills you can do. I mean, Turkey, it'd be as simple as just throwing balls waist high and getting her to hit them in a certain zone. Getting people out there saying, look, Venki just throwing a whole bunch of full tosses there. Bang, bang. This is what it feels like when it's right. So then hopefully that will translate into the game. Yeah, for me, I remember I played a lot of games when I would actually throw the ball, a tennis ball against the wall, bounce, and then I would hit it with normally it was like the top half of a hockey stick, so it wasn't a full bat. So that's not quite Bradman-esque, but similar. That one, I think, off the pitch. So I think this will be a no ball. Umpire might have been unsighted, so we'll check it out. But I think this is just off. Yeah, I think it'll be a no ball. Turka, again, she's played enough cricket at this level to know, hey, I'm going after that. You're allowed to go after a ball off the pitch as long as you are on or over the actual pitch. Yeah. Free hit then. And so I had various games I would try and then we'll count. Okay, I'm going to throw. So I'd have to do a lot of things at once. I'd have to throw the tennis ball, hit the wall, it would bounce, and then I'm trying to hit it into this zone. I'd have almost like a goal. So how many in a row can I get in here? Now look who's in. Is Kaminkova. Good to see her back. She played the first game of the day. She sat out the middle too. She was leading the side, but just I think given a rest / I think she might have just had a bit visit from the general, as I said yesterday, the general soreness. But these two come together. It's pretty well hit. Test the fielder. Got to say the ground fielding has been of a pretty good standard in the afternoon session. Probably a little bit easier once you're a bit warmed up as well. Sveben's been a really good player to watch. Enjoyed watching her. That one will be down the leg side. It's also just a bit more cricket IQ in these players now. I mean, Yana might have chased that at another time, but she knows, okay, that's an easy run. Let's put the pressure on the bowler, make her bowl another one. Well, that time probably didn't read the room as Turk has to scramble back. That would have been a big one, I think.
Yeah, it's interesting watching. Good to see Lana here having a bowl, but you can see when she gets to the extra bowling bit, the arm very slowly comes over, and she doesn't really reach up. It sort of drops down rather than pushing the ball through. So that's something she can certainly work on. She's got a nice approach. Just at the last moment, you see here the arm, it just doesn't come all the way over. See what I mean? It
doesn't quite have that extension yet.
Just needs the extension.
But again, the building blocks are there.
Yeah, extension and keeping it nice and straight. This time just strays on the leg side. I think
Lada, she must have made her debut in Malta recently. Was she in the squad for that series?
I don't recall. I mean, I don't remember her name.
Otherwise, maybe she played in the ECI-W.
I think she might have played ECI-W. I recognise the name, but not from Malta. But I could be mistaken. That's a better delivery. One that have got the ball in the right areas, they're bowling to the field. So Croatia, it's been good for them. It's just trying to eliminate some of those extras, because you feel that this could be a tight game. And the extras in it could be pretty key. Already running at 18 extras.
It's a better one, though. Would have brought a wicket if she'd missed it, but she doesn't miss it. Turka will have to settle for another single. That's the end of the 5th over. It's still anybody's game here. Czechia are 46 for 2 after 5.
Yeah, and even with all that, with the extras, etc., a couple of no balls in there, a few wide, just the 9 that come off the over. So it's going at 9s at the moment. And, yeah, thanks, of course, to OneXBet, who give us our in-game analysis. And always great to have them and all of our partners involved. But, yeah, I mean, it's something. So they do use 5 different bowlers, something that I thought would be a good idea to do, bearing in mind how the match is going to now. Of course, Lydia's got the advantage of saying, right, who do I want to go back to? Or does she want to try somebody else? She's got options here. And it looks like she's going to go back to Pavla, who starts with a good one, but that's hit high up in the air. It's going to drop once again, a couple of yards. Taking on a second here, risky one, and will get there. That's actually very good running. She knows she's running to the danger end here, Jana, but she says, you know what, I can make this. Come on, get going. And she does make it back. Good running.
Yeah, she might have needed the rest because, yeah, Turka will make her run. And she's gone. There's the full toss, and she'll be annoyed that she misses this. But again, it's kind of the sort of wicket that we've seen Turka take.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a dropper, wasn't it? And so Dora Pavlic will break through with the 3rd wicket, gets the dangerous Teresa Koltunova. And that will be 3 down, 48 for 3.
It's that dangerous sort of moon ball full toss. And it's the one that the batter sees it coming and thinks, oh, it's going to be a full bunger right at my shoulder on my head. And then it dips. And even when you got the funky shades on, you can't do nothing about it. And that's going to be the end of Teresa Konnikova. Will go for a good contribution, 14.
But that's the thing. When she has the confidence that she can hit that ball, and there's no reason she can't work on hitting that ball on the full, stepping down the pitch and hitting it straight for 6. There will be a time that she'll be able to do that, and it's a much safer shot than trying to cross-bat a ball that's dropping on you that quickly. Anyway, it will be Karen DeConda who comes out at number 5. Nice to see her. Now, Karen does a lot of great work. You always see her around the traps here in Czech cricket, and she's got the responsibility of the gloves as well in this game with Franova out with that shoulder injury.
Leg side, and chooses not to play at it. Didn't want to waste the wide, and there's Kuncha.
Yeah, just checking. Yeah, Sveven was in the squad, I think, for the first time in that Malta series. But she would have played, I think she would have played maybe not all the games. Might have played a couple.
Yeah, they did have a big squad actually there in Malta. I think it was about 16 or 17, often much bigger than the squad that have here. That one's off the pit, so no ball here. So Dora bowling a second over. It's been pretty reliable and economical up until now. 2 for 12. Looking to see if she can get another breakthrough here and try to put Croatia on top, but just losing a line, and the extras continues. The 50 just came on the board there, and out of those 50, 21 runs in extras.
I think Shobit, he's within his rights to start not calling wides because he might be late for his own birthday party. We're getting it at 6 o'clock local here. He's got 2 hours. That'll be another one.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to... You know, I'm waiting for the day. I think it came from when we had so many sixes in a day that we thought the umpires would need their own physios because they from the signalling.
That leads me to I mean, it's random questions. I'll put this out there. There might be some umpires out there. But look, we know. So let this ball first. That's a much better ball. Let's have a look at this side on. Why don't we?
Was it the ball that hit the stumps or was it the hands?
This is what I want to see. There doesn't seem to be much of an appeal. That's why I want to see it again. So... Well, what do you think? What do you think here?
I don't think she's...
no, she just releases the ball.
Holding the ball when the stumps are hit.
If she had the ball...
And the hand hits the stumps first.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's out.
No, she pushes the stumps away with the glove.
I
don't think the ball makes contact at all.
The ball eventually hits the stumps, but it just seems like it's not out.
Yeah, she breaks them before.
Got to be holding the ball, not even just touching the ball. Your hand's got to be holding the ball. It's a bit of a distinction.
Excellent work. There were 2 circles giving us that look. But yeah, what I was going to say, so look, us commentators, and Tina's good proof of this, by the way, in our sleep, we commentate. We talk
apparently.
games. Yeah.
Tina, definitely.
Yeah. No, I know I do as well. I bet you do as well.
Probably.
Now then, do you reckon umpires? So Shorbit, after he's celebrated, do you think he's giving signals and white ball smack right into the other half?
Probably just as well he's single.
Leg by, kicking the duvet off the bed. Can you imagine? Oh, well, what about this? Just slaps his around the leg side. Doesn't get it out of the middle, but we'll take the run. Yeah, what about that? So any umpires out there, do you do that in your sleep? I mean, I suppose if you umpire enough games, you probably would.
Exactly. Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right. Never thought of it that way. I think that one will be rebowled as well. And free hit coming up.
A good friend of mine. He was umpired for years, and he just retired. But the wife is now really complaining because she says he doesn't lift a finger now.
Is that right? Oh, well, that's good fielding as well. Pavlich will finish with 2 for 17. Pretty good figures. Couple of breakthroughs for her. And after 6 overs, Czechia are 55 for 3.
55 for 3. Can you imagine that? You're sleeping, and next thing you're like slapped on the face because your partner's got white ball. Bang!
I'll give you one.
Or
and
no ball.
I might try and find this. But, you know, speaking of like kind of silly injuries, so imagine getting injured singling or, you know, injured in your sleep. I don't know. But I'll give you one. And there was a guy in the Australian football on the weekend that injured himself doing the coin toss. Wait for it. I'll try and find this as well.
I'll watch it in front while you find it.
So, yeah, he got injured doing the coin toss. Here you go. So, just wait for it here. As this will be a wide first up down the leg side. This is Modric coming on to bowl. But, yeah, he pinged his hammy doing the coin toss. I'll put that in the chat.
Has he got golden shoes on as well? Has he got gold shoes
on? I think it's just like a nice brown
just
polished
brownie.
shoes. You know, to kill the supporter.
Oh,
just basically puts too much into it.
Nicely played out the offside.
Push away for one. But yeah, go and have a look at it again.
Show me again. That's just.
Just watch the hammy here. Go straight for it. That's a good one. I'll see if I can find that and somewhere I can paste.
That's fantastic. Well, our tournament referees, be warned. There should be a health warning with these coin tosses.
There's a story from 3AW, the Melbourne radio. Man who injured hamstring in viral coin toss moment speaks out. Oh, all right. I'll see if I can. His name's Nick Harrison. Nice little bit of bowling by Modric here. Okay, I'm going to try and put it in the chat. And of course, I sent that to all the referees saying, you guys better be careful, you know? Okay, what do you think he said? We know he's spoken out, but what's he spoken out about?
Well, what can he say? Did he say that I was working under harsh conditions and that's why it happened, or?
I'm checking it out, okay? But yeah. Got it back. Here we go. Here's Kaminkova, top edge, hangs in the air and gone. Helen Lecco takes the catch. Jana could never get going in that innings. This is kind of more in her zone, but I just think a bit of the fatigue creeping in as well. And Modric, well, she deserves a wicket. And Helen Lecco helps her out. That will be the end of Jana. The score is 59 for 4.
Yeah, one thing we know about Helen, especially if you're watching there in that series when they played in Malta, she doesn't drop them. She's a fantastic fielder and takes the catch. And unfortunately, that's going to be the end of Jana. And you're right, she just really couldn't get going, just scoring the 2 of 7 deliveries. 59 for 4 then. So Czechia, who were favourites to win this match, at the moment struggling to get to what they would feel was a competitive score. I mean, bearing in mind the scores of the first match, an 80-something here, 85-90 could be the score they're looking for. But yeah, nice catch taken there by Helen, and applause all around.
I love this. So apparently the quote he gave when he speaks out in the interview, he said he thinks he'll miss 6 or 7 tosses. And apparently he's got a genuine injury. His hamstring's purple, like his leg's purple. Apparently, Nick Harrison. Wow, we'll be famous forever for that. Oi, that's trusting it's going down the leg side, and it did. Yeah, he was then captured pulling up sore after performing the ceremonial duty. I think you have to warm up.
That didn't miss by much, by the way. That ball came back in.
So he said, I did some thumb wars with my daughter to make sure the thumb was right, but I just ignored the legs, unfortunately. He said it was just a little twinge. If you don't do the warm-ups tossing the coin, you'll pay the price. It's a good video, though, because it's such an instinctive thing. If he could have not... He couldn't help touching it. He could have just grimaced and no one would have noticed. But the fact it was a clear hammy. Yeah, that happened a lot in Australian football as well.
So what are we saying there? That
the coin toss.
That our tournament referees are going to have to warm up before they do the coin
Get
tosses.
thumb wars going.
Yeah.
I know some of them like to do their own warm-ups in the morning. Anyway, it's 60 for 4 after 7. Let's have a little look at what's going tomorrow. We'll have everyone's undivided attention as we'll roll into day 2 of the ECI-W. Czechia have a slightly easier day because they only play twice. The other teams play 3 times. We start at the same time as today, 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe, and 12:45 in India. All very entertaining games. I think they will be very entertaining games today as well. It's strange to go back to... That's 4 matches down from 10. It's a bit of a dramatic turnaround, but of course they're only meant to be 9 today. So yeah, more the merrier, as we say.
Pavlikova has joined it. Duchuncha out there.
Luke's got a good point in the chat saying, watch the clock here, so don't get it right. All right, that one's a blast, isn't it? It's going to be 1 bounce. It's going to be 4 runs. And Raquel gets off the mark in style. Gets a bit of width from Lecco and puts it away.
Yeah, it's a good solid strike, and it gets the fair bit of the meat on this. Look at that. Nicely struck. Powerful hit. And it's 1 bounce. And it gets past the fielder with ease. Good solid strike. They just need this now. Need a little bit of momentum going here towards the end of the innings. And maybe Pavlikova is the one to do it. And, better ball this time from... Oh, they're taking it on. Direct hit. Oh, would have been curtains if that had
Now's
hit.
the time to take it on, though. I mean, you got 6 wickets in hand. Run, run, run. Especially if boundaries are hard to come by. Hey, apparently that stumping earlier, I didn't realise, but I think it was a free hit. It was after a no ball wide and a wide. So that's something we're looking at, which we didn't think was out anyway. But it was an interesting one to look at anyway.
Yeah.
Thanks for bringing that to our attention. That's a nice little push. Yeah, Karen doing a good job. Hey, don't you feel sorry for Karens now that it's to be a Karen is, you know, an expression?
Is it?
It's a bit. What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know.
Oh, Rico, you are old sometimes.
Yeah, I know that. So
to be a Karen is to be a certain type of person that wants to speak to the manager.
Oh, really?
You know, like to be a Karen, like settle down, Karen. But I mean, I know Karen. No, she's perfectly nice.
Yeah,
she is a Karen, but she's not a Karen.
But where does that come from? Does it come from a celeb? That's
no, I think it comes from. It's exactly the sort of name of the age of the kind of person that. Put it this way.
Is that right?
How many? You know, if you've got a daughter at kindergarten, how many Karens are in the class? It's a bit like Trevor in Australia. I don't think there's been a Trevor born since 1974. So.
Oh, look at the footwork skills here from Helen.
Yeah, look at that.
You can see that again one more time with Helen. Maybe after she does the bowling here, because she doesn't waste any time. High in the air. Oh, misfield, going to be 4. Oh, that's a moment of lack in concentration there from Somotara. She gets his completely wrong, and that's valuable runs given away here. Well, they need to. No ball called here by the
called, so it'll be a free hit as well.
Free hit. It's a no ball and 4-5 off that one ball.
At least it was hands that time for Pavla. She's too important to get hurt for Croatia. So that'll be a free hit, but it'll be missed out, and that'll be the end of the 8th over. And the score is 74 for 4. Venki, he's a very patient guy, but I think he's been trying to coach. If it's on the offside, hit it offside. Rachel tries to hit across that. I just saw his head pulling his hair out. But he's so invested in the team. I won't speak too loud because I know that he's listening. But he absolutely loves his job in charge of this group of very enthusiastic Czech cricketers. But it would drive him crazy sometimes as well. Because all coaches, eventually they get driven crazy. I mean, look at Corey. We had to put him on. Actually, no, Corey's been busy. He's been commentating the Netherlands USA
He's
women.
been very
this week.
busy actually with the Netherlands,
Netherlands
and with,
stuff. Yep.
with Spain as well. Of course, Spain just had that little tour to Denmark when they played the 50 over matches, which was very successful. But yeah, going to I know like Shirley used to be one in England. Shirley and was it Sharon? Sharon was one, wasn't it? Sharon, and that was all like, you know, Essex girls, etc. Then Dave.
Sometimes it's quite regional.
With Only Fools and Horses, Dave became one. So if somebody was a bit, you know, he'd be, you know, don't be a Dave. So Karen, that's new to me. Karen. Yeah, but unfair. I know a lot of Karens, and they're very nice people, I'd just say.
Yeah, I'm going to look for more names like that. So, you know, I think there was also like a Trevor endangered species. Like they wanted to put themselves on an endangered species list as like a Facebook group or something where they're like, you know, the Trevs are dying out. And then make a campaign, name your kid Trevor. Oh, this is going to be just one. You never know where random questions will take you. Yeah, like, Keith. Maybe Keith's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, Keith.
Keith.
When's the last Keith? Like, oh, he's a beautiful baby. What's his name? Keith. Like, pardon? Nothing against all the Keiths out there. Nice bowling there from Lydia. Gets that right. We're into the ninth. Still in the Goldilocks zone this game. Here's some names that you don't really hear anymore.
Go on.
Karen. That was the top of the list. I'm just reading. Cheryl.
Yeah,
Cheryl.
Cheryl.
Cheryl babies.
Cheryl.
Janet.
Cheryl.
Barbara. Linda. Diane. Yeah. Jean. But see, some names make a comeback. Like some names...
That's true.
You know, like... yeah, some names do make a bit of a comeback these days. But some don't.
Okay.
Just seem to die out. Like Agnes. It's in front. Pretty close. In fact, it's been given out. Well, the only thing you have to decide here is it hitting her in line? But to be fair, Karen wasn't really able to get going too much in the innings anyway, so maybe it's not a bad idea to give someone else a chance. But we've got the impact is wide of the crease. Does it hit her in line or outside? I mean, it's a pretty good shout. If it's hitting her on off, it's just. But actually, it's a brave call. Probably the right call for me. It's definitely going on to hit the stumps. Nice to see Karen, though. She's got some work to do with the gloves right now. She's out for 5. Lydia Kovacic with the wicket, 77 for 5.
I think umpire's call there. I mean, if you really wanted to scrutinise, you could say it's probably just outside the line on impact here. You see there, you can just see the leg stump. So is it just outside the off?
It's very hard to tell. It's not the best angle either.
I think that's why you go.
I actually think some of the ball is probably in line with off. That one is definitely outside off. Okay, here's some of the boys' names that you don't really hear anymore. Give us yours in the chat as well if you like. But yeah, Trevor, Gary, Barry. So if I said, and no, we know Garys, we know Barrys.
Yeah.
You know, but I can't imagine that baby's being called that.
Yeah.
So he's a beautiful little boy. What's his name? Barry. Like, oh, should I get him a pint? This is a bit of footwork from Kuncheva, but isn't able to make contact.
Is it
This is out the free hit. It's the end of the over, by the way, and it's walking 6, 77 for 5.
Yeah, all those names are sort of similar sort of sounding, aren't they? Barry, Gary.
Neville.
Neville.
Rodney.
Oh, Rodney. Yeah, well, again.
Actually, Derek's in there as well.
Is it?
Keith. Yeah, and actually, you know what's on the list?
Is that why they've done away with Derek?
I'll tell you what's on the list as well. I'm just reading what I see.
Yeah.
Wayne's on the list. Wayne's out of, out of favour.
Wayne's in the chat. Wayne, what do you think about that?
Colin, Clive, Malcolm. We have some Malcolms in the chat.
Yeah, Malcolm.
Will you go back to Senjuk? Yes, you will.
Okay, remember those top 5 from women and from men. Now let's go and see what are the popular names.
Okay, what are popular names right now?
Popular names. So we've heard of ones that are fading away. Let's have a look at some popular men and women's. Let's start with women's first, shall we? Popular names for girls that are born. So
okay, I'll give you that, but first I've got to call this one in. It's actually going to be hit pretty hard. Bounces off the foot of Smotara. Now I think you might as well just go for more or less everything. This will be tight. Oh, I think that's out,
I think she misses. I think she releases. We're going to have to look at it. My look at this was that she releases the board. She might have caught the stumps with the hands, but not the ball. I think
actually she throws it and she throws into the corner of the stumps. I've got this out just on the corner of my eye. Look. There. Ball. Does it hit the stumps?
No.
Wait.
Hands hit.
All right. Yeah. I said never was going to be out. I agree. I saw that very wrong. Okay, I'm not umpiring.
Oh, dear.
Good running, though. Okay, 'cause I was also distracted by this video, which is, look at this is another guy that had a bit of fun at the coin toss in Australia. It looks a likely type, and then he puts it through the roof. Oh, we're a strange species.
Fantastic.
It's going nowhere. Pavlichkova trying to get them up. They're in the grady 80s.
This is going to be
Okay,
a real thriller, I'm
Helen,
telling you.
We might have to come back to this name chat.
Real thriller.
I've got some ideas. They always come out every year. What's the most popular names this year? And it takes a while till they grow up, obviously. Nice contact. We'll get over cover. Again, you might as well take on the 2 here. And in fact, they're going to go relay throw. It's a pretty good relay throw, actually.
Oh.
Almost creates a run out, but that's why you go for it.
It's almost like I wanted that to be out because that would be a first for me.
Most popular names. I've gone USA. For boys, Liam, 8th consecutive year at number 1. Liam, Noah, Oliver, Theodore, James, Henry, Matteo, interesting, Elijah, Lucas, and William. Girls coming next. Swing and a miss. Oh, still got 2 balls. Olivia. Do like that name. Olivia, 6th consecutive year at number 1. Emma, Amelia, Charlotte, Mia, Sophia, Isabella, Evelyn, Ava, and a new entry to the top 10, Sophia. Replacing Luna. Weird names are funny as well. Hey, we'll get into that in second innings. All right, the only place you don't want to hit it straight back to the bowler. That's exactly what Raquel does.
Well, Phil G was in the chat saying he's lurking while he's cooking. He's treating Mrs. G tonight for a special dinner because she's awesome. Ah, that's nice. Hey, when we come back, I want you to give me a full description of what you're cooking. And because it is going to be the last innings of the day, we should have some food chat. So
last
Phil?
ball in the air. Run 'em. Let's go. I feel a 3 if it's not a 4, but it is a 4. So stop running now. And Raquel does get that last one away. They're going to finish on a pair of snowmen. 88 for 5. Czechia. So 89 required. I had golden ball tingle vibes at the start of this game. Remember, Czechia did have a golden ball against Spain back in Barcelona. I think you might have been on the call with Georgie, who's our special guest back then. But, yeah, Czechia, I think it's a defendable score, but I also think it's a chaseable score. Let's see how Croatia go. And we know that Senjuk will be a big wicket. She's coming off 50 against a pretty strong lineup as well. But it should be a great finish to the day. But I think both teams satisfied that they are in a winning position at the halfway point of match 5.
Yeah, it was an interesting one, wasn't it? I mean, it was always looking like it was going to be around about that 9 and over. In fact, we did go at one point at 9, 9, 10 and 9 were the over by over scores, but they never could get that big over in, could they? And Croatia, to their credit, even though they did give away a fair number of extras, 35 in the end, 25 wides and 9 no balls. In fact, I'm quite surprised that they made it in time actually in the end, because I thought they were going to be out of time. Well, that was, well, you use your hands, you use your head, you use everything, but still couldn't stop it. And then the bowler says, well, you know what, it's better just to go full and straight and knock the stumps over instead. Yeah, well done, well bowled for Dora. She did bowl well, actually, picked up a couple of wickets, 2 for 17. And Modric only gets the 1 over and 1 for 5 for her. But that was a really good catch. And Helen Lecco comes in and that's what she does best. When that ball's in the air, she's like a magnet, holds on to it. And loving the way that some of the batters, that was Raquel. She literally skips into the middle of Pavlikova.
She's good fun.
I just love the way, her enthusiasm, her energy, and her fun. Well, this is one which was no fun, which came off the hands of Pavla and still went all the way. That was given LBW. That was the one we were talking about, and I think very much umpire score there for me. I think umpire's in the best position to see where this one goes. And then right at the end of the innings, a very valuable 4 runs. How important could that one be? As Raquel Pavlikova finishes on a fine 18 of 16, and Teresa Kulnikova makes 14 of 17 towards the top of the order. So we'll have a quick look at the scorecard here. So you can see there was no real batters, really. I suppose Pavlikova there, 18 of 16. We'll be pretty happy with her with her innings there. Then early on, Teresa, like I said, she got 14 of 70. But good tidy bowling and good fielding there. But the only thing was those extras, as I keep saying. But still, I still feel that after giving away so many extras to keep the score to 88, that Croatia have done well. And again, they do their bit and go and knock these ones off. Czechia will be hoping not. They will know that to do that, they're going to have to pick up a couple of quick wickets and stop the likes of Lydia, who has been pretty key, and also Helen Lecco, who I feel has kind of underperformed with the bat so far today. She'll be looking for a good finish here in the day as well. Can Croatia get their first win in the day? That would mean that all the teams that we've seen so far today, all three teams, would have at least got a win to their name. Rika Full here, loving your company there in the chat, and wherever you're tuning in from around the world, do join me and Vinny Sandu for the last innings in Czechia of the day. And of course, we will entertain your random questions, and well, maybe thanks to Phil G and one or two others, we'll be having a little bit of food chat as well. Join us back in about 10 minutes time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back to the final innings from this Scott Page field here in Czechia. It's nice to see, as you can see there in the background, a number of spectators have camped up around the ground to watch the action here today, and they've been treated to some really good cricket. Gibraltar, remember, well, they're at the top of the standings, winning all their matches. And this is quite a big one, really. Czechia, who did get an earlier victory over Croatia, will want to keep the pressure on Gibraltar with a win here. But Croatia themselves, they're looking to grab their first victory, and they put themselves in a pretty good situation. Just have a quick look at the bonus point equation first. So restrict to 61 or less. That's how Czechia can pick up 4 points. Croatia, on the other hand, if they can knock off the 89 they need inside the 7 overs, they could take 4 very valuable points away from this match, searching, of course, for their first victory. But they've done a good job in the field. They did concede, give away a lot of extras, but having said that, they did, when they did bowl well, they bowled and fielded well and restricted Czechia just to that score of 88. So here's the reply. Konkova with the first, and that's probably worth a shout, you know. Well, let's have a look at this again. I mean, I think the umpire saying couldn't see. I want to see this again. I reckon. So here's the delivery. I reckon this is pretty close. Let's have a look. Here's the delivery, and right, yeah. Keep it playing. That to me is probably going on to hit. But look at the bowler, right in front of the stumps, Erica Konkova, and that's why it's not given. And she's there again, so she's not doing herself any favors. Got to make sure she runs away, and that's better. It's been well struck as well. 1 bounce, and 2, the captain who gets the throw in. Well, that was what a moment that could be. Could have and probably would have been the royal duck. The umpire there quite rightly said, "Look, I can't give what I can't see. You're not made out of glass." And could do nothing about that. Abdul just reminding the bowler not to get in the way. That's a nice shot. That's going to be 4 runs. Beautifully timed as this one races across the delightful outfield. And slick and smooth, like the Microlino, this one. Our mobility partner. Beep, beep, as it goes all the way to the boundary. Lovely shot, that. And Pavla, nice to see her being promoted because she played beautifully earlier. Remember, got a half century. And losing cause it was. Just trying to get to that 122. Got to 107. Scored 50 not out of 34. We'll take the single here. One thing that Croatia do, and it's been part of their game, is they do run well in between the wickets. They see the importance of that. Sometimes it can be a little bit daredevilish. Back to the action, and welcome back everybody as well for the last innings here. Oh, that's a spicy one. And let's see what the umpire gives here. Don't see any signal at all, so just a dot ball. Let's have a look at this. It just is. And I still think, if I'm looking at that, I know it's not the best angle to see it. I still think that was a little bit high, if I'm fair. And there you see it there when it goes past. But it's been given as a... Okay, delivery, that's up in the air and taken. Very good catch from the captain. So Janya Talamarla holds on to the catch. Once again, she shows no real excitement in holding on to the catch. Well, a little bit now, she's just saying, go back, it's all right, go back to me. All right, then I will sell him. Come on, give me a hug. Let's have a few high fives. Well, it would have been a big wide, you can see there, but chasing the wide ball, hits it in the air, and Lydia is going to go early. A bit of captain-to-captain action. And the captain, who should have a smile on her face, is Talamala. Well, I don't know what it takes to get Talamala to smile, but she does remove Lydia early with the catch. You see, pretty wide. Lydia, it's the way that she plays. She is somebody who goes after anything she can reach. But on this occasion, she finds the safe hands of Talamala. A very good catch held there. So the first wicket goes 6 for 1. So they do get a wicket in the first over. And this time, and the bowler will get rewarded, Erica. 55 matches we go to now without a golden ball. And, well, you heard Vinny say that he might, he's certainly tingling. Oh, I don't know if you're tingling about this one. It's that sort of score, you know, folks. It is that sort of score. The target is 89. Lydia going for just the one. So that's a big wicket, because if she gets going, is somebody who could get you half of those runs herself. That's going to be a no ball, and good running actually also. Doesn't go to the keeper, gets away from Karen. Karen behind the stumps, not able to do anything about that one. So well, a number of extras were given away, weren't they? 33 of them. So you probably feel that Croatia feel that they should get some back in return. It's another aircraft goes past us there on all shapes and sizes, including helicopters. And now I think it's Palmer who's being reminded about where to be and not to be. And it's up in the air. That's going to be 4 runs. It's a good shot to play in the power play. And once again, Pavla doing the early hitting. Uses her feet well, just gets to the pitch and gets enough of this to get it over the infield. We are in the power play, of course, the first 3 overs. And gets that one away. Checking her field here. They're not making any changes. It's something that Czechia do a lot. They like to keep to mid-off and mid-on in the circle, and that allows the captain, Salamara, to keep a fielder on the boundary on the leg side, who's currently standing in between square leg and mid-wicket, and they've got an extra cover in. It's a sweep on the offside. And that's hit pretty well. But, oh, misfield. That's going to be 4, you know, as well. Tries to recover and chases after in vain. But Galti the Hogi. Error in the field, which presents Pavla with 4 more runs. Can't be making these errors. It's something that we saw early this morning from Czechia with their field. And, you heard Vinny touch on that. The fielding this afternoon has been much better from all the teams, but that's a blunder. This is another one. It's got to be chased hard and can't be stopped. It's 4 more. Threads the needle with this one. And Talamala is chasing it hard, but can't do nothing about it. I think the original effort from the first fielder inside the circle there at mid-off. Once this isn't stopped, you needed a slide or a dive in here. Just tried to get a foot on it, and once that was missed, poor old Talamala was never going to catch up with that. Another boundary in the over. And Muncie Palmer, who has had a good time with the ball. This is going to be an expensive over for her. Already 16 have come from it. There's a ball to go in it. So 15 off the over so far. And Croatia, despite losing Lydia, Pavla is taking the attack straight to the opposition. That's going to get past the field. There's going to be 4 more. That's a really good shot. We've seen a lot of batters actually leaving these balls and just taking the wide. But if you can play the shot, and Pavla certainly can, then, well, go for it and get your boundary. Get 4 to your name and 4 more on the board. 2 overs gone. After the first one was only 6 from it and the wicket. That was from Kankova. That one for Muncie Palmer goes for 19. 2 overs complete. It's 26 for 1. So it doesn't go to plan. As I said, Palmer's probably been very economic today. But that over, 4 boundaries in it, 4 fours. And Croatia put themselves in a good position. As Vinny Sandu joins me for the last time today on day 1 of this ECI-W in the bunker. Have a quick look at the standings there. You can see why Czechia would be keen to get this win. They would at least keep the pressure on Gibraltar. That one gets played away, and we'll take this single as this is Erica Kankova to bowl her second, so bowling herself out. And why not indeed? You want to try and come back and hit back. We're a very good over here.
Yeah, she's a good cricketer, Erica Kuncheva. Certainly someone we've got our eye on. Still very young as well. So expect big things there. Looks like she really loves cricket. She looks like she's held up pretty well considering the workload. I think she played every single game. Oh, wow. Almost out 2 ways. Would have been an amazing catch. And if anyone was going to catch it, Erica was. It came off 2 hands and almost went on the stumps. Yeah, Erica, she's only 17 years of age. But have a look at that. Umpire had no idea what was going on. He was getting out the way. And I suppose if you're very harsh, you call that a missed opportunity.
Well, for the umpire, I think, yeah. And, I thought that was going to hit the umpire and fall into the safe hands of that lady there, Talamala, the captain. That would have been something.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think it would have carried all
Watch
the way.
this.
But yeah, it might have carried off the fingertips. Oh, crazy stuff. But yeah, Erica, she just seems fit. She seems just as good now as she was on day one physically. Won't be able to stop this, so it's a great effort to her right. They'll just get another single. Croatia have taken the lead in the game. Just as I said there, Erica cops one in the leg.
Right in the knee.
It's, we're in the Goldilocks zone, Rico. 40-60 zone, 60-40. Croatia on top, but nothing that a wicket might not change. By the way, a bit of a thriller in the other match 5 going on, which is going to start in a few minutes in Hornchurch. French cut this time. Should just be one. Yana does look like she's sore, needs help. Well, that's probably the most foot fielding fails I've ever seen on one ball. Count the kicks.
How
this has gone for 4, I've got no idea. All right, we need this slow motion. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kick, you kick. 3, 4, 4 feet, no contacts, 4 runs.
Oh, dear.
Well, I mean, Yana, I know she's had a long week. She's probably the other side of the coin. But yeah, you can't make this stuff up, folks. Feet are there to walk on, not to field with. End of the over, 34 for 1.
Oh, dear. Erica Nkova just couldn't believe her reaction. She could not believe that went to the bat. Look at this.
1,
Uno,
2,
dos.
3, 4. It's like square dancing, but you're going the wrong way. A lot of footwork. Just wasn't working for you. Russ has lost it. It was the confidence with which the feet were put down, I think, which did me on that foot fielding.
Russ needs another box of Kleenex, somebody please, because he's gone through one box already.
Russ has lost it.
Oh, dear. So
Oh,
Croatia, 55 in, 42 balls at under 8 and over.
Hey, look who's in the chat. Ivana Zigante. Hello, Ivana. Hopefully you're well.
Ivana.
I know that you must be watching, maybe from Croatia. Thanks for clarifying. I don't think there was any suggestion that they are related to the football players, Modric and Leko. But it was worth a question. She's cleared that up. Yeah, Ivana, she's played, of course. Any reason you're not in the team at the moment? Would love to see you, obviously. But yeah, she was brilliant actually with playing for Jinx Zagreb last year as well, and that ECI-W, first ever ECI-W, by the way. England are following in the Croatian footsteps, you could say, because we're in England right now. Just going back to that match 5 in England.
Yeah.
So basically, you've got a situation. Let me just bring up the table for them where. Upminster need to beat Gunnersbury, but they need to beat them by a certain amount because they're behind on net run rate. So they need to beat them with at least 10 balls to spare, give or take. They're about to start the game in just a few minutes. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. Talamala gets hit down the ground. Should just be 1. Again, look at Kuntseva. She's just a natural athlete. Lopes across. They've kind of swapped positions, haven't they, Talamala and Kuntseva?
Yeah, both of them have been quite outstanding actually in that field positioning, that very short kind of, whether it's at the mid-off or mid-on. And they've kind of got, it's an interesting field actually. It's kind of southern crosses. I don't know if you can have a look at it maybe after this delivery, but it's certainly got the southern cross kind of feel about it. And, just over.
Wipeout, double wipeout. This has been a great afternoon. I love the effort here, but I mean, Talamala, she can kind of walk under a coffee table and she doesn't even have to duck. And still, she tried. Kuntseva backs her up. Great effort, though.
Well, they're just all happening.
It's been a great
afternoon.
Just lock in the golden ball now.
It has been a crazy afternoon.
Oh, another one. This time, Kuntseva can't handle it. That'll run away for 4. It was an awkward one for Erica. It did bounce probably maybe 1 to 2 metres in front. So, yeah, tough one, but it runs away to the boundary. I was just thinking that both these teams have golden ball vibes because Czechia had one in Spain. And although the Croatian national team didn't have one, Jinx Zagreb had one in the first ECI-W, and they share almost all the same players. So, yeah, they'll know the drama. Let me tell you about that ECI-W golden ball. It was after sunset. It was one of those ones where like, oh no, surely we're not going to a golden ball because it was dark. And it reminded me a bit of in Portugal in the ECS final. The only time we ever had one in final in ECS Portugal where, yeah, we're going to have a golden ball in the dark. And you know what happened on it was even pretty amazing as well. That will actually get past Karen DeCunna. That time the fielding works from Jana. And it'll be 2 wides. But the ball was caught. And then she went for the run out anyway on the golden ball. Yeah. And then threw it away. And I don't know where it went. And they're like, oh, we win. And Jinx were on the wrong side of that, the Croatian side. But I will say that they did win the series 2-1. So actually still to this day, Lavender Lionesses, they have a 1-2 record, but their only win on ECN is a golden ball win. Well, there's Lauren. That's good to see that she's back at the ground, and she's just she's getting assisted maybe to collect her things. And yeah, Gibraltar, I think they are still around at the moment. It's nice to see her back, and obviously not in hospital.
Yeah. Meanwhile, it could be have another injury here. Remember the one that just came off?
Did the ambulance drop her back off? Because if so, we need Honza back.
Well,
Honza.
That's the one that got Erica quite hard when she was a couple of balls ago, which came off and went to the boundaries now. She's obviously feeling the pain and discomfort of that, so we might need to have a bit more of the magic spray out there.
No one left. Here comes the magic spray. But here's the thing. I know Corey wants to ban foot fielding. I'm not pro foot fielding, but you wouldn't have moments like that where you see 4 stomps, 0 balls fielded. So
don't get me started.
Maybe. Hey, here's an idea.
Yeah.
Why don't we just embrace it and say there's like a foot play where you get 2 overs. You're only allowed to field with your feet, unless it's catch. then we'll see. Here it is. Dunk dunk. There you go, Roscoe. Watch it one more time. I got it one more time.
He's running away. He's saying, "I've only just stopped crying. I'm not doing it again."
Use your hands, people.
Yeah, use your hands. Right. Okay. Looks like the freeze prayer has been administered. So Erica Kunkova, she does move away from that position, I do believe, which makes sense.
Dave says no golden ball. Well, I beg to differ. But they need to straighten up and fly right if they're going to do it. Karen doesn't attempt this one. Yana hits the stumps.
See that? Use your hands. He uses the hands, gets down,
Funny
gets
thing
a good
was,
throw in.
okay, foot fielding, I get it. Sometimes coming quickly, and you're like, I'm not going to get it down in time. But when the ball's rolling so slowly, like the one from the fail, you got to get the hands down. Yeah. I know it's annoying at the end of the day, or end of which is like day 4 of a test match for these players. It would feel that way. Definitely for the Czechia players. Talamala. And you get it right here. She's getting that movement, but just hasn't been able to get the line right today, really. But my tip for her would be start the run up wider and then keep everything else the same, because you can see she's getting that shape away, but she's a bit too front on. Just bleeding runs at the moment. 43 off 38, Croatia require. Hoping to square this little mini-series 1-1 with the hosts. Remember, I was keeping an eye on the 3 matches between these 2 teams. It's more like it. Hit straight. And it's going to be, that's kind of full body fielding from Turka, who then hits her captain in the ankle. That's one thing you can see. Yeah, Turka's one, and Sharka's kind of the same, the Kultunova sisters. That they want to get everything behind that they possibly can.
Yeah, throwing herself at it. So, right, this is now Dora. See if she can keep this partnership going. That's well struck as well. Nicely played. It bobbles around, but good, safe hands this time. And there's been a few that have gone through fielders, either because of that nasty bounce at the end or just misfield. So, not on this occasion. So, Talamala gets through her over. Just go for 14 in it in the end. So, 48 for 1 at the end of the 4 overs, which means just 41 required from 36 balls at that rate. They're chipping away at it now, aren't they? It's just under the 7 required. So you kind of feel that Croatia This partnership, Pavla Senjug, good one from her. 30 now, 15, and it's those extras. That one gets a very good running. I mean, I'm loving the awareness. As soon as that's been missed by the keeper, Pavla saying, come on, let's go. I want to get back on strike. And Dora obliges. I did say that they gave away a number of extras themselves. And, well, this could be around about the same. We're already at the double figures mark. As they do go back to Muncie Palmer, which I'm a little bit surprised about. First over wasn't the best. It went for 19. Muncie captain having confidence and faith in the bowler to get the wicket. And it's going to be a one bounce. Good pick up. In comes the throw. And a direct hit. And I think the running, though, is so good. They're asking the question here. I think the umpire might go upstairs, have a look at this. So let's keep an eye on it. It's good, quick running. Let's see, the bat comes down. Having to go round the bowler. But, yeah, look, bat is down. It's good running. So similar to the one that we saw earlier, of course, when batter and bowler did sort of kind of get in each other's way. And we saw some very good sportsmanship from Telemarla to say, no, you know, we're not honouring the appeal. But that time it's good running. Runs quick, runs fast.
It was a bit like that one here. That one earlier you mentioned, for sure. Anyway, 50's up for Croatia. 38 off 35. Czechs to have a chance. They need to bowl straight. That's a pretty good example of getting it right. Still would love to see the cover in. I don't think there's anyone really saving a single. I think dot balls will get you back in the game. So I'd love to see the Czechs putting good field. I mean, Turk would be a good one, I think, to put in at that short cover. And I know Sendrug's up and going, but then you can have an outfielder back as well. I'm just looking at the field. I think they've got all the outfielders back on the leg side. Not really on the off. But that's a good ball. It all starts with the ball, really. And, Palmer, she's been pretty reliable. Has gone for a couple of runs here.
Yeah, just that first over of hers, wasn't it, really? The first one, bad over, she's bowled in the day, actually went for 19. So you can see why they have gone back to her. They believe she can come back well. But, yeah, what you're talking about there is really one distinct difference, isn't it, between the two teams in the field. Croatia always keep those two fielders close all the way through the innings, even after the power play. And they serve a purpose. They make the batters work for those runs. And they also do save a lot of runs in that area as well when the ball is hit straight to them. So that could, in close matches like this, when it's not necessarily boundaries that win your matches, that could be crucial. Turn around, is behind you.
Jeez, that was so close to out. Have a look at it. How this misses the leg stump, I'll never know. Wow. Cricket God smiling on Pavlic. She's 9 off 8. Palmer, last ball of her day. That's a pretty good one. This was going to hit the stumps as well. Instead, it will be a single. I'm still tingling. End of 5. It's 54 for 1.
Tingles all around. If you're tingling in the chat, let us know. And look, if you are watching and you haven't sent us a message through already, why don't you? It's the last innings here. We'd like to say hi to our lurkers as well. Say hi. Tell us where you're tuning in from. And we said we'll have a little bit of food chat. I don't know if Phil came back and told us what he was cooking.
I'll give you a tip
for Mrs. G.
I know you've got Friday off, right? You got Friday off. And look, Danny and Phil probably have better tips than me. They've been here a lot longer. But I'll give you a little tip. And it's almost like a chain, but they're locally run. They're called Lokal, Lokal. And they have authentic Czech food and the traditional beer, but at non-tourist prices, even the ones that are in the city.
Right.
So if you go across the Charles Bridge, which is a very, very famous bridge here, it's the most famous bridge, and you go from the city side to the other side, of the Prague Castle side. Here's Sharka, by the way, getting a ball. Pretty good ball first up as well. Goes down, and she's almost out of hands after injuring her right one yesterday. And we'll get through. Yeah, of course, she cops it on the right hand on the way back. So hopefully she's all right. So, yeah, Lokal, Lokal, and they change the menu every day as well. That's the thing. So it's whatever whatever's good that day, but you get a really good selection. And to give you an idea, a pint of the genuine beer, world famous beer, costs you about €3.
It's funny you mentioned that. First, let's see that great delivery, superb ball. You said she started well with the first one. That is even better. And Sharky, what a lovely moment that is for her. Look at the smile. The smile tells you the story. Somebody who's been in the wars. You can see that from the injured right hand, but she comes back with a top delivery. They needed that wicket so badly, didn't they? Because Pavla was causing them problems. 32 of 19, 6 fours, but she's going to have to go because of that top ball.
Yeah, fantastic bowling, full and straight, and she's pumped up. I mentioned Sharka, she's one of the most enthusiastic European cricketers that I've come across in my time. Sanjay goes, a big wicket given the circumstances as well, but it's a very good piece of bowling. And you can see she knows that's a big moment. It just could be the moment that wins the Czechs the game. Time will tell. But right now, Sanjay's day's over for 32. And it's 55 for 2. New batter comes in, Modric. But yeah, completely different. Let's see the percentages. I think they might have even swung around now with Sanjay back in the shed. What are the supercomputers thinking? Supercomputer. Oh, really still not backing them. I don't know. Give it a second. I think they've got the chance to build some pressure here.
Yeah, good start to the over. Good bowling. She comes again. That one just a little bit down leg side, but I like the action. I like the follow through. Like the action. And this time just strays a little bit down leg side. Yeah, you're talking about the beer. I mean, it's a well-known fact that Czechs drink more beer per capita than any other country in the world, and they've held that title for years. And you can find quite often that a pint of beer is cheaper than bottled water.
Yeah, agree. But also, it shouldn't be that way if you know where to get your water. But there are I've been here now for a little while. I spent a lot of time here in the last couple of years. So I know there's certain shops that you don't go there because it's for tourists will go there. But in the same areas, you'll get shops that are maybe a little bit less known, but better value.
Well, something that I want to try here now. I'm going to try and pronounce it. Obviously, it's going to be completely wrong. But
good luck.
Let's see what happens.
I'll get one.
The run. So
go on.
I think it's called Shipkova. Shipkova, which is basically it's the national dish.
Svichkova.
Okay, there you go. Marinated beef. Okay, creamy vegetable sauce topped with cranberry lemons, whipped cream, and served with, of course, the bread dumplings, which they call what they call those out here, nikli.
Nedlicki. But don't go on me.
That's what I want to try. That's what I want to try.
I'll give you another one. It's the cheese, the kind of fried cheese.
I've heard about this. It's like a block of cheese, isn't it?
Amazing. It's all good. I will tell you that. Yeah, but the goulash, got to try that. They do a good schnitzel here as well. They do a good pork knuckle as well. That kind of German influence as well. So anyway, 59 for 2 after 6. Croatia's still 70%, but I don't know. I mean, it really depends on how well the Czechs bowl here. Yeah. They bowl well. I think that they could still defend this, but if they bowl a bunch of wides, they probably won't.
Last two overs have only gone for 11, so it's been a very good comeback here now from Czechia, but can they keep the momentum going? They've
only bowled 4 bowlers. I wonder if they are thinking about bowling Turka, because she bowled pretty well earlier, but sometimes can be a bit of a risk as well when she's bowling off speed. Let's look at the table. You can see Gibraltar 3-0. They're in prime position to win the series tomorrow. But there's an interesting battle, I think, between these two teams. Like I said earlier, Czechia won the first game. Croatia hoping to square the mini series at 1-1. And
I suppose if you're Gibraltar, you're really supporting Croatia here. You want Croatia to get the win, probably. And that keeps them in a nice, comfortable margin at the top of the standing. So Czechia, though, they know that if they can get the win here, they do stay within, even though they played that one game more, but they stay within the catching distance.
Yeah, true. I mean, Gibraltar, their destiny's in their own hands as well. They'll expect to keep winning. They'll be disappointed, I think, if they lose a game in the series, given the form that they're in and the players they've still got at their disposal, and given that they're just a little bit ahead, I think, where these two teams are. A lot of that's to do with facilities. That's hit nicely. There's a free hit, by the way. Sali missed out first up. Turka jumps on it. So they still have options.
Yeah, talking about, I mean, you're right. Jumps on it's the word. Look at the fielding here. The way she comes charging in and just slides at the ball. Quite sensational. There's Turka. Look at that. Talk about commitment. That's fantastic. Not
great for the knees or the trousers, though.
You can do that when you're young.
I'm going to ask the Kolchinovas who does the laundry in their house. I suppose with the coloured clothing now, you can get away with it, but definitely in the old whites. I think my mum had a rough time trying to sort that out. She was happy when I started keeping, because then typically the pads hit the grass, not
Yeah.
not the knees. Anyway, interesting game going on in the final game, which is basically, who would have thought match 5 would be the final in England? But it is. It's the rescheduled match 5. That's pretty well pitched. Again, they'll be able to get a run. They'll run a ball here, plus a handful of extras, probably gets Croatia over the line. Yeah, then I know there's other issues when you're keeping. So I know my keeping gloves I would often like put on my trousers when I was getting ready to crouch down. So then you had other sorts of issues with wardrobe. It's pretty well bowled as well. Just bounce over this dump. Basali's come back well after a little bit of a shaky start.
Yeah, they had a bit of a meeting, didn't they, out there in the middle about, right, who do we bowl here? And in the end, they go for Basali. And at the moment, look, it's working all right. It's 3 balls in, only the 4.
Like I say, if her over goes well, you can give her a second.
Yeah.
Right? Now, is it going well? Pretty much. I mean, she bowled that. She bowled 1 no ball and a wide so far. But now they're getting an overthrow. Well, they go to the keeper. This could be close, you know. Oh, well, in the end, Karen kind of gets in the way of the stumps. I don't think it was going to hit anyone. Now they want to go for a third one. Could be on the bowler's end. Miss it. Could be going again. This ground, Rico, there's something about this ground. This is where we had 3 to the keeper.
Yep.
Sorry, Showbit, to mention that on your birthday. This is where we had the 7 buys, inverted commas, to the Prague Tigers. Basically, somehow gave away 7 buys, or what would have been, to give up a game in the last over. Good comeback. I forgot what happened to the ball before now. What was it actually scored? It was
2,
I think it was 2.
Yeah, 2. And now they're going for 2 again.
Just a few tired mistakes here from the Czechs coming in.
Yeah, you can see a bit of disappointment there from some of the Czechia team.
This is good opportunity, though, for Pavlic and Modric, who are 2 of outside the kind of top 3 that we talked about, or the big 3 of the Croatian batting, to win a game for them. They're in a winning position here. That's hit pretty well. They hit the ball well, you know. That's what you need to do at this stage. Make contact, run hard, eliminate that kind of hesitation. They've shown they can be ambitious with the running. There's 8 wickets in hand.
Yeah.
So they've got plenty of resources there. 68 for 2 after 7.
Yeah, what it's all about is the way they're watching the ball. You can see that it's a change of pace from Bosale, and I think that's why they go for it, to see if that can do the damage. But they're waiting for it and playing it well. So good stroke play. Let's have a look at what's happening here tomorrow.
Good news for me. Now that you're here, I'm having a sleep in. Well, I probably won't. But Phil G will be here doing the whole day. We're going to split the day. So you'll do the morning. I thought I'd give you the afternoon off in Prague. So it works nicely. So I'll be here for the last 2 games. In fact, the next game I'll do is when these 2 teams play again.
Yeah.
But Phil G's here in the morning. You're going to have a great time with him as we'll start same time as today, 9:15 Europe and 12:45 in India. Sharka's back. So, yeah, biggest over of the match so far. I think if she can keep it tight, she might even be able to get this back to a 50-50. I know that seems far-fetched when you look at percentages now, but this game could change on a dime.
It can change. You're absolutely right. It can change very easily. 21 still required. Needing 7 and over. But you don't want to be taking it into the last. And that will help. Any
Good
extras
leave.
you can take. It's a good
Good
leave.
leave.
You're right. So, yeah, I'll be going hunting there for some good food tomorrow. I'll tell you what looked good. The dumpling place you went to.
Oh, yeah, that's
I mean,
a
that
must.
just looked I
I know I'm going away, but I'll give you a bit of the dumpling.
I'm gonna
and I
go
told
there.
you, I've gone from...
Were they the steamed dumplings?
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You can get others, but the steamed are the best.
Yeah.
Right, Sharka with a comeback ball after the wide. It's a pretty good one. Chopped and it's well stopped, actually. But Karen, there's never a run here.
Oh,
That's going to be
never.
run out. What a stop in the first place by Karen. And I don't think that Pavelic thought that she stopped it or that she was capable of stopping it. But it was a great bit of reaction work from the backup keeper for Czechia. Watch this. Goes bang. And I think she thinks... Oh, either it hasn't got past her or that she won't be able to get back on it. But then with the glove on, she's able to hit the stumps. And so a good innings comes to an end. Pavelic has run out for 13. And the game takes another turn, Rico. It's 69 for 3.
Yeah, that's quite crazy. I don't know why they're going there. So, well, that's not who's out, by the way. So, let's see if we get this right, who is out here. Because that was... Pavlo, who was out earlier, but I mean,
Pavlic is out
this
here.
is just crazy.
Actually.
Do they cross? I don't know if they cross.
Oh, well, hold on. I don't know if we had one more look at this.
Let's have a look here because
Maybe they didn't cross. You're right,
I
Rico.
don't
Good
think they
spot. Look.
cross. Yeah, they don't.
Yeah,
cross.
you're right. They're going to have to pull her back out there. They didn't cross. So that's a good spot from the refs. It seemed like they did, but there's no way they've crossed.
Yeah.
So I think she's going to be un-out.
Yeah.
I think that Pavlich is going to be going back out there and Modric will be out, which is sad because it's not really her fault. This might even show it here. That for sure, she's in the shot. She's in the shot.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to sort this out.
That's what I was looking at. I said, I don't think they got that the right way around. And it's a good job. Well done to 2 circles again, showing that quickly on time as well, because that means that we're going to have to see a change here.
Yeah,
so
the sheriff's on the prowl.
yeah.
The sheriff is on the prowl. Now, they're going to have to swap ends because... yeah, no, they won't have to swap ends. Sorry. She'll stay at the non-striker's end because the new batter will be on strike because that's where the wicket took place.
Yeah.
But it just means that Modric is out. Suppose, going on the numbers, Pavlich, there's not too much between them. But, yeah, the sheriff, he's on the prowl. That means there's something afoot. Good spot. Excellent spot. Not great for Modric. She's now run out for 8. And the score is 69 for 3. Still, Helen Lecko that comes out. I mean, she's one of the so-called big 3. I think it's funny at her height that I call her part of the big 3, but I think she is. Maybe a little bit out of nick with the bat today, but a very good opportunity for her.
It's probably, I think she's a good batter to come out in this position. You're needing just over 7 and over. She can stroke it around. She's got a good eye.
She's very good at just keeping the score moving.
Yeah.
So as long as it's around about the run of ball or kind of even 7 and over, because you expect to get 1 and over as an extra, then that's cool. But if it goes up, so at the moment it's actually 7.5 and over required, then she's going to have to find a boundary from somewhere. She was at the crease towards the end of that crazy golden ball game, Helen, when Lecko, gone. I want to go back and listen to that from Corey tonight. It was coming back for a second that was... She wanted to steal the strike back, and her partner just basically told her, nah. and she got run out at the non-strikers end. I remember it so well. All right. I mean, Sharka's been brilliant here as well, given the circumstances.
Yes,
another good piece of fielding. Sisters helping sisters.
Yeah, a bit of sisterly love and sisterly work out there in the middle.
All right, couple of balls to go here in the 8th. That's pretty well hit. Needs to be stopped, is stopped. That's Raquel. Hurls it in. Gets it back in pretty quickly.
Big effort.
Good. I mean, Sharka 1 for 9 in this game and in these circumstances. It's a very, very good return. She's got to finish it off. Haven't had a boundary since the 4th over. We're in the end of the 8th. And that's going to be hit back, not going too far, but they should get 1. Hold on to it. That's the end of 8, and we're going to the wire. 16 required off the last 2 overs. It's 73 for 3 after 8. And I know the sun won't set on this because we got 2 hours, but I'm getting real vibes of Mladost in 2024 when we went to a post-sunset golden ball. I just think it could be on here. 73 on the board after 8.
16 runs required, 12 deliveries. This becomes a huge over. Yeah, we have a saying on the European Cricket Network that it all happens in the 9th. And this is the 9th over.
Raquel's going to get the ball.
They really put pressure on her, don't they? I mean,
they think she can handle it.
She doesn't tend to bowl more than the 2. She gets just the 1 over. And it's going to be this one here. The last time she bowled wasn't her best. But
can she get it right? Biggest over of the day again. Good start. I still like to see that cover in a bit tighter to try and stop that single. I know you don't want to give up a boundary either, but maybe you can. I don't necessarily think it's going to happen that way. Helen's not that strong on driving through the covers, more of a worker to the leg side.
I think there's a lot of runs actually they've given away by not having those 2 fielders, mid-wicket, short and short cover in.
15 off 11. Doesn't get it right. I mean, that's a good stop. Every run matters at the moment. That makes it 14 off 11.
Public over.
This is good. This is a good game. But Rachel, she's a real competitor. You can see that the way she's hyper-focused on getting this right.
Yeah.
Only the next ball matters. Hey, good news, by the way. I saw that Suska is back and she's upright, and she's waving with her non-busted shoulder, I think. Oh, it's a Gundy ball, really. Also, good stop from Karen. So Rachel just needs to get back to ball one. Now, I don't know if Zuzka can walk, but if she walks a little bit in front into the sun, we'll be able to see her on the camera. But I don't want to make it. I don't know what kind of painkillers she's on. But it's good to see she's here. So that's both the players that went away in ambulances that have returned to the ground.
That's great news.
But she does have her shoulder in a sling. But yeah, she'll be trying to rip that off tomorrow and playing, I'm sure.
I think that won't be the doctor's orders. Anyway, back to the 10th
Raquel.
finish here.
Good ball, good stop. 13 off 10 now. Yeah, that golden ball in Croatia was amazing. But this day's had a bit of everything. You just feel like this is the one thing it hasn't had as a golden ball. I don't want to call it too early. Croatia's still in a winning position, 13 off 10. But if you don't bowl another wide, I think you probably win the game. That's the thing. Depends if we get a boundary or not. Here we go. Well, that isn't wide, so put the old jinx on Raquel, but not a bad spot to miss.
Wide ball. I mean, when I've said this all through the day, haven't I? Look at the determination though when she's walking about. Look at this. Just look at it. Focus.
Count the juggles. I mean, I know they're not juggles.
She's talking to herself, saying, "Come on, you know what you got to do. You got this."
Next ball, I want to count how many throws she gets through when she walks back.
Well,
it's good 25 to 30.
She's doing her own bit of juggling, isn't she?
Right. 10
on
to
a
come.
juggling day.
12 required. Good ball. Gets it right. All right. Focus on Raquel here. How many throws are we going to get on her? Ready? Count them with me. Here we go. Look at it. Look at it. Have a think. Give it a polish. And now it'll be throw time. Ready? Waiting. Well, she's a different strategy this time.
Waiting. Still waiting.
Oh.
Can you believe?
Maybe it's an odd numbered ball that she does that. An even numbered ball. Just give it a
I think
wide.
she does it every time she gives a wide away.
Maybe. Oh, a bit of extra bounce. Cut away. Should be stopped. Is stopped. Will just be the one. Got to be backing up here. Awkward one. Well fielded. All right. We've got a last over thriller coming out no matter what happens.
Definitely. Back to a mark. So again, no juggling from her this time.
I don't mind staying a bit later. At least we know the sun won't set on us. We've got 2 hours till sunset. Here we go. Just misses. All right. Here come the throws.
Oh, it's been
Yeah, that's a wide.
ball.
That's a
So
wide.
here we go. Now you ready
All
to
right.
count?
I'm going to watch. I'm watching live.
Yeah.
Well, she's gone off the throws now. She got them all out of her system in the one ball.
All right. Okay.
10 off 8. Who's going to bowl the last? Will they be queuing up or not? I mean, you've got Brasali only went for 9. You've got you got other options you haven't even tried yet. Okay, that's another one that I don't think you can give him an easy run there.
Yeah.
Given this stage, dots is your only way back into the game. And not yet.
No,
Sorry, one to come.
go.
Don't want to jump the gun.
Now that's why I go back to how many runs have they given away in that area, which of course I've touched on before. That's where Croatia's style is so different. They don't give you anything there.
You got Pavlic, who's basically a zombie out there. She was brought back from the dead. Can she win the game for Croatia? Oh, nice little turn away. Again, don't over-attack it. Sharka's there. Everything is tense at the moment. We'll go to the last over. It's 81 for 3. There's 8 runs required off the last over of the day for Croatia to square their mini-series with the Czechs. Of course, if we get an over of, what would that be? If they get an over of 7, then we'll have a tie. Of course, last golden ball we had was in Romania. It was yourself and Phil G, who will reunite tomorrow morning. Golden ball 78, Raw Eagles against the Bucharest Gladiators. She's a great shot as well. It was one of those, just banged it. If he hit it, it was 4 and they win. If he misses it, they lose.
That's right, yeah.
And that was 4th of June. So that was 10 days ago in the ECS Romania.
All right, looks like captain again now.
All right. She's had issues with control today, though. I would even say don't worry about swinging it. Just maybe hold it across the seam. But anyway, 8 to win. Last over. It's the skipper with the ball in her hand. And she gets it badly wrong first up down the leg side, called a wide. It's almost like if you could pull her off now, you would, just on the one ball, because they had other options. They had Brasali, who went 1 over, none for 9. Pavlichka again, they wouldn't get the chance to bowl her again because she only bowled the 9th. Can't bowl 2 in a row.
Yeah, remember the last match, she bowled the last over and they scored the runs of her in the first over here. Went for 14, so it's a surprise choice.
Better ball. Leko's good. She deflects. Now, how far is this going? Got to be stopped. Excellent stuff. And they will only take the 1. So, yeah, I think also with Leko, again, you got to know your player a little bit. She's more of a worker of the ball. Maybe have a few more fielders behind the wicket.
Yeah.
I think you've got to bring him in on the one. You know, I think you need to risk losing to win. But that's just my opinion here. Again, the fielders are all just a ring, aren't they, on the offside. Pavlich on strike. Gone! Very good bowling. And it's Janya. Well, she's just going to stay chill, but it's a big moment in the game. Pavlich's gone for good this time. It's 83 for 4. They need 6 runs off the last 4 balls of the day.
Oh, what a moment. What a moment. The captain, Sojanya Talamala, despite not having the best of overs, the last 2 that she's bowled, 1 in this one and 1 in the last match, she's just so focused. Just look at her look. She's showing no emotions at all. Talk about being fixed on the result. That's a huge delivery because Dora goes for 17. We know that she's dangerous. A new batter will go out on strike, and they are still needing 6 runs of 4 balls.
Called this one a long way out, didn't I? I called this at the start of the game. But we're not there yet. All right, 6 off 4. Majdancic. Oh, she takes the ball off the stumps. Hits it pretty well. Couldn't afford to miss. Didn't miss. She'll get 1. So 5 off 3 now. 5 off 3 to win. 4 off 3 would be a GB. Talamala, she is just laser focused, isn't she? Just kind of begrudgingly gave a hug, but said, "Look, I'm in the zone here." Oh, not going too far. It's going to be good kick. I think it's doing too much. Have a look at it come back. It's very close, though. I mean, she's a long way back. Maybe that's hitting leg stump. Umpire had doubt.
Oh, that's
Fair
one
enough.
of the better things of
but
it.
finally, some good foot fielding, and it was by the bat. All right. 5 off 2. Bowled 2 straight balls. I think Czech hold on here. Well, they deflect. They get 1. They do throw it. Can they stop it? They can. So last ball, 4 runs required to win for Croatia. They need a boundary, and it's Majdancic, who actually hit the first one pretty well. They get 3, it's a tie. So maybe that's in the background for now. But also, can Talamala get it right? Can she get it straight? Last ball, boundary required for Croatia. And it's a miss, and Czechia will hold on in a really entertaining game. The final score will be 88-85. Czechs, they sew up the mini-series 2-0 with the Croatians, but a highly entertaining match 5 in the end. Croatia, unfortunately for them, remain winless on opening day.
Yeah, well done to the captain there. I mean, Talamala, she held her nerve fantastically. The last over only goes in the end just for the 4 runs. She gets the big wicket that she needed as well. And Croatia, well, they will be gutted with themselves. They were in this all the way through. They probably felt they were always in front. But then we had those couple of overs, didn't they? And I really think here, there's a lot of things to look at. But I think the bowling from Shaka, for me, I mean, I know there's a lot of things to look at. Batters that contributed, etc., etc. But those 2 overs from her, for me, she's my player of the match,
And it's fair enough. I mean, you look at the batting. Cendric did make 32, but then again, it was Shaka that got her out. So I actually think I probably would go Shaka player of the match. In the end, they won't mind too much. The main thing is that Czechia, they get the win they wanted. Hey, there's Zuzka. Good to see you there with and getting a bit of a hug. Be careful. But she had that shoulder issue. She's been to hospital. She's come back. And it's great to see her there. And that's a nice little surprise for her as well. End of the day, with Czechia getting the win. So Czechia, they win both the games against Croatia. They aren't able to get a win against Gibraltar. But yeah, that's a good sign for Zuzka. And obviously we saw Lauren coming back earlier as well. So we know that she was obviously having to walk assisted, but she's out of hospital, and that's good news as well. So very entertaining opening day of this ECI-W.
Yeah.
Rico, you've come and it's delivered.
Yeah, and you know what? It finishes so well, doesn't it? I mean, it's not the result that, of course, Croatia won, but it's a good result there for Czechia. And it finishes well because all the injured parties are here back, reunited with their teams and with us. And well done to all the girls on what has been a splendid day of action. 5 very entertaining matches. Just to remind you, this is what's coming up tomorrow. So Gibraltar will be in action with Croatia first up. Croatia looking to cause a bit of an upset in that one. But, of course, Gibraltar will be, well, looking to get a win there and really seal the proceedings tomorrow if they can get a good win in the first match. Czechia will be looking to keep the pressure on, and, well, they'll be hoping that Croatia can do them a favour in match number 6, and then they can beat Gibraltar in match number 7. And if that happens, then certainly the final matches certainly will be very, very interesting. Going to be a great day of action. 4 matches coming your way from here in Czechia. We hope that you can join us. Let's take a look at the highlights here.
Yeah, and Shaka does get the player of the match in the end. Thoroughly deserves it. I mean, goes at 5 and over, coming on under pressure, gets the set batter. And I think outside that, she bowled really, really well. Just looking at the numbers here. So that might even be her first ever player of the match on the network. She only bowled 2 wides in her 2 overs, 1 for 10. And was kind of a catalyst for getting Czechia back in the game. If you remember that Croatia, they had the fairly strong advantage at 1.70, 80% even.
Yes.
But I think it was her spell that swung the game. But, you know, before that, Croatia in a pretty good position. Pavla Sanjok had a really good day, take nothing away from her. Ended up with 32 here. This was the quadruple foot fielding fail, which I just don't think you'll see that again in your lifetime. But it was a bit of a chaos game, wasn't it? But in the end, the Czechs sneak over the line by a whisker. This was the big moment, I think, at Shaka. Despite that injured hand, she gets it full, she gets it straight, gets the key playmaker of the day for Croatia.
Yeah, and that was big, wasn't it? Pavla going, who had a good day with the bat, and then they just kept it tight. That also, the run out. And, yeah, we had to look at this a few times before the right batter was given the marching orders. What about that for concentration? And how about this? The captain. Well, the captain has to lead from the front, and she kept her cool. Even though she didn't have everything go her way today, she bowled that last over, the final over. Didn't have too many defenders. Just look at that.
Let's put glasses back on.
I like the way she doesn't smile until the shades go on. The shades go on, and she does manage a little smile there at the end because she does help her team pick up another victory. So they do the double over Croatia today.
They've got, I think, now a 9-0 record over Croatia in T10 cricket, which is quite remarkable for a team that have never won a T20 international. But they just got the wood on Croatia. Croatia were really competitive. I know, I think the game 8 will be very competitive tomorrow as well. I'll be back for that one in the afternoon session. 20 extras in there, but, you know, when you consider how many actual balls there were, 16 extra balls in 10 overs. I think it's a pretty good effort from Czechia. That was one thing at the end that could have derailed their defence, but in the end, I think Talamala, even though I think the first one of the last over got away from her, then she bowled 6 legal. They're only able to get 3 singles, and of course, there was a wicket in there as well, key wicket. You know, nothing ventured, nothing gained, as you say. I think Meko probably would like a few more runs tomorrow. I know she's been a little bit hampered by that injury at the start of the day, little twinge. But Central, congratulations to her. Still a big day. I mean, 50 and that 32 as well.
Yeah.
Bowling-wise, you can see what we're talking about with Shaka Kolchanova. 1 for 10 off her 2 overs. Just got it spot on, didn't she? And came up with that big wicket of Pavla. Other wickets, though, to Talamala, she got one in the last over. And Erika Kuntseva, I mean, she set things up as well with a pretty good spell. 1 for 14. She's a workhorse, isn't she? Shout out also to Basali, only 9 off her over. Pavlichkova was asked once again to bowl towards the end. Didn't let her side down. So Czechia having a lot of contributors there. Croatia, they'll be disappointed, but they also know they've got 3 games tomorrow to try and grab that elusive win.
Yeah, I suppose, you know, with Croatia, unlike Czechia and Gibraltar, they haven't had the opportunity to play. So today will be a good day for them in terms of they've got 3 matches in there. And the other thing that's worth mentioning for them is that if you take a close look at their match, first of all, that one, the loss to Gibraltar, 121 to 107, 14 runs. They gave away about 33 extras or so in that one, double the amount that Gibraltar gave, and they lost the match by 14. In this one, they gave away 35 extras. That's where they're losing these close matches at the moment.
Yeah.
So once they improve on that, and if they can improve on that tomorrow, then you will find that they will get some success under their belt as well.
Yeah, no doubt. So I want to say a big thanks to everyone out there. It's been a really great day. Happy birthday, Shobit. He's just about to come back to us. May get to his birthday party. It's got about 40 minutes. But he said he's just in the box. We said running a bit late. We'll get there in the end, won't we? Great job today. Umpires, I think, were outstanding. They were tested out, all sorts of situations thrown at them, but I think they did a really, really great job. I want to say a big thanks to all the viewers out there. 10 T10s, and there's still half a game to go. Gunnersbury looks like they're going to finish in the 120s against Upminster. Upminster will have to chase it with 10 balls to spare or more So that's not going to be an easy task at all, but at least they're in with a chance. So you can flick over to Hornchurch. Before you do, though, make sure you've liked this video, subscribe to the channel. Don't forget also our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com. Rico, first day in Prague. Lived up to the billing, hasn't it?
It's been absolutely fantastic, isn't it? We've seen, I think what we've seen in all the matches here today is what I think sport is all about, isn't it? You want it to be competitive, it was competitive. You want it to be fair and played in the right spirit. And, you know, we saw that. The sportsmanship there from the women was absolutely superb. And also, we're seeing improvement from them all the time. We saw entertainment, we saw a frenzy of action, and also we saw some drama. And, of course, we saw some bloopers as well. What more could you want? That's what the European cricket brings you. It's the finest format of cricket on the planet, and it's been absolutely brilliant. What a day and what a venue.
Yeah, it was awesome, and I love the efforts of all these players, all the injuries and all the soreness coming in, but they're still putting it all on the line for their countries. I want to say big thank you, Chris Smith's in there, Luke, to Anxious to Avoid, and Dave, and everyone else. Hope you have an awesome evening. I know that I'll have the morning off, but Rico will be here with Phil G to take you through the morning session. I'll be here in the afternoon. 4 more games starting the same time, 7:15 a.m. GMT, 9:15 in Central Europe, 12:45 in India. Jump over to Hornchurch there now, because they're going to decide the trophy in the next 45 minutes there. But for now, Vinny Sandy on behalf of ECN and the whole European cricket family, and of course Rico Full, stay happy, stay safe. Enjoy your Saturday night. See you in Hornchurch, and then tomorrow in Czechia for more ECI-W. From us, it's Hasta Mañana, and here's some of the best bits of opening day of this series.
my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back.